Part 2. Lin Fan's mind flashed through the things Tuan Tuan had eaten in the past 2 weeks. Free-range eggs, Xiangshui tribute rice, and Black Mountain pork, all products of the system's farm. And that boiled cabbage and clear broth is the purest of all things, and the sour plum drink is made with century-old dried plums and Tian Shan's snow lotus honey, which Tuanchuan drinks almost every day like water. His heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that he was too weak to handle the nourishment? Was the spiritual energy too strong, and instead damaged Tuan Tuan's internal organs? Lin Fan's breathing became erratic. He suddenly stood up, grabbed Director Sun's arm, and asked in a trembling voice, "What exactly is wrong with Tuanchuan? Did she eat something bad?" Director Sun was in excruciating pain from being gripped, but he didn't get angry. He looked at his father, who was on the verge of collapse, while his own hand holding the test results trembled. He spoke with difficulty, saying that the condition had not worsened, but Tuanchuan's situation was even more incomprehensible than worsening, and even overturned his medical understanding. Director Sun stared at Lin Fan and said, word by word, "Tuanchuan is very likely suffering from acute autoimmune cell failure, which has a global incidence rate of 1 in 10 million. These words struck Lin Fan like a thunderbolt. A rare disease, 1 in 10 million, had befallen his daughter. In the normal course of this disease, the immune system collapses within hours, and the patient suffers unimaginable pain. Director Sun didn't say the most terrifying word, but Lin Fan already understood. He felt a chill run through his body, as if he had been pushed into an ice cave. But the next second, Director Sun pulled him to look inside through the glass window. Tuanchuan's face was pale, but his breathing was steady, and he was as quiet as if he were having a beautiful dream. Director Sun's voice trembled as she said that she had no convulsions or pain, but something that shouldn't be happening was happening inside her body. Last night, doctors discovered a large and highly concentrated unknown active substance in her blood sample, which was enveloping her internal organs and core blood vessels. The debilitating viruses that should have been rampaging through the body were suppressed by this force and had no chance to spread further. An even more astonishing twist followed. The active substance was guiding Tuanchuan's cells to repair themselves, as if it were rebuilding her life. Necrotic cells are rapidly engulfed and metabolized, while new healthy cells regenerate at a rate more than 10 times faster than normal, and Tuanchuan's body is being forcibly healed. Director Sun was so excited that his eyes reddened. He said that this was clearly a rare and deadly disease with an extremely high mortality rate, but now it was gradually disappearing. A thunderous boom echoed in Lin Fan's mind, instantly shattering all his fear. He finally understood. It was the system farm, the ingredients imbued with pure spiritual energy, that had saved Tuan Tuan. Director Sun was still muttering, saying that this completely defied medical common sense. Tuanchuan's deep sleepiness was not a sign of deterioration, but rather that the brain had activated its highest level of protection. She cut off her external senses and redirected all her energy to that source to repair her cells, which is why she hasn't been able to wake up. Director Sun suddenly looked at Lin Fan with a serious yet fervent gaze, pressing him to tell him exactly what he had fed Tuanchuan, which was nothing short of a medical miracle. Looking at his daughter through the glass window, Lin Fan burst into tears. He cried and laughed and whispered, "It's all right. Tuanchuan is really all right." He quickly asked Director Sun when Tuanchuan would wake up. Director Sun shook his head with a wry smile, saying that there weren't enough cases of this rare disease, and no one could make a diagnosis. It might take a few days, a few weeks, or even longer. Without supporting clinical data, no doctor dares to give a definitive answer. Lin Fan's expression tightened instantly. Director Sun quickly reassured him, saying that Tuan Tuan's vital signs were strong, and as long as that substance was still there, she was safe. At this point, Director Sun suddenly remembered something else. A few days ago, a similar, almost bizarre, miracle had occurred in the hematology department downstairs. She was a 7-year-old girl with leukemia. Her condition was already in its late stages, and her digestive system had been almost completely destroyed by chemotherapy and dialysis. She had already been given a critical condition notice. But after eating the food her mother brought, she didn't vomit anymore, and her depleted hematopoietic stem cells even showed a slight active response. After the doctor examined her blood, he found traces of active substances similar to those found in Tuan Tuan, which miraculously stabilized her organs, which were on the verge of collapse. Lin Fan's breath hitched. A 7-year-old girl, late-stage leukemia, food brought by her mother, these keywords flashed into his mind like lightning. A few days ago, a young mother did indeed kneel in front of the Lin family's shop. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she said that her daughter's stomach lining was completely destroyed after chemotherapy, and she couldn't even drink water. The child's only wish was to eat a delicious tomato and egg stir-fry. Lin Fan, feeling soft-hearted, made an exception and cooked an extra portion using ingredients from the restaurant. Now all the clues match up. The girl was in this hospital, and the food she ate was the same plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes that Lin Fan had personally made. If a single dish can trigger an active response in a child with late-stage leukemia, stabilizing failing organs, then what level of nutrition has Toanchuan been eating for the past 2 weeks? Toanchuan eats the purest, finest ingredients from the spiritual field for every meal. The spiritual energy and vitality accumulated in her body are probably far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's trembling hands gradually steadied. He took a deep breath, looked up at Director Sun, and lowered his voice. He asked Director Sun if the girl in the hematology department downstairs had her organ failure stop, and her hematopoietic stem cells only started responding after she ate the food her mother brought. Director Sun nodded immediately, his voice still trembling. He said it was absolutely true. He could recite that case from memory. The entire expert team was stunned. The girl's stomach lining was already necrotic, and even warm water would trigger vomiting. But after she ate that food, her body absorbed it like a parched land receiving rain. Director Sun became more and more excited as he spoke. They had been searching for the chef for the past few days because it was no ordinary meal, but a miracle that could rewrite medical history. The girl's mother, however, refused to reveal anything except to cry, saying only that a kind chef had taken pity on them and sent the child a life-saving meal. Director Sun slammed his fist on the table, his face full of fervor. He said that being able to stabilize critically ill hematopoietic stem cells with a single dish was practically a method from ancient books to heal wounds. He had practiced medicine for most of his life and had seen countless famous doctors, but even the leading figures in the Imperial Medical Academy in Beijing might not be able to forcibly bring back a declining life. In his mind, that chef could not possibly be an ordinary person. He was very likely the core successor of a reclusive family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, or even a medical genius hidden in Jiangqing. Only those who possess the lost ancient recipes can prepare such miraculous medicinal cuisine without leaving a trace, making everyone think it's just an ordinary home-cooked dish. Director Sun was so excited that his face turned red. He said that as long as he could find that senior, he would be willing to kneel in front of the door for 3 days and 3 nights to serve tea and water, even if it meant resigning from his position. Normally, if Lin Fan heard Jiangqing's leading pediatrician imagine him as an old sage, he would probably just find it absurd. But now, he had no desire to laugh at all. In the ward, Toanchuan was still in a deep sleep with an 4 drip in her. She was his precious daughter, and all he wanted to know was if she would wake up. Lin Fan suppressed the surging emotions in his chest and spoke slowly. His voice was soft, yet it struck the quiet duty room like a thunderclap. He said, "No need to look anymore. I made that dish." Director Sun stopped in his tracks, turned around abruptly, and didn't even notice his reading glasses had slipped down to the tip of his nose. His eyes widened, and he pointed at Lin Fan, his finger trembling violently. Lin Fan calmly replied that a few days ago, the mother came to the shop door begging him, so he made her a serving. Director Sun was struck dumb, frozen in place. The person who could create such a miraculous medicine was neither a reclusive divine physician nor a top-tier institution, but a young chef. He grabbed Lin Fan's arm and pressed him urgently for details about the ingredients used, asking whether they were rare, unrecorded medicinal herbs or special biological extracts. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, his gaze passing over Director Sun to his sleeping daughter outside the glass window. He only said that it was a trade secret, and also a unique, family-inherited channel. Then his gaze suddenly sharpened. He asked only one question. Since the unknown active substances within the group were repairing the cells, and the body was not experiencing any rejection reaction. So if we give her a higher concentration and a purer version of the same substance now, will she wake up faster? Director Sun pushed up his reading glasses and said in a deep voice that Toanchuan's brain had entered a deep hibernation because the body's energy was insufficient, so it could only cut off external perception and do its best to repair cells. If external forces can replenish her energy and repair what she's lost, her brain's self-protective mechanisms might kick in, and she might wake up. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He finally understood that Tuanshuan's weakness wasn't ordinary. Rather, her body was suffering from stagnant spiritual energy, making it unable to absorb nourishment. Using medical four-drips to accelerate metabolism was simply a drop in the ocean. Traditional Chinese medicine believes that medicine and food share the same origin, and the one who tied the knot must untie it. Only a higher level and gentler medicinal diet can guide this spiritual energy. Lin Fan immediately turned and left. Director Sun hurriedly asked him where he was going, but Lin Fan didn't even turn around, only saying that he was going to cook for his daughter. The next second, he had already rushed out of the hospital. The streets were deserted in the early morning. Lin Fan sped along in his Wuling Hongguang towards Phoenix Golden Street. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan returned to the Lin family shop and immediately entered the system farm. As soon as he stepped into the space filled with spiritual mist, system notifications sounded one after another. It detected that Lin Fan's state of mind had changed, that he had comprehended the concept of food and medicine sharing the same origin, and that a hidden quest had been activated accordingly. The mission, titled The Savior Chef, requires Lin Fan to use ingredients from the spirit field to save 3 patients who are either on the verge of death or critically ill. He's already at progress level 1, and the reward is even more astounding. By completing the task, you can unlock the Spirit Spring Medicinal Cuisine Workshop, obtain Millennium Wild Ginseng Seeds, and permanently double the flow rate of all attributes on your farm. Lin Fan immediately understood that the system was never just a cooking tool. So-called spiritual ingredients are essentially the purest life energy, comparable to elixirs for those on the verge of death. He didn't look at the premium cabbage, nor did he touch the spiritual river shrimp. Tuanshuan was having difficulty even swallowing now. No matter how good the ordinary soup was, it was hard for it to enter her body. What he was looking for was a divine object that could transform into pure energy, penetrate the body's barriers, and directly awaken the brain's consciousness. Ultimately, he set his sights on the mutated tea tree beneath the century-old plum tree. The tea tree was called the Valley Orchid Tea. Its leaves were like cracked ice, and its tea soup was like a spiritual spring, possessing the miraculous effect of cleansing the soul and reshaping the mind. Lin Fan knew this was it. He carefully plucked the top 9 translucent tender leaves. As soon as the tea leaves landed in his palm, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, as if it could dispel all fatigue and gloom. But that wasn't enough. With a thought, Lin Fan retrieved a handful of pure spiritual spring water from deep within the farm. 10 minutes later, a faint blue flame lit up in the kitchen of the Lin family shop. The roller shutter door was tightly shut, plunging the shop into darkness. Lin Fan stood before the purple gold bagua wok, took a deep breath, and suppressed all distracting thoughts, because this time he wasn't cooking. This time, he was saving lives and also refining medicine. A handful of crystal-clear xiangshui tribute rice was poured into the clay pot. The rice soup was gentle and best suited to protect a weak stomach. Then, the spiritual spring water was slowly poured into the pot. It was brought to a boil over high heat, then simmered over low heat. The purple gold bagua pot heated the rice to an extreme degree, and the rice grains quickly melted into milky white rice porridge. In just 15 minutes, a rich aroma of life wafted from the pot. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he crushed 9 leaves of the orchid in the valley tea, sprinkling them directly into the boiling rice porridge. The moment the tea leaves touched the rice porridge, a bluish mist suddenly rose. It wasn't water vapor, but rather a dense, almost liquefied spiritual energy of heaven and earth, instantly enveloping the entire kitchen. The milky white rice porridge was tinged with a clear, pale blue hue, and an extraordinary aroma immediately burst forth. The rich flavor of the tribute rice, the sweetness of the spiritual spring, and the pure fragrance of orchids from a secluded valley all struck straight to the soul. A system notification sounded. Congratulations to Lin Fan for creating the unique and exquisite medicinal diet, the Orchid in the Valley Heart-Cleansing Porridge. This porridge can transform qi into qi, calm the mind, strengthen the body, and cleanse away impurities. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He immediately put the pot of pale blue porridge into a thermos, tightened the lid, turned around, and rushed out of the kitchen to head to the first municipal hospital again. In the VIP ward, Shun Man hadn't slept all night, sitting on the edge of the bed tightly holding Tuanshuan's little hand. Qin Lang stood in the corridor, frantically contacting top experts across the ocean. Director Sun didn't leave either. He sat on the sofa with a stack of test results in his arms, his eyes bloodshot, muttering to himself that this was illogical. Just then, the ward door was gently pushed open. Lin Fan walked in carrying a thermos, bringing with him the chill of the morning air, and everyone's eyes fell on his hands at the same time. Qin Lang abruptly hung up the phone and rushed into the ward, while Shun Man stood up as if electrocuted. Director Sun stared intently at the silver thermos, as if he had found the only answer. Qin Lang's eyes were bloodshot as he lowered his voice and said urgently, "Brother Lin, you're finally back. I've contacted the top pediatric immunologist at the Mayo Clinic. They said the chartered plane could arrive in Jiangxing this afternoon. If all else fails, we'll take Tuanshuan abroad for treatment." "No need, Qin Lang. Thank you for your trouble." Lin Fan patted Qin Lang on the shoulder, telling him to cancel the private jet and the foreign experts, since Tuanshuan didn't need to go abroad. Qin Lang was stunned. He had been busy all night to find the resources, but Lin Fan only said this and strode towards the hospital bed, his eyes only on his daughter's pale face. Shin Man looked at him with red eyes, her voice trembling, and asked him where he had gone. Lin Fan placed the silver thermos on the bedside table, only saying that he had gone to get something that could wake Tuanshuan up. He spoke steadily, but his fingers still trembled slightly. Even with the system giving him 100% certainty, standing in front of his daughter, he was still afraid of making the slightest mistake. The next second, Lin Fan unscrewed the thermos. As soon as the lid was released, a delicate yet warm fragrance instantly filled the entire VIP ward, leaving everyone stunned. Qin Lang's throat was originally hoarse and sore, but after just one sip, it felt as refreshing as drinking spring water, and his parched throat immediately felt much better. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the thermos, his atoms apple-bobbing. The smell was incredible, like the aroma of rice, or the subtle fragrance of orchid tea. One whiff was enough to make you addicted. Shin Man felt it even more strongly. Ever since she heard about Tuanshuan's accident yesterday afternoon, she hadn't slept a wink all night, and her migraines were so bad that she could barely stand. But as the aroma entered her nostrils, her mind suddenly cleared. The nausea and stinging sensation seemed to be slowly soothed, and her nerves, which had been tense all night, finally relaxed a little. The most shocked person was Director Sunday. He had seen countless effective drugs and knew about aromatherapy, but he had never seen the aroma of a bowl of porridge so calming. He had been a doctor for decades. Lin Fan ignored their expressions and poured the porridge from the thermos into a white porcelain bowl. Only then did everyone realize that it was not ordinary rice porridge at all. The rice grains had long since dissolved, and the porridge was as smooth as glue, with a layer of amber-colored rice oil floating on the surface and a few soft, mushy tea leaves mixed in. This is a refreshing rice porridge that Lin Fan made by simmering orchid tea, xiangshui rice, and natural spring water in a purple gold bagua pot. It is also his last bit of confidence. He scooped up a small spoonful of rice oil, blew on it to warm it to his lips, and tested the temperature to make sure it was warm, but not hot before slowly turning around to approach Tuanshuan. Just as the spoon was about to reach Tuanshuan's mouth, Director Sun suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted to stop. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he even instinctively reached out to stop him. Shin Man's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly asked what had happened. Director Sun's expression was serious. He said he understood Lin Fan's eagerness to save his daughter and also acknowledged the miraculous aroma of the porridge. However, Tuanshuan is currently in a deep self-protective hibernation state and does not respond to the outside world. Most importantly, she has no voluntary swallowing reflex at all. If you force-feed liquid food at this time, the rice cereal may not be able to be swallowed and could flow back into the trachea, causing aspiration pneumonia or even suffocation and death within minutes. This is an absolute contraindication in clinical emergency care. Director Sun's voice was deep as he demanded that Lin Fan stop immediately. If nutrition was truly needed, a feeding tube had to be inserted. Upon hearing the words suffocation death, Shin Man's face turned deathly pale. Qin Lang panicked and hurriedly urged Lin Fan to listen to the doctor, explaining that Tuanshuan was unconscious and couldn't swallow at all. Lin Fan held the porcelain spoon, his gaze fixed on Tuan's face. He didn't back down, and the atmosphere in the ward instantly became extremely tense. Everyone held their breath. Just then, the heavy double wooden door was pushed open with a bang, and a commanding shout rang out from the doorway. "Stop! Who gave you permission to feed them whatever you want?" Everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses walking in quickly, surrounded by a group of chief physicians and head nurses. His face was grim, his gaze sweeping over the hospital bed and the spoon in Lin Fan's hand, his aura so oppressive it was hard to breathe. The man who came was none other than Li Jinhua, the president of Jiangxing City First People's Hospital. Li Jinhua was Qin Lang's father's old classmate for many years. It was thanks to his special approval that Tuanshuan was able to stay in this top-of-the-line special needs ward when medical resources were scarce. The moment Qin Lang saw him, his scalp tingled. Li Jinhua's face was ashen. He had just been downstairs for a consultation when he heard that someone was trying to force-feed a child in deep hibernation. He immediately abandoned his expert duties and rushed upstairs. If the child choked on a mouthful of porridge in the hospital and got sick, the hospital's reputation would be ruined, and he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Qin family. But when he saw the white porcelain bowl in Lin Fan's hand, his brows immediately furrowed. The bowl contained a pale blue rice paste, with an unnaturally strong aroma, yet its texture was as thick as glue. Li Jinhua immediately rebuked him, saying that this was playing with the patients' lives. As the hospital director and attending physician, he ordered Lin Fan to put down the bowl immediately. Tuanshuan currently lacks a voluntary swallowing reflex. Any liquid that goes down could potentially flow back into her trachea. Aspiration pneumonia and mechanical asphyxiation, each of these could be fatal. Li Jinhua grew increasingly angry, ordering the head nurse to take away the bowl and calling for security guards. Qin Lang was so frightened that he rushed over and grabbed Lin Fan's arm, hurriedly explaining that Lin Fan wasn't causing trouble for medical staff. There had been a girl on the street who had suffered severe heat stroke and gone into shock, but she woke up after drinking a little of his plum juice. Li Jinhua didn't believe it at all and shoved Qin Lang away. Heat stroke and severe immune system failure are completely different things. If a bowl of rice porridge could cure diseases, what would be the point of medicine? He then turned his anger towards Director Sun, questioning this pediatric authority whether he was going to stand by and watch Lin Fan disregard human life. Director Sun was covered in sweat and speechless for a moment. Based on decades of medical experience, he fully agreed with Li Jinhua's judgment. Forcing someone to eat when they have no swallowing reflex is basically a death sentence. But the aroma of medicinal food in the air was too strange, too calming. Even his chronic leg pain, caused by years of surgery, felt like it was being gently soothed by the heat. Despite the pressure, Director Sun whispered that Lin Fan was the person he had just reported on. The hematopoietic stem cells of the girl with leukemia downstairs were stabilized by a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes prepared by him. Li Jinhua was stunned for a moment. Of course he knew about that medical miracle. The expert team had been searching for the mysterious person who made that food for the past few days. He stared at Lin Fan's excessively youthful face, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. But the next second, he stuck to his bottom line. Even if the medicinal diet was truly effective, it had to be something he could actually eat. Tuanshuan can't swallow now. Something is stuck in her trachea, and no one can save her. At Li Jinhua's command, 2 male nurses immediately stepped forward, and the head nurse also reached out to take the bowl away. The room was filled with experts trying to stop him, caregivers closing in, and nurses reaching out. Everyone was trying to stop Lin Fan. But Lin Fan didn't argue. He simply looked back at Tuanshuan on the hospital bed. The little girl wore an oxygen mask, a cold-4 needle inserted into the back of her hand. Her face was frighteningly pale, and her breathing was so light it seemed as if it might stop at any moment. Lin Fan's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly. All the noise vanished in that moment. His mind was filled only with the image of Tuanshuan, clinging tightly to his leg at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, crying and pleading for her father. The night she moved into the dilapidated bungalow in the urban village, her stomach was growling with hunger, but she covered her stomach and said she wasn't hungry. Every day, sitting in the kitchen with its greasy fumes, she would laugh and praise her father for being the best cook in the world. She's only 5 years old, so sensible and well-behaved. Why should she suffer like this? Lin Fan has witnessed the wonders of a system, and he has also seen a single dish tear open a crack in a desperate situation. Fried rice with eggs can dispel fatigue, plum juice can pull Su Xiao back from shock, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes can stabilize a girl with leukemia. All those miracles come from his cooking skills. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Li Jinhua, whose face was full of anger, then glanced at Director Sun, who was trembling with nervousness. His voice was low, but every word struck the room like a hammer. Your hospital doesn't need to take responsibility. I, Lin Fan, will take full responsibility for all consequences. He didn't stop after speaking. He gently touched the small spoonful of warm, pale blue rice oil to his dry, chapped lips. It was over. Li Jinhua closed his eyes in anguish. As one of Jiangxing's top medical experts, Li Jinhua could almost see the next second. The child on the hospital bed would have his trachea blocked by rice cereal, convulsing, turning purple, and suffocating. In his eyes, this wasn't saving lives, it was murder. Director Sun was covered in cold sweat, his hand on the emergency call button, waiting for the worst to happen. Xin Man covered her eyes in fright, tears welling up between her fingers, too afraid to look any longer. Qin Lang held his breath, his eyes red as he stared at Lin Fan's hand. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The ward was eerily quiet, save for the beeping of the monitors, each beep sounding like a hammer blow to everyone's heart. Just when everyone thought disaster was about to strike, the little girl, who was deemed to have no swallowing reflex, moved her delicate throat slightly. Gulp, a barely audible swallowing sound rang out clearly in the ward. She had swallowed the half-spoonful of rice oil steadily. There was no choking, no blockage, and no danger whatsoever. Li Jinhua's eyes widened suddenly, as if struck by lightning, and the certainty on his face shattered instantly. Director Sun stumbled back several steps, nearly knocking over the medical cart. His voice trembled, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? In a deep coma, the patient was surprisingly stimulated by the taste of food, triggering their most primal instinct to swallow. To doctors, this was something that only existed in theory. Unless the food is so finely processed that it has no coarseness whatsoever, and its aroma can penetrate the body's barrier to awaken nerve reflexes, it's impossible to achieve this. But Lin Fan's bowl of porridge truly did. Lin Fan ignored the shock behind him. His hands remained frighteningly steady. Spoon after spoonful, he fed Tuanshuan the bowl of orchid in the valley, tranquil and serene porridge. The pure nutrients contained in top-quality ingredients traveled down the esophagus into the stomach. The parched body cells absorbed them frantically, like parched land receiving timely rain. A few minutes later, the last spoonful was finished. Lin Fan put down the white porcelain bowl, took out a tissue, and gently wiped away the rice oil remaining at the corner of his daughter's mouth. The ward fell silent again. Everyone's eyes darted back and forth between Tuanshuan's face and the monitor. Even Li Jinhua forgot to breathe. The next second, the monitor's sound changed. The previously weak and gentle beeping suddenly became crisp and strong, like a sleeping heart awakening anew. Director Sun lunged at the instrument, his eyes almost touching the screen. He was trembling, his voice cracking. It's moving. The indicators are moving. Blood oxygen saturation has been rising steadily, 95, 97, 99, directly to full value. Heart rate has returned to the strongest range for children of the same age. Blood pressure was stable, respiratory rate was stable, and all indicators were improving, even better than those of healthy children. Director Sun burst into tears on the spot. He turned to look at Li Jinhua, his voice hoarse with excitement. Dean, the huge gap that her body needed to repair has been filled by this bowl of medicinal food. The deep hibernation protection mechanism that Tuanshuan had activated was being forcibly deactivated. Just as the words were spoken, a soft groan suddenly came from the hospital bed. The sound was weak, yet clear as a thunderclap. Lin Fan's body jolted, his breath caught in his throat as he gripped Tuan's small hand. Under the tearful and shocked gazes of everyone, Tuanshuan's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a healthy blush slowly rose on her pale face. Finally, she struggled to open her eyes. Her clear eyes were still hazy from just waking up. After blinking a few times, her gaze settled on Lin Fan's face. "Daddy," the little girl called out in a childish voice, her voice still a little weak, but she no longer had the sickly, near-death state she had been in before. She gently moved her little hand, which Lin Fan was holding, and sniffed hard. Her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had discovered some treasure. "Daddy, it smells so good." Tuanshuan smacked her lips, seemingly still savoring the sweet fragrance, and her little tummy rumbled in agreement. She looked at Lin Fan, a bright smile spreading across her face, revealing two little tiger teeth. Daddy, Tuanshuan's tummy is hungry, and she wants to eat the food Daddy makes. Upon hearing those familiar words, Shin Man could no longer hold back. She covered her mouth, turned around, and burst into tears. Qin Lang's eyes were red-rimmed. He turned his face away and frantically wiped away his tears. He scolded in a sob. This little girl just came back from the brink of death. All she knows is to eat. She almost scared Uncle Qin to death. Li Jinhua, lying at the foot of the hospital bed, had long since frozen like a stone statue. The top medical journals he had read and the international conferences he had attended were all shattered by a bowl of rice and oil. He witnessed firsthand how a child who was on the verge of multiple organ failure miraculously awoke after drinking just one bowl of rice oil, and whose vital signs returned to an astonishing level. Li Jinhua murmured, quickly walked up to Lin Fan, his eyes wide with shock, almost in a daze. How? How did they do that? Master Lin. Master Lin. Li Jinhua's address changed on the spot, his voice full of regret and awe. His previous arrogance had been completely shattered. He stared at the bowl of rice oil in Lin Fan's hand, his mind filled with shock, repeatedly asking what kind of rare extract it was that could pull a person back from a deep sleep. Lin Fan caught his body as he was about to bend over, his tone still steady, but his heart was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. Just now, he himself had also gambled with his life. Fortunately, this medicinal meal, made with top-quality ingredients, really pulled Tuanshuan back from the brink of danger. The little girl on the hospital bed slowly sat up, opening her eyes and looking around. Qin Lang was completely dumbfounded. He rushed over and exclaimed repeatedly that Lin Fan's skill was simply divine. If the news got out, the wealthy people in the capital would probably line up to beg for a bowl of porridge. Shin Man wiped away her tears, walked to the bedside, and gently stroked Tuan's head. Her gaze towards Lin Fan had changed. Gratitude was mixed with a fluttering heart, and even her heartbeat skipped a few beats. This man can cook dishes that drive people crazy in the kitchen, protect those around him in dangerous moments, and even make the most authoritative doctors lose their confidence. Tuanshuan was frightened by Li Jinhua's fanatical gaze, shrank into Lin Fan's arms, and whispered to the white-haired grandpa why he kept staring at her, her tone full of unease. She stretched out her little arms again, wanting to go home in her childish voice, saying that the place smelled of disinfectant and was unpleasant. Lin Fan just smiled and hugged her tightly. He turned to look at Li Jinhua and director's son, and directly requested to be discharged. Now that Tuanshuan was awake and her condition had stabilized, there was no need for her to stay in the hospital any longer. Li Jinhua was stunned when he heard this and quickly advised him to observe for a few more days, since the illness was dangerous and they couldn't let their guard down even if he woke up. But Lin Fan still shook his head and refused. He knew Tuanshuan's condition very well, and he knew that what she needed most right now wasn't hospital equipment, but the 3 meals he prepared for her every day. His words were calm, but they carried great weight. Looking at the near-perfect data on the monitor, and then recalling that bowl of illogical, calming porridge, Li Jinhua's medical knowledge suddenly vanished. He could only sigh and release the person. At the entrance of the first municipal hospital, morning light pierced through the thin mist. Lin Fan stood on the steps, holding Tuanshuan in his arms. The little girl was wrapped around his neck, and she had almost fully recovered. Lin Fan didn't rush home. Instead, he looked at Qin Lang and Shin Man behind him and said, "Let's go to the shop first. We're not open to the public today. We have to make up for the big meal we promised last night." He also mentioned that he had said yesterday afternoon that he would try out new dishes with Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Lang, and Shin Man tonight. Although it was delayed by an unexpected situation, he couldn't go back on his promise. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang feigned politeness, but his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He'd been drooling over the new dish since yesterday afternoon, and now, hearing it brought his spirits back to normal. Lin Fan settled Tuan into her car seat and calmly told them to follow him in their car. Shin Man watched his retreating figure, a surge of warmth rising in her heart, but she didn't say anything more. 2 cars drove one after the other towards Phoenix Golden Street. At 8 o'clock in the morning, most of the shops on the street were still closed, but the shutters of Lin's shop were tightly shut, and the shop was unusually quiet. Su Xiaoxiao stood behind the cashier, staring blankly at her phone. She hadn't slept well all night, her heart constantly in turmoil, fearing that something might have really happened to Tuanchuan. When the roller shutter door was pushed open halfway from the outside, she almost immediately sprang up, not even caring that the chair was knocked over, and rushed out, calling out Brother Lin first. She had just run to the door when she saw Lin Fan carrying Tuanchuan in, followed by Qin Lang, and Shunman. Tuanchuan also raised her little hand and sweetly called out to her. Seeing that Tuanchuan's face was rosy and he was jumping around energetically, Su Xiaoxiao's heart, which had been hanging in suspense all night, finally settled down. She quickly touched Tuanchuan's little hand. It was warm, and only then was she completely relieved. Lin Fan put Tuan Tuan down, glanced at Su Xiaoxiao's red eyes, and knew that she hadn't slept well last night. He told her not to push herself, to close the door and rest today, and to just send a notification in the group. After saying that, he pulled down and locked the door, hung up the resting sign, and turned to walk towards the kitchen. The others outside played with Tuanchuan while he made up for the big meal he'd missed last night. As soon as the glass door to the kitchen closed, Lin Fan closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into the farm space. When he opened them again, there were fresh ingredients on the work table, a rack of Black Mountain pork ribs, and several large spiritual spring hairy crabs. 10 minutes later, the work table was filled with fresh ingredients. Black Mountain pork ribs, hairy crabs, green-backed river shrimp, and Kongu Yulan tea were all ready. Lin Fan was going to cook these into a new meal. He first made the sweet and sour pork ribs that the group had specifically requested. After blanching the ribs to remove the foam, he stir-fried sugar in a pan to caramelize them, then poured in plum juice to enhance the sourness, instantly adding a layer of mellow fruit flavor to the aroma of the meat. On the other side, the hairy crabs are cleaned and placed in a steamer, with ginger slices and perilla leaves laid out. They are then steamed over high heat to lock in their freshness, ready to be served at the end. After finishing these tasks, Lin Fan turned his attention to the basin of green-backed river shrimp. The shrimp, which had grown up in the spiritual spring, had shells that were half green and half translucent, and were full of vitality, constantly jumping around in the basin. The most time-consuming part of making Longjing shrimp is peeling, but in Lin Fan's hands, it's as quick as instinct. He pinches the shrimp head and squeezes, and the whole shrimp meat slides into the bowl, shining white. After peeling 2 pounds of river shrimp, only a small bowl of shrimp meat remained. Lin Fan washed and drained the shrimp, added half an egg white, sprinkled salt and cornstarch, and mixed it in one direction until the shrimp meat immediately became gelatinous. Then he put the shrimp into the temperature-controlled refrigerator. While waiting, he grabbed a pinch of empty valley orchid tea, poured in 80-degree warm water, and the tea leaves slowly unfurled, releasing their orchid fragrance. The aroma wasn't overpowering, yet it went straight into your nose, like freshly blooming flowers in a valley after the rain, instantly clearing your mind. Lin Fan filtered out the tea, keeping only the steeped tea leaves for later use. Once the ribs had reduced their sauce and were ready to serve, and the hairy crabs had steamed until they were orange-red and glistening with oil, Lin Fan set up the purple gold bagua wok, heated it up, poured in the oil, and prepared to finish this new dish. When the oil was at 30% heat, he poured the chilled shrimp into the pan. With a flick of his chopsticks, the shrimp meat instantly changed color, turning from translucent to jade white. In less than 10 seconds, he used a slotted spoon to scoop them out and drain the oil. Leave some oil in the pan, add the tea leaves, and stir-fry lightly to release their fragrance. Then return the shrimp to the pan, pour in the tea broth, stir-fry over high heat for 3 seconds, and coat the shrimp with a thin cornstarch slurry. The pinkish white and emerald green shrimp will then be placed on a plate. In the front hall, Qin Lang was dozing off in his chair, Shin Man was teaching Tuan Tuan how to fold paper airplanes, and Su Xiaoxiao was watching from the side. Lin Fan brought 3 dishes and a large bowl of fragrant rice to the table, and the aroma of the rice woke everyone up. Shin Man picked up a shrimp first, and with a soft crunch in her mouth, the meat was surprisingly crisp, releasing a burst of sweetness and tea aroma. Qin Lang followed suit, completely stunned, while Tuanchuan eagerly called for more. Lin Fan scooped a few shrimp for his daughter, and the group quickly emptied the table. The pork ribs were sweet and sour and fell off the bone. The crab was full of roe and fat, and the shrimp were refreshing and not greasy. Qin Lang even mixed the broth into his rice. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, patted his bulging belly, and let out a long burp. After finishing this meal, he felt completely revitalized, and pulling 2 all-nighters wouldn't have been a problem for him. Shin Man put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and looked at Lin Fan. Her arrogance had lessened, replaced by earnestness. She whispered a sincere thank you. Lin Fan ignored the formalities, simply collecting the empty plates, his tone calm. He knew that the 2 of them had indeed been running around the hospital last night, helping Tuanchuan a great deal. Qin Lang's smile vanished, and his expression immediately turned serious. He mentioned what Dean Li and Director Sun had said, reminding Lin Fan that Tuan's immune system problem was only temporarily suppressed. The underlying cause remained, and they couldn't let their guard down. Shin Man nodded in agreement, agreeing that it was best to listen to the doctor. Once Tuanchuan's condition stabilized a bit more, they would have her undergo a comprehensive checkup, just in case something went wrong and it was too late to remedy the situation. Lin Fan paused, his gaze falling on Tuan beside the sofa. The little one was playing with a crab leg, looking innocent and carefree. He quickly regained his composure, picked up the tray, and responded calmly. He would keep a close eye on Tuanchuan's body, and if anything seemed amiss, he would take her for a checkup immediately. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes fell on the empty celadone plate on the table. He had just tasted the orchid in the valley shrimp dish, and now, recalling it, he couldn't help but smack his lips. The aroma of tea paired with the freshness of the shrimp was excessively refreshing, even making Shun Man look expectant. But Lin Fan shook his head. This dish wouldn't be on the menu for the time being. Qin Lang was stunned, feeling it was a real waste to keep such good food unsold. Lin Fan, however, was more direct. The key wasn't the shrimp, but the tea, which had a very low production volume. This small batch today is the limit of what he can offer right now. If it were really put on the menu, with this amount of customers, the inventory would be emptied in half an hour. Qin Lang could only sigh after hearing this, accepting the reality. He expressed his regret, but he knew in his heart that truly good things are never so cheap that they become commonplace. Shin Man glanced at the time and asked when the restaurant would reopen. Lin Fan answered readily, "We'll be open as usual tomorrow. Today is enough." As the 2 prepared to leave, Tuanchuan waved goodbye obediently. Lin Fan locked the shop door and told Su Xiaoxiao to go back and rest, and to return to work as usual tomorrow. After everyone left, the shop fell silent. Lin Fan wiped the counter with a rag, his mind racing with plans for the next move, when his phone rang. He glanced down and saw a WeChat friend request. The profile picture was a blank landscape photo, and the note was very short. Li Jinhua from the First Municipal Hospital. Sorry to bother you. I have something important to discuss. Lin Fan stared at the line of text for 2 seconds, then immediately accepted the verification. Almost as soon as he accepted, a message popped up from the other party, who had clearly been waiting in front of their phone. Master Lin, I apologize for bothering you, but are you available now? I have a matter of life and death that I would like to ask you for help in person. Lin Fan glanced at Tuanchuan on the sofa and replied with 4 words, I'm in the shop. A few seconds later, the other party replied instantly, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lin Fan put away his phone, first covering Tuanchuan with a blanket, then poured himself a glass of water. Not long after, Su Xiaoxiao also sent a message, her tone full of panic. The reservation list in the group had already reached number 200, and many people, fearing they wouldn't be able to secure a spot, directly transferred their money to her. She had nearly 170,000 yuan in her WeChat wallet, and her hands were starting to tremble. Lin Fan replied calmly, telling her not to transfer the money yet, to keep it for now, and to just get the list organized. The packaging cans from Qin Lang's side would arrive early tomorrow morning, and the goods would be shipped out in order. This money was a solid guarantee. Just after the message was sent, a slight breaking sound came from outside the store. Lin Fan pushed the roller shutter door up to about a meter high, and a black Passat was parked on the side of the road. Li Jinhua changed into casual clothes, clutching a thick file folder tightly to his chest, and strode over. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he lowered his posture considerably, his voice filled with urgent apology. Master Lin, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, he said, before heading into the shop as if he would have been driven to his breaking point if he had been any later. Lin Fan pulled the door shut again, leaving only a warm light on the bar counter in the shop. Li Jinhua stood by the table, still catching his breath, and immediately opened the file folder, handing over a stack of medical records and lab reports. His hands were trembling, and his voice was heavy. "Master Lin, I've never asked anyone for a favor in my life." Li Jinhua's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were red. He told Lin Fan that his old commander had been wounded on the battlefield in his early years, which left him with a chronic stomach ailment. 6 months ago, he was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. The surgery removed 4/5 of his stomach, temporarily saving his life, but complications and chemotherapy completely destroyed his digestive system, making his condition worse than anyone had imagined. The former leader now suffers from severe anorexia, and his digestive system is barely functioning. Even a sip of liquid food will cause him to vomit violently, eventually emptying his stomach and intestines completely. He is now on the verge of death with intravenous nutrition, but his blood vessels have hardened to the point that even a needle cannot be inserted. Domestic and international experts have consulted more than 10 times, but have only been given 3 days to recover. Lin Fan listened quietly, his gaze sweeping over the medical record. He didn't fully understand the technical data, but he could tell that the patient was on the verge of death. He calmly asked Li Jinhua what he wanted him to do. Li Jinhua, as if grasping at a last straw, immediately revealed his true intentions. He had personally witnessed Lin Fan pull his niece with a rare disease back from the brink of death with a bowl of rice and oil, and he had also heard Director Sun say that a girl with leukemia stabilized her failing condition by eating scrambled eggs with tomatoes. In Li Jinhua's eyes, the ingredients and medicinal cuisine in Lin Fan's hands were no longer ordinary food, but magical substances that could reshape cell activity and soothe the stomach and intestines. He begged Lin Fan to brew another bowl of pale blue rice oil, offering to pay whatever price he wanted. No sooner had he finished speaking than the over 60-year-old dean bent his knees, preparing to kneel down on the spot. Lin Fan reacted quickly, grabbing his arm and steadying him. Treating patients was a doctor's job. He was just a cook. But if the old commander wants to eat, he can cook. He just can't guarantee the ingredients will be effective. Hearing this, Li Jinhua's gloomy eyes instantly lit up. He understood that Lin Fan's willingness to agree meant that the old commander still had a glimmer of hope. He was willing to take full responsibility and would never let Lin Fan get into trouble. Lin Fan waved his hand to interrupt him. The old commander had most of his stomach removed and was suffering from severe rejection and vomiting, so the rice porridge he had been eating was no longer suitable. No matter how mild rice porridge was, it was still essentially a carbohydrate. For a patient whose stomach acid had almost disappeared and whose gastric mucosa was destroyed, it was still a heavy burden. Even worse, the old commander's esophagus had been repeatedly burned by bile, and now even drinking water would probably feel like swallowing razor blades. Li Jinhua listened in stunned silence, nodding repeatedly. Lin Fan simply said to change the ingredient, then retied his apron, turned and walked towards the kitchen, telling Li Jinhua to wait outside for 10 minutes. Li Jinhua immediately stood up straight, blocking the doorway like a veteran on guard duty, ensuring not even a fly would get in. Lin Fan closed and locked the door, then closed his eyes. The next second, his consciousness sank into the system farm. Dense spiritual mist swirled around him. He didn't look at the cabbages and Black Mountain pigs, but went straight to the spiritual spring fish pond. Besides hairy crabs and green-backed river shrimp, this fish pond also contains a very special spiritual plant growing in the silt of the deep water area, which is perfect for the current illness. With a thought, Lin Fan caused the calm water surface to part instantly. A huge lotus root, over a meter long and as translucent as mutton fat jade, slowly rose from the mud. A system notification sounded. The supreme spiritual plant, jade bone lotus root, has been successfully harvested. It grows at the bottom of the primordial spiritual spring, absorbing the essence of water and wood, and is extremely mild, untouched by mortal fire. Holding the heavy jade bone spirit lotus root, Lin Fan already knew what was going on. Ordinary lotus root powder is already good for the stomach and promotes saliva production, and is very easy to digest, let alone this spirit lotus root that has absorbed the essence of the spiritual spring. Its gentle restorative power was exactly what the old leader's damaged stomach needed. Back in reality, Lin Fan placed the spirit lotus root on the cutting board. This thing cannot come into contact with iron, otherwise it will damage the pure wood's properties. Lin Fan took out a ceramic knife, gently scraped off the thin skin, and then cut it into small pieces. He placed the lotus root pieces into the stone mill, added a small amount of the original spiritual spring water, and slowly pushed and pulled. Soon, a pure white and delicate lotus root paste, like milk, flowed out. The fragrance was extremely faint, yet it resembled the scent of aquatic plants after rain, clean enough to wash away any gloom in one's heart. Lin Fan poured the lotus root pulp into a fine gauze and filtered it vigorously. All the coarse fiber residue was filtered out, leaving only the purest starch slurry. After letting it stand for 5 minutes, he poured off the top layer of clear water, leaving a layer of fine, white powder at the bottom of the bowl. This is the core of the jade bone spirit lotus root, its spiritual essence and starch. However, for a patient with severe anorexia, mere repair is not enough. Their appetite must first be awakened. Lin Fan took out the Tianshan snow lotus honey from the storage cabinet, picked out only a tiny bit the size of a fingernail, and placed it into the white frost. As the golden honey light fell, its fragrance was instantly aroused. He then lifted the boiling spring water and poured it high into the pot. The scalding water splashed into the white porcelain bowl, where it violently mingled with the lotus root starch and snow lotus honey. A strange change occurred immediately. The pure white powder swelled and gelatinized upon contact with water, and within seconds, a bowl of translucent amber-colored, thick, gelatinous liquid, resembling the finest bird's nest, took shape. A unique aroma, a blend of the cool fragrance of Tianshan snow lotus, the sweet scent of wildflower honey, and the moisture of jade like lotus root, instantly filled the kitchen, as gentle as a hand caressing one's internal organs. A notification popped up before Lin Fan's eyes. The Jade Bone Ice Heart Lotus Root Powder was successfully created, rated as the only one of its kind. It is extremely gentle and moisturizing, capable of soothing chronic illnesses, nourishing a weakened body, and reviving the instincts of those on the verge of death. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Chief Yan's internal organs were almost completely depleted, and his will to live was nearly gone. Strong medicine would only harm his body. What he truly needed was this gentle life-giving force. He took out a brand-new, top-of-the-line vacuum-insulated container, carefully poured in the amber-colored lotus root powder, and sealed the lid. When he pushed open the door, Li Jinhua was already pacing back and forth anxiously, his face pale. Upon smelling the lingering fragrance, Li Jinhua shuddered, his voice trembling. Lin Fan handed him the thermos, telling him that the lotus root starch was at 45 degrees Celsius, smooth to the taste, and didn't require chewing. Li Jinhua held the thermos in both hands, tears welling up in his eyes. He thanked her repeatedly and offered to transfer money immediately. But Lin Fan simply washed his hands and calmly replied, "No need. This bowl of lotus root starch is on the veteran who shed blood on the battlefield to defend his country." Li Jinhua trembled, said nothing more, and saluted Lin Fan's back. The next second, he rushed out of the store with the thermos in his arms, opened the car door, and floored the accelerator. The Passat sped off like an arrow, heading straight for the top-floor intensive care unit of Jiangxing Military Region General Hospital. At this moment, on the top floor of the hospital, armed guards stood watch every few steps, making the entire floor impenetrable. The air was thick with tension, and everyone knew that time was running out. In the deepest part of the intensive care unit, the top-of-the-line life support equipment emitted a cold, beeping sound. Lying on the bed was a withered old man, none other than the iron-blooded General Yin Dinghua. The former commander, who once struck fear into the hearts of his enemies, is now suffering from late-stage stomach cancer and severe anorexia until the end of his life. His cheeks are sunken, and his arms are covered with needle marks and bruises. Experts stood around the hospital bed, but no one dared to speak. Yin Feng, the old man's grandson, wearing camouflage, held his grandfather's cold, withered hand tightly, his eyes frighteningly red. The military medical authority finally sighed, saying that the old commander's blood vessels were already brittle, and even a fine needle could not be inserted. Forcing him to receive intravenous nutrition would only cause the veins to rupture and lead to systemic edema. Even more devastatingly, the prolonged vomiting had caused severe ulceration of the esophageal mucosa, almost completely halting the digestive system. The military doctor gritted his teeth and uttered the cruelest words. He had at most a few hours left. Prepare for the worst. Yin Feng's tall frame swayed suddenly, as if all his strength had been drained. His grandfather had never bowed his head, even amidst gunfire. Yet in his old age he was to starve and die in agony. This was too cruel for a soldier. Just as everyone was preparing to remove the tubes, the ward door was suddenly kicked open. Li Jinhua rushed in, covered in sweat, clutching a silver thermos tightly, shouting that the old commander could still be saved. The guard drew his gun instantly, only lowering it after recognizing Dean Li Jinhua. Yin Feng, however, was like an enraged lion, grabbing him by the collar and angrily demanding to know why he was being saved when the experts had already declared him dead. Li Jinhua desperately protected the thermos, saying that it was a top-quality medicinal diet that he had just obtained from a reclusive master, and that as long as the old leader ate it, his condition would definitely stabilize. The military medical experts in the ward all changed their expressions. The authoritative doctor immediately rebuked him, saying that the old commander's esophagus and stomach were rotten, and he would vomit and spasm even if he drank warm water. Eating him now would be murder. Yin Feng's eyes also turned cold. Considering the relationship between the two families, he would not pursue Li Jinhua's nonsense, but he would never allow anyone to add any more pain to his grandfather in the final moments. Two guards immediately stepped forward to drag him away. Li Jinhua, his eyes bloodshot with rage, shoved them aside and roared hoarsely. Either way, I'm going to die, so why not give it a try? He held up the thermos and made a stern statement in front of everyone. If the lotus root starch didn't work and something happened to the old leader, he, Li Jinhua, would immediately take off his white coat and jump off the roof to be buried with him. Li Jinhua's words, which he vouched for with his life, struck the hospital room like a heavy hammer. Yin Feng stared into his bloodshot eyes, a faint glimmer of hope suddenly rising from his despair. Just as everyone froze, the old commander Yin on the hospital bed suddenly stopped breathing. The monitor emitted a piercing long beep, and everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. The military medical expert's expression changed drastically. He screamed that the heart rate was dropping and the blood pressure was plummeting, and immediately prepared a pacemaker. Yin Feng rushed to the bedside, his eyes bloodshot, and called out to his grandfather. But time was running out. Li Jinhua shoved the doctor aside, rushed to the bedside, and unscrewed the silver thermos in his hand without the slightest hesitation. The moment the lid was opened, a wonderful fragrance burst forth. The smell of disinfectant and the deathly atmosphere in the ward were swept away, and everyone instinctively held their breath. The fragrance was cool and sweet, yet carried an indescribable vitality. Yin Feng only took one sniff, and the tightness in his chest dissipated, and his mind became clearer. The expert, who had been vehemently opposing it just moments before, stared wide-eyed at the insulated container, his face filled with shock. He tried to speak to stop him, but Li Jinhua had already scooped up a spoonful of amber-colored lotus root starch. That was the jade bone ice heart lotus root powder that Lin Fan had sent. It was thick and stringy, like a spoonful of living spiritual liquid. Li Jinhua whispered an apology and pried open old Yan's withered lips. As the lotus root starch entered his mouth, Yin Feng clenched his fists until they turned white, his nails digging into his palms. He was afraid his grandfather would cough up blood, afraid he would vomit, afraid that even his last glimmer of hope would be shattered on the spot. Several military doctors were also sweating profusely with tension, their hands already gripping the negative pressure suction device, waiting for the elderly man to cough. But 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed. There was no coughing, no convulsions, and no vomiting of blood in the ward. The next moment, a very soft swallowing sound rang out, striking everyone's ears like a thunderclap. Chief Yin swallowed it. This terminally ill patient, who had been diagnosed with the loss of even the swallowing reflex, actually swallowed the food instinctively, leaving all the experts stunned on the spot. The authoritative expert's legs went weak, and he slumped into his chair, his expression completely broken. Li Jinhua, tears streaming down his face, dared not stop and immediately scooped up a second spoonful. He ate the second spoonful, the third spoonful, one after another. In just 3 minutes, the old commander swallowed the entire small bowl of lotus root starch. As the last spoonful was swallowed, the monitor suddenly beeped rapidly and forcefully. It wasn't a death alarm, but the sound of vital signs returning. The military medical expert jumped up, pointing at the screen and shouting miracle. Chief Yan's blood pressure had risen, his heart rate had increased, and his stomach was frantically absorbing nutrients. Yin Feng stood like a wooden stake, staring blankly at the hospital bed. A genuine rosy hue appeared on his grandfather's ashen face, and his tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. That was the peace that came only after being free from suffering. Then, Chief Yin sighed softly. His eyelids, which had been closed for 3 days and 3 nights, trembled, and he slowly opened them. His eyes were still weak, but the deathly aura within them had dissipated. The old man struggled to move his eyes, looking at Yin Feng, who was already sobbing uncontrollably, and his lips moved slightly. Xiao Feng. Yin Feng knelt down in front of the bed with a thud, holding his grandfather's hands, which were so thin they were just bones, his voice trembling so badly he could barely speak. He asked his grandfather where it hurt and how he felt. A glimmer of light appeared in the old Commander Yan's eyes, and he shook his head very slowly, saying in a hoarse voice that it didn't hurt anymore and that his stomach felt warm. The old man looked with difficulty at the empty thermos in Li Jinhua's hand, swallowed hard, and asked intermittently, "Is there any more of that sweet porridge?" This sentence sent chills down the spines of all the experts in the ward. A late-stage stomach cancer patient who hadn't eaten on his own for 6 months and was only kept alive by intravenous fluids actually asked for a second bowl of food. This was no longer a medical miracle. It overturned all their previous judgments. The military doctor snapped back to reality and immediately shouted, "Quickly perform a bedside ultrasound to assess the gastrointestinal condition." Chapter 192, The World-Saving Chef. The authoritative expert who had just vehemently opposed the idea grabbed a portable ultrasound probe and pressed it against old Yan's abdomen. As the image appeared on the screen, several military doctors who had gathered around to look gasped in unison. How is this possible? The expert stared intently at the screen, his voice trembling violently with shock. The old commander's gastrointestinal spasms have completely stopped. Upon hearing the expert's verdict, Yin Feng could no longer contain his elation and lingering fear. He suddenly stood up, turned around, and looked at Li Jinhua, whose face was covered in sweat and whose eyes were red. Without any hesitation, the Special Operations Brigade commander, a high-ranking officer, suddenly brought his legs together and bowed deeply to Li Jinhua, his voice trembling yet resounding. "Uncle Li, I was a bastard, Yin Feng. I was blind and offended you. Your great kindness will never be forgotten by our Yin family." "No, Captain Yin, get up right now." Li Jinhua quickly stepped forward to help Yin Feng up, but Yin Feng shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "What kind of benefactor am I? I was just a gopher." The one who truly pulled the old commander back from the brink of death was that reclusive master who made this medicinal dish. Yin Feng grabbed Li Jinhua's hand tightly, his eyes bloodshot and his breathing rapid. "Uncle Li, who exactly is this old miracle doctor? Which national pharmacy is he in? Or which large compound in Beijing? No matter what conditions he demands, even if it costs me, Yin Feng's, life, I won't flinch. I beg him to come out of seclusion and save my grandfather." All the military doctors present also pricked up their ears. The ability to concoct such miraculous medicinal diets that can instantly soothe organ failure and restore vitality is truly a testament to the medical community's greatness. However, Li Jinhua gave a wry smile and shook his head. He's not some national-level expert doctor, nor does he work in any prestigious hospital. His name is Lin Fan. He's a chef at a small restaurant on Phoenix Golden Street in Jiangqing. Chef. Yin Feng was stunned, and the top military doctors were also completely dumbfounded. A cook running a small restaurant on a commercial street, with a bowl of sweet porridge he casually made, managed to completely outshine these experts who had access to the world's most advanced equipment. Not only that, Li Jinhua took a deep breath, a deep sense of awe flashing in his eyes. I just begged him to name his price, saying I would pay any amount. But Master Lin refused. Li Jinhua looked at old Yan on the hospital bed, his voice gradually becoming solemn. Master Lin said, "Since he's a veteran who shed blood on the battlefield to defend his country, this bowl of lotus root starch is on me." Upon hearing this, Yin Feng stood frozen in place, tears blurring his vision once again. Yin Feng murmured the same sentence repeatedly, feeling a surge of hot blood churning violently in his chest. Not for fame, not for profit. Just because he heard that the patient was a veteran who had shed blood for his country, he did not hesitate to take out this life-saving drug that was enough to cause a huge upheaval in the world, and he did not even accept a penny of money. What an extraordinary and magnanimous spirit. This is a true reclusive master, a peerless national hero. Yin Feng suddenly turned around and shouted at the guard at the door. "Guard, arrive. Immediately locate Master Lin's residence and shop. Notify the guard company to be on high alert. Yin Feng said, enunciating each word clearly. I will personally go to Master Lin's door and kowtow. No matter what, I must ask Master Lin to save my grandfather's life. At the same time, the kitchen of Lin's shop on Phoenix Golden Street. Lin Fan was sitting in a chair, resting with his eyes closed. At that moment, a series of system notification sounds suddenly rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! The vital signs of the critically ill patient have been detected, and the patient is out of danger. Hidden main quest. The benevolent chef completed. Current progress, March 3rd. Hidden quest completion rating, perfect. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 rare spiritual plant seeds. Millennial Wild Ginseng. Seed description. A top-tier life-saving elixir nurtured by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Its growth cycle is extremely long, but when grown in the spirit form, its medicinal effects far surpass those of a 100-year-old wild ginseng. Slicing and holding it in the mouth can instantly stabilize the heart. When added to dishes, it greatly replenishes vital energy and strengthens the body's foundation. Congratulations, host. The flow rate of all attributes in your farm space has been permanently increased by 200%. Current farm growth rate. 1 day outside equals 30 days on the farm. With the added effect of basic growth fertilizer, the growth cycle will be even more terrifying. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine recipe, a century-old secret recipe for roasted duck. This series of system notifications, like thunderclaps, exploded in my mind. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, an undisguised burst of ecstasy and extreme shock erupted from those eyes. Flow rate increased by 200%. 1 day outside is equivalent to 30 days inside the farm. Lin Fan gasped, his heart pounding. What does that mean? This means that the rice and cabbage on his farm that originally took 3 or 4 days to mature can now be harvested in just 1 or 2 days. Those fruit trees and aquatic products with slow growth cycles will experience a terrifying explosion in yield, multiplying exponentially. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent thoughts in his mind. He closed his eyes. Enter the farm. After a slight feeling of weightlessness, when Lin Fan stood once again on the vast land of the farm, the scene before him stunned him. The air on the farm was filled with a dense, milky white mist that was visible to the naked eye. The spiritual mist was no longer just floating lightly in the air as before, but was so thick that it seemed to be dripping with water. With each breath, you can feel an extremely pure life energy flowing through your nasal cavity into your limbs and bones, making you feel refreshed and all fatigue gone. Without delay, he walked straight to the most fertile open space next to the rice paddy. With a thought, 10 seeds of the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, each only the size of a soybean and entirely purplish red, appeared in his palm. Dig holes, sow seeds, and cover with soil. He brought a bucket of spiritual spring water and watered the plants evenly. With the terrifying boost of a flow rate 200 times greater, the soil loosened slightly, and several tender green shoots instantly broke through the soil and emerged. Lin Fan stood up, walked towards the Heavenly Craft Workshop, and issued a one-click harvest command in his mind. Large swaths of ripe rice and vegetables transformed into streams of light and flew into the funnel. The machine ran smoothly, and the finished product outlet quickly filled with woven bags full of new rice and fresh vegetables. After finishing his farm work, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bluestone slab in front of the thatched hut, a thought suddenly occurring to him. System, receive the divine recipe, centennial secret recipe for roasted duck. The words had barely left his mouth. Chapter 193, A Century of Heritage. A massive and profound flow of information was forcefully poured into Lin Fan's mind. A full 10 minutes passed. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. I see. This is the essence of a century-old secret recipe. Lin Fan muttered to himself. An amateur eating roast duck only tastes the seasonings and the greasiness in their mouth. But the essence of this divine hanging oven roast duck lies in the fragrance of fruitwood permeating the bone marrow, the crispy skin and tender meat, and the translucent texture where fat melts into water. However, there are currently no ducks being raised on the system's farm. Although some aquatic products have been introduced into the pond, the only poultry are chickens. It seems I'll have to go to the market myself. Lin Fan stood up, dusted off his trousers, and exited the farm space. The next day, at 4 in the morning, the room was quiet, with only the faint sound of the central air conditioning blowing air. Lin Fan tiptoed to the bedroom door and peeked through a crack. Tuanchuan was sleeping soundly, hugging her big strawberry bear, her breathing steady. Lin Fan changed into a dirt-resistant gray tracksuit, grabbed his car keys and phone, and quietly closed the door. At 4:30 a.m. in Jiangcheng, it was still dark and the streets were deserted. But the largest agricultural wholesale market in Jiangcheng, located on the outskirts of the city, was already brightly lit and bustling with people. This is the stomach of the entire city, with countless vans and tricycles coming and going, and the air is filled with a complex mix of smells from fresh produce, vegetables, soil, and poultry droppings. Lin Fan drove his Wuling Hongguang, skillfully weaving through the congested traffic, heading straight for the live poultry trading area. Making this hanging oven-roasted duck requires very strict requirements for the duck. It can't be too lean, otherwise the meat will be dry and hard to swallow after grilling. It also can't be too fatty, otherwise it will be greasy and you'll get tired of it after just a couple of pieces. The best choice is a high-quality white feathered duck weighing around 4.5 to 5 pounds, with the right amount of force feeding. Lin Fan walked around the large poultry stalls, stopping frequently, his eyes quickly scanning the rows of duck cages. "Boss, come and see the ducks? They were just brought over from the countryside today, and they're very plump." A stall owner wearing rubber boots and a black waterproof apron greeted him warmly. Lin Fan squatted down and reached into the cage to grab a white duck. He didn't look at the duck's size, but instead pinched the muscles on both sides of the duck's breast to feel its firmness. Then, he used his fingers to part the feathers behind the duck's neck and looked at the thickness of the subcutaneous fat. After pinching 2 ducks, Lin Fan shook his head and put them back in the cage. "No, the feeding time is too long, the subcutaneous fat is too thick, and it won't melt after baking." The stall owner was stunned for a moment, not quite reacting. Restaurant owners who usually come to buy meat always pick the fattest cuts because they think the meat yield is high. But this young man can tell the fat is thick just by squeezing it a couple of times. Lin Fan ignored the stall owner's surprise, stood up, and continued walking inside. After visiting 5 or 6 shops, Lin Fan finally stopped in front of a shop that specialized in selling free-range waterfowl. The ducks at this shop didn't look as big as the previous ones, but their feathers were shiny, and they thrashed about energetically in their cages. "Boss, how much are these ducks?" Lin Fan asked. The shop owner, a man in his 50s, was washing the floor with a hose when he heard this and turned off the water valve. "Young man, you have a good eye? These are all free-range white ducks from ponds in the county below. They grow up eating small fish and grass, so their meat is firm. The wholesale price is 15 yuan per jing." Lin Fan bent down and randomly picked one out. Pressing the duck breast with your fingers reveals its incredibly elastic muscles. The proportion of subcutaneous fat is just right, so that during a short period of open flame roasting, it will turn into oil to moisturize the lean meat inside, neither too much nor too little. "This is the batch. Pick out 20 for me, each weighing between 4 and 8 ounces and 5 pounds. Lin Fan stood up and said decisively, "I want to kill him alive, clean him up on the spot, remove his internal organs, and leave not a single hair on his body." "No problem. Please wait a moment." Seeing that a big order had arrived, the boss immediately told 2 employees to get to work. After buying the ducks, while the shop assistant was processing them, Lin Fan turned around and went to the timber trading area at the other end of the market. The soul of Peking duck lies half in the fire. Ordinary machine-made charcoal must not be used, and coal is absolutely out of the question. Fruitwood must be used. Lin Fan walked into a timber shop that supplies firewood to restaurants year-round. "Boss, do you have any aged jujube wood?" "Yes, it's piled up in the backyard." The lumber shop owner yawned and pointed behind him. "How much do you want?" "Give me 200 caddies. Split it into even pieces." Jujube wood has a strong fire, a good base fire, and produces little smoke when burning, while emitting a natural sweet fruity aroma. This aroma, developed through long-term smoking in a closed hanging oven, perfectly permeates every fiber of the duck meat through its pores. This is precisely the key point emphasized in the century-old secret recipe. After loading the split jujube wood into the Wuling Hongguang van, Lin Fan turned back to the live poultry area and put 20 clean ducks into the insulated box in the trunk. Once everything was loaded onto the truck, Lin Fan stepped on the gas and headed straight for Phoenix Golden Street, bathed in the newly broken morning light. 7 o'clock in the morning. Most of the shops on Phoenix Golden Street were still closed, and the streetlights had just been turned off. But outside Lin's shop, many familiar customers were already sitting on the curb with small stools, queuing up. Su Xiaoxiao, dressed in a neat short-sleeved shirt, was wiping the waiting chairs outside the door with a rag. Seeing the Wuling Hongguang stop, she quickly put down the rag and went to greet it. "Good morning, Brother Lin." "Good morning. Xiao, come and help me move the things in the car." The two opened the trunk and worked together to carry the insulated box full of ducks and a large bundle of jujube wood, which smelled of dried wood, into the kitchen. Looking at the row of clean, white ducks on the cutting board, Su Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, "Brother Lin, are you going to have a new dish at our restaurant today?" "Yes. Make roast duck in a hanging oven." "Okay." Although Su Xiaoxiao was curious, she didn't ask any more questions and quickly picked up a rag to go to work in the hall. Lin Fan walked into the kitchen, took a sharp boning knife from the knife rack, and went to the cutting board. The first step in making hanging oven roast duck, which is also the most challenging in terms of basic skills, is called inflating. Lin Fan held the white duck's body down with his left hand, gripped the knife in his right hand, and aimed for the collarbone below the duck's neck. With a gentle flick of the knife tip, the fascia layer between the skin and flesh was precisely cut open, creating a notch no bigger than a fingernail. He took a clean, thin, hollow bamboo tube, connected it to the air pump, and inserted it diagonally along the cut, reaching the subcutaneous fat layer. With continuous pressing, the skin on the surface of the white duck visibly swells up like an inflating balloon. The airflow moves rapidly between subcutaneous fat and lean flesh, forcefully separating the skin and flesh that were originally tightly attached together. Chapter 194 Roast Duck. The duck was stretched until it was round and plump, and its originally somewhat shriveled body immediately became full and firm. The purpose of this step is to allow the duck skin to quickly heat up, dehydrate, and become crispy during roasting, while the duck meat inside retains its juices, ensuring that the skin and meat separate without affecting each other. After pulling out the bamboo tube, Lin Fan quickly pinched the cut in tightly with his hand to prevent air leakage. On the large stove next to it, a big iron pot filled with water was boiling, with white waves rolling on the surface. Lin Fan held the duck by the neck with his left hand and took a large soup ladle with his right. Scoop up a full spoonful of boiling water. Splash. Boiling water is poured evenly from the duck's head down its neck, breast, and back to its tail. The moment boiling water was poured over its head, the duck's skin, which had been stretched loose by the steam, immediately contracted violently due to the heat. The duck's skin was stretched taut, the pores on the surface were sealed tightly, and it had a light cooked meat color and a faint sheen. This is called scalding the skin. The water temperature must be 100 degrees Celsius, just boiled. If it cools down a little, the duck skin won't be scalded through, and it will easily wrinkle and become soft after roasting. Lin Fan skillfully inflated and scalded the skins of 20 ducks in turn. After doing all this, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. After the skin is heated, the next step is to color it. Lin Fan took a clean white porcelain bowl. Pour in a certain proportion of purified water, add 2 large spoonfuls of maltose, and then add some white vinegar. Stir quickly with chopsticks until the maltose is completely dissolved in the water, turning into a bowl of slightly viscous, pale yellow liquid. This is the crispy skin glaze for Peking duck. Maltose is responsible for coloring and adding crispiness, while white vinegar accelerates the evaporation of moisture from the duck skin during air drying. Lin Fan took out a clean, soft bristled brush and dipped it in the crispy skin glaze. Apply the crispy skin glaze evenly to the skin of each duck, from top to bottom. When brushing, use very light pressure to ensure that there are no blind spots on the duck's body, and even brush the folds under the duck's wings clearly. After brushing on the crispy skin glaze, Lin Fan picked up a specially made stainless steel hook and threaded it through the duck's neck bone. The 20 processed ducks were hung one by one on a stainless steel rack in the back kitchen specifically for drying. He turned around and turned on the high-powered air cooler next to him. A strong, cold wind blew against the duck. This step requires air drying for about 2 hours. Only when the surface is completely dry, feeling as stiff and dry as parchment to the touch, without any stickiness, can it be baked in the oven to achieve the peak crispness and crumbly texture. After completing these tedious preliminary preparations, the clock had already struck 8:30 a.m. Lin Fan walked to the corner of the kitchen and lit the large hanging boiler that the construction team had built overnight with refractory bricks the day before. The dried jujube would burn in the furnace, making a slight crackling sound. The fire grew stronger, and the furnace walls glowed red-hot. There was no open flame inside the furnace, only glowing red-hot charcoal radiating an astonishingly high temperature. Lin Fan put on heavy heat-resistant gloves and picked up a long-handled iron pole. He took down the 20 white ducks that had finished drying from the ventilation rack one by one. Using a pole, steadily hook the iron ring on the duck's neck and send 20 ducks one by one into the scorching furnace, hanging them at specific intervals on the iron rack inside. After hanging it up, Lin Fan closed the heavy furnace door, leaving only a small vent at the bottom to control the oxygen flow and regulate the furnace temperature. The high temperature instantly enveloped the duck's body from all sides. Less than 5 minutes. The fat layer beneath the duck's skin begins to melt under the high temperature of baking. Golden duck fat seeps out of the skin and slowly flows down the plump, round body of the duck. Oil droplets gathered on the duck's tail, eventually unable to bear the weight, and dripped onto the red-hot jujube charcoal below. Sizzle. A crisp sound. Smoke rose. A rich, caramelized aroma of meat, mixed with the unique sweet scent of burning old jujube wood, exploded instantly inside the oven. The exhaust fan started, drawing the smell out and sending it directly onto the pedestrian street outside the shop through the chimney. At this moment, the diners queuing outside were already getting restless because of the hot and humid weather. Some people in the group were fanning themselves with folders, some were constantly looking down at their phone screens, and others were quietly complaining about the stifling heat of the early morning. Just when everyone was getting increasingly frustrated, the exhaust fan in the back kitchen emitted a low hum. A rich, smoky aroma of roasted meat, mixed with the sweet, fruity scent of burning old jujube wood, wafted through the exhaust pipes and directly onto the pedestrian street outside the shop. This aroma is too direct and too overpowering. It lacks the gentle warmth of broth that requires careful tasting, instead carrying the smoky aroma of open flames, rugged and intense, penetrating directly into one's nasal cavity. The diners at the very front of the line were wiping their sweat with tissues when they suddenly stopped. They sniffed twice, instantly clearing their minds, which had been heavy from queuing early in the morning. What's that smell? Barbecue? No, the fruitwood aroma is too strong. It tastes more like roasted poultry. It smells so good. This boss always has something new to offer. Today's flavor is amazing. It makes my mouth water just smelling it. The sound of swallowing rose and fell in the crowd. The previously agitated crowd quieted down, hundreds of eyes fixed intently on the tightly closed roller shutter, their gazes filled with barely suppressed longing. A man in a suit standing in the front row swallowed hard and said to his companion, "The aroma of this fruitwood roasted meat is almost uncanny. We're sure to have a big meal today." His companion's stomach rumbled in perfect unison, and he nodded. "That's for sure. Boss Lin's cooking is always full of new tricks." In the kitchen, Lin Fan stood in front of the hanging oven, his gaze focused. Roast ducks aren't simply hung up and left unattended. The temperature inside the oven isn't uniform. It's hotter near the heat source and colder at the edges. Lin Fan had to open the furnace door every 10 minutes. Wearing heat-resistant gloves, he used a pole to move the ducks inside to a different position. Move the ducks closer to the charcoal fire to the side, and the ducks on the edge to the center. At the same time, rotate the ducks so that their chest, back, and sides can be heated evenly. 45 minutes passed. Lin Fan glanced through the ventilation vent. The duck's originally white body now presents a perfect maroon color. The duck skin is roasted until it becomes translucent, and you can even see tiny oil bubbles jumping under the skin. The time is right. Lin Fan opened the furnace door, and a wave of heat mixed with a rich aroma of fruit and wood rushed out. He used a pole to take the roast ducks out one by one and hung them on a rack next to the work table. Once roasted, the duck should not be left out of the oven for long. The meat must be sliced while it's still hot. Once it cools down, the skin will soften and lose its crispy texture. Lin Fan picked up the first roast duck and placed it flat on the clean cutting board. He then took a special duck slicing knife. The blade is wide and the edge is sharp. Lin Fan held the duck's neck with his left hand and held the knife in his right. The blade brushed against the plump duck breast, and he gently pulled it at a gentle angle. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out on the cutting board. Chapter 195 1888. The duck skin was roasted until incredibly crispy. As the knife sliced through it, the fat beneath burst open, splattering out tiny droplets of oil. The moment the first blade fell, that familiar mechanical electronic voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind without warning. Bite. Host has independently completed the divine recipe, Centennial Secret Recipe for Roasted Duck, for the first time. In-depth holographic scanning and comprehensive evaluation of the dishes is underway. Dish name: Century-Old Secret Recipe Roasted Duck. Key ingredients: premium white feathered duck, century-old jujube wood. Technique assessment: perfect control, crispy crust, tender meat, lingering fruitwood aroma, and perfectly cooked. System suggested retail price: 1,888 yuan for a whole bird, 988 yuan for half a bird. Friendly reminder: this century-old recipe, priced below this level, would severely damage its prestige. After hearing the pricing prompt from the system in his mind, Lin Fan remained calm. Considering the century-old imperial culinary skills, the effort invested, and the use of top-quality jujube wood charcoal, the price is well worth it. He put down the duck slicing knife in his hand and called out to the outside of the kitchen. "Xiao Xiao, come in here and take the blackboard out." Upon hearing the sound, Su Xiaoxiao quickly walked into the kitchen. As soon as she entered, the rich aroma of fruitwood roasted meat filled her nostrils, making her unconsciously swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Brother Lin, what are your orders?" Lin Fan picked up the chalk beside him and quickly wrote a few lines on the small blackboard. "New arrival today. Century-old secret recipe hanging oven roasted duck. A whole bird costs 1,888 yuan, and half a bird costs 988 yuan. Limited to 20 pieces, first come, first served." Su Xiaoxiao stared wide-eyed at the price marked in black and white on the blackboard. One roast duck costs 1,888. This price puts even the most luxurious star-rated restaurants in Jiangxing to shame. In those upscale restaurants, a roast duck would cost at most 200 or 300 yuan. This is more than 10 times that price. But after working at the Lin family shop for so long, she had long been used to her boss's unreasonable pricing style. Moreover, whenever a high price is set, the taste is absolutely irresistible to customers. Su Xiaoxiao didn't ask any more questions and crisply replied, "Okay," then picked up the blackboard and walked out. Clatter! Su Xiaoxiao pushed the roller shutter door up forcefully from the inside and hung the small blackboard in the most conspicuous position next to the door. "Ladies and gentlemen, Lin's shop is now open for business. Please enter the shop and order in order." The diners queuing outside, who were already restless from the heat and humidity, perked up as soon as they saw the door open. But when their eyes fell on the new dishes and prices on the small blackboard, a suppressed gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. "Is this for real? Roast duck? 1,888 yuan a whole." Old Shun looked closely. "Half a chicken costs 988. That's highway robbery." "Boss Lin, that's quite a leap. Who can afford this?" Some new customers in the middle of the queue shook their heads at the price, feeling that it was a complete rip-off. But the men in suits at the front of the line did not hesitate at all. They frequent high-end venues and have seen all sorts of things. Anything produced by the Lin family shop, even if priced at 10,000, they know is absolutely worth more than its price. The man at the front of the line was the first to cross the threshold, rushed to the cashier in 2 strides, and waved his hand dismissively. "Xiao Su, give me a whole roast duck." Now, Su Xiaoxiao skillfully operated the cash register. "Sir, the roast duck has just come out of the oven, and Brother Lin is slicing the meat. Please find a seat, and your meal will be served shortly." "Okay, I'll wait." The money's been scanned. After paying, the man strode over to an empty seat by the window and sat down. His companion, following closely behind, said, "Give me a whole one too, and a bowl of beef brisket noodles as well." "I want half. Give me a whole one." The quota of 20 roast ducks was snapped up by the first customer in line in just 3 minutes. Those who failed to get a ticket could only stare helplessly at the sold-out sign on the blackboard, shaking their heads as they went to order fried rice and beef brisket noodles. In the kitchen, Lin Fan's attention was entirely focused on the roast duck on the cutting board. Slicing duck is an absolute skill, testing the chef's rhythm and wrist stability. Lin Fan slowly sliced the roast duck with his knife. The duck skin was roasted until incredibly crispy. The moment the knife sliced through it, the fat beneath burst open, splattering out tiny droplets of oil. The first cut slices off the crispiest piece of skin from the duck breast. This part is pure duck skin, without a single piece of lean meat. It melts in your mouth and is the essence of the whole duck. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan's wrist flicked rapidly, and the blade flashed on the cutting board. His slicing motions were quick and steady, with each cut applying very even pressure. Each slice of duck meat was uniformly thin, with a portion of crispy skin, a portion of fat, and a portion of lean meat. The fat glistened slightly between the skin and meat, yet there was no greasiness whatsoever. 108 pieces, no more, no less. Lin Fan neatly arranged the sliced duck meat on a white porcelain plate. The layers of duck meat, arranged in a staggered and orderly fashion, resembled a blooming peony. The rosy duck skin paired with the clean white porcelain plate created a striking visual impact. Next to the plate are handmade lotus leaf pancakes, still steaming hot, straight from the steamer. These pancakes are so thin they're almost translucent. You can even see the lines of your fingers through them. Then add a small dish of finely chopped scallions, a dish of peeled and chopped cucumber strips, and a bowl of secret recipe sweet bean sauce, made with the system's formula. The sauce is thick, dark, and glossy, exuding a rich, fermented aroma. Table number 1, 1 roast duck, please serve. Lin Fan pressed the serve bell. Su Xiaoxiao steadily picked up the tray, walked out of the kitchen, and delivered it to table number 1. Please enjoy your roast duck. The man in the suit who was ordering food was already impatient. The rich aroma of fruit and wood filled his nostrils, making his mouth water. He washed his hands at the sink, returned to his seat, and picked up a warm lotus leaf pancake, laying it flat in his left palm. He picked up his chopsticks with his right hand, took 2 pieces of duck meat with crispy, dark red skin, and dipped them vigorously in the glossy black sweet bean sauce. The sauce coated the duck meat evenly. He placed the duck meat dipped in sauce in the center of the pancake, along with a few scallion strips and 2 cucumber strips. Using both hands, fold the bottom of the dough up, then roll it up from both sides to form a small duck roll, preventing the sauce from leaking out. He opened his mouth wide and stuffed the duck meat roll into his mouth in one bite. The moment the teeth bite together, snap! The duck skin made a loud, crisp sound in the mouth, which was clearly audible. Immediately afterwards, the melted duck fat, mixed with the salty and sweet flavor of the sweet bean sauce, exploded on the tip of the tongue. The duck meat is tender and juicy, without a trace of dryness, and the fruity aroma of jujube wood lingers as you chew, filling your entire nasal cavity. Chapter 196, Yin Feng remembered. The crispness of the cucumber and the slight spiciness of the scallions perfectly balanced the oiliness of the duck skin, creating a perfect flavor profile. After eating, you won't feel greasy at all. Instead, it will whet your appetite. Delicious. It's fucking delicious. The man mumbled something and swallowed what was in his mouth in a few gulps. He couldn't stop and immediately reached for the second pancake. His companion, sitting opposite him, was also eating with a flushed face, completely disregarding his usual refined image, and nodded repeatedly in agreement. This sweet bean sauce is absolutely perfect. It's not cloyingly sweet, and it brings out all the freshness of the duck meat. It was worth the 1,888 yuan. The entire restaurant was filled with the aroma of roast duck and the sounds of diners chewing. Everyone was focused on the food in front of them, and apart from the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, no one spoke in the hall. Just then, squeak! A sudden screech of brakes broke the tranquility of the street outside the store. A dark green SUV with military license plates was parked steadily outside the Lin family shop. The car door was pushed open. A tall, casually dressed man with a buzz cut strode down the street. He had a buzz cut and his skin had a bronze tan from years of exposure to the sun and wind. Although he was only wearing a simple black short-sleeved shirt and trousers, his back was straight, he walked with a swagger, and his whole body exuded an undeniable iron-blooded aura. It was Yin Feng. His eyes were bloodshot from staying up all night at the hospital for several days in a row, and there was a deep weariness in his eyes, but his steps were still firm and powerful. He ignored the luxury cars parked on the roadside outside, and the queue waiting outside, and strode straight into Lin's shop. "Sir, please go outside and queue up to get a number." Seeing that someone was breaking the rules and barging in, Su Xiaoxiao immediately stepped forward and blocked Yin Feng's way. Yin Feng stopped in his tracks. He wasn't angry, nor did he try to force his way in. His gaze passed over Su Xiaoxiao and landed directly on Lin Fan. who was slicing a duck in the open kitchen. "I'm not eating. I'm looking for Boss Lin." Yin Feng's voice was low and hoarse, revealing a hint of fatigue. The man in the suit sitting by the window turned his head and glanced at the food, then stopped eating. Having been in the business world for so many years, he could tell at a glance that this person's aura was off. It was the oppressive feeling of a real soldier who had seen blood, and it was definitely not that of an ordinary troublemaker. He put down the half-eaten duck roll in his hand, silently took out a tissue to wipe his hands clean, stared warily at them, and leaned forward slightly, ready to get up at any moment. Yin Feng bypassed Su Xiaoxiao and walked to the glass partition in the kitchen. He suddenly brought his legs together, his military boots making a soft, snap sound on the terrazzo floor, standing ramrod straight, like a javelin held in place. In the kitchen, Lin Fan's cleaver never stopped. The knife sliced through the duck skin with a crisp snap. Evenly sliced pieces of duck meat landed neatly on the plate. Lin Fan merely raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Yin Feng. "What's up?" Yin Feng took a deep breath. Without any warning, he bowed deeply to Lin Fan, giving a perfect 90-degree bow. This move was very sudden. The store fell silent instantly. All the diners who were eating stopped eating and stared in astonishment at the man with his upright posture and intimidating aura. Yin Feng straightened up, his eyes red-rimmed. His voice trembled slightly, revealing an undisguised excitement. "My name is Yin Feng. The veteran who ate your bowl of lotus root starch in the ICU of the first municipal hospital last night was my grandfather." Upon hearing this, several well-informed business owners in the hall exchanged glances, a hint of shock flashing in their eyes. The first municipal hospital, a veteran, surnamed Yin. The only person in Jiangchang who deserves this kind of treatment is that retired senior leader. Yin Feng looked at Lin Fan and continued. "The doctor said that my grandfather's stomach spasms have completely stopped. His vital signs have stabilized, and this morning he even opened his eyes and said he was hungry and wanted to drink another bowl of that sweet porridge. Your bowl of medicinal food pulled my grandfather back from the brink of death." Yin Feng's hands were pressed tightly against the sides of his trouser seams, his voice hoarse. "I came here today specifically to express my gratitude." After saying that, Yin Feng took out a dark green bank card from his trouser pocket. He held the bank card in both hands and respectfully placed it on the stainless steel counter at the food serving area. "There are 10 million here." Yin Feng looked into Lin Fan's eyes and added, "This is a small token of our appreciation from the Yin family. Please accept it, Mr. Lin." 10 million. The surrounding diners gasped. The fact that this person casually pulled out 10 million as a thank you gift speaks volumes about his background and wealth. Lin Fan placed the last piece of duck meat onto the plate. He put down the slicing knife, picked up a clean white towel, and slowly wiped the grease off his fingers. After doing all this, Lin Fan raised his head and looked calmly at Yin Feng. He reached out and slowly pushed the bank card back. "I spoke with Dean Li about it yesterday." Lin Fan said indifferently, "That bowl of lotus root starch is on me treating an old soldier who defended our country. I won't take the money." "Take it back." Yin Feng stood still, without reaching out to take the card. His jaw tightened, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Mr. Lin, my Yin family owes you a life. If you don't accept this money, I, Yin Feng, will never have peace of mind for the rest of my life. That's your problem, not mine." Lin Fan draped the towel he had used to dry his hands over the sink, then picked up the plated roast duck and handed it to Su Xiaoxiao. He looked at Yin Feng, his tone leaving no room for compromise. "I run a restaurant, not a clinic." Lin Fan pointed to the door. "If you want to thank me, you've already conveyed your message, and I've accepted it. If you want to eat, go outside and get a number, then queue up outside. If you don't want to eat, don't stand here blocking my way for serving food." Yin Feng looked into Lin Fan's calm and unwavering eyes. Having served in the military for many years and seen countless people, he could tell that when this person said he wouldn't accept the job, he meant he absolutely wouldn't. The integrity and principles of such a reclusive sage cannot be measured by money. Continuing to pester him with money would only be an insult. Yin Feng didn't waste any more words. He reached out, silently took the bank card back, and put it back in his pocket. He took a large step back, increasing the distance between himself and the control panel. Then, Yin Feng raised his right hand and gave Lin Fan behind the glass window an extremely solemn and perfectly standard military salute. Mr. Lin's noble sentiments have been noted by Yin Feng. Yin Feng lowered his hand, his voice loud and clear. "From now on, in Jiangcheng. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for you is causing trouble for me, Yin Feng. After saying this, Yin Feng turned around. He glanced at Su Xiaoxiao standing to the side, and the hard lines on his face softened slightly. Hello, could you please give me a number? Yin Feng took out his phone from his pocket. I want to buy a roast duck and take it back for my grandfather to try. Chapter 197. Who is this person? Su Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. The man's aura was too strong, and she didn't react for a while. Upon hearing that he wanted to buy roast duck, Su Xiaoxiao quickly glanced at the notebook in her hand and said apologetically, Sir, I'm sorry. All 20 roast ducks for today have just been sold out. Yin Feng stopped moving, his brows furrowing slightly. He glanced at the diners in the hall who were heartily enjoying roast duck, then turned to look at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, could you make an exception and make only half a chicken? My grandfather just woke up and wants to eat something flavorful. Lin Fan shook his head. It's limited every day and will stop when it's sold out. Besides, your grandfather just had stomach surgery, and even though his condition is stable now, he absolutely cannot eat this kind of greasy barbecue. After listening, Yin Feng's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he also understood that Lin Fan was right. He nodded and put his phone away. I understand. I'll come earlier to queue up tomorrow. Yin Feng nodded slightly to Lin Fan again, then turned and strode out of the Lin family shop. He got into the SUV and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. After Yin Feng left, the atmosphere in the store gradually returned to its previous lively state. The diners whispered among themselves, discussing what had just happened, but their gazes toward Lin Fan held even greater reverence. 10 million. He refused it without even blinking. Just who is this Mr. Lin? Inside the SUV, it was so quiet that the only sound was the deep rumble of the engine. Yin Feng gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. On the passenger seat, the returned dark green bank card lay quietly. 10 million is an astronomical figure that ordinary people could never earn in several lifetimes. But in the eyes of that young restaurant owner, it seemed to be just a useless plastic card. Recalling Lin Fan's calm, unwavering eyes in the store just now, Yin Feng felt a surge of indescribable complex emotions. He was really anxious at that moment. His grandfather had been lying in the intensive care unit for so long, and when he finally woke up and said he was hungry, he wanted to give the old man the best things in the world. When he heard that his grandfather wanted something flavorful, the first thing that came to his mind was the fragrant roast duck from Lin Fan's shop. But he did ignore the most basic medical common sense. How could an elderly person who has just undergone major stomach surgery and has severe esophageal ulcers possibly digest that kind of greasy barbecue? If someone were to actually eat it, it would likely cause massive bleeding on the spot. I was too impatient, Yin Feng muttered to himself, taking a deep breath. Lin Fan's cold refusal not only followed the store's rules, but also indirectly saved his grandfather once again. The car sped along and soon arrived at the Jiangxing Military Region General Hospital. Yin Feng strode across the corridor and pushed open the door to the intensive care unit. In the ward, the pungent smell of disinfectant seemed to have faded somewhat. Dean Li Jinhua and several military doctors were gathered around the hospital bed, looking down at the test reports in their hands. The expressions on their faces were no longer the despair and solemnity of yesterday, but rather a hint of unbelievable ease. On the hospital bed, the old commander Yin leaned against the soft cushion at the head of the bed, which was rocking back. Although the old man was still very thin and his face was a bit ashen, his breathing had become much more steady, and there was even a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. Hearing the door open, old Yin turned his head, looked at his grandson who walked in, and his withered lips moved slightly. Xiao Feng is back. Yin Feng walked quickly to the bedside, grasped his grandfather's slightly cool hand, and said in a hoarse voice, Grandpa, I'm sorry, I couldn't buy any. Didn't manage to buy it? Old Yin raised an eyebrow. That store is so popular, even you couldn't buy it. Li Jinhua, standing to the side, also turned his head curiously. He knew Yin Feng's temperament. Logically speaking, even if the roast ducks are sold out, you could still pay the owner to prepare a special meal for them. Yin Feng shook his head, placed the bank card on the bedside table, and reported truthfully. When I went there, the roast duck had just sold out. I offered to pay Mr. Lin to make another half duck, but he refused. Yin Feng paused, looked into his grandfather's eyes, and continued. Moreover, Mr. Lin said that you just had stomach surgery, and even though your condition is stable now, you absolutely cannot eat this kind of greasy barbecue. The ward was quiet for a few seconds. The military doctors exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although this restaurant owner has a lot more common sense and a clearer sense of right and wrong than the average person. After hearing this, Old Yin was stunned for a moment. Then his chest trembled slightly, and he actually let out a low laugh. Okay. The old man gripped Yin Feng's hand tightly, his eyes filled with admiration. This young man has backbone and principles. He even knows to think of my old life. He said yesterday that the bowl of lotus root starch was for me, and today he's making an exception for money again. Old Yin sighed. Our Yin family owes him a huge debt of gratitude. Yin Feng straightened up and said in a deep voice, Grandpa, don't worry, I'll keep it in mind. From now on in Jiangcheng, anyone who dares to touch him will have to get past me first. Li Jinhua chimed in from the side. Old Chief, although your stomach has been soothed by that bowl of medicinal food, it's still in the recovery period. Once your indicators are more stable in a few days, I'll personally go to Master Lin and shamelessly ask him to make you some gentle liquid food. Old Yin nodded, slowly closed his eyes to rest, but a relieved smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, Phoenix Golden Street, Lin family shop. The lunch rush has completely ended. 20 roast ducks, 500 bowls of beef brisket noodles, and 300 servings of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, among other staple foods, were all devoured by the enthusiastic diners in just 2 or 3 hours. Su Xiaoxiao hung the sold out today sign outside the door and pulled down the roller shutter. The shop quieted down. Lin Fan came out of the kitchen, took off his apron, and draped it over the back of a chair. He walked to the sink, washed his face, and shook the water off his hands. Brother Lin, the accounts for today are settled. Su Xiaoxiao walked over with a calculator, glanced at the numbers on the screen, and couldn't help but swallow hard. With the income from roast duck, today's lunch revenue has reached a new high. Hundreds of thousands a day. This is just the daily turnover of a small shop of only a little over 100 square meters. Lin Fan glanced at the numbers and nodded calmly. As long as the accounts are correct. Lin Fan glanced at the wall clock. It was 2 in the afternoon. It's about time. You should go back to school soon. Su Xiaoxiao slapped her forehead and quickly ran under the cashier, dragging out a heavy black canvas bag. Inside were 50 jars of concentrated, iced jade plum juice that Lin Fan had brewed and bottled last night in the farm space using the Tiangongfang workshop. Brother Lin, I'm going back to school now. All the girls in the dorm group chat are urging me to take these 50 cans back. I reckon they'll be gone in less than 10 minutes. Su Xiaoxiao slung her canvas bag over her shoulder, full of energy. Lin Fan poured himself a glass of water, drank it, and then said, Be careful on the road. Got it, Brother Lin. Su Xiaoxiao pushed open the door and quickly walked into the sweltering street outside. Chapter 198 Something's Up? After Su Xiaoxiao left, Lin Fan grabbed his car keys and prepared to leave the shop to go home. Just as the roller shutter was pulled down halfway, a pair of feet in shiny leather shoes hurriedly got stuck in the gap between the roller shutter and the ground. Oh dear, Mr. Lin, Master Lin, please don't close the door yet. Wait a minute. A voice, tinged with urgency and ingratiation, came from outside the door. Lin Fan stopped what he was doing and pushed the roller shutter back up. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man with a large belly, wearing a light blue shirt. He was carrying a briefcase, sweating profusely. His once slicked back hair was now somewhat disheveled, with a few strands sticking to his forehead with sweat, making him look rather disheveled. Lin Fan knew this person. It was the same landlord, Mr. Wang, who had reneged on renting Yushinj to Zhang Dawei on the spot over a price difference of tens of thousands of yuan when they were looking at shops on Phoenix Golden Street. At this moment, Wang, the landlord, no longer had any of the arrogant and snobbish attitude he once had. His chubby face was plastered with a fawning smile, and because he laughed so hard, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were squeezed together, making him look like a blooming chrysanthemum. But with a closer look, one can see the deep sorrow and anxiety hidden in his eyes. Boss Wang. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. What is it? Oh dear, Master Lin, what are you saying? Can't I come to you for a cup of tea if there's nothing wrong? As he spoke, Wang, the landlord, tried to squeeze into the shop in an extremely familiar manner and casually took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and handed it over. Here, Master Lin, have a Huazi cigarette. I don't smoke. The shop is already closed. Lin Fan did not take the cigarette. Just say what you need to say here. I'm in a hurry. Landlord Wang's hand froze in midair, his smile freezing for a moment. But he quickly forced out an even brighter smile. He tucked the cigarette back into his ear, rubbed his hands awkwardly, sighed, and could no longer hide the gloom on his face. Master Lin, I've come today to apologize to you. Landlord Wang swallowed hard, his tone filled with deep regret. Regarding the shop rental matter before, I, old Wang, was blind to your worth and looked down on you, thus offending you. You are a magnanimous person, and your heart can hold a grudge against me. You're a big shot in Jiangqing's business world now. Even Elder Yi and Chairman Zhao treat you as an honored guest. In your eyes, I, old Wang, am nothing but a fart. As Wang was speaking, he pretended to give himself a light slap, but after being swept over by Lin Fan's indifferent gaze, he awkwardly lowered his hand. There's no need for an apology. In business, the highest bidder wins. It's your prerogative to rent the shop to Zhang Dawei. I didn't take it to heart. Lin Fan glanced at his watch. If this is all you came here for, you can leave now. No. Master Lin, please let me finish. When Wang, the landlord, saw that Lin Fan was really about to close the door, he grabbed the door frame in a panic, his eyes even turning a little red. Master Lin, I, old Wang, have really messed up this time. I've really taken a huge tumble. He pointed to the 3-story building next door that had a Dawei hot pot sign, but was now tightly closed, with even a white seal on the door, and his voice trembled with a hint of tears. That bastard Zhang Dawei, he really screwed me over. Upon hearing Zhang Dawei's name, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. Previously, Zhang Dawei had maliciously reported Lin Jiapu to the Food and Drug Administration, but not only did they fail to find any problems with Lin Jiapu, he was also taken away for investigation on the spot by Section Chief Liu, who even threatened to conduct a thorough investigation into the hygiene of Dawei Hot Pot. These past few days, Lin Fan has been busy with the business at his shop and the farm, so he hasn't paid attention to the situation next door. He just noticed that Dawei Hot Pot hasn't opened yet. What's wrong with him? Lin Fan asked casually. At the mention of this, Landlord Wang seemed to have found an outlet for his pent-up emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes as he poured out all the frustrations he had accumulated over the past few days. That damn Zhang Dawei is still in jail, and he probably won't be out anytime soon. Landlord Wang gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Zhang Dawei apart alive. After Section Chief Liu took him away that day, he led a group of people to conduct a surprise inspection of the kitchen of Dawei Hot Pot early the next morning. My God, you have no idea how many rotten things you've uncovered. Landlord Wang gestured exaggeratedly, his face filled with dread. The hygiene in the kitchen was simply appalling. Those supposedly premium tripe and beef aorta imported from Australia were all soaked in formaldehyde and industrial hydrogen peroxide. They even found trace amounts of poppy shells in their broth. This is a serious crime under the criminal law. The Food and Drug Administration immediately sealed off the store and opened a case. Zhang Dawei not only faces a huge fine, but also lawsuits and jail time. All of his chain hot pot restaurants have been shut down for rectification. His cash flow has dried up overnight, and he has gone completely bankrupt. At this point, Landlord Wang suddenly slapped his thigh, trembling with heartache. It's one thing that he went bankrupt, but the worst part is that he swindled me. Master Lin, he rented my Royal Cuisine Pavilion for 1.2 million yuan a year, plus a transfer fee of 800,000 yuan. To save face, he did a 5 million yuan luxury renovation, but he didn't actually have enough cash on hand. He only gave me a down payment and a transfer fee deposit of 300,000 yuan. He said he would transfer the remaining balance and deposit to me after the store opened, and he collected membership recharge fees. Now look what's happened. The shop has been shut down, and he's in jail. Not only have I not received a single penny of my final payment, but the shop has also been temporarily sealed off because of my involvement in the case. The more Wang, the landlord, spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, staring longingly at Lin Fan. This is the prime shop on Golden Street, and I have tens of thousands of yuan in mortgage and interest every month. It's just sitting there empty, not a penny of rent coming in, and I have to cooperate with the investigation. My life savings are all in this shop. If this drags on for a few months, my cash flow will dry up. Lin Fan listened quietly to Wang's tearful account, his face showing neither sympathy nor schadenfreude. The path is one's own choice. Back then, Landlord Wang, in order to earn more transfer fees, was snobbish and looked down on people, choosing Zhang Dawei who seemed wealthy and powerful. Now, He has ended up like this, which can only be said to be his own fault. So what? Lin Fan looked at him, his tone remaining calm and undisturbed. Are you telling me all this to make me pity you, or to make me settle the final payment for Zhang Dawei? No, no, no. Master Lin, you've misunderstood. How could I dare to ask you to make the final payment? Landlord Wang waved his hands repeatedly and quickly revealed the real purpose of his visit. He rubbed his hands together, looking at Lin Fan with eager eyes, his tone revealing an extremely obvious fawning and expectation. Chapter 199 taking over? Master Lin, it's like this. I pulled some strings and went to the police station to inquire. Zhang Dawei's case is a done deal, and his assets will soon be liquidated. The lease agreement for that hot pot restaurant has also been automatically voided due to his serious breach of contract and illegal operation. In about a week, the seals will be removed, and the shop can be rented out again. Landlord Wang took a half step closer and lowered his voice. Master Lin, look at the business of your Lin family shop now. It's so booming that the traffic on Jean Street is almost paralyzed. Your small storefront of just over 100 square meters is even blocked by a transformer box. It's really a waste of your unparalleled skills. You saw my shop before. It's 2 floors, over 300 square meters. And that bastard Zhang Dawei just did a top-notch luxury renovation. Even the ventilation and kitchen equipment are state-of-the-art. If you take over now, you'll be getting a super bargain. You'll save time and money on renovations and can open for business right away. Landlord Wang patted his chest and solemnly guaranteed. Master Lin, as long as you nod, I will immediately hand over the key once the seal is broken. As for the rent, don't worry. I, Lao Wang, will definitely give you the most honest and friendly price. I won't charge you a penny for the transfer fee, and the annual rent, I'll give you a 20% discount. No, a 30% discount. As long as you can take it over, consider it a favor to me. Lao Wang, how about that? Landlord Wang stared longingly at Lin Fan, his heart pounding. These past few days, he had actually been secretly observing the activities of Lin's shop. Every time I see that long queue that starts at dawn and wins its way to the street corner, I see those usually high and mighty business tycoons waiting patiently under the sun like ordinary diners. Seeing how this shop, which is only a little over 100 square meters, can rake in money like a money-printing machine every day, Wang, the landlord, was filled with insane jealousy and also felt a deep sense of lingering fear. Lin Fan's skills and methods are simply terrifying. It's only been open for a few days, and it's already drawn all the popularity of the entire Golden Street into this one doorway. Since Lin's shop opened, the surrounding restaurants, which used to be doing quite well, have experienced a precipitous drop in customer traffic. Especially during the few hours Lin Fan was open for business, the aroma seemed to be bewitching all the diners on the street. Other restaurants were empty, not a soul in sight, and the owners could only sit at their doors and sigh in despair. He had already figured it out. If Lin Fan really opened up the market and made it open all day with no limit on the number of customers, then all the other restaurants on this Golden Street would probably be wiped out and forced to close down within half a month. At that time, all the shops under his name that he was collecting rent for would be vacant, and Wang Zhengwo would be left with nothing but the northwest wind. So when Zhang Dawei's Dawei Hot Pot was shut down, this 3-story, over 300 square meter king of shops on Golden Street returned to his hands. The first thought that popped into Wang's mind was to quickly hand over the building to Lin Fan. Firstly, because of Zhang Dawei's incident, the shop has been labeled as illegal, and it's impossible for any legitimate business person to take it over in the short term. It will just sit there, losing exorbitant bank interest every day. Secondly, Lin Fan is now limiting the supply every day, and the people queuing outside are complaining bitterly. As long as Lin Fan takes over this large store and expands the dining space, the customer traffic will definitely increase several times over. Lin Fan made money, and Wang Zhengwo could also take the opportunity to build a relationship with this boss who knew all sorts of important people, making it a surefire way to profit. Master Lin, you see, although your little shop is a hidden gem, it's still quite small. Customers have to stand in line outside every day, exposed to the wind and sun, which really affects their experience. Seeing that Lin Fan remained silent, the landlord assumed he was weighing the pros and cons, so he quickly took another half step forward, his tone almost pleading. If you take over my building, just open up both sides. Make the first floor into a lobby, and convert the second and third floors into private rooms, specifically for entertaining VIPs like Mr. Yi and Chairman Chun. This business will definitely become the #1 in the entire Jiangxing. Faced with Wang's earnest persuasion and crazy discounts, Lin Fan just looked at him quietly, without the slightest hint of being moved. But deep down, his brain began to work at lightning speed. No transfer fee, 300 square meter store, 30% off rent. This location, this price, it would be snapped up almost anywhere in the country. This is indeed a large, solid piece of fat. More importantly, Lin Fan really needs a larger store right now. Moreover, what Mr. Wang said was not without reason. Recently, Lin's shop has become very famous, accumulating a large number of loyal fans and diners worth tens or even hundreds of millions of yuan. The things he sells are not cheap. Roast duck for 1888, boiled cabbage for 1888, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes for 288. Although these big bosses were so eager for this exquisite taste and its health benefits that some of them couldn't find a seat, they were even willing to lower themselves to squat by the roadside to eat, or squeeze into this small hall with only a dozen or so tables to share. In a short period of time, this is called being down to earth and creating a sense of contrast. However, over time, this dining experience becomes a major flaw. Diners pay the price of a 5-star hotel private room, yet they don't even have a private bathroom or a quiet room to discuss business. No matter how hard Su Xiaoxiao tries to maintain the service, she can't provide a dining experience that matches the high prices of the dishes. This is wasting the goodwill of the guests. Moreover, with the upgrade of the farm space, the prices of the ingredients he will launch in the future will definitely climb to 5 figures or even higher. How could Jiangxing's richest man sit in the hall, eating a life-saving medicinal meal costing tens of thousands of yuan, back-to-back with others? This is completely contrary to the business logic of high-end catering. He needs a flagship store that is spacious enough to clearly define VIP rooms, lounge areas, and general customer areas. The 3-story building next door, which is 300 square meters, could be expanded to nearly 500 square meters if connected to the current shop. There was enough space for him to redesign the layout. Store expansion is only a matter of time. But Lin Fan would never show this urgent need on his face. Landlord Wang is the kind of person who is only interested in profit and always changes his mind depending on the wind. Once Lin Fan shows interest in the shop, the landlord's 30% off rent, no transfer fee offer will immediately become leverage to raise the price. The only way to deal with this kind of person is to be even more ruthless and cold-blooded than him. Lin Fan looked at Wang the landlord with indifferent eyes, a hint of undisguised sarcasm curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you done talking? Landlord Wang swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. I've finished. Master Lin, what do you think? These conditions are absolutely unbeatable in the entire Golden Street. Chapter 200 is about saving your life. The terms sound good. Lin Fan nodded slightly, but the next second, his tone suddenly changed. But why should I take over a shop that's been shut down by the Food and Drug Administration? Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang's face instantly froze, as if he had been slapped in the face. The whole of Jiangxing knows that Zhang Dawei sells toxic hot pot there. Now, that shop is considered a black market by diners. Lin Fan pointed to the tightly closed door next door. I serve high-end cuisine. What use would I have for that kind of decor? I would have to spend a lot of money to hire a construction team to tear it all down and redo the odor removal and sewage treatment. All things considered, the cost of demolition and renovation is higher than renting a bare-bones apartment. Is this what you call finding a bargain? Lin Fan looked coldly at Wang, the landlord. Boss Wang, are you treating me like a sucker who's here to clean up your trash? These few words hit the nail on the head. No. Master Lin, I absolutely did not mean that. Landlord Wang was sweating profusely and waving his hands frantically to explain. Lin Fan's words made perfect sense. That shop's reputation was indeed ruined. Aside from a legendary restaurant like Lin Fan's, which boasts a terrifyingly large following and can keep things in check, who else would dare to take over a toxic hot pot restaurant that has been shut down at this critical juncture? If Lin Fan really doesn't want it, the shop will be vacant for 3 months, and his monthly mortgage payments will drive him to his death. Master Lin, I'll pay for the demolition. I'll pay, okay? Landlord Wang gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and decided to take a huge gamble to save the company's cash flow. If you're willing to take over, I'll waive the rent for the first 3 months. Consider it compensation for the renovation downtime. I'll offer you a 30% discount on rent and a 10-year contract." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan simply shook his head and smiled before turning and walking into the shop. Master Lin. Landlord Wang took a half step forward, his voice almost pleading. "Master Lin, if you think a 30% discount isn't enough, we can discuss it further. 65%, is that all right?" Squeak. Just then, a sharp screech of brakes came from outside the door. A red Ferrari came to a smooth stop on the side of the road. The car door opened, and Qin Lang, wearing a simple white t-shirt and holding a brown paper folder, strode in. "Brother Lin." Qin Lang stopped in his tracks before he could finish speaking. He saw Wang, the landlord, standing in the middle of the shop, sweating profusely, hunched over, and looking obsequious. "Hey, isn't this Boss Wang?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He knew the shop owners on this golden street like the back of his hand. When Lin Fan was looking for a shop, this landlord, Wang, was greedy for money and ended up renting the shop to Zhang Dawei, that nouveau riche. Qin Lang knew about this too. Upon hearing the sound, the landlord, Wang, turned his head sharply. Upon seeing Qin Lang, the landlord's cloudy eyes instantly burst with wild joy. "Young Master Qin." "Oh my, young Master Qin, what brings you here?" As if grasping at a straw, the landlord rushed forward, bowing repeatedly. He was a businessman in Jiangxing. He had previously used his connections to have dinner with Qin Lang at several high-end banquets, and they had toasted each other a few times. They could be considered acquaintances. And most importantly, he knew that Qin Lang and Lin Fan had a good relationship. He had personally witnessed Qin Lang doing everything he could for Lin Fan. "Young Master Qin, you've come at the perfect time. Please help me persuade Master Lin." Landlord Wang grabbed Qin Lang's arm and, like pouring out beans, eagerly repeated the conditions he had just stated. "Young Master Qin, you're in big business. Could you help me analyze this with Master Lin? Master Lin could open a branch right away from this 300 square meter store. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation?" Landlord Wang looked at Qin Lang with hopeful eyes, hoping that this young master could put in a good word for him. Qin Lang stood still, not in a hurry to express his opinion. He pulled his arm away from Wang, the landlord, and looked past Wang's shoulder at Lin Fan behind the bar counter. Lin Fan was holding a water glass, his expression calm. But Qin Lang had grown up in the business world, and after just one glance at Lin Fan's calm and collected demeanor, he instantly understood. Qin Lang smirked and patted the file folder in his hand. "Win-win? In business, you're being too calculating." Qin Lang glanced at Wang, the landlord, his tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. "Boss Wang, do you want to look at what you're saying? You call this a win-win situation? Are you treating Brother Lin like a recycling center, cleaning up your trash?" The landlord's smile froze. "Young Master Qin, what are you saying? It's a fully furnished apartment." "Fully furnished?" Qin Lang interrupted him directly. "What kind of decoration did Zhang Dawei do?" "Big red pillars with cheap crystal chandeliers. The whole place has that nouveau riche tacky vibe. Look at the style of my brother Lin's shop now, with its small bridges and flowing water and the elegant charm of traditional Chinese style." Qin Lang pointed to the bluestone slabs and bamboo screen in the hall. "If Brother Lin takes over your shop, the first thing he'll do is hire a construction team to smash all the junk left by Zhang Dawei. That will take a lot of time and effort." Landlord Wang swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. Qin Lang snorted coldly and pressed forward step by step. "Besides, this is just a matter of money. Let's do the math, Mr. Wang. Why was Zhang Dawei arrested? Because he put prohibited substances in the hot pot broth and soaked the ingredients in chemicals. Didn't you see the news? This matter was trending on the local news in Jiangxing. Now everyone in Jiangxing knows that it was a black market hot pot restaurant that sold toxic hot pot. That shop is now infamous. Its feng shui has been completely ruined." Qin Lang walked up to Wang, the landlord, and shook his head. Any restaurant owner with a sound mind would not dare to take over that shop within 3 years. Whoever does will be labeled a black shop by diners. Your shop is a dead end, a hot potato. It's a liability. You can't rent it out at all. Landlord Wang's legs began to tremble. Indeed, since Dawei Hot Pot was shut down, he privately contacted several restaurant owners he had previously worked with. But as soon as they heard it was that restaurant, they hung up without even asking the price. "Young Master Qin." Landlord Wang stammered, still trying to make a last-ditch effort. "Don't rush to make excuses." Qin Lang didn't give him a chance to breathe. By the way, you must have taken out a lot of loans when you bought that shop, right? Judging from your flustered appearance, it must be because Zhang Daowei hasn't received the final payment. Boss Wang, you're desperate now. That's why you've come to me, Brother Lin, to beg you to take over. Qin Lang turned his head and looked at Lin Fan. In the entire Jiangcheng, only my brother Lin's Lin family shop, with its absolutely clean signboard personally certified by Elder Yi, can suppress the bad luck of that shop and revitalize that dead land. You come here and offer a 30% discount on rent, and you think it's a huge favor? You're not looking for tenants. You're begging Brother Lin to save your life. Chapter 2:01 Save me this time. These words, like peeling away skin and tendons, laid bare the cruel logic of business on the table. Landlord Wang's legs went weak, and he slumped against the door frame. His prized asset turned out to be worthless after Qin Lang's analysis. He didn't even have the confidence to refute it. If he doesn't rent to Lin Fan, he really will go bankrupt and wait for the bank to forcibly take over the house. At that time, he will not only lose everything, but also become a defaulter with restricted consumption. Landlord Wang looked like a deflated balloon. Her once protruding belly had shrunk. He turned his head and looked at Lin Fan, who was sitting behind the bar, leisurely drinking water. His eyes no longer held the previous scheming, but only deep fear and pleading. Master Lin, I beg you. Landlord Wang's voice was hoarse and trembling with sobs. Qin Lang stood aside, watching Wang the landlord's expression, and knew that the time was almost right. The fat man's psychological defenses have been completely shattered, and he won't resist no matter how you mold or shape him. Qin Lang stepped forward and patted Wang, the landlord, on the shoulder, which was already soaked with cold sweat. Never mind. Qin Lang pouted, looking helpless. Since we've known each other, I'll go in and ask for you. But I can't guarantee it will work out. You just saw my brother Lin's temper. He won't tolerate any nonsense. Thank you. Thank you, young Master Qin. Landlord Wang seemed to have grasped at the last straw, nodding repeatedly and looking at Qin Lang expectantly. Qin Lang ignored him, turned around, pushed open the shop door, and went inside, closing the glass door tightly behind him. Once the shop door is closed, the heat and noise outside are shut out. The cold arrogance and impatience on Qin Lang's face vanished instantly, replaced by a grinning expression. He walked straight to the bar, pulled out the chair opposite Lin Fan, plopped down, and poured himself a glass of water. Brother Lin, what do you think of that shop? Qin Lang asked in a low voice, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Lin Fan put down her water glass, looked up at him, and smiled. What else could it be? How did you know what I was thinking? Just now outside, Qin Lang's actions, which involved both offense and defense, seemed to have been rehearsed with Lin Fan beforehand. Qin Lang chuckled and took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Sigh, knowing your personality, Brother Lin, if you really didn't want that shop, you would have kicked him out long ago. Why would you let him stand at the door and waste time talking and listening to his demands? The fact that you didn't kick him out directly means you've got your eye on that shop. It's just that you think this fat guy is too cunning and don't want to follow his methods. Lin Fan neither agreed nor disagreed, but simply nodded slightly. Qin Lang put down his water glass, leaned forward, and his expression became serious. Brother Lin, to be honest, this shop is in a really good location on this street. It's in the Golden Triangle area at the intersection, with a wide display frontage. Plus, it's 300 square meters across 2 floors. With your current shop, if you knock down the wall in the middle, the area will be large enough and the layout will be easy to plan. However, renting his house will definitely cause problems later. Qin Lang tapped a finger on the table and analyzed. I've seen plenty of people like Fatty Wang. He's the type who's all about profit and no sense of righteousness. Even if you manage to get the rent down as low as you can now and write the contract as meticulously as possible, you're still bound to get into trouble later. Once you've made this big shop a huge success, with luxury cars parked outside every day and revenue flowing in like crazy, he'll be envious and will definitely find all sorts of excuses to annoy you. Today he'll say the water pipes are leaking and need repairs. Tomorrow he'll say the fire safety isn't up to standard and needs rectification, and he might even try to force you to sign a new contract with a rent increase when the contract expires. It's impossible to guard against. Lin Fan agreed with Qin Lang's view. This was precisely why he hadn't agreed to the landlord Wang's rental terms. So what you mean is? Lin Fan asked. Buy it. Qin Lang's eyes sharpened as he uttered 3 words. With your current earning power, Brother Lin, taking over this shop is no problem at all. If you don't have enough cash flow, I can lend you some at any time. Qin Lang continued his analysis. This fat guy's cash flow has completely dried up. Zhang Daoi's hot pot restaurant was shut down by the Food and Drug Administration, and the shop has been tainted by the bad luck of being a black market business. No one will dare to rent it out for a while. His monthly mortgage interest alone will drive him to his death. He's like a cat on a hot tin roof right now, desperately needing a large sum of money to settle his bank accounts. If we buy it with cash now, we'll have absolute control and can drive the price down to the lowest possible level. Lin Fan gently rubbed his fingers along the rim of the water glass twice. Buying out the property rights is indeed a way to solve the problem once and for all. With my own shop, I can renovate it however I want without having to worry about any landlord. Okay. Lin Fan nodded and looked at Qin Lang. Go and talk to him. All right. Leave it to me. Qin Lang, having received approval, stood up excitedly. He was an expert at this kind of opportunistic and exploitative business negotiation. Outside the shop at this moment, Landlord Wang paced back and forth anxiously. The sun overhead was scorching, and his light blue shirt was completely soaked, clinging tightly to his back. He would stop every now and then, bringing his face close to the glass door, trying to see the expressions on the faces of the two people inside as they talked. But he could only see Qin Lang and Lin Fan sitting at the bar talking. The glass was too soundproof, and he couldn't hear what they were saying at all. Landlord Wang was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands together, his heart pounding with worry. He was afraid that Lin Fan was really determined not to give up the shop, and then he would have to face a barrage of phone calls from the bank's debt collection department tomorrow. Just as the landlord was about to smash the door in a panic. Click! The glass door was pushed open. Qin Lang came out and closed the door behind him. Landlord Wang immediately went to greet him, asking nervously, "Young Master Qin, how is it? Has Master Lin agreed? If a 30% discount on rent isn't enough, the first 6 months rent-free would also be fine." Qin Lang didn't look at him. Instead, he stopped, sighed heavily, frowned, and looked very unwell. Seeing Qin Lang's expression, Wang Fangdong's heart sank to the bottom. His legs went weak, and he almost lost his balance. "Master Lin, is he still unwilling to take over?" Landlord Wang's voice trembled. Qin Lang shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Old Wang, what can I say to you? Don't you know how bad your shop's reputation is now? Brother Lin runs a high-end restaurant. He thinks your place is unlucky." And Qin Lang glanced at him. "Brother Lin said he doesn't trust your character. If he rents your house, and your business gets better, you'll get jealous and cause trouble, leading to too much trouble and disputes." Landlord Wang was so anxious he was almost in tears, repeatedly waving his hands and swearing. "Absolutely not. Young Master Qin, I guarantee you with my integrity, I, Old Wang, am definitely not that kind of person. I can write it out in the contract and set the penalty for breach of contract at 100 million. As long as Master Lin is willing to rent it, save me this time." Chapter 202 Fixed Price. "All right, stop swearing. I'm not buying it." Qin Lang interrupted him, then changed the subject, speaking slowly. "However, I pleaded with him inside, almost wore my lips out, and Brother Lin finally relented a little." Landlord Wang's eyes suddenly lit up, his deadened hope rekindled. "He's relented? Master Lin has agreed to rent it." "I won't rent it." Qin Lang shook his head. "Well, what?" The landlord's ecstatic joy froze instantly. For a moment, he even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. "Young Master Qin, you just said that Master Lin has relented?" Landlord Wang's voice began to tremble, and the flame of hope in his eyes was extinguished by this bucket of cold water. "They've relented. But who told you that just because they've relented, you have to rent it?" Qin Lang had his hands in his pockets, a mocking sneer playing on his lips. "I was inside just now trying to persuade you. I almost wore my lips out. I told Brother Lin that although your shop has a bad reputation, it's big and in a good location. So using it as a branch is making the best use of it." "But who is Brother Lin?" "He's the kind of person who can't tolerate even the slightest injustice." Qin Lang took a step closer, his tone becoming extremely sharp. "Brother Lin said that you are fickle and opportunistic. Today you can kick him aside and rent to Zhang Dawei for a few tens of thousands of yuan in transfer fees. If the Lin family shop becomes popular tomorrow, you will definitely be envious. If you then find all sorts of excuses to raise the rent, change the contract, or even come to the store every few days to cause trouble and demand shares, aren't you just asking for trouble?" Hearing this, the landlord broke out in a cold sweat, his legs went weak, and he slumped against the door frame. Qin Lang's words were piercing, each sentence precisely striking at the most hidden dark side of his heart. He admitted that if Lin Fan really rented the shop and made it a success, he would definitely try to get a share of the profits when the contract was about to expire. That's just a businessman's nature. But he never expected that Lin Fan would see through his thoughts to this extent. He was even willing to give up such tempting conditions rather than take this risk. Young Master Qin, I'm innocent. I, Old Wang, swear to God, I would never do something as unethical as having a son without an anus. Landlord Wang was so anxious he was almost in tears. He was truly at his wit's end. Zhang Daowei, that bastard, went to jail, and his shop was sealed off. He has to pay tens of thousands of yuan in bank loan interest every month. His son's studies abroad are expensive, and he's almost run out of money. He relies on this shop to make a living every month. If the shop is empty for 3 months, his cash flow will completely break down. When the bank forecloses on the property, he will not only lose everything but also be burdened with huge debts, becoming a deadbeat that everyone hates. Please talk to Master Lin for me. I can write it out in the contract. I'll even set the penalty for breach of contract at 100 million. As long as he's willing to rent. The first 6 months, no. The first year will be rent-free. I won't take a single penny. Just consider it making friends. To save this golden goose and avoid bankruptcy, Landlord Wang has completely abandoned all dignity and is practically begging. However, faced with Landlord Wang's offer, which would have tempted anyone, Qin Lang simply shook his head coldly. Old Wang, you still don't understand what I mean. Qin Lang reached out and patted Wang, the landlord's shoulder, which was already soaked with cold sweat. Brother Lin's meaning is very clear. Renting your house would pose too many risks. He finds it troublesome and doesn't want to have any disputes with you later. Therefore, renting is absolutely out of the question. However, if you are willing to sell, Brother Lin can consider buying the property rights in full. Sell? Landlord Wang stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. He never intended to sell the shop. This is the prime shop on Phoenix Golden Street, situated in the Golden Triangle area at the crossroads. He had to pull a lot of strings and spend a lot of money to snatch it up. Although land prices in Jean Street haven't risen much in recent years, this shop is like a stable cash cow. As long as it's rented out, the rent alone will bring in a huge sum of money every year, enough for his whole family to live an extremely comfortable and extravagant life. Sell it. That's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Young Master Qin, I don't intend to sell this shop, Landlord Wang stammered, his eyes full of resistance. Not for sale. Qin Lang sneered, shrugged, and put on an indifferent expression. Fine, then I won't see you off. You can't force a relationship. He turned around, his hand already on the handle of the glass door. Keep this golden goose and wait for the bank to come and foreclose on the property. If it fails to sell twice, look at this run-down shop tainted with the bad luck of being a poisonous hot pot restaurant. How much will it still be worth? No. Young Master Qin, please wait. Landlord Wang was terrified and grabbed Qin Lang's arm tightly. Qin Lang's words were like a sharp knife, piercing his last illusion. Yes, it's a judicial auction. Once a judicial auction begins, the starting price will be extremely low, and the process is lengthy. During this process, the bank's interest continues to accrue daily. He simply can't wait. Cutting your losses is better than going bankrupt and becoming a defaulter. Selling the shop will at least help fill the hole in the bank's hole, and maybe even leave some money for retirement. Landlord Wang gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. I'll sell. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His once straight back hunched over, and as he looked at Qin Lang, his eyes held a last glimmer of hope. Master Lin, how much are you planning to offer to buy it? Qin Lang turned around, looked at him, and slowly held up 2 fingers. One price. 8 million. Outright purchase. How many? Upon hearing this, Landlord Wang's eyes widened, and his voice cracked. 8 million. Young Master Qin, are you kidding me? He waved his arms excitedly. I spent 12 million just on the bare price when I bought this shop. You know how much the land prices in the commercial street have risen in recent years. This shop is now worth at least 15 million on the market. 8 million, this isn't buying a shop, it's cutting my flesh with a knife. Landlord Wang's eyes reddened as he shook his head repeatedly. No, absolutely not. This price is outrageous. I can't even pay off my bank loan. Qin Lang had anticipated his strong reaction. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at Wang the landlord with a cold gaze. 15 million? That was the price back then. Qin Lang mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Go out on the street, and shouted out, "See if anyone is willing to spend $15 million to buy a black shop that was just shut down by the Food and Drug Administration and whose owner was arrested for using toxic hot pot base. It's like buying a second-hand house where someone has just died. Do you expect it to sell at the market price for a house in a good school district?" Chapter 203 Full Payment. Landlord Wong was speechless, his lips trembling. But that luxurious decoration. Don't mention that lousy renovation to me. Qin Lang interrupted him directly, his face full of disdain. Those big red pillars and crystal chandeliers are hideous. If Brother Lin takes over, he'll have to tear them down and rebuild them from scratch. I'll make you pay for the demolition fee, the removal fee, and the formaldehyde removal fee. In Brother Lin's eyes, that renovation was just a pile of garbage that needed to be cleaned up with money. Qin Lang took a step closer, lowered his voice, and said, word by word, "Old Wong, let's be frank. I know you made a down payment of $4 million when you bought the shop and borrowed $8 million from the bank. Over the past few years, most of the loan payments you've made each month have been interest. You haven't paid off much of the principal at all. Your current loan balance at the bank is around $7.5 million, right?" Upon hearing Qin Lang's recounting of his loan details with remarkable accuracy, cold sweat poured down Wong's forehead. His cards had been completely exposed, and he felt like a person who had been stripped naked and thrown into the snow, with nowhere to hide. He had completely lost his bargaining chips. "I'll give you $8 million in full." Qin Lang's voice was completely flat, as if he were delivering a final verdict. "This money will be just enough for you to pay off your bank loan, and you'll still have a few 100,000 yuan in cash on hand. With this 500,000 yuan, at least you won't be blacklisted for dishonesty, you won't become a defaulter, you won't be unable to take the high-speed rail, and you can still keep a house for your wife and children to live a stable life." Qin Lang pointed to the empty street, his tone turning extremely cold. "If you don't sell today, then just wait for the loan to default and the bank to seize and auction it off. With a criminal record for the toxic hot pot, you know this shop will only fetch $6 million at most in a judicial auction. At that time, not only will you not get a penny, but you'll also owe the bank more than $1 million. It's either take the 500,000 yuan and walk away unscathed, or take $1 million yuan in debt and jump off a building. Old Wong, the choice is yours." The brutal accounting laid bare the final path to survival and certain death for Wong, the landlord. Landlord Wong leaned against the wall, panting heavily, like a fish out of breath. He sold a shop worth over $10 million for $8 million, and all his hard work over the years, including the $4 million down payment he made back then, vanished into thin air. It's like he worked for the bank for free for several years, only to end up with a meager scrap of 500,000 yuan. His heart ached as if it were bleeding, and the intense resentment and humiliation almost tore him apart. But he had no way out. If he didn't sell to Lin Fan, he wouldn't even be able to keep his last 500,000 yuan. A full 5 minutes passed. Those 5 minutes felt like an eternity to Wong, the landlord. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His once straight back hunched over, and the shrewdness and calculation on his face vanished, leaving only a deathly ashen expression. He slowly raised his head, looked at Qin Lang, and his voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded on sandpaper. "Okay, $8 million I'll sell." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's lips finally curled into a satisfied, cold smile. He took out his phone and dialed the number of the head of his company's legal department. "Hey, Lao Zhang, bring the template of the shop property transfer contract and the company seal, and come to Lin's shop on Phoenix Golden Street." "Yes, come over right now to process a property purchase agreement for a shop." After hanging up the phone, Qin Lang looked at the landlord, Wong, who was slumped against the wall, and slightly raised his chin. "Let's go inside and wait. The lawyer will be here soon. Once the contract is signed, $8 million will be transferred to your account immediately." Landlord Wong nodded blankly and followed Qin Lang into the shop. Behind the bar, Lin Fan remained seated, holding his water glass, his expression calm, as if everything happening outside had nothing to do with him. Qin Lang walked over, gave an okay sign, and lowered his voice, his tone revealing barely concealed excitement. "Brother Lin, it's all settled. $8 million, and the property rights will be transferred directly to your name. This is a steal." Lin Fan put down his water glass and nodded slightly. Half an hour later, two lawyers in sharp suits walked briskly into the store carrying briefcases. The laptop was turned on, and the portable printer was connected. A meticulously prepared shop property transfer agreement was quickly printed out and placed on the table. Looking at the words 8 million yuan on the contract, Wang, the landlord, trembled so much that he could barely hold the pen. But he gritted his teeth, signed his name, and pressed his red fingerprint. Lin Fan picked up the contract, glanced at it, and signed it after confirming that everything was correct. Then, Lin Fan took out his phone and entered the bank card number provided by Wang, the landlord. Bite. Less than a minute later, Wang, the landlord, received a text message on his phone confirming that funds had been deposited into his account. Looking at the extra 8 million yuan balance on the screen, Wang, the landlord, felt no joy, but rather an urge to cry. He placed the various property certificates and the heavy bunch of shop keys on the table and stood up. Master Lin, young Master Qin, the shop is yours now. I'll go to the Housing Administration Bureau first thing tomorrow morning to assist with the transfer of ownership. Landlord Wang bowed deeply, as if he had aged considerably in an instant. He turned and pushed open the door, then left with faltering steps. Lin Fan picked up the heavy bunch of keys on the table. From this moment forward, this two-story shop, with a total area of 300 square meters, along with the land beneath its feet, completely belongs to him. Brother Lin, congratulations. Now the scale has increased significantly. Qin Lang dismissed the legal representative, sat back in his chair, and said with a grin. Lin Fan placed the heavy bunch of keys on the cashier's counter, poured 2 glasses of warm water, and pushed one of them to Qin Lang. Thank you so much, young Master Qin. You've been running around all day, helping me get the price down, and even covering the full payment of 8 million for me, Lin Fan said earnestly. Although his cash flow has increased rapidly recently, it's still only a little over 2 million, which isn't enough to buy the shop outright. If Qin Lang hadn't directly instructed the finance department to make the payment, Wang, the landlord, would never have signed the buyout contract so readily. Hey, Brother Lin, why are you being so formal with me? Qin Lang picked up his water glass, took a sip, and waved his hand dismissively. 8 million would just sit in my account gathering dust. Do you think I don't know how fast your shop can make money? This is a quality investment. Besides, you feed me every day. Isn't it only right that I put in some effort? Lin Fan didn't follow up with his polite words and said directly, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. I'll transfer the money back to you in one lump sum once I've saved enough. Qin Lang understood Lin Fan's temperament and knew that he disliked owing favors to others, so he nodded and agreed. Fine, I'll listen to you. Just give me back the principal, but if you dare to offer interest, that's a slap in my face. Qin Lang put down his water glass, turned to look in the direction of the 3-story building next door, and his expression became excited. Chapter 204 Store Expansion. But Brother Lin, now that we've secured the shop, what are your plans for the renovations? The nouveau riche hot pot restaurant style that Zhang Dawei runs is completely incompatible with the idyllic atmosphere of your peach blossom spring. If you trust me, I'll immediately send my company's construction team over to demolish that wall overnight. I'll handle all the hard and soft furnishings, and I guarantee I can turn out a grand, antique-style restaurant for you in half a month. Lin Fan shook his head, his tone calm. No need to bother. I have my own construction team. Your own team? Qin Lang was somewhat surprised. Yeah, they're a team that specializes in ancient building restoration. They work really fast. Lin Fan casually made up an excuse to smooth things over. They can start construction tonight. You should go back and rest now, and come for dinner as usual tomorrow. Seeing that Lin Fan had made the arrangements, Qin Lang didn't ask any more questions. Lin Fan had too many secrets, from those exquisite medicinal dishes to his superb knife skills. He was already used to them. All right, I'll head out now. I'll definitely book a private room on the 2nd floor later. It's too tiring to fight for seats with old Li and the others in the lobby every day. Qin Lang stood up, waved, walked out the door, got into his Ferrari, and drove away. After seeing Qin Lang off, Lin Fan turned around and closed the shop door. He picked up the keys from the table, walked out of his own shop, and went to the door of the Dawei hot pot restaurant next door. Tear off the Food and Drug Administration seal on the door and use the key to open the heavy glass door. A strong smell of cheap, low-quality butter mixed with the odor of formaldehyde hit me. Lin Fan frowned, reached out and touched the light switch on the wall, and turned on the lights in the hall. A 3-story space of 300 square meters. Several red-painted pillars stood in the lobby, a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the walls were covered with gaudy wallpaper. The kitchen exhaust pipes were exposed, and the floor was covered with dried grease. In such a smoky and polluted place, if you hire an ordinary construction team to demolish and rebuild, and then remove the odors and formaldehyde, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to complete. Lin Fan locked the door and stood in the center of the hall. Just then, a crisp mechanical voice rang in my mind. Ding! Detection indicates the host has successfully acquired the property rights to an adjacent shop. The total area of the stores under my name has now increased to 420 square meters. This meets the conditions for the main business expansion. Should the old and new stores undergo a complete integration and holographic transformation? Lin Fan silently replied in his heart, yes. Ding. Host command received. The current store style detected is elegant Chinese style peach blossom spring. The newly expanded area will automatically continue and upgrade this style. Renovation countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. A soft, dark golden light spread from beneath Lin Fan's feet, instantly enveloping the entire 300 square meter, 3-story building, while also penetrating the walls and encompassing the old shop next door. Lin Fan stood in the golden light, witnessing the earth-shattering changes taking place around him. Those gaudy red lacquered pillars faded like melting snow, reforming into sturdy, century-old elm pillars with a warm, lustrous sheen. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling has disappeared, replaced by octagonal palace lanterns with simple and elegant shapes, emitting a warm yellow glow. The original floor tiles underfoot rolled and reassembled, turning into smooth and flat bluestone slabs. The most striking thing is the thick load-bearing wall that separates the two shops. As the golden light swept across, the walls silently turned to dust and disappeared, and the two spaces merged perfectly into one. The artificial stream that was only a few meters long in the original store has been extended into the new area along the opened-up space, converging in the center of the expanded first-floor lobby to form a clear indoor koi pond. A delicate wooden arched bridge has even been built over the pond. The pungent smell of butter and formaldehyde in the air was completely eliminated, replaced by a faint fragrance of bamboo leaves. The renovation of the first-floor individual dining area is complete. 30 new solid wood square tables have been added, accommodating up to 120 people at the same time. Golden light spreads upwards along the solid wood staircase, reaching the second floor. Zhang Dawei's original cluttered private room on the second floor was completely overturned and rebuilt. The renovation of the second-floor VIP room area is complete. 6 fully enclosed, soundproof private rooms have been set up, named Pine, Bamboo, Plum, Orchid, Lotus, and Chrysanthemum. Each room is equipped with a mahogany round table and a tea-tasting station, ensuring absolute privacy. The third-floor private living area has been renovated. It includes a master bedroom, a children's room, and a separate study, equipped with a full suite of smart home and security systems. The host can move in immediately. Finally, the golden light converged in the kitchen area. The originally cramped open kitchen has been extended back by a full 100%. Multiple independent workstations are separated, with the washing area, cutting and preparation area, high-powered stove area, and hanging oven baking area arranged in an orderly manner. The purple and gold kitchenware set was perfectly set into the new stovetop, radiating a calm, dark light. Ding! The Lin Family Shop flagship store upgrade is complete. The golden light dissipated. Lin Fan stood in the newly renovated, spacious hall. The entire restaurant is seamlessly integrated, with an antique charm, without a trace of being pieced together. The space is spacious and the layout is grand. Even the most luxurious star-rated restaurants in Jiangcheng would pale in comparison to such decor and ambience. Lin Fan went up to the second floor and looked around. The soundproofing of the private room was excellent. With the door closed, the sound of water outside could not be heard at all. From now on, those big bosses who order boiled cabbage and roast duck will finally have a quiet place to discuss business. On the third floor, the children's room is covered with a soft carpet and the walls are painted in a warm pink tone. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. From now on, after the lunch break, Tuanshuan can rest directly on the third floor without having to run back and forth. After confirming that everything was in order, Lin Fan went downstairs, locked the gate, and drove back to Jinmao Mansion. The next morning, 7:30, Phoenix Golden Street. Su Xiaoxiao, carrying a backpack and holding 2 cups of soy milk, walked quickly to the front of Lin's shop. She was just about to take out her keys to open the door when she looked up at the sign and froze on the spot. The wooden signboard of Lin Family Shop, which originally had only one storefront, has now been transformed into a huge black signboard with gold lettering, spanning 6 meters across the storefronts of 2 shops. The Dawei Hot Pot restaurant next door, which was sealed off yesterday, has even changed its facade, replacing it with an antique carved wooden door exactly like the one at Lin's shop. Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes, thinking she was still half asleep. She tentatively used the key to open the door on the other side, and pushed it open to take a look. With a clang, the soy milk in my hand fell to the ground and spilled all over the floor. Su Xiaoxiao stared wide-eyed at the hall that was several times larger than before, and the koi pond in the center that was still steaming. Her mind went completely blank. She rubbed her eyes. Where am I? Chapter 205 Renovation Overnight. The walls are gone. The area is more than 3 times larger. Brand new tables and chairs, exquisite chandeliers. Lin Fan was wearing a white chef's uniform and simmering broth in the newly expanded, spacious, and bright kitchen. Hearing the noise, Lin Fan turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was stunned. What are you standing there for? Lin Fan asked calmly. Brother Lin. Su Xiaoxiao pointed at the lobby, her voice trembling. Where's that wall? What about the hot pot restaurant next door? How come everything changed overnight? We took over the place next door yesterday afternoon. Lin Fan wiped his hands with a towel and came out. The construction team came in overnight last night, demolished the wall, and did a quick renovation. It's all modular materials, so it's easy to assemble. Demolish the wall overnight? Renovate overnight? Su Xiaoxiao swallowed. Even if the construction team has hundreds of people, it's impossible to transform a hot pot restaurant into this charming Jiangnan courtyard overnight. Moreover, there was no pungent paint smell from the recent renovations. Instead, the room was filled with the fresh scent of wood. But Su Xiaoxiao knew Lin Fan's abilities. Brother Lin could even make medicinal dishes that could cure diseases with ease, and he could turn a big restaurant into a restaurant overnight. It seemed not unacceptable. The boss is the boss. His connections and efficiency are terrifying. Su Xiaoxiao muttered to herself and quickly picked up the mop to clean up the soy milk on the floor. Starting today, the first floor will be a group dining area. You won't need to share tables anymore, Lin Fan instructed. There are 6 private rooms on the second floor, with a minimum charge of 1,000. Go outside and change the small blackboard. All right, Su Xiaoxiao was full of enthusiasm. A bigger shop meant they could serve more customers every day, and their turnover would definitely double. It's almost 9 o'clock. A long line had already formed outside the door. Chairman Chun and Li Daong, who were ranked first, were fanning themselves with newspapers and chatting about today's stock market. Splash. Su Xiaoxiao pushed open the widened folding wooden door from the inside. Everyone, Lin Family Shop has been upgraded and expanded, and is officially open for business today. Su Xiaoxiao's clear voice rang out on the street. The diners outside looked up and glanced inside. They were dumbfounded when they saw the spacious hall before them, the small bridge over the flowing water, and the old elm pillars. When I ate lunch here yesterday, it was a tiny, run-down restaurant with only a dozen or so tables. How did it transform into a high-end restaurant spanning hundreds of square meters overnight? The young man at the front of the line, wearing a white shirt, rubbed his eyes hard, took 2 steps back, and looked up at the entrance. The old wooden sign, which was only 2 meters wide, was gone. In its place stands a 6-meter-long black sign with gold lettering, spanning the 2 storefronts with imposing grandeur. Where's Dawei Hot Pot? The young man pointed to the spot next door where the hot pot restaurant used to be. Yesterday, this place was sealed off. Where did the big red pillar and the door go? Not only him, but the hundreds of people in line behind him were all in an uproar. This isn't right. A middle-aged man carrying a briefcase squeezed to the front, craning his neck to look inside, his eyes almost popping out. I passed by here yesterday after get-off work, and the hot pot restaurant's doors were still intact. How come the 2 restaurants have been connected this morning? Breaking down the wall is one thing, but look at the interior decoration. A knowledgeable contractor pointed to the hall floor, his face full of disbelief. That's a whole slab of bluestone. And that pool in the middle, it even has running water and koi fish. It definitely won't be finished in less than a month of construction. But who heard any noise? They were smashing walls, hauling away garbage, laying floor tiles, and in all that time, we didn't see a single soul. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. This illogical event was completely beyond their comprehension. Even if you hire the largest construction team in the entire city, with hundreds of people working overnight, it's impossible to transform a greasy hot pot restaurant into a quaint Jiangnan courtyard in just 12 hours. Moreover, the formaldehyde and paint smells from a newly renovated house simply won't dissipate. But now, standing before this open door, all that greets you is a refreshing breeze and a faint, pleasant scent of bamboo leaves. There isn't even the slightest pungent odor. What exactly does this boss do? The man carrying the briefcase swallowed hard, as if he had thought of something. I get it. Boss Lin must have bought the hot pot restaurant next door a long time ago. He's been secretly renovating inside for months. Last night, he just had someone tear down the partition wall in the middle and cleaned up the site overnight. Upon hearing this, the people around him nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. That must be it. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. Even if it's just demolishing walls and cleaning up, the efficiency is frightening. Boss Lin's background and strength are unfathomable. Forget how it's served. A fat man at the back of the line stamped his foot impatiently. Hurry up and get in. I'm starving. I don't care how big the restaurant is, as long as the food is good. Su Xiaoxiao stood at the door, watching the group of diners go through the shock, the imagination, and finally the self-convincing process, while secretly suppressing a laugh. Actually, when she first saw the lobby that morning, her reaction wasn't much better than these people's. But since the boss didn't say anything, she naturally didn't say anything either. Please take your number tags and enter the restaurant in order. Su Xiaoxiao stepped aside to make way. Diners eagerly crossed the threshold. Upon entering the store, the visual and tactile impact becomes even stronger. The streets outside were sweltering and oppressive, but the temperature inside the shop remained a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. Stepping on the smooth bluestone slabs, there was no slippery, greasy feeling. In the artificial koi pond in the center of the hall, the water was crystal clear, and several red and white koi were swishing their tails under the water lilies. This chair is quite substantial. The young man in the white shirt pulled out a chair, sat down, and tapped the armrest. It's solid old elm wood, very stable to sit on. What were originally a dozen or so tightly packed tables have now become 30 spacious square tables. The distance between the tables has been greatly increased, and simple partitions have been made in the middle with bamboo woven screens. No longer do we have to bump arms with strangers while eating, or even have to lower our voices to speak, like before. That feels good. The man with the briefcase placed his bag on the empty space beside him and let out a long sigh of relief. Before, you had to queue outside and get so hot you'd be half dead, and then you'd have to share a table with other people when you got in. Now, with this environment, I'd think it's worth it even if I just ate a bowl of white rice, let alone a 200 yuan tomato and egg stir-fry. The diners took their seats. Although more than 100 people suddenly flooded into the hall, it did not feel noisy or crowded because the space was spacious enough. Someone noticed the solid wood staircase leading to the second floor. Assistant Su, a boss dressed casually, waved. Is there a place to eat upstairs too? Chapter 206 New Historical High. Su Xiaoxiao walked over and answered with a smile. Yes, the second floor is the VIP room area that Brother Lin recently opened. There are 6 rooms in total, named Pine, Bamboo, Plum, Orchid, Lotus, and Chrysanthemum. The private rooms have a separate rest area and tea table, and the soundproofing is excellent. However, there is a minimum spending requirement for the private rooms, starting at 1,000 yuan per room. They just opened today, so no reservations are needed in advance. It's first come, first served. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the owners at the surrounding tables lit up instantly. A minimum spend of 1,000 yuan? This is no big deal at Lin's shop. Just order half a roast duck and 2 bowls of beef brisket noodles, and that's enough. When this group of people go out to eat, the most important thing they value is privacy. Previously, the Lin family shop only had a main hall, so if you wanted to discuss business or invite a few important clients, you simply couldn't open your mouth. Now that they have private rooms, it has solved their biggest pain point. Give me a relaxed restaurant. The casually dressed owner immediately approved, stood up, and headed upstairs. I'll call a few friends over to eat together. Reserve me a room with the character Bamboo in its name. I want one. In less than 2 minutes, all 6 private rooms on the second floor were booked. The individual diners in the hall didn't mind. Being able to sit comfortably in a spacious and bright place and enjoy a hot meal was already a huge upgrade for them. The kitchen area has undergone a complete transformation. The originally semi-open kitchen has now been extended back, by more than double. A huge transparent glass panel completely separates the kitchen from the front of the house. Diners sitting in the hall could clearly see every move Lin Fan made while cooking, but they couldn't hear a single sound from the range hood. Lin Fan, dressed in a clean white chef's uniform, stood in front of the brand-new work table. 4 powerful stoves are lined up in a row, with purple and gold kitchen utensils securely embedded in them. Next to it are specially separated cutting and preparation areas and chilled food areas. The newly delivered large hanging stove was placed in the far corner. The fire was burning brightly, and it emitted an enticing aroma of fruitwood. Table number 1, 1 serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and 1 bowl of rice. Su Xiaoxiao pasted the printed order form on the food service window outside the glass. Lin Fan glanced at the order form and started heating the oil in the wok. Add the chopped tomatoes to the pan and stir-fry. The purple gold bagua pot instantly locks in the aroma, and a thin layer of golden mist rises from the surface of the pot. With the kitchen space expanded and fully equipped, Lin Fan was able to unleash his full potential. With the left hand tossing the wok and the right hand controlling the heat, a plate of bright red and tempting scrambled eggs with tomatoes was ready in less than 3 minutes. Table number 2, 2 bowls of supreme clear broth beef brisket noodles. Boil the noodles in water, drain and cool them, then pour on the amber-colored old-fashioned broth and top with red and white beef brisket. Lin Fan served meals more than twice as fast as before. Plates of steaming hot dishes were served through the serving chute. The young man in the white shirt sitting in the lobby brought over the beef brisket noodles he had ordered. He took a deep breath of the soup's aroma, picked up his chopsticks, and scooped up a roll of noodles, putting it in his mouth. The noodles are chewy and springy, and the broth is delicious and rich. He turned to look at the glaring sunlight outside the window, then at the simple and elegant dining environment in front of him. Listening to the faint sound of flowing water in the pool, I felt that the 188 yuan was more worthwhile than ever before. With this ambience and this skill, Mr. Lin's shop is going to be a legend in Jiangxing, the young man exclaimed as he ate. As time went on, the number of people queuing outside grew larger and larger. Although the expanded store can accommodate 120 people at the same time, it is still not enough to meet the demand of hundreds or thousands of customers every day. But today, the people queuing outside were noticeably more composed, because Su Xiaoxiao had set up a small shed at the entrance and moved in several benches. Not only were there sun umbrellas, but they also offered free chilled barley tea. Don't rush, everyone. There are plenty of seats inside, and the turnover is quick. Su Xiaoxiao held the number book and maintained order in an orderly manner. The second floor features a private room with the character Mai, Plum. Pushing open the heavy solid wood door completely shuts out the noise. The shop owner, who was dressed casually, was sitting at a round mahogany table with several clients in suits. A whole roasted duck, fresh out of the oven, sits on the table. The dark red duck skin glistened with oil, and 108 slices of duck meat were stacked layer upon layer on a white porcelain plate, like a blooming flower. "Mr. Li, please try this." The casually dressed boss personally picked up a lotus leaf pancake, put 2 pieces of crispy duck meat inside, dipped them in sweet bean sauce, rolled them up, and handed them to the customer at the head of the table. "Old Zhang, you just love doing all this fancy stuff. You dragged me out of the office so early in the morning just to eat roast duck." Mr. Li took the flatbread, his tone somewhat dismissive. He took a bite. Click! A cracking sound rang out in the private room. Mr. Li froze in his tracks. The melted duck fat, mixed with the rich sweet bean sauce, explodes on the tongue. The sweet aroma of fruitwood rushes straight to the brain through the nasal cavity. He suddenly opened his eyes and swallowed the duck meat in his mouth in a few quick movements. "This duck?" Mr. Li stared at the meat on the plate, his eyes shining. Old Zhang smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. "So, Mr. Li, is this place sincere enough for discussing business?" "Enough. That's more than enough." Mr. Li picked up his chopsticks and rolled up a second pancake himself. "This skill is amazing. Hurry up and get the contract out. Let's sign it while we eat." The weight lifted from Old Zhang's shoulders. He knew that the private rooms in this restaurant would become his trump card for winning over big clients. The kitchen on the first floor. Lin Fan continued slicing the last roast duck without stopping and plated it up. He glanced at the time. It was 12:30 p.m. Today's stock was double that of yesterday, but it still sold out in 3.5 hours. The effects of expanding the store were immediate. Not only did sales double, but the dining experience for customers was also greatly improved. Xiao Xiao, put up the sign, it's time to close. Lin Fan walked to the sink and turned on the tap to wash his hands. Okay, Brother Lin. Su Xiao Xiao hung the sold out today sign outside the door. The last few tables of customers left the restaurant satisfied after finishing their meal. Lin Fan took off his apron and walked out of the kitchen. He walked to the bar, poured himself a glass of warm water, and glanced at the empty hall. This is exactly what he wanted. Not a trendy restaurant that relies on crowds and scarcity marketing to create hype, but a top-tier restaurant that truly retains customers through quality and ambience. Brother Lin, I just did the math. Su Xiao Xiao walked over with a calculator in her hand, her eyes brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Today, we served more than 400 guests in the main hall and private rooms, including the income from those 20 roast ducks. Su Xiao Xiao took a deep breath. Our revenue today has exceeded 500,000, reaching a new historical high. Record high. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan nodded, his expression remaining calm. This was all within his expectations. After all, with the store expanding, a daily turnover of 500,000 is a natural outcome. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Host's daily turnover has exceeded 500,000. Congratulations, host, on achieving the intermediate-level business milestone. Congratulations, host. You have won one free chance to win a God-level gourmet lucky draw. Chapter 207 Buddha jumps over the wall. A pale blue virtual screen flashed before my eyes and then gradually faded away. Lin Fan didn't rush to open the lottery wheel in his mind. He reached for a clean, dry towel by the sink and slowly wiped the water off his hands. He turned his head and looked at Su Xiao Xiao standing at the cashier. Su Xiao Xiao was still clutching the black calculator tightly in her hand, her eyes fixed on the long string of numbers on the screen, her chest heaving noticeably, and her breathing heavier than usual. Brother Lin, 500,000, Su Xiao Xiao put down the calculator, looked up and looked around the spacious hall that was now empty and quiet again. I used to hand out flyers on the street, working all day under the scorching sun and only earning 100 yuan. Now, looking at this number, I feel like I'm dreaming. It doesn't feel real at all. Lin Fan casually draped the towel over the back of the chair, walked over, and tapped the countertop. Once the numbers reach a certain point, they're just cash flow on paper. As the store gets bigger, the costs of inventory, utilities, and various losses also increase. Don't just focus on the numbers. Lin Fan's tone was calm, with a composure that could quickly calm people down. Go sit on the sofa over there and rest for a while. I'm not tired. Su Xiao Xiao immediately stood up straight and said energetically. I said I'd rest, so I'll rest. Lin Fan's tone left no room for negotiation. You were so busy greeting guests and serving dishes at noon that you didn't even have time to eat yourself. Sit down, I'll go get something to eat. Su Xiao Xiao opened her mouth, but seeing Lin Fan's unyielding back, she could only obediently nod, walk to the chair by the window, and sit down, gently massaging her slightly sore calves. Lin Fan walked back to the kitchen. The roast duck for lunch was sold out long ago, and even the remaining duck carcass was shamelessly packed up by several regular customers to take home and make soup. However, when Lin Fan opened the oven, he deliberately left a complete duck carcass in the corner. He picked up the kitchen knife. Click, click, click. With a few swift cuts, the roasted, golden brown duck carcass was chopped into even pieces. I lit the fire, heated the purple gold bagua pot, and poured in a little bit of oil. Lin Fan poured the chopped duck carcass into the pot. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, and the remaining fat on the duck carcass was quickly rendered out, releasing a rich aroma of fruitwood. Seeing that the water was almost ready, he picked up the kettle that had been prepared next to him and poured it into the pot. Sizzle. The moment the boiling water was added to the pot, the soup churned violently, and the originally clear water visibly turned into a rich, milky white. Lin Fan deftly grabbed a handful of freshly picked cabbage leaves from the farm from the nearby refrigerator, tore them apart with his bare hands, and threw them into the boiling soup. I added a little salt to enhance the flavor and then quickly cooked 2 handfuls of thin noodles. Less than 10 minutes. 3 large bowls of steaming hot duck bone and cabbage noodle soup were served. Lin Fan pulled out a chair and sat down, pushing one of the bowls in front of Su Xiao Xiao. Then he took a clean thermos, carefully put the 3rd bowl of clear soup noodles with cabbage, with the oil skimmed off, into it, tightened the lid, and handed it to Su Xiao Xiao. How is your mother's health lately? Lin Fan asked casually as he picked up his chopsticks. The doctor said I'm recovering very well and can be discharged tomorrow. Su Xiaoxiao took the thermos with both hands, her eyes full of joy and gratitude. That's good. Lin Fan nodded and pointed to the thermos. This is for your mother. It's clear broth cabbage noodles, easy to digest and good for her stomach, which will help her recover. Take it directly to the hospital after you finish eating. Thank you, Brother Lin. Su Xiaoxiao didn't stand on ceremony anymore and sat down with slightly red eyes. Lin Fan didn't say anything more and pulled the remaining bowl of noodles in front of him. He had been busy all noon and was very tired, so he was indeed hungry. He bent down, picked up a mouthful of noodles, blew on it to cool it down, and put it in his mouth. After being simmered over high heat, the marrow and residual fat in the duck carcass completely dissolve into the soup, giving it a rich, milky white color. The sweetness of the cabbage perfectly balances the greasiness of the duck soup, and the noodles soak up the broth, making them smooth, chewy, and springy. Lin Fan ate quickly, but not rudely. He was simply trying to fill his stomach. Su Xiaoxiao sat opposite her, also eating heartily. The steam from the noodle soup warmed her face, making her feel a sense of peace and contentment from the inside out. The meal was eaten quietly. After finishing their meal, Su Xiaoxiao rushed to wash the empty bowls, then picked up her backpack, grabbed her thermos, and headed to the hospital. After seeing Su Xiaoxiao off, Lin Fan checked all the doors and windows on the first floor of the shop, turned off the main light in the lobby, and left only a few floor lamps for illumination. He walked up the solid wood staircase step by step to the private living area on the third floor. Push open the door to the children's room. The room was softly lit. Tuanchuan was lying sprawled out on her small bed, tightly hugging her giant strawberry bear, fast asleep. She played at the Early Childhood Education Center all morning and was sleepy after being picked up for lunch. Lin Fan walked over, covered her with the thin blanket she had kicked off, and watched his daughter's steady breathing before leaving the room, closing the door behind him. He went into the separate study next door. The study is simply furnished, with a large desk and a bookcase covering an entire wall. Lin Fan sat down in the chair in front of his desk, took a deep breath, and focused his mind. System, use the God-level food lucky draw opportunity. The words had barely left his mouth. A semi-transparent blue light screen unfolded before him. A golden turntable appeared, divided into dozens of squares of varying sizes. The wheel began to spin rapidly, and the pointer swept across the options. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and watched quietly. His current menu includes egg fried rice and plum juice to attract customers, beef brisket noodles to solidify his position, and boiled cabbage in clear broth and roast duck to elevate his status. However, the 6 VIP rooms on the second floor are now officially open. Those who can afford to dine in the private room are all wealthy people in Jiangxing. He needs a truly impressive dish, a dish that requires a lot of effort, is made with top-quality ingredients, and can represent the prestige of a Chinese banquet. The speed of the turntable gradually decreased. The pointer slowly glided across an icon displaying a kitchen knife, then over an image of a bag of farm seeds, finally settling steadily on a square radiating a purple-gold glow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a divine recipe imperial cuisine. Buddha jumps over the wall. Recipe description: the pinnacle of Fujian cuisine, a jewel of state banquets. A culinary masterpiece, combining delicacies from land and sea, simmered slowly over a low flame. The aroma wafts through the neighborhood upon opening, enough to tempt even the most discerning palate. This dish is meticulously prepared and time-consuming, making it the absolute grand finale of any top-tier banquet. Ding! Recipe core requirement detected. Farm space automatically unlocks auxiliary ecological zone. Miniature deep-sea aquaculture zone. Chapter 208 Private Matters. Initial ingredients included top-grade abalone, premium wild sea cucumber, deep-sea fish lips, and aged fish maw, which have been automatically delivered to the farm's dedicated dried goods warehouse. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes as he watched the series of messages that appeared on the screen. Buddha jumps over the wall. These 3 words carry immense weight in the catering industry. This dish doesn't rely on fancy wok-flipping techniques, but rather on an understanding of the ingredients, patience in soaking dried goods, and an almost demanding control over the heat of the broth. A vast amount of culinary memories flowed directly into Lin Fan's brain like a clear spring. It's not about rigid written steps. but rather the accumulation of muscle memory and experience over decades or even centuries. How to soak rock-hard dried abalone in alternating hot and cold water for several days and nights to awaken its internal collagen and elasticity. How to combine roasting and boiling to remove the bitterness and impurities from the sea cucumber's internal organs. How to cut and prepare fish maw to ensure it dissolves without falling apart during long simmering. Most importantly, it's the broth that's the soul of the dish. It requires more than a dozen kinds of meat, such as free-range old hens, ducks, pigs' trotters, ribs, and ham. After chopping them into pieces and blanching them, add spring water, bring to a boil over high heat, and then simmer over low heat for dozens of hours, until all the bones and flesh have completely dissolved into a pot of rich, thick, golden yellow broth. Finally, all the soaked seafood delicacies are layered in a specially made purple clay wine jar according to their cooking time. Pour in golden broth and seal the jar tightly with fresh lotus leaves. Simmer and stew over a low charcoal fire. The flavors of dozens of ingredients permeate and blend together inside the sealed jar, removing any fishy smells and preserving the freshness, ultimately achieving a perfect balance of flavors and aromas. Lin Fan opened his eyes and rubbed his temples. If this dish were made in the real world, it would take at least 3 to 4 days from preparing the ingredients to the final product. This is assuming all the ingredients are available. Ordinary restaurants simply cannot afford the time and manpower required, so most of the Buddha jumps over the wall dishes on the market are made by using ready-made semi-finished dried goods and adding concocted broth to fool people. But he's different. He has a farm space where time flows 30 times faster. Lin Fan stood up and made sure the study door was locked. Enter the farm. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over me. Lin Fan's feet touched the solid ground of the farm. He turned his head and looked at the very edge of the farm. The border that was originally blocked by thick white fog has now receded. A stretch of azure water came into view. It wasn't large, resembling a small bay that had been artificially cut off. The seawater was crystal clear, without the fishy smell of ordinary seawater, and the waves gently lapped against the edge of the reef. Beside the bay, a warehouse built with heavy logs has been erected. Lin Fan stepped forward and pushed open the wooden door. The temperature inside the warehouse was low and the air was very dry. On a wooden shelf against the wall, dozens of huge, transparent, sealed glass jars were neatly arranged. He walked up to the shelf and picked up a jar. The jar contains dried abalone. Each one is shaped like a gold ingot, surprisingly large in size, and has a deep golden color. The surface of the abalone is covered with a layer of even, fine white powder. This is the salt crystals that form on top-quality abalone during its long natural drying and fermentation process. After putting down the abalone, he picked up the jar next to him. Inside are processed wild sea cucumbers. They are jet black, with distinct, hard spines, as hard as iron. There's also thick, aged fish maw, intact deep-sea fish lips, and pale yellow dried scallops. They are all top-tier, rare items that are hard to find even with money on the market. Lin Fan did not pause. He rolled up his sleeves and walked to the workbench outside the warehouse. Preparations for making Buddha jumps over the wall had to begin immediately. He took several large ceramic basins. He placed the dried abalone, sea cucumber, and fish maw into different basins. He walked to the well, drew up some clear, cool spring water, and slowly poured it into the basins until the ingredients were completely submerged. When dried-out ingredients come into contact with water, they begin to slowly absorb the moisture. Soaking is a long process, requiring changing the water, boiling, and soaking again, repeated many times. Lin Fan has plenty of patience. Here, time is the most abundant resource. After completing the first step of soaking, Lin Fan turned around and went to the livestock pen to catch 2 free-range old hens and ducks. He skillfully slaughtered them, plucked their feathers, cut them into pieces, and blanched them. Using the purple gold soup pot, fill it with spiritual spring water, put all the base soup ingredients into the pot, and start simmering the golden soup. The farm quieted down, with only the soft bubbling of the soup pot breaking the silence. Lin Fan calculated the time. At 30 times the flow rate, a few hours outside would be enough for the farm to soak the dried goods and simmer the broth. Before going to bed at night, pack the ingredients into jars and seal them. Tomorrow at noon, this Buddha jumps over the wall dish will be served on the tables of the private rooms on the second floor. After finishing all this, Lin Fan patted the water off his hands and left the farm. Just then, the roar of a large displacement diesel engine suddenly came from outside the shop. Lin Fan stood up, walked to the door, and pressed the switch on the wall. The roller shutter door slowly rose. A 4.2-meter light van was parked on the side of the road. The car door opened, and Qin Lang jumped out wearing a gray work shirt. He was covered in sweat, and the back of his shirt was soaked. "Brother Lin." Qin Lang wiped the sweat from his neck with a towel, strode over, and panted, "The goods are all out." He turned and waved to the truck bed. Two porters opened the back door and jumped in. "Move slowly, don't bump it," Qin Lang instructed. Workers carried sturdy corrugated cardboard boxes into the store and neatly stacked them on the open floor of the lobby. Lin Fan stepped forward, took out a utility knife, and cut open the tape on one of the cardboard boxes. Inside, 100 matte black cylindrical iron cans were neatly arranged. The can is printed with 4 small seal characters in dark gold, "Lin Family Shop," without any superfluous embellishment, exuding a calm and steady texture. Lin Fan took out a jar and unscrewed the cap. Inside is a widened food-grade silicone sealing ring, and the inner wall is coated with a special anti-corrosion and anti-acid coating, so there is no odor of industrial sheet metal. "How many are there in this batch?" Lin Fan asked. 10,000 cans. Qin Lang walked to the water bar, poured himself a glass of cold water, and drank it all in one gulp. "I personally oversaw the operation. The factory's 3 production lines were running non-stop for a single second. We finally finished it." Qin Lang put down his water glass, pulled out a chair, sat down, and let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Fan nodded and closed the box. "Could you please move these boxes to the kitchen storage room?" Lin Fan said to the workers. "All right." The foreman in charge gestured to the workers to get to work. The workers worked quickly and efficiently, and in less than 20 minutes they moved dozens of large cardboard boxes filled with 10,000 cans into the kitchen warehouse, piling them up tightly. After settling the moving fee, the workers drove away. The shop quieted down. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, not in a hurry to leave. He looked at Lin Fan, his expression turning serious. "Brother Lin, the goods have been arranged. I have something personal to discuss with you today." Lin Fan picked up a rag and wiped away the dust left from where he had put the box, then calmly asked, "What is it?" Chapter 209 Fujin Cuisine. Tomorrow night, reserve the largest private room on the 2nd floor, the one with the song name on it. Qin Lang leaned forward and lowered his voice. "My dad needs it." Lin Fan draped the rag aside and sat down in the chair opposite Qin Lang. Qin Lang's father, Qin Donghai, is the head of the Qin Group, a business tycoon who controls more than half of the commercial real estate in Jiangxing. People of this caliber would always dine and socialize in the most exclusive, top-tier private clubs. "Whom do you invite?" Lin Fan asked. "A representative of an investor from Beijing." Qin Lang's expression was very serious. Qin Group recently acquired a piece of land in the south of the city and plans to build a super-large commercial complex. There is a significant funding gap, and this investment is very important to my father. What delicacies haven't they eaten? If we go to the Grand Hyatt for French food, they'll think it's unoriginal. If we go to a time-honored restaurant for traditional dishes, they'll think it's not classy enough. My dad discussed this with me last night, and I assured him that I would bring people to your place. Qin Lang stared into Lin Fan's eyes. "Brother Lin, the environment and privacy here are fine. Now we just need one dish. A grand finale dish that can impress everyone and shut up the big boss from Beijing. While regular beef brisket noodles and roast duck are delicious, they're not quite good enough to serve guests of this caliber. Brother Lin, do you have any special skills? No matter how expensive the ingredients are, I'll pay for them." Lin Fan listened quietly to the end. He looked at Qin Lang's anxious expression, but his tone remained calm. "Yes." "What dish?" Qin Lang's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Brother Lin, you can cook Fujin cuisine too?" Qin Lang was stunned for a moment, then blurted out the answer subconsciously. Since he met Lin Fan, he has tried every dish on the menu of Lin's shop, from the delicate and sweet crab roast soup dumplings and the elegant shrimp, to the refined and subtle boiled cabbage, to the century-old roast duck with its lingering fruitwood aroma, and the supreme clear broth beef brisket noodles with its clear soup and tender meat. This includes Jiangxia cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Beijing cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, and even a common home-style dish like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which is popular throughout the country. However, the culinary profession has always been a field where different professions are like different worlds. A chef who is proficient in Sichuan cuisine accustomed to its numbing spiciness and fresh aroma, may not be able to make the clear broth of Cantonese cuisine perfectly pure. A master of Peking duck may not understand the delicate techniques of making exquisite dim sum in the Jiangnan water towns. Lin Fan's ability to master these cuisines and achieve unparalleled skill in each one is, in Qin Lang's eyes, a monstrous feat that defies common sense. However, Lin Fan's menu did not include any Fujian dishes that could truly hold their own at top-tier banquets. Buddha Jumps Over the Wall is different. This dish, considered the pinnacle of Fujian cuisine, is a renowned gem served at state banquets. It doesn't test your fancy skills in flipping the wok and stirring the pan, but rather your ability to soak and rehydrate top-quality dried seafood and meat, as well as your almost demanding patience and control over the heat of the broth. Dried abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, fish lips. It takes several days to process these ingredients from their dry and hard state to a soft and chewy texture. If even one step is not done properly, the fishy smell will not be removed, and the entire dish will be ruined. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, picked up the glass of water on the table, took a sip, and said in a calm tone, "Cuisine is just a category. As long as you know how to control the heat and understand the original flavor of the ingredients, you can cook any dish." Qin Lang frowned, tapped his fingers on the table twice, still somewhat hesitant. "Brother Lin, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall is indeed a very catchy name. But to be honest, this dish has been overdone in the market for a long time now. Those high-end restaurants outside just take some cheap, semi-finished sea cucumbers and abalone, add a concentrated soup base, stew them, put them in a pretty jar, and dare to call it Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. It tastes like nothing but MSG." Qin Lang looked at Lin Fan and voiced his concerns. "The Beijing restaurant owner my dad hired is named Zhou Jingya. People of that caliber are incredibly discerning. He must have eaten authentic food at countless private restaurants in Beijing. If we serve this dish and he finds it unoriginal or just average, we won't be able to maintain the prestige, and the 3 billion investment will be wasted." Lin Fan looked at Qin Lang's worried expression with a calm demeanor. "Rest assured." Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, speaking softly. "I will definitely let you eat the most authentic Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. The dried abalone used is top-grade netted abalone that is over 10 years old, and the sea cucumber is wild from the deep sea. The fish lips, fish maw, and scallops are all of the best quality among dried goods. They are soaked in water and then dried over a fire alternately to remove the fishy smell and preserve the freshness. The broth is made without any additives. It is made by simmering old hen, duck, Manhwa ham, pork ribs, and pig's trotters with spring water over a low flame for 48 hours. Finally, put all the ingredients into a purple clay wine jar, seal it with lotus leaves, and simmer it over charcoal. When the broth is opened, it is golden in color, rich and thick. All the flavors of seafood and land are perfectly blended." Listening to Lin Fan's straightforward description, Qin Lang couldn't help but swallow hard. Just by listening to these steps, he could imagine how much effort this dish required. With broth simmered for 48 hours and top-quality dried ingredients, this kind of dish, made purely through time and effort, is something you simply can't find anywhere else. "How much does this dish cost?" Qin Lang asked the question that concerned him most. Lin Fan looked at him and held up 2 fingers. "One jar, 88,000. Qin Lang's eye twitched. A single pot of vegetables costs 88,000 yuan. That price would be outrageous anywhere. But he believed in Lin Fan's skills. He hesitated for less than a second before slamming his hand on the table. "Brother Lin, I'll take this dish. My dad and his entourage will be there promptly at 7 o'clock tomorrow night." "Okay." Lin Fan nodded. "I'll prepare the ingredients." Qin Lang stood up, took a bank card out of his pocket, and placed it on the table. "The password is 6 zeros. Any extra will be charged for the private room and tea. Brother Lin, I'm counting on you for this." Lin Fan did not refuse and took the card. Qin Lang turned and walked out of the store, then drove away in the Porsche parked on the side of the road. Lin Fan glanced at the wall clock. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He got up, walked to the door, pulled down the roller shutter, and locked it. I turned around and went up to the 3rd floor. Toanchuan was playing with building blocks on the carpet in the living room. Lin Fan entered the study and locked the door. "Close your eyes. Enter the farm." A slight feeling of weightlessness came over me. Lin Fan's feet touched the solid ground of the farm. He turned his head and looked at the very edge of the farm. The border that was originally blocked by thick white fog has now receded. A stretch of azure sea came into view. It's not very big, like a small bay that's been artificially cut off. The seawater is crystal clear, without the fishy smell of ordinary seawater, and the waves gently lap against the rocks at the edge. Beside the bay, a warehouse built with heavy logs has been erected. Lin Fan stepped forward and pushed open the wooden door. Chapter 2:10 Prefabrication. The warehouse was cold, and the air was very dry. Dozens of huge, transparent, airtight glass jars were neatly arranged on wooden shelves against the wall. He walked up to the shelf and picked up a jar. The jar contains dried abalone. Each one is shaped like a gold ingot, surprisingly large, and has a deep golden color. The surface of the abalone is covered with a layer of even and fine white powder. This is the salt crystals that form on top-quality abalone during its long natural drying and fermentation process. After putting down the abalone, he picked up the jar next to him. Inside are processed wild sea cucumbers. They are jet black, with distinct, hard spines, as hard as iron. There's also thick, aged fish maw, intact deep-sea fish lips, and pale yellow dried scallops. They are all top-tier, rare items that are hard to find even with money on the market. Lin Fan did not pause. He rolled up his sleeves and walked to the workbench outside the warehouse. To make Buddha jumps over the wall, preparations must begin immediately. He took several large ceramic basins and placed the dried abalone, sea cucumber, and fish maw into separate basins. Walk to the well, draw out the clear, cool spring water, and slowly pour it into the basin until the ingredients are completely submerged. When dried-out ingredients come into contact with water, they begin to slowly absorb the moisture. Soaking is a long process that requires changing the water, boiling, and soaking again, repeating the process many times. Lin Fan had plenty of patience. Here, a 30-fold time flow was the most generous cheat code. After completing the first step of soaking the livestock, Lin Fan turned and went to the livestock pen. He caught 2 free-range hens and 2 Muscovy ducks and skillfully slaughtered, plucked, and gutted them. Then he took a cleaver and chopped the chickens, ducks, and farm-produced Black Mountain pork ribs and trotters into large pieces. Put the pot in cold water, add ginger slices, and cooking wine. The fire boiled, and a layer of brownish foam rose to the surface. Lin Fan used a slotted spoon to scoop out the meat chunks and rinse them clean in warm water. Walk to the purple gold soup bucket and fill it with spiritual spring water. Place all the washed meat, along with a piece of air-dried Genoa ham, into the pot. After bringing it to a boil over high heat, reduce to a simmer and cook slowly. This soup is the soul of Buddha jumps over the wall. No complicated spices are needed. The marrow and fat of these high-protein meats are completely dissolved in the water during long, slow simmering. Lin Fan glanced at the water in the soup bucket, which was bubbling slightly. By the time the broth had simmered to a golden color and reached a thick, viscous consistency, less than 2 hours had passed outside. After finishing all this, Lin Fan patted the water off his hands and left the farm. Back to the study on the 3rd floor. Lin Fan pushed open the door and walked out. The corridor was quiet. He went to the living room, played with Tuanchuan for a while, and then made a simple dinner. After dinner, and after putting Tuanchuan to sleep, it was already 10 p.m. Lin Fan went downstairs and arrived at the kitchen on the 1st floor. Push open the glass door of the newly partitioned sterile room. The semi-automatic filling machine stood there quietly. In the corner were piles of 10,000 empty black tin cans that Qin Lang had delivered during the day. Lin Fan changed into a sterile gown, put on a mask and gloves. He went back to the farm. At the control panel of Tiangongfang, he issued the command to brew the sour plum drink concentrate. Large quantities of century-old charcoal-smoked plums and Tianshan snow lotus honey were automatically fed into the brewing equipment. With the flow rate 30 times faster than usual at the farm, dozens of barrels of thick, concentrated plum juice were quickly brewed. Lin Fan extracted these specially made large barrels filled with raw pulp and placed them in the actual sterile room. He poured the slurry into the huge stainless steel feed hopper of the filling machine and pressed the start button. The machine emitted a steady hum. Rows of matte black tin cans slid forward along the conveyor belt. The filling nozzle precisely probes downwards, injecting the thick, purplish-black slurry into the can. Then, it is covered with aluminum foil, vacuumed, and the cap is screwed on tightly. The movements were swift and decisive. 3 hours later, 5,000 cans of sour plum juice concentrate were neatly stacked in cardboard boxes in the finished product area. Lin Fan took off his sterile suit and turned off the machine. 1 o'clock in the morning. He washed his face, and his consciousness sank back into the farm space. After several days of soaking and processing on the farm, the once hard-dried abalone has now fully expanded, more than doubling in size, and has a translucent dark golden color. When pressed, it is extremely elastic. The sea cucumbers were thoroughly cleaned, with their internal organs and bitter sandy mouth removed. The fish maw was cut into evenly sized cubes, and the fish lips were washed. Lin Fan walked up to the purple gold soup pot. Upon lifting the lid, an incredibly rich, meaty aroma instantly filled the air. The bucket contains a rich broth made from over a dozen kinds of meat, including old hens and Muscovy ducks. The soup had been reduced to half its original volume, and its color had turned a pure golden yellow, with a thick layer of gelatinous substance floating on the surface. Lin Fan took a large, dark brown purple clay wine jar. A thick layer of white radish chunks and ginger slices is placed at the bottom of the jar to prevent the food from sticking to the bottom and burning during long-term simmering. Next, spread the chopped chicken, duck, ribs, and other meats on top of the radish. Next, arrange the fish lips, fish maw, and dried scallops on top. On the top layer, place soaked premium abalone and wild sea cucumber. All ingredients were neatly arranged. Lin Fan picked up a large soup ladle and poured the golden broth, which had been simmering in the purple gold barrel, into the purple clay jar, spoonful by spoonful. The thick broth slowly seeped into the gaps between the ingredients, until all of them were completely submerged. Lin Fan walked to the edge of the pond and picked 2 fresh, large lotus leaves. Wash and dry the jar, then seal the mouth of the jar tightly with lotus leaves and tie it with hemp rope. Finally, cover the jar with the purple clay lid. He found a few pieces of bright red jujube charcoal, placed them in the stove, and then steadily placed the purple clay jar on top of it. Keep it warm over a low flame. No need for a strong fire. Just use the residual heat of the charcoal fire to allow the dozens of ingredients in the jar to permeate and blend with each other in the sealed space. Lin Fan clapped his hands and looked at the purple clay jar placed on the charcoal fire. Use a gentle, low heat. There's no need for a high flame. The essence of this dish lies entirely in the time it takes. The residual heat of the charcoal fire allows dozens of seafood and land delicacies in the jar to permeate and blend with each other in the enclosed space. After confirming that the cooking time was right, Lin Fan closed his eyes. Leave the farm. After the feeling of weightlessness subsided, Lin Fan returned to the empty kitchen. He took off his sterile suit, turned off the lights, went upstairs to take a shower, and then collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. The next morning at 7 o'clock, sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Fan got up on time. He went to the kitchen and made egg pancakes and hot milk for Tuanchuan. The little girl, still half asleep, got up, sat at the dining table, grabbed a soft pancake, and ate it heartily, milk stains sticking to the corners of her mouth. Eat slowly. Lin Fan took a tissue and wiped her mouth. After breakfast, Lin Fan drove Tuanchuan to the Early Childhood Education Center. Only after watching his daughter follow the teacher into the classroom did he turn the car around and head towards Phoenix Golden Street. 8 o'clock in the morning, outside the Lin family shop. 2 medium-sized trucks with refrigerated cargo compartments were already parked on the side of the road. Su Xiaoxiao was holding a thick shipping manifest in her hand, checking it with the logistics team leader who was leading the truck. Seeing Lin Fan approaching, Su Xiaoxiao quickly went to greet him. Chapter 2:11 We Know the Rules. Brother Lin, the truck has arrived. It was arranged by young Master Qin. Lin Fan opened the shop door and led the workers into the sterile kitchen. Last night, boxes of freshly bottled plum juice concentrate were brought out. Send 3,000 cans to the logistics department of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Lin Fan instructed the logistics team leader. Put the remaining 2,000 cans in another truck and go with Su Xiaoxiao to Jiangxing University. Understood. The logistics team leader directed the workers to load the truck quickly. Su Xiaoxiao put the shipping order into her backpack and looked at Lin Fan apologetically. Brother Lin, we need to check and ship 2,000 cans to each dorm room today. I estimate I'll be busy all day at school. And at the shop. You don't need to worry about the shop, Lin Fan interrupted her. Go on. All right. Su Xiaoxiao climbed onto the passenger side of the truck with great enthusiasm. The truck drove away. Lin Fan turned and walked into the store. Since Su Xiaoxiao wasn't at the front desk cashier today, Lin Fan simply took a printed QR code for receiving payments and stuck it on the wall by the door. A stack of number plates was placed next to it. 9 o'clock sharp. Lin Fan pulled open the roller shutter door. The group of familiar faces waiting in line outside the door couldn't wait any longer. Assistant Sue isn't here today. Please scan the QR code, get a number, and find your seats yourselves. The limit remains unchanged. Lin Fan stood at the door, his tone calm. All right, Master Lin, you go ahead and get busy. We know the rules. A regular customer, a big boss, rushed up, scanned the code to pay, took a number 1 card, and strode into the store. These billionaires, worth hundreds of millions, looked just like employees queuing for food. No one dared to cut in line, and no one dared to make a sound. They all knew Lin Fan's temper. Anyone who dared to act arrogantly or cause trouble in this restaurant would never be able to eat this mouth-watering food again. In the kitchen, Lin Fan started heating oil in a wok. The roast duck is ready. Slice the meat and plate it. Beef brisket noodles are cooked, with the red and white beef arranged on top of the noodles. Busy but orderly. By 12:30 p.m., all the ingredients were sold out. The diners left satisfied, having eaten and drunk their fill. Lin Fan pulled down and locked the shop door. He walked to the sink, washed his hands, took a deep breath, and his consciousness once again sank into the farm space. Half a day had passed outside, but with the farm's flow rate increased 30 times, the purple clay jar had been simmering on the charcoal fire for over 10 hours. Lin Fan walked to the stove outside the warehouse. The charcoal fire had died out naturally, leaving only a faint residual heat. The mouth of the purple clay jar was tightly sealed by several layers of fresh lotus leaves and tied with hemp rope. Not a trace of aroma can be smelled from outside. All the flavors of seafood and land are locked within this small space, undergoing the deepest fusion. Lin Fan put on heat-resistant gloves and picked up the purple clay jar with both hands. It's very heavy. Leave the farm. Back to the reality of the kitchen. Lin Fan placed the purple clay jar on the workbench. He took out a small red clay stove from the storage cabinet, added a few pieces of high-quality, smokeless silver bone charcoal, and started a small fire. Placed the purple clay jar steadily on the red clay stove and continued to warm it over a low flame. After finishing these tasks, Lin Fan poured himself a glass of water and sat down to rest. 5:30 p.m. The shop door was pounded on twice from the outside, followed by Qin Lang's voice. Brother Lin, open the door. Lin Fan walked over and pulled up half of the roller shutter door. Qin Lang squeezed in sideways. He was dressed exceptionally formally today, in a pure black bespoke suit, his hair neatly combed. He had a light sweat on his forehead and looked somewhat nervous. Brother Lin, my dad and the others will be here soon. Is the private room okay? Qin Lang wiped his sweat as he ran up the stairs to the second floor and checked the cleanliness of each of the 6 private rooms. After entering the largest private room, named Song, and confirming that the air conditioning temperature was suitable and the tea set was neatly arranged, I breathed a sigh of relief and stepped down. Looks like a loser. Lin Fan looked at him and commented indifferently. Qin Lang gave a wry smile and walked to the bar to take a sip of water. Brother Lin, you have no idea how important this investment is to our Qin family. We've invested too much up front in that land in the south of the city. If we don't secure this big boss from Beijing, our cash flow will dry up. How can I not be nervous? Qin Lang put down his water glass, peeked into the kitchen, and sniffed. Brother Lin, where's the Buddha jumps over the wall? I can't smell it at all. Qin Lang was getting a little uneasy. Don't tell me you didn't make it. Lin Fan pointed to the purple clay jar placed on a small red clay stove in the corner. It's being simmered on top. Qin Lang went closer and circled the jar. The lotus leaves were sealed tightly, and there was indeed no fragrance to be smelled. Will this work? Qin Lang swallowed hard, feeling uncertain. This jar looks dull and gray, completely lacking the luxurious feel of gold trim found in high-end restaurants, and it doesn't even have a decent plating. This is a dinner party concerning a 3 billion yuan investment. Although he knew that Lin Fan's cooking skills were superb, whether it was beef brisket noodles or roast duck, as long as they were served, they could steal people's souls. But today is different. The big boss from Beijing, which places he goes to, are all glittering and filled with dry ice. If this dusty earthenware pot isn't fragrant at all, it will definitely spoil people's first impression. It only tastes good once the jar is opened. Lin Fan didn't explain further. Go outside and wait to pick them up. It's 6:30 in the evening. Two black sedans smoothly drove into Phoenix Golden Street and stopped in front of Lin's shop. In front was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, and behind it was a black Maybach with a Beijing license plate. Qin Lang quickly pushed open the shop door and went out to greet them. The door of the Mercedes opened, and Qin Donghai got out. This tycoon, who controls half of Jiangqing's commercial real estate, is in his 50s and exudes an imposing presence. But at that moment, he had an extremely enthusiastic smile on his face, and he quickly walked to the Maybach in the back and personally opened the rear door. "Mr. Zhou, we've arrived. Please watch your step." Qin Donghai bowed slightly, his attitude respectful. A foot wearing a handcrafted, custom-made leather shoe stepped down. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark gray casual tang suit stepped out of the carriage. He was probably in his early 50s, well-maintained, and showed no signs of weight gain. His eyes held the composure of someone who had long held a position of power. "This is Zhou Jingye, an investor from Beijing." Zhou Jingye stood on the side of the street and looked around at his surroundings. My gaze swept over the shops on both sides of the street, finally settling on Lin's shop in front of me. Although this shop has taken over the neighboring Dawei Hot Pot restaurant, expanded its storefront to 3 times its original size, and changed its signboard to a grand and imposing black background with gold lettering. But in the eyes of Zhou Jingye, a big boss who was used to seeing the top clubs and luxurious facades in Beijing, this kind of storefront hidden in the bustling pedestrian street still seemed a bit lacking. In particular, the huge gray municipal transformer box that stands directly in front of the store and blocks nearly a third of the view greatly diminishes the grandeur of the entire store, giving it an undeniable rough and unrefined feel. Zhou Jingye frowned slightly. "What's wrong with Chapter 212? Old Qin, you brought me all this way here. This is the amazing place you were talking about." Zhou Jingye's tone was calm, but the barely perceptible hint of disdain and doubt in his words made Qin Donghai's heart skip a beat. Zhou Jingye is used to eating at private restaurants hidden in courtyard houses and high-end clubs with tight security in Beijing, and he has almost demanding requirements for the dining environment. During his inspection tour of Jiangqing, Qin Donghai had originally arranged for a private room on the top floor of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, but Qin Lang confidently assured him that this hotel would definitely be the most prestigious. Qin Donghai brought the person here as a last resort, only because he had no other choice. Looking at the storefront now, half of which was hidden by the transformer box, he felt a cold sweat break out in his palms. "Mr. Zhou, don't be fooled by the transformer box blocking the way at the entrance. This is a case of true seclusion in plain sight," Qin Donghai explained with a forced smile. "The owner of this restaurant has superb culinary skills. A table there is extremely rare and expensive in Jiangqing. The interior is a hidden gem. Please go in and take a look." Qin Lang quickly stepped forward to greet him respectfully. "Hello, Uncle Zhou. A private room on the 2nd floor has been prepared especially for you. Please come in." Zhou Jingye didn't say anything more, nodded noncommittally, and stepped into the store. Upon entering and passing through the somewhat narrow entryway, the scene before him instantly made Zhou Jingye's previously somewhat dismissive gaze narrow slightly. "I originally thought it would be a crowded and noisy hole-in-the-wall restaurant, but I was surprised to find that the interior space was extremely spacious. The smooth, warm bluestone pavement, the sturdy and rustic old elm pillars, and the artificial pond in the center where several red and white koi carp are swimming leisurely to the sound of flowing water. Most importantly, although it was 30 degrees Celsius and a noisy commercial street outside, you couldn't feel any of the cooking fumes or noise of an ordinary restaurant inside. There was only a very faint bamboo leaf fragrance and just the right amount of air conditioning." Zhou Jingye's expression softened slightly. "The environment is quite well designed, reminiscent of the Jiangnan gardens where small spaces convey grandeur," Zhou Jingye commented aptly. "Mr. Zhou, please come upstairs." Upon seeing this, Qin Donghai quickly led the way. The group went up the solid wood staircase to the 2nd floor and entered the largest private room, named Song. The private room was spacious and private, with several exquisite cold dishes already laid out on the mahogany round table, and fine pre-Qingming Longjing tea brewing in the tea set. Everyone took their seats. Zhou Jingye glanced at the cold cucumber salad and braised beef on the table, but didn't touch his chopsticks. He picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and skipped the meaningless small talk, his gaze sharply fixed on Qin Donghai. "Old Qin, we've known each other for years. Let's not beat around the bush. I personally inspected that plot of land in the south of the city this afternoon. The location is indeed excellent and has development potential. But your Qin family's appetite is too big. You're asking for a funding gap of 3 billion right off the bat. Zhou Jingye put down his teacup, his eyes revealing the shrewdness and ruthlessness of a businessman. The current real estate and commercial complex market is sluggish. Investing this 3 billion yuan is extremely risky. Why should I invest this money in you? Qin Donghai's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that Zhou Jingye was a decisive and efficient man who wouldn't act until he saw a clear benefit. The negotiations have entered the most critical stalemate stage. If the meal doesn't go well and the atmosphere isn't right, then the 3 billion yuan investment will be completely wasted. The Qin Group's huge upfront investment in the Chengnin project also faces the risk of a broken capital chain. Mr. Zhou, I understand the risks you mentioned, but high risk also means high reward, especially the supporting facilities in the south of the city. While struggling to organize his thoughts, Qin Donghai quickly gave Qin Lang, who was standing to the side, a meaningful look. Let's eat first and chat while we eat. This restaurant has a signature dish. You should try it and then decide. Qin Lang understood immediately, knowing that they needed to use something special to break the deadlock. So he immediately turned around and ran downstairs to the kitchen. Brother Lin, everyone's here. Serve the food. Qin Lang rushed into the kitchen, sweating profusely. Lin Fan was standing next to the small red clay stove. The purple clay pot on the stove had been simmering for a full day and night. He picked up a thick towel and placed it on both sides of the purple clay jar, then steadily lifted the scalding hot jar with both hands. Hold the chassis and follow me. Lin Fan walked in front, while Qin Lang followed behind, carrying a wooden base. The two went up to the second floor and pushed open the door to the Song private room. Lin Fan placed the large purple clay jar steadily on the wooden base in the center of the round table. The jar was grayish-brown, with some rough mud spots on the surface, and was completely unremarkable. The mouth of the jar was sealed with several layers of dried lotus leaves and wrapped with rough hemp rope. Zhou Jingye frowned deeply as he looked at the earthenware jar on the table, which looked like it had been moved from a pickle jar in the countryside. Old Qin, is this the grand finale you were talking about? Zhou Jingye's tone carried a clear hint of displeasure. What's in this jar? Qin Donghai was also a little flustered. He had never seen this dish before, so he could only smile awkwardly and look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained calm and announced the names of the dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall. The moment those 3 words were uttered, the air in the private room suddenly fell silent. 2 seconds later, Zhou Jingye suddenly burst out laughing. This was not a polite laugh, but a cold laugh filled with mockery and absurdity. He didn't even bother to hide the contempt in his eyes. He leaned back in his chair, pointed at the earthenware pot in the center of the table, and shook his head repeatedly at Qin Donghai. Old Qin, you've gone all the way from Beijing to Jiangcheng, and that's enough. Zhou Jingye tapped his fingers on the table, his tone gradually becoming sharper. Why did you have to order Buddha jumps over the wall of soup of all things? Qin Donghai felt uneasy at the laughter, but he forced a smile and asked, President Zhou, is there something wrong with this dish? Is there something wrong? Zhou Jingye's smile vanished, his cold gaze sweeping over Qin Donghai and Qin Lang, before finally settling on Lin Fan. When you do business in Jiangxing, don't you even bother to check the background of your business partners? My ancestral home is Shaman. Do you know what this dish means to me? Upon hearing this, Qin Donghai's mind went blank, and he knew he was in trouble. He had always heard Zhou Jingye speak with a strong Beijing accent and had lived in the capital for many years, so he naturally assumed that Zhou was a northerner. He had no idea that Zhou Jingye's roots were in Shaman. Zhou Jingye pointed at the earthenware pot and ruthlessly punctured it. Buddha jumps over the wall is the premier dish of Fujian cuisine. When my grandfather celebrated his 80th birthday, he invited a master chef, a leading figure in Fujian cuisine at the time, to cook for him. I've never forgotten the taste of that pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. To make this dish, you need to use top-grade abalone with more than 10 heads, sea cucumber from northeast China, the top part of genuine Jinhua ham, and a broth made by simmering old hen and Muscovy duck for 3 days and 3 nights. Just the effort of delivering valuable information would take at least 5 or 6 days. Zhou Jingye's voice grew colder as he spoke. Old Qin, we just confirmed the itinerary by phone the day before yesterday, and I only got off the plane this afternoon. Now, you bring me a clay pot, and you're telling me this is Buddha jumps over the wall. Chapter 2, 13 Stubborn. Let me ask you this. How did you make this pot of Buddha jumps over the wall in less than 2 days? How did you soak the dried abalone until it was fully rehydrated? How did you simmer the broth to get its flavor? Zhou Jingye slammed his hand on the table, making the teacups on it vibrate loudly. Do you think I, Zhou Jingye, have never eaten anything good? You think you can fool me into investing 3 billion yuan by taking some semi-finished seafood from the market, adding some MSG and concentrated soup stock, putting it in an earthenware pot? Are you insulting my tongue, or are you treating our cooperation like a joke? Upon hearing this, Qin Donghai's face turned deathly pale. It's over. It's completely over. Trying to teach a fish to swim. Showing off your skills in front of Guan Yu. To order Buddha jumps over the wall in front of someone who grew up eating authentic Fujian cuisine. Isn't that just asking for trouble? President Zhou, please let me explain. This is absolutely not just a way to brush you off. Qin Donghai stood up anxiously, sweating profusely, trying to smooth things over. Boss Lin's skills are renowned throughout Jiangqing. He would never use a half-finished product. No explanation needed. Zhou Jingye raised his hand to interrupt him. He glanced at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, and his expression turned completely cold. I originally wanted to see the sincerity of the Qin family. Now it seems that you have to resort to such tricks even for a meal. I don't trust your business reputation. Zhou Jingye picked up his suit jacket draped over the back of the chair and made a move to stand up. There's no need for this meal. You should find someone else to handle that project in the south of the city. No, Uncle Zhou, wait a minute. Qin Lang was terrified and rushed over to block Zhou Jingye. If this 3 billion yuan deal fell through, his father would definitely break his legs. Uncle Zhou, even if you're leaving, please take a look at these dishes first. My brother Lin never does anything to ruin his reputation. Just one look, please. These words immediately created an oppressive atmosphere in the private room. Qin Donghai slumped into a chair, his legs giving way, his eyes filled with despair. Qin Lang stared intently at Lin Fan, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. Zhou Jingye stood by the table without sitting down. He stared coldly at the dull-looking purple clay jar, then turned to look at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with scrutiny and undisguised contempt. Okay, considering we've known each other for so many years, fine, I'll take it. Zhou Jingye pointed to the jar on the table and said, not to mention that there's simply not enough time. Just look at the containers you've used to serve the food. He reached out and tapped the outer wall of the purple clay jar, producing a dull thump-thump sound. Coarse clay pottery jar. This type of clay has uneven density and extremely poor thermal conductivity. A genuine Buddha jumps over the wall requires a custom-made double-layered fine porcelain jar to ensure that the dozens of ingredients inside are heated evenly during the long simmering process. How can you possibly maintain a stable heat in a cheap earthenware pot that costs only a few dozen yuan on the street? Zhou Jingye then pointed to the hemp rope and lotus leaf used to seal the opening. And then there's the sealing. Ordinary hemp rope, when heated, will emit a pungent, fishy smell. This smell will seep into the soup through the gaps and ruin the flavor of the whole pot. With this shoddy presentation, you're telling me this is the grand finale? Qin Donghai sat in the chair, reached out and tugged at his tie, feeling a little out of breath. He didn't understand any of the details Zhou Jingye mentioned, but he could tell that Zhou was truly knowledgeable and his points were insightful. Qin Lang was so anxious that he kept wringing his hands. He wanted to speak up for Lin Fan, but he found that he couldn't get a word in edgewise in this area of expertise and could only watch helplessly. Faced with Zhou Jingye's barrage of questions and provocations, Lin Fan stood still, his expression completely unmoved. He listened quietly, neither refuting the material of the pottery jar nor explaining the issue of the hemp rope. Lin Fan simply looked at Zhou Jingye and asked in a calm tone, Mr. Zhou knows how to cook? Zhou Jingye sneered, I don't know how to cook, but I've eaten more good food than you've ever seen. Ingredients don't lie, and neither does the cooking time. Since you know about food, you should know that the standard for judging a dish is whether it's the jar that holds it or the taste of the dish itself, Lin Fan countered. Zhou Jingye was momentarily speechless. He squinted and looked Lin Fan up and down. A cook at a roadside stall was exposed for faking his work, but instead of feeling guilty, he dared to question the person in return. Okay, then let's talk about the dish itself. Zhou Jingye took a step forward, staring intently at Lin Fan. Old Qin just said that the fish in your jar is top-grade netted abalone that's been around for over 10 years. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. Absurd. Zhou Jingye's voice suddenly rose, tinged with anger. 10-year-old dried abalone is as hard as a rock. Just soaking it in clean water and changing the water repeatedly to remove the fishy smell would take a full 3 days. After soaking, it needs to be simmered in a rich broth made from old hen and pork ribs for 2 days and 2 nights to soften the center of the abalone and bring out the sugary, gelatinous substance inside. Zhou Jingye slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the purple clay jar. Old Qin and I only finalized today's dinner appointment the day before yesterday afternoon. Let's say it's been a full 48 hours. Tell me, how did you manage to fully develop a 10-year-old abalone within 48 hours? Are you using strong alkalis or chemicals to force the ripening process? Or did you simply buy some frozen abalone from the seafood market for a few dozen yuan a pound and try to pass it off as top-quality dried seafood to fool me? This statement is logically sound and unassailable. Qin Donghai's face instantly turned ashen. The timing doesn't match. That's a fatal flaw. To someone in the know, this is impossible to cover up. The 3 billion yuan investment was completely wasted because of this one dish that backfired. Qin Lang panicked too. He turned to Lin Fan and asked anxiously in a low voice, "Brother Lin, how did you get this dried abalone?" Lin Fan didn't look at Qin Lang. His gaze was fixed on Zhou Jingye. "I didn't use any chemicals, nor did I use fresh abalone to impersonate it." Lin Fan's tone remained calm. "The abalone is fully cooked, and there's been enough time." Stubborn to the end, Zhou Jingye sneered. He was convinced that Lin Fan was just putting on a brave face. How could a small-time street vendor possibly defy the laws of physics? "Since you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, then I'll expose your trick." Zhou Jingye took a half-step back, crossed his arms, and adopted a posture of watching a good show. "Open it. I want to see what exactly is inside this Buddha jumps over the wall soup you've made over the past few hours." Qin Donghai closed his eyes, unable to bear looking any longer. Qin Lang took a deep breath. His palms were sweaty. Lin Fan didn't waste any more words. He reached out and pinched the hemp rope sealing the mouth of the purple clay jar. "I was just about to untie the knot." "Wait a minute," Zhou Jingye suddenly interrupted again. Lin Fan stopped what he was doing and looked up at him. Chapter 214, Using the Pure to Suppress the Impure. Zhou Jingye pointed to the dried lotus leaf covering the mouth of the jar, his eyes filled with scrutiny. "The lotus leaf you used to seal it, was it made from fresh lotus leaves that were dried?" "Yes," Lin Fan replied. Zhou Jingye shook his head and sneered again. "I'm an amateur. To make Buddha jumps over the wall, you must use aged dried lotus leaves. Fresh lotus leaves contain a lot of moisture and a raw, astringent taste. During long simmering, the moisture from the fresh lotus leaves will condense and drip back into the soup, which will not only dilute the richness of the broth, but also ruin the mellowness of the seafood with its raw, grassy taste. You don't even understand this most basic common sense, yet you dare to shamelessly claim that there are no half-finished products?" The disappointment in Zhou Jingye's eyes grew deeper. He felt that coming here today was a complete waste of time. Lin Fan looked at him, his hand still resting on the edge of the lotus leaf. Aged dried lotus leaves do not have a bitter taste, but they also lack vitality. Sealing them in a jar can only keep out dust, not enhance their freshness. Lin Fan explained calmly. The astringent taste of fresh lotus leaves will mostly evaporate when they are roasted over high-temperature charcoal. The remaining fragrance can just neutralize the heavy oiliness of pigs' trotters and ham. This is called using the pure to suppress the impure. It's not common sense, it's a matter of feel. Zhou Jingye was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Fan could not only respond to his words, but also offer such a well-structured theory. Using the clear to suppress the turbid? Zhou Jingye quickly considered this statement in his mind. Theoretically, it seems plausible, but in practice, it requires extremely high control over the heat. If the heat is too high, the bitterness will drip into the soup. If the heat is too low, the delicate fragrance of the lotus leaves won't be brought out. That's just sophistry. Although Zhou Jingye was slightly shaken, he still refused to back down. No matter how well you put it, it can't cover up the fact that you falsified your time. "Open it. Let me smell how much MSG you put in this pot." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan did not lift the lid. He slowly withdrew his hand, picked up the thick towel on the table, and placed it on both sides of the purple clay jar. Under Zhou Jingye's questioning gaze, Lin Fan used both hands to lift the scalding hot purple clay jar steadily from its wooden base. "What are you going to do?" Zhou Jingye frowned. Qin Lang was also stunned. Brother Lin. Lin Fan held the purple clay jar and looked at Zhou Jingye. Since President Zhou has already determined that this jar of vegetables is garbage, a semi-finished product soaked in chemical solutions. Lin Fan's voice was flat. Then there's no need to open this jar of vegetables. My dishes are only made for those who want to eat them, and only for those who understand them. Eating with prejudice and preconceived notions will only make even the best food taste like MSG. In that case, to avoid offending Mr. Zhou's eyes and wasting my ingredients. Lin Fan, holding the jar, turned around. I won't serve this dish. Please make yourselves at home. After saying that, Lin Fan took a step forward, actually carrying the pot of Buddha jumps over the wall, and prepared to leave the private room. Everyone in the private room was stunned. Qin Donghai's heart, which had been filled with despair, suddenly leaped into his throat. What's wrong with this boss? The investor was just nitpicking, and he actually picked up the dishes and tried to leave? That's incredibly stubborn. Boss Lin, don't go. Qin Donghai stood up anxiously and shouted. Qin Lang rushed over and blocked the doorway. Brother Lin, calm down. Qin Lang urged, sweating profusely. Uncle Zhou is just being knowledgeable and asked a few more questions. You've worked so hard to cook this dish. What kind of nonsense is it to take it back? Lin Fan stood still, holding the jar. There's nothing to say to people who don't understand cooking, Lin Fan said calmly. Zhou Jingye stood by the dining table, watching Lin Fan's back. Having navigated the business world for so many years, what kind of people haven't he seen? Those who begged him for investment. Weren't they all groveling and fawning over him? Even if he called a deer a horse, they would still laugh and agree. But today, in a small restaurant on a secluded commercial street, a young cook, instead of offering a smile and explanation when confronted with his questioning, simply picked up the dish and prepared to leave. This is a direct slap in the face to Zhou Jingye. Strangely, Zhou Jingye did not feel any anger or resentment. On the contrary, looking at Lin Fan's unpretentious arrogance, he felt a strong sense of doubt. When a liar is exposed, they will either make excuses or back down out of guilt. Only a craftsman who has absolute confidence in his skills will choose to be shattered jade rather than survive a broken tile when insulted. Is there really something in this jar? Etc. Zhou Jingye spoke up. His voice was deep and carried the authority of a superior. Lin Fan stopped and turned around to look at him. You've got quite a temper. Zhou Jingye put his hands behind his back. You took the dishes away because you were afraid I'd taste the chemicals in them and ruin your reputation, right? Lin Fan looked at him calmly. Provocation won't work on me. It's not a provocation. Zhou Jingye took a step forward. You just said that you only cook for people who know what they're doing. Fine. I, Zhou Jingye, have been eating Buddha jumps over the wall for half my life, so I consider myself a connoisseur. Put the jar down. Open it in front of me. Zhou Jingye pointed to the wooden base in the center of the table. If the taste inside is really as I say, industrial waste made from semi-finished products and MSG, then you should take down your shop signboard and smash it yourself. Zhou Jingye paused, his tone becoming extremely solemn. But if the taste of this dish really lives up to what you just boasted about, and it really does achieve the texture of a 10-year-old abalone in 48 hours, I, Zhou Jingye, will sit down and quietly finish this pot of soup. Furthermore, I apologize to this jar of food in person. The private room was extremely quiet. Qin Lang swallowed hard, looked at Zhou Jingye, and then at Lin Fan. For a top tycoon in Beijing to say something like, apologize to Kai, already shows that he has completely abandoned all pride and dignity. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Jingye. He could see that the disdain in the middle-aged man's eyes had faded, replaced by a determination to uncover the truth. That's enough. Lin Fan didn't speak. He carried the purple clay jar back to the table. Under the tense gazes of Qin Donghai and Qin Lang, Lin Fan carefully placed the purple clay jar back onto the wooden base. Place the thick towel on your hand. Lin Fan reached out and pinched the hemp rope, sealing the mouth of the jar again. With a slight pull of your fingers, untie the knot. The hemp rope slipped and landed on the wooden tray. Lin Fan placed his fingers on the edge of the dried lotus leaf. Qin Donghai held his breath, gripping the back of the chair tightly with both hands. The fate of 3 billion yuan rests entirely on this single dry leaf. Zhou Jingye stood half a meter away, his eyes fixed on the mouth of the jar. He wanted to see what kind of stuff was in that jar that could make the cook so angry. Lin Fan applied slight force to his wrist. Open the altar. The withered lotus leaves were lifted up. How did you do that in chapter 215? The moment the lotus leaf was lifted, it was as if someone had pressed the mute button on the private room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dusty purple clay jar. A burst of white mist erupted, an extremely rich and savory aroma, like a tangible ocean tide, instantly gushed out from the mouth of the jar, directly hitting the nasal cavity of everyone present. This aroma is so complex and rich. It's not just a fishy seafood smell, nor is it simply a meat broth flavor. That's the unique, rich seafood flavor of top-grade dried abalone after a long soaking process, the aged aroma of Manhwa ham after years of aging, and the thick, fatty aroma of old hen and duck stewed until the bone marrow is completely melted. The flavors of dozens of seafood and land delicacies permeate and blend within the enclosed space of the purple clay jar. The moment the lotus leaf is lifted, a mellow and fragrant storm is released, striking straight to the soul. This fragrance is not only powerful, but also has a captivating and harmonious quality, as if every scent is telling a story of the passage of time. Zhou Xingye's body stiffened abruptly. He had his arms crossed, ready to scrutinize the inferior semi-finished product with the most critical eye, but at that moment, his nostrils twitched uncontrollably twice. This taste. Zhou Xingye's pupils dilated slightly, and a look of disbelief and astonishment flashed in his eyes. It has absolutely no artificial umami flavor reminiscent of industrial MSG and concentrated soup stock. It also lacks the lingering preservative smell of semi-finished seafood, and it doesn't have the fresh, astringent smell of lotus leaves or the rotten smell of hemp rope that he just asserted. On the contrary, the extremely faint fragrance brought out by the fresh lotus leaves under high temperature cleverly lingers on the rich meaty aroma, just like adding a touch of fresh and refined blank space to this richly colored oil painting. Use the pure to suppress the impure. He actually did it. This rich and mellow aroma, this harmonious and full-bodied flavor, can only be achieved by using the finest ingredients, simmering over a low flame, and relentlessly working with time. But how is that possible? A storm raged in Zhou Xingye's heart. The dinner was only arranged the day before yesterday afternoon, less than 48 hours in total. How did he manage to conjure up the time it took to prepare for several days and nights out of thin air? Could it be that he knew I was coming and started preparing a few days in advance? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin Donghai only decided to bring me here yesterday. Zhou Xingye didn't speak. He unconsciously lowered his arms from his chest, leaned forward slightly, and sat back down in his chair. His gaze was fixed on the earthen gray-purple clay jar. The contempt and mockery in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an undisguised shock and a strong desire to investigate. When Qin Donghai and Qin Lang saw Zhou Xingye sit down again, they exchanged a glance and both breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the crisis has not been completely resolved, at least Zhou Xingye did not walk away, and there is still a chance for things to turn around. Qin Lang quickly took the small white porcelain bowl from the table, scalded it with boiling water, and then respectfully placed it in front of Zhou Xingye. "Uncle Zhou, would you like to try some?" Qin Lang asked tentatively, his voice still trembling with lingering fear. Zhou Xingye ignored Qin Lang and kept his eyes fixed on Lin Fan, who was standing by the table. "How exactly did you manage to make this stuff in that jar within 48 hours? Abalone that has been caught for 10 years cannot have its collagen extracted without being soaked in alternating hot and cold water for more than 5 days. Your broth, although it smells rich and mellow, could never have such a harmonious flavor without sufficient time to settle. What methods did you use?" Faced with Zhou Xingye's probing questions, Lin Fan remained calm. "As I just said, if the ingredients are good and the cooking time is right, it will naturally turn out well." As for the time, Lin Fan glanced at Zhou Xingye indifferently. Some things can't be built up over time. The same ingredients, cooked by different people, will taste completely different. Since Mr. Zhou knows how to eat, why don't you taste it first before judging my cooking? Fine. I'll see if your so-called feel can really make up for the lack of time. Zhou Xingye snorted and picked up the long-handled silver spoon on the table. He didn't let Qin Lang or Lin Fan do it for him, but stood up himself and dipped the silver spoon into the purple clay pot. The moment the spoon dipped into the soup, Zhou Xingye's hand paused slightly. He felt a distinct viscous resistance. This resistance is not the fake thickening created by adding a lot of starch or edible gum, but an extremely natural, smooth, and gelatinous texture, like liquid silk. Zhou Xingye's heart skipped a beat as the silver spoon was slowly lifted. Under the bright lights of the private room, the soup in the spoon had a pure, translucent golden color. The broth was so thick it resembled liquid gold, drawing out glistening, gelatinous threads from the edge of a spoon, radiating an irresistible sheen. The color of this soup, Zhou Xingye muttered to himself, a hint of undisguised amazement flashing in his eyes. He carefully ladled a spoonful of golden broth, along with a top-quality abalone shaped like a gold ingot and a piece of soft, glutinous deep-sea fish maw, into the small white porcelain bowl in front of him. Sitting back down in his chair, Zhou Xingye looked at the bowl of golden, gelatinous soup in front of him, and his Adam's apple bobbed violently. He picked up the small spoon, but instead of eating the abalone and fish maw inside, he scooped up a spoonful of the golden broth, blew on it gently, and then put it in his mouth. Slurp. The moment the broth touches the tip of your tongue, Zhou Xingye suddenly closed his eyes. The rich and savory flavor of dried abalone, the tender and chewy texture of sea cucumber, the salty and savory aroma of ham, and the savory richness of old hen broth. The essence of dozens of top-quality ingredients, like layers upon layers of waves, assaulted his taste buds one after another in his mouth. Not a trace of off flavor, not a trace of fishy smell, only the purest and most intensely flavorful taste. The concentrated collagen gives the soup a strong, clinging sensation in the mouth. After swallowing, the mouth is filled with fragrance, leaving only pure sweetness on the lips and teeth, without any sourness or dryness. The most terrifying thing is that this soup actually exudes a sense of composure that comes with the passage of time. That's the taste of ingredients that have been simmered over a low flame for a very, very long time, allowing their very essence to blend together completely. This is something that cannot be faked by quick-made products. Zhou Xingye's hand holding the spoon trembled slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief and shock. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his breathing rapid, and asked, This broth you really only simmered it for less than 48 hours? Zhou Xingye stared intently at Lin Fan, his breathing becoming heavy. Chapter 216 Sit Down and Talk. As someone who grew up eating top-quality Fujian cuisine and knows the process of making Buddha jumps over the wall by heart, he understands better than anyone what the rich and mellow flavor of this soup means. It absolutely requires more than a dozen kinds of meat, such as old hens, old ducks, and pork ribs, to be simmered in a clay pot over a low flame day and night, slowly extracting the collagen from the bone marrow and the umami flavor from the meat to achieve this thick, lip-licking consistency. 48 hours? Even if you use a pressure cooker to speed it up, you can't get that sense of time's passage. Lin Fan remained calm in the face of Zhou Xingye's questioning. He simply looked at Zhou Xingye calmly, his tone indifferent. Mr. Zhou, time is just a supplementary tool, not the only standard for evaluating dishes. Ordinary cooking methods can indeed take several days and nights. But if you have a good understanding of the characteristics of the ingredients and can control the cooking time perfectly, the time can be shortened. Good. What a wonderful way to condense time. Zhou Xingye put down the white porcelain spoon in his hand and did not ask any further questions. He knew that every top chef had their own secret techniques and recipes that outsiders could never learn from. But the truth was undeniable. The taste of this soup was unmistakable. However, the soup is only the first test for Buddha jumps over the wall. The real test is the dried ingredients soaking in the soup. Zhou Xingye picked up the silver knife and fork beside him, and his eyes fell on the dried abalone shaped like a gold ingot at the bottom of the bowl. You said this is a top-tier net bao that has been around for over 10 years. Zhou Xingye, holding a knife and fork, looked at Lin Fan and said, The older the dried abalone is, the more tightly its meat fibers contract. Without repeated soaking in hot and cold water and simmering for several days, it simply won't soften inside. Even if you have a secret recipe to speed up the soup-making process, I don't believe you can solve the physical process of rehydrating dried abalone in 48 hours. Qin Donghai's heart, which had just been put at ease, instantly jumped into his throat again. He nervously gripped the napkin, his palms sweating. The investor's pickiness was simply outrageous. Qin Lang, standing to the side, didn't dare to even breathe loudly. Although he didn't know how long it took to rehydrate dried abalone, he could tell from Zhou Xingye's confident demeanor that this was definitely a knowledgeable and capable person. Lin Fan stood by the table and gestured for him to enter. Whether it's chewable or not, Mr. Zhou, we'll know once you cut it open and try it. Zhou Jingye snorted and gently pressed the fork onto the surface of the abalone. The blade cuts along the edge of the abalone. The expected resistance, as harsh as cutting rubber, did not materialize. The blade sliced lightly across the abalone's fleshy layer, feeling smooth yet slightly sticky. A clean, decisive cut, without any hesitation. Zhou Jingye's eye twitched. He used a fork to flip the cut open half of the abalone over, revealing the cross-section. Zhou Jingye was stunned after just one glance. The center of the abalone has a dark brown, semi-liquid texture, and when the light shines on it, it gleams with a captivating gelatinous sheen. Soft-boiled. Perfectly soft and fluffy. This is not just about being thoroughly soaked. It's about completely melting the collagen inside the dried abalone, which is what gives it its top-quality appearance. Zhou Jingye swallowed hard and used his fork to put the half of the abalone into his mouth. Teeth biting. Soft and chewy. The unique, rich seafood flavor of dried abalone, mixed with the savory aroma of fully absorbed broth, bursts forth with every chew. Every muscle fiber is soaked in the broth, making it chewy yet easy on the teeth, and even giving you a sticky, candy-like feeling. Zhou Jingye closed his mouth, chewed carefully, and his expression froze completely. He didn't stop, and immediately picked up the black sea cucumber from the bowl. The sea cucumber has distinct spines on its surface, and it trembles when you pick it up with chopsticks. When you put it in your mouth, the outer layer is soft and smooth, while the inside remains crisp and crunchy, and you can hear a faint crunch when you bite into it. There was no fishy smell at all, only a rich and sweet flavor. Next up are fish lips, fish maw, dried scallops. Zhou Jingye ate one bite after another, and the only sound in the private room was the sound of his chewing and swallowing. Qin Donghai sat opposite him, holding his breath, not even daring to drink water. He watched as Zhou Jingye went from being critical and questioning at the beginning to now burying himself in his food, and the weight in his heart gradually lifted. A full 5 minutes passed. Zhou Jingye put down his knife and fork. He picked up a napkin and slowly wiped his mouth. Then he picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip of pre-Qingming Longjing tea, and rinsed his mouth. He raised his head and looked straight at Lin Fan. The two stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. Zhou Jingye suddenly laughed. This time, it wasn't a mockery, but a smile tinged with admiration and relief. Excellent craftsmanship. Zhou Jingye pointed to the dull gray-purple clay jar in the center of the table, his tone revealing undisguised admiration. I, Zhou Jingye, have been eating Fujian cuisine for half my life. I've been to almost all the private kitchens, time-honored restaurants, and well-known establishments in Beijing. I always thought that in today's society, which is all about making quick money, no one is willing to put in the effort to master the time-consuming and laborious traditional cooking techniques. Zhou Jingye looked at Lin Fan, his gaze becoming serious. Mr. Lin, I take back what I said at the door just now. This trip to Jiangcheng was worthwhile. Your Buddha jumps over the wall soup is flawless, from the smoothness of the broth to the perfect soaking and cooking of the dried ingredients. He picked up the empty white porcelain bowl on the table and nodded slightly to Lin Fan. I apologize to you, and to this jar of vegetables. A wealthy investment tycoon from Beijing bowed his head and apologized to a chef at a roadside restaurant. Qin Donghai was stunned for a moment. Then his face flushed with excitement. He stood up abruptly, waving his hands repeatedly to smooth things over. Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. Mr. Lin's cooking skills are truly superb. It's our greatest honor that you're satisfied with your meal. Qin Lang, standing beside him, clenched his fist excitedly and let out a long breath. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Jingye and nodded slightly, accepting the apology, but his tone remained calm. I'm glad you're enjoying the food, Mr. Zhou. I'll go downstairs to tidy up now. Please enjoy your meal. After finishing speaking, Lin Fan didn't linger to listen to their next business secrets. He picked up the empty tray, turned around, and walked out of the private room, closing the solid wood door behind him. Once the door closed, only Zhou Jingye and the Qin family father and son remained in the private room. Zhou Jingye looked at the closed door, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. With composure and humility, and knowing when to advance and retreat, this young chef possesses an exceptionally steady temperament. He withdrew his gaze, turned his head to look at Qin Donghai, who was still standing, and gestured for him to sit down. Zhou Jingye turned his head to look at Qin Donghai, who was still standing, and gestured for him to sit down. Old Qin, let's sit down and talk. He reached out and tapped the table twice lightly. I personally visited that commercial complex project in the south of the city this afternoon. The location and planning are fine, but your Qin family is asking for 3 billion yuan to fill the gap. Zhou Jingye looked at Qin Donghai, his tone stern. Do you know why I kept quiet and wouldn't give in before? Chapter 217 Midnight Snack. Qin Donghai sat upright, his expression solemn. Please give me your guidance, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jingye pointed out incisively, because 3 billion is not a small amount. In today's business environment, there are too many unexpected crises. I have always doubted whether your Qin family's team has the execution ability to deal with emergencies and solve thorny problems. Zhou Jingye changed the subject, pointing to the purple clay jar on the table. But today's meal showed me something different. To find such a truly skilled person in less than 48 hours and quietly serve up a jar of authentic Buddha jumps over the wall that would take several days and nights to make. Zhou Jingye leaned back in his chair, his gaze deep and thoughtful. This shows that your Qin family still has hidden cards and methods that ordinary people can't see in Jiangqing. The ability to turn the impossible into the possible, this kind of execution is what I value most. Upon hearing this, Qin Donghai's shirt was completely soaked through, but he managed to keep his emotions in check and didn't let himself show excessive elation. President Zhou has a keen eye. Since our Qin family dared to take on that project in the south of the city, we have naturally made thorough preparations. Zhou Jingye nodded. There's a shortfall of 3 billion. I can team up with several institutions to lead the investment. But the private room fell silent instantly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Qin Donghai's heart clenched, and his breath caught in his throat for a moment. Having spent decades navigating the business world, he knew all too well what this meant. This is often a sign that the other party is preparing to make exorbitant demands and impose harsh additional conditions. Qin Donghai's mind raced. What does Zhou Jingye want? Absolute controlling stake in the project company? A veto right? Or should we raise the annualized interest rate on the bridge loan to over 20%? Or should we require the Qin Group to use its core assets as collateral for a betting agreement? Either way, it would be a huge financial blow to the Qin Group. However, the Chengnan project required too much upfront investment. If this money doesn't come in, the Qin family's cash flow will immediately break down. Qin Donghai gritted his teeth, quickly calculating the bottom line he could accept in his mind. Qin Lang stood to the side, barely daring to breathe, his fists clenched tightly, his palms covered in cold sweat. Zhou Jingye looked at the extremely tense father and son with a serious expression. He slowly raised his hand, stretched it out, and pointed to the grayish-brown purple clay jar in the very center of the round table. However, this whole pot of Buddha jumps over the wall is mine. I need to pack it up and take it back to the hotel for a late-night snack. Dead silence. There was a 2-second silence in the private room. Qin Donghai was stunned. He even doubted if there was something wrong with his ears. No share transfer, no high interest rates, no performance-based agreement, just for a jar of leftovers. Qin Donghai's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. The stark contrast overwhelmed him, and he burst into laughter. No problem. It's all yours. Qin Lang, and I won't even touch the chopsticks. Qin Lang, who was standing nearby, was also grinning from ear to ear and quickly ran to the side to get a takeout box. Uncle Zhou, don't worry. I'll find you an insulated box, and I guarantee the soup will still be piping hot when you get back to the hotel. The evening market on the first floor had long since ended, and the place was deserted. Lin Fan walked to the water bar counter, picked up his notebook and pen, and began to check today's accounts. Besides the walk-in customers in the morning and the extra business at noon, the 88,000 yuan spent on this private room in the evening brought today's revenue directly past the 700,000 yuan mark. He tapped rapidly on the calculator, and after confirming that everything was correct, he closed the ledger. These past few days, Su Xiaoxiao has been busy distributing plum juice concentrate at school, and he's been doing all the finishing touches at the shop himself. Although we're short-handed, it's nice to have some peace and quiet. Just then, a series of steady footsteps came from the stairs. Lin Fan closed the ledger and looked up. Qin Lang walked at the front, carefully carrying an exquisite insulated food container in his hand. Zhou Jingye and Qin Donghai walked side by side behind, both with relaxed and satisfied smiles on their faces. With the 3 billion yuan investment agreement finalized, the atmosphere between the two became noticeably more harmonious. Zhou Jingye walked to the lobby on the first floor and stopped. He looked around the antique-style shop and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, who was standing behind the bar. He didn't put on that condescending investor attitude. He stepped forward, took out a business card from the inside pocket of his suit jacket, and handed it to Lin Fan with both hands. "Boss Lin," Zhou Jingye said politely, "I thoroughly enjoyed this meal today. This Buddha jumps over the wall is the most authentic and meticulously prepared dish I've had in years." Lin Fan reached out and took the business card, glancing at it. It only had the 3 words Zhou Jingye and a phone number. There was no title. "I'm glad Mr. Zhou is satisfied with the food." Lin Fan put the business card into his pocket, his tone indifferent. Looking at Lin Fan's calm demeanor, Zhou Jingye's admiration deepened. "I'm based in Beijing most of the time. If Mr. Lin ever runs into trouble or needs any resources when he opens a shop in Beijing, just call this number." Zhou Jingye pointed to Lin Fan's pocket. "As long as we're in the capital, my words still carry some weight." Lin Fan nodded. "Thank you." Qin Donghai also stepped forward, grasped Lin Fan's hands with both of them, and shook them vigorously twice. "Master Lin, we are deeply grateful. If it weren't for your grand finale dish today, we, the Qin group, would probably not have been able to overcome this hurdle." Qin Donghai's eyes were slightly red, and his tone was sincere. "From now on in Jiangqing, anyone who dares to cause trouble for the Lin family shop will be going against the Qin family. It's a matter of taking money to do things, and everyone gets what they need. Chairman Qin, there's no need to be so polite." Lin Fan withdrew his hand. Qin Lang waved the insulated food container in his hand and said with a grin, "Brother Lin, we'll head over now. Uncle Zhou needs to get back to his hotel to rest. I'll come back to the store to support you again tomorrow. Take care." The 3 turned around, pushed open the glass door, and walked into the night. Outside, 2 black minivans had been waiting for some time. The doors closed, the engine started, and the vehicles smoothly drove away from Phoenix Golden Street. The shop fell silent again. Lin Fan took a clean rag, walked into the hall, and began to clean the remaining water stains on the table. He picked up the remote and turned on the TV hanging on the wall. The shop was too quiet, so he was used to playing some background noise. The television screen lit up, showing the evening financial news from Jiangqing. The female host's voice was clear and articulate, echoing in the empty hall. "Breaking news. The Su Group's roadshow in Europe has been a great success, and it has received investment intentions totaling $100 million from several top investment banks." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan paused for a moment while wiping the table. Chapter 218. What happened to him? He slowly straightened up and turned to look at the television screen on the wall. The screen switched to a conference room in a high-end hotel in Zurich, Switzerland. The flashbulbs kept going off. Su Qing was wearing a well-tailored white custom-made suit, and her long hair was tied up. She stood at the podium, facing a large group of foreign journalists, looking confident and composed. Her chin was slightly raised, with a hint of condescending arrogance. The reporter handed the microphone to her. "Mr. Su, now that we've secured $100 million in funding, what are the Su Group's plans for the future?" Su Qing smiled at the camera, her voice cool and clear. "Once the funds are in place, the Su Group will fully launch the Nasdaq listing process. We will expand our overseas market share and consolidate our leading position in the domestic industry. This is just the beginning. The future of the Su Group is limitless." The camera gave Su Qing a close-up. The ambition and pride in her eyes were revealed without reservation. The female TV presenter continued her broadcast. "It is understood that Ms. Su Qing, president of the Su Group, will finalize the signing of the contract tomorrow afternoon. This marks the final sprint stage of the Su Group's listing plan." Lin Fan stared quietly at the screen. Su Qing's face remained frozen on the screen for a few seconds before the camera switched to the next news item. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze. He threw the rag in his hand into the sink and turned on the tap to wash his hands. Judging by the time, Su Qing will be back soon. After handling the urgent matters at the company, she will soon come to our door with a lawyer. Lin Fan walked to the bar, picked up the remote control, and turned off the TV. The hall fell silent once more. Turn off the main lights in the store, leaving only one spotlight on the entrance. Lin Fan walked to the door and pulled down the roller shutter. He then locked the bottom latch. Then he turned and walked toward the Wuling Hongguang parked on the side of the road. A night breeze blew by, bringing a touch of early autumn coolness. As the car drove out of Phoenix Golden Street, it merged into the traffic flow on the main road. The neon lights on both sides of the road kept receding into the distance. There was no music playing in the car, only the deep roar of the engine. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes fixed on the traffic lights ahead. An investment of $100 million US. He felt neither panic nor anger. His heart was as calm as a stagnant pool. He knows Su Qing too well. This woman values her career and reputation more than life itself. She has now secured funding and is about to go public. She is riding high on her success. She absolutely could not tolerate her own daughter living with a man who ran a restaurant on the street. It would be a stain on her otherwise perfect life record. She will definitely use every means, all her capital and lawyers, to take Tianquan back. To the average person, this is a huge number. In the judge's eyes, this was also absolute proof that Su Qing was able to provide a high-quality education and living environment. But here, in Jiangcheng, it's useless. The red light turns green. Lin Fan stepped on the gas, and the car accelerated forward. Zurich, Switzerland. 9 p.m. local time. In the penthouse suite of a 7-star hotel in the city center, warm yellow wall lamps cast their light on the thick Persian carpet. Su Qing took off the smart white suit she wore during the day and put on a dark purple silk robe. She stood quietly in front of the huge French windows, her feet on the carpet, holding a glass of freshly decanted Romani Conti. Outside the window is the tranquil night view of Lake Zurich, with the snow-capped peaks of the Alps faintly visible in the moonlight in the distance. Just now in the banquet hall downstairs, she was the center of attention, receiving countless praises and compliments from European investors. The letter of intent for a $100 million investment is securely locked in her safe. If the final details are finalized and signed by tomorrow afternoon, the Su Group's cash flow will experience an unprecedented surge. The listing ceremony is just around the corner. Su Qing gently swirled the red wine in her wine glass, gazing at her exquisite and aloof face reflected in the glass, a slight smile curving her lips. After 5 years of perseverance and hard work, she has finally reached this level. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the coffee table suddenly emitted a muffled vibration. Su Qing frowned slightly. Few people knew her private number, and a call at this time was most likely from a senior executive in China with an urgent report. She turned around, walked to the coffee table, and picked up her phone. What was displayed on the screen, however, was a completely unfamiliar domestic number. A hint of doubt flashed in Su Qing's eyes, but she still pressed the answer button. "Hello, who is this?" Su Qing's voice was cold. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Good evening, Mr. Su. I apologize for disturbing you so late at night, and I hope it hasn't disturbed your rest." Su Qing frowned even more deeply. She disliked people making things mysterious. "Who are you? How did you get my private number?" "President Su, please don't misunderstand." The man on the other end of the phone chuckled lightly, his tone very polite. "I am Lu Ziyuan, Shinman's fiancé. I got your number from Uncle Shun." Lu Ziyuan. Su Qing quickly searched her memory for the name. She remembered that she had indeed heard Shinman's mother mention that the Shun family was recently going on blind dates with a financial elite who had just returned from Wall Street. The two families were well matched, and the elders were very supportive of the marriage. However, why was Shinman's fiancé making a private phone call across borders in the middle of the night? "So it's Mr. Lu." Su Qing's tone softened slightly. "First of all, congratulations. To become Shinman's fiancé, Mr. Lu must be an exceptional person. However, I am currently on a business trip abroad with a very tight schedule. If you are asking for a wedding invitation or to catch up with old friends, we can discuss it when I return to China. Since you speak frankly, Mr. Su, I won't beat around the bush either." Lu Ziyuan's tone suddenly became somewhat heavy. "I'm making this call today because of Man, and this matter also involves your ex-husband, Lin Fan." Upon hearing the name, Lin Fan, Su Qing's grip on her wine glass tightened suddenly. The slight politeness on her face vanished instantly, and her eyes turned cold. "Lin Fan? What happened to him?" Su Qing's voice revealed an undisguised disgust. "If he runs off to the streets begging and makes a fool of himself, or if he uses the Su family's name to scam people out of food and drink, you can just call the police and have him arrested. You don't need to tell me. I have nothing to do with him anymore." "President Su, you've misunderstood." On the other end of the phone, Lu Ziyuan sneered and began to slowly lay out his carefully crafted bargaining chips. "Your ex-husband didn't go begging. On the contrary, he now rents a storefront on Phoenix Golden Street near Jiangxing University Town and runs a restaurant." "Open a restaurant?" Su Qing was taken aback for a moment, then let out a contemptuous sneer. "With his 5 years of experience cooking noodles in the kitchen, do you think this restaurant can last 3 days?" "That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Chapter 219 Internet Celebrity Chef. Lu Ziyuan's tone became serious. President Su, he is now the most popular internet celebrity chef on the Jiangxing internet. His shop dares to sell a plate of ordinary scrambled eggs with tomatoes for 288 yuan, and a bowl of boiled cabbage is priced at 1,888 yuan. He doesn't know what kind of shady pyramid scheme he used, hiring a large number of online trolls and shills to line up at the door, and even came up with the absurd gimmick that eating his dishes can cure all diseases. Now the internet is flooded with his marketing press releases. To be honest, I wouldn't even bother to look at this kind of low-class scam that treats ordinary people like fools. Lu Ziyuan's voice suddenly rose, his tone abruptly turning cold, filled with deep grievance and anger. But his biggest mistake was plotting against Man. Su Qing's eyes instantly sharpened, like a drawn blade. What happened to Man? Explain yourself. Lu Ziyuan gritted his teeth and recounted the humiliation he suffered at the Lin family shop, embellishing and twisting the truth. President Su, you're abroad, so you might not know the situation back home. Man is practically bewitched by that Lin fan. Not only did she turn down all her proper social engagements and go to that smoky little restaurant every day, but she even lowered herself to work like a waitress, helping Lin fans serve tea and water and handle the cashier's accounts. As her fiancé, I couldn't bear to see her behaving so humbly in front of a lowly cook, so I went to the restaurant to pick her up and take her to the city center for a nice meal. And guess what happened? Lu Ziyuan's voice trembled with anger. Your ex-husband, in front of hundreds of people in the store, held onto Man's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. He even had the audacity to warn me that he was Man's good friend, that I wasn't qualified to interfere in Man's affairs, and told me to get out of his store. And what about Man? She actually turned on me in public for a gigolo you kicked out. She even pointed her finger at me and cursed me, saying that I wasn't even worth a single hair on Lin Fan's head. President Su. Lu Ziyuan's tone was almost a roar. I, Lu Ziyuan, am a respected elite on Wall Street. Man's actions are not only a slap in my face, but also a slap in the face to the Shin family. I really can't understand how a lowly cook with nothing could use such underhanded sweet talk to bewitch Man to the point that she dared to defy her parents' arrangements. After much thought, I feel I must let you know about this. After all, Man is your best friend, and Lin Fan is your ex-husband. Men who have become experienced at living off women are best at dealing with naive young ladies. Their methods are impossible to guard against. If you don't come back and keep an eye on things, I'm afraid Man's life will be ruined by this swindler. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ziyuan continued his indignant complaints. Meanwhile, Su Qing's side was completely silent. Su Qing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Her right hand, which was gripping the wine glass, had knuckles that had turned bluish-white from excessive force. Her breathing became heavy, and her high chest heaved violently. Lin Fan opens a shop? An exorbitantly priced menu? Hiring people to queue? To Su Qing, these were nothing more than Lin Fan's clumsy tricks to survive by any means necessary. She didn't care at all how Lin Fan cheated people out of money. She even thought it was in line with his incorrigible nature. But Shin Man goes to Lin Fan's shop every day? Shin Man lowered herself to serve tea and water to Lin Fan? For Lin Fan, Shin Man publicly turned against her well-matched, elite fiancé, even beating Lu Ziyuan into believing he wasn't even worth a single hair on Lin Fan's head. A loud buzzing sound went through Su Qing's mind. She suddenly remembered the hesitant and flustered tone of Shin Man when she made a voice call a few days ago. At that time, Shin Man stammered and told her that Lin Fan's shop was deserted and there was no one around, and it was about to go out of business. Tell her not to look at it, lest it offend her eyes. At that time, Su Qing thought it was only natural, and even felt a sense of superiority because of Lin Fan's downfall. But now, Shin Man is lying to her. Her most trusted best friend, her childhood friend, not only didn't help her monitor Lin Fan, but instead secretly went to Lin Fan's shop every day and hung out with him. Betray. An uncontrollable sense of betrayal, mixed with anger and humiliation, instantly coiled around Su Qing's heart like a venomous snake. Who is Su Qing? She is the business queen who will lead the Su Group to ring the bell on NASDAQ. Lin Fan was a worn-out shoe she had discarded, a worthless piece of trash whom she had decided was only going to hold her back. But now, this good-for-nothing she threw away like trash hasn't starved to death on the streets like a stray dog. Instead, She's turned around and started flirting with her best friend? And her best friend actually lied to her, the CEO, for this good-for-nothing? This is tantamount to publicly humiliating Su Qing. Good, very good. Su Qing was so angry that he laughed instead. Upon hearing that chilling laugh, Lu Ziyuan on the other end of the phone felt a surge of smug satisfaction, knowing that he had completely achieved his goal. Su Qing, a proud and strong woman, would absolutely not tolerate such a disgrace as her ex-husband having an affair with her best friend. President Su, I hope you can. Mr. Lu. Su Qing coldly interrupted Lu Ziyuan, her tone revealing an unyielding, domineering, and murderous intent. I understand. Thank you for reminding me. I'll settle accounts with Man myself. As for Lin Fan, a sinister ruthlessness flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Since he enjoys being in the public eye so much and likes using women to climb the social ladder, then I'll grant his wish. After saying that, Su Qing didn't give Lu Ziyuan a chance to say another word and hung up the phone directly. Bang! Su Qing slammed the expensive Romani Conti glass and the wine glass together onto the marble coffee table. The glass shattered, and the scarlet wine splattered everywhere, staining the pristine, expensive Persian carpet like a pool of glaring blood. She had originally planned to stay in Europe for a couple more days after signing the contract tomorrow to celebrate this hard-won victory and treat herself to some luxury shopping. But now, she can't stand it for even a minute or a second. Lin Fan not only touched her sore spot, but also trampled on her dignity. It's bad enough that they abducted her daughter to Anchuan, but now they're even trying to take advantage of her best friend. If she lets him continue like this, what will everyone in Jiangxing think of her, Su Qing, when she returns to China? Chapter 220 Plain Noodles. The president of the prestigious Su Group, whose ex-husband is thriving after leaving her, even getting entangled with top socialites, this will undoubtedly become the biggest laughingstock in her entire high society circle. Su Qing strode to the bedside, picked up the internal hotline, and dialed the number of her assistant in the next room. The phone rang once and was answered. Mr. Su, what can I do for you so late? The assistant's voice came immediately, tinged with nervousness. Right now? Book me the earliest flight to Jiangxing tomorrow. Su Qing's voice was terrifyingly stern, carrying an air of ruthless killing intent. I need the fastest flight. Whether it's a connecting flight or a charter, I have to land in Jiangxing before tomorrow night. Yes, Mr. Su. I'll take care of it right away. The assistant was startled and quickly agreed. But the formal signing ceremony tomorrow. I will attend the signing ceremony in person and leave immediately after signing, without wasting a single second. Su Qing coldly gave the order, each word seemingly squeezed out from between her teeth. In addition, contact Chief Attorney Zhang of the company's legal department immediately. Have him prepare the custody change lawsuit he prepared earlier. Then contact the best child psychologist in Jiangxing and a familiar media reporter. I'm going straight to that lousy shop the moment I land back in China. Yes. The assistant didn't dare ask any more questions and quickly hung up the phone to carry out the order. The room fell silent again. Su Qing walked to the French windows and looked out at the deep, dark night sky and the falling snowflakes. The anger that had subsided was now burning fiercely in her chest, almost threatening to devour her reason. Lin Fan, do you think you can turn your life around by relying on some tricks and swindles to open a small restaurant on the street? Does that prove that my initial decision was wrong? Naive. Foolish. Since you're so shameless and insist on challenging my bottom line, you're determined to trample on my dignity. This time when I return to China, I'm going to show you what true capitalist dominance is. What the insurmountable chasm between social classes really is. I want to tear off your hypocritical disguise in front of everyone. I'm going to let you see for yourself how your shop will go out of business. I also want you to know that if Tuanchuan follows you, she will only suffer like a beggar. Only by following me, Su Qing, will she have a future. The night wind rattled against the glass window, making a mournful sound. Su Qing's eyes were icy cold, like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. Lin Fan, your good days are over. The sky over Jiangxing was just beginning to lighten, and the morning mist had not yet completely dissipated. Lin Fan opened his eyes on time. He didn't have the habit of staying in bed, so he threw off the covers, got out of bed, and tiptoed to the window to pull back the curtains a little. Looking back, I saw that Tuanchuan was still sleeping soundly on the big bed, one foot sticking out of the blanket, her little mouth slightly open, her breathing steady and long. Lin Fan walked over, tucked her feet back under the covers, and then turned and went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He doesn't plan to do anything too complicated today. Last night in the farm space, the soy sauce and aged vinegar produced by the traditional brewing workshop were ready. With a thought, Lin Fan retrieved a small bottle of newly brewed spiritual soy sauce from the system's inventory. Once the stopper was removed, a very pure aroma of soy sauce wafted out. It doesn't have the pungent smell of amino acid additives found in other products. Instead, it has the rich aroma of soybeans and wheat that has settled after a long period of fermentation. It has a subtle, slightly sweet aftertaste. Lin Fan took a clean white porcelain bowl. A small spoonful of spiritual soy sauce was poured into the bottom of the bowl, along with half a spoonful of lard rendered from farm-raised Black Mountain pigs, and then a pinch of finely chopped green onions was sprinkled on top. Bring water to a boil in a pot. After the water boiled, I grabbed a handful of handmade high-gluten noodles and put them into the pot. The noodles were briefly tossed in the boiling water until just cooked through. Lin Fan scooped up a spoonful of the scalding hot broth with a large ladle and poured it directly into a white porcelain bowl containing the pre-mixed base. Sizzle. Boiling broth dissolves the lard and soy sauce, and a rich, comforting aroma instantly fills the kitchen. Use a slotted spoon to scoop out the noodles, fold them, and put them into the clear broth. A simple bowl of plain noodles is ready. There's no stock, no complicated toppings. All you get is the pure aroma of wheat and soy sauce. Lin Fan placed the noodles on the dining table and went to the bedroom to call Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, get up and eat. Lin Fan gently patted his daughter's shoulder. The little girl rubbed her eyes, groggily sat up, and her first words were, "Daddy, it smells so good. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. The noodles are getting soggy." 5 minutes later, Tuanchuan sat in a high chair, holding a small fork, and blew on the plain noodles in front of her. She picked up a few noodles and put them in her mouth. After chewing a couple of times, Tuanchuan's eyes lit up immediately. "Dad, these noodles are sweet. And the soup is delicious too." The little girl was used to eating the big, meaty dishes Lin Fan made, so she shouldn't have any interest in this kind of bland, watery food. But today, she ate this bowl of noodles without even lifting her head. The savory sweetness of the soy sauce, combined with the smoothness of the lard, perfectly whetted the appetite of a child who hadn't fully woken up in the morning. Lin Fan sat opposite him and ate a bowl himself. As the noodles entered his mouth, his brow relaxed slightly. It's definitely different. The noodles before were chewy, but the base flavor always lacked a certain richness. The current lychee soy sauce, once added, completely enhances the aroma of the flour itself. After eating, your mouth feels clean and refreshed, without any dryness or thirst. The upgrade of the basic seasonings has elevated this most ordinary bowl of plain noodles to a whole new level. After breakfast, Lin Fan changed Tuanchuan's clothes and put her little backpack on. I drove my Wuling Hongguang minivan and took my daughter to the Shinkong International Early Education Center. Watching Tuanchuan follow the teacher into the gate, Lin Fan sat in the car for a while before turning the car around and driving towards Phoenix Golden Street. 8 o'clock in the morning. Outside the Lin family shop, a familiar long queue had already formed. Although it's already autumn, the morning sun is still quite hot. Su Xiaoxiao arrived very early today. She was wiping the benches in the waiting area outside the door with a rag. Seeing the Wuling Hongguang parked on the side of the road, she quickly put away the rag and went to greet it. "Good morning, Brother Lin. How was school yesterday?" Lin Fan asked casually as he opened the trunk and unloaded plastic baskets full of vegetables. Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward to help carry the things, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Lin, you have no idea how crazy the dormitory building was last night. All that pulp was distributed in less than 10 minutes after we got it back. The girls who didn't manage to get a reservation surrounded me in the hallway, insisting that I pay to reserve it first. My notebook was full of notes, and I collected over 106,000 in full." Lin Fan nodded calmly. "Keep the money safe. Just ship the goods according to the order." "Understood." Su Xiaoxiao followed him into the store. "Brother Lin, we've been limiting production like this for the past few days, and some people in the group are even willing to pay double the price for a spot. Shouldn't we increase production a bit?" Chapter 2:21 At the height of his power. At the top of the list are still Li Daong and Chairman Chen, who remain unchanged. The two were dressed quite casually today, and after entering, they skillfully sat down in their usual spot by the window. Assistant Su, the usual. 1 bowl of chicken and mushroom oil noodles, and 1 roast duck. Li Daong called out loudly as he scanned the QR code to pay. Mr. Chen sat opposite him and also ordered a bowl of beef brisket noodles. After ordering, the two leaned back in their chairs and chatted. Old Shun, did you watch the news last night? Li Daong lowered his voice and gestured towards the TV. The Su Group has secured $100 million in funding in Europe. That female CEO, Su Qing, is riding high. Chairman Chen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone indifferent. I've seen it. $100 million is indeed a large sum of money in Jiangxing. With this money, the listing of the Su Group is basically guaranteed. However, Chairman Chen picked up the glass of water on the table, took a sip, and shook his head. No matter how well you operate with capital, it's just numbers on paper. It's not the same path as us who run real businesses. I heard that woman is very ruthless and has offended a lot of people. Li Daong snorted. Whether her methods are tough or not is none of our business. I only care whether Master Lin's noodles today will let me eat a few more bites. In the kitchen, Lin Fan stood in front of the roaring stove, listening to the conversation outside, his expression unchanged. $100 million in financing would certainly be enough for Su Qing to roam freely in Jiangxing's business world. But in this kitchen, that money is less tangible than the water bubbling in the pot. The water has boiled. Lin Fan grabbed a handful of ice spring noodles and put them into the pot. After the noodles were cooked through in the boiling water, they were quickly scooped out, rinsed with cold water, reheated, drained, and placed in a blue and white porcelain bowl. He picked up a small spoon, scooped a spoonful of golden yellow chicken mushroom oil with dried, fragrant mycelium from the sealed jar, and poured it evenly over the snow-white noodles. Finally, Lin Fan picked up the condiment jar filled with fresh soy sauce. This is the spirit soy sauce that was just taken from the farm's traditional brewery last night. Slightly tilt your wrist. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Dark brown soy sauce dripped onto the noodles. The moment the soy sauce came into contact with the hot noodles, the already overpowering aroma of the termite mushroom underwent a qualitative change. If the aroma of the previous noodles was direct and forceful, hitting right into your nose, then today's aroma is richer and more mellow. This pure fermented soybean and wheat aroma completely envelopes the richness of the lard, leaving only a lingering, clear, and sweet flavor. Table number 1, chicken and mushroom oil noodles, served. Su Xiaoxiao carried the tray and placed the noodles in front of Li Daong. Then he turned around and brought back a bowl of supreme beef brisket noodles, placing it on Chairman Chen's table. Li Daong eagerly picked up his chopsticks and skillfully mixed the noodles. Without thinking twice, he picked up a large chopstick and stuffed it into his mouth. Slurp, the noodles enter the mouth. Li Daong chewed twice, then suddenly stopped. He frowned, carefully savoring the taste in his mouth. Seeing his expression, Chairman Chen, who was sitting opposite him, asked curiously, "What's wrong, Lao Li? Did the dough get soggy?" Li Daong didn't say anything. He lowered his head and took another big bite, then closed his eyes and savored it. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes, stared at the bottom of the bowl, and let out a long exclamation. Old Chen, something's not right with this. Something's not right. Li Daong swallowed the noodles in his mouth, pointed to the bowl, and said, "The previous noodles were really delicious, but by the last bite, you'd inevitably feel a bit oily in your throat. But this bowl," Li Daong smacked his lips, "this bowl of noodles today has a particularly refreshing sweetness. The savory sauce completely masks any greasiness. After 1 bite, my mouth felt surprisingly clean." Chairman Chen became curious after hearing what he said. He picked up the spoon and scooped a mouthful of beef brisket broth from his bowl into his mouth. As soon as the soup entered his throat, Chairman Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Old Li is right. Chairman Chen put down his spoon, his tone revealing surprise. Today's soup base is thicker than yesterday's. It's not the kind of saltiness that comes from added salt, but rather a base flavor that has become particularly robust. After drinking it, there's a lingering sweetness on the back of your tongue. The two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned to look at Lin Fan in the open kitchen. Li Daong couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Master Lin, did you add some new ingredient to the noodles and soup today? The taste is even better than yesterday." Lin Fan was slicing a roast duck, his head not even looking up, his voice coming out steadily. Nothing was added, just some new soy sauce. There was a 2-second silence in the hall. Then, Li Daong couldn't help but laugh and curse. "Change some soy sauce? Master Lin, you call this a little bit of new soy sauce?" This is definitely soy sauce that was bought with gold. Hearing their conversation, the other diners around them quickened their eating pace, savoring the food in their bowls. It really makes a difference with the soy sauce. This tomato and egg stir-fry tastes even better today. Boss Lin's shop is full of surprises every day. Even the seasonings are prepared with such a grand scale. The lively dining atmosphere in the hall has returned. Everyone was focused on eating their food, and no one paid any attention to the financing news that had been discussed earlier. The morning rush hour passed quickly. The restaurant has seen a constant stream of customers, and each table of customers leaves with a satisfied expression on their face. Jiangxing International Airport, VIP exit. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the early autumn sun still carried a bit of heat. The automatic glass doors slid open to both sides, and a wave of heat rushed in. Su Qing was wearing a neatly tailored off-white business suit, and her long hair was tied up in a clean bun at the back of her head. She wore large black sunglasses that covered most of her face, and walked out with a brisk pace and high heels. President Su. The female assistant, Xiao Li, who was waiting outside, quickly stepped forward and deftly took the suitcase from Su Qing's hands. The car is parked outside. You must be tired from your journey. Would you like to go back to the hotel and rest for a while? While pulling the suitcase, Xiao Li carefully observed the boss's expression. Let's go home first. Su Qing's tone was cool and detached, without any unnecessary words. She had already slept on the plane and was now wide awake. The two walked to the parking lot, where a black Mercedes Maybach was already waiting. The driver opened the back door, and Su Qing bent down and sat inside. The car door closed, shutting out the outside heat and noise. Have you made contact with Attorney Zhang yet? Su Qing took off her sunglasses, rubbed her slightly swollen temples, and asked. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Li quickly turned around and reported. It's all arranged. He's been preparing the materials these past few days, and the lawsuit and lawyer's letter for the change of custody have been drafted. Just give the word, and we can submit them to the court at any time. Su Qing responded, turning her head to look at the street scene rushing past the car window. Chapter 222, a gimmick? The time she spent away from Jiangxing for a roadshow in Europe felt like a long and arduous battle. Now she has returned triumphantly with a $100 million financing letter of intent, and the Su Group's position is now completely secure. But she didn't feel completely relaxed. The international phone call Lu Ziyuan made last night felt like a thorn stuck in her throat. Lin Fan, the man she kicked out of the house, didn't struggle to survive at the bottom of society as she had expected. Instead, he started a popular restaurant and even dragged her best friend, Shen Man, into it. Su Qing looked at her reflection in the car window, and her eyes slowly turned cold. She absolutely would not allow Tianquan to live with a man who is a liar and makes money through fake marketing. Half an hour later, the Maybach drove into the upscale villa area of Jiangxing and came to a steady stop in front of the Su family villa. Su Qing got out of the car. The front door of the villa was wide open, and Su Ming and Zhang Cuihua were already waiting in the living room. Oh, Qingqing is back. Zhang Cuihua, dressed in a silk loungewear outfit, greeted Su Qing with a broad smile, grabbed Su Qing's hand, and looked her up and down. You've lost weight. You must not have been eating or sleeping well during your trip to Europe, right? But you look much more energetic. I heard you secured that $100 million investment. Zhang Cuihua's smile lines were all squeezed together. It's in. The team is following up on the formalities. Su Qing changed into slippers, handed the bag to the nanny, and said calmly, Great. That's wonderful. Su Ming, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and slapped his thigh hard. With this money, our Su family will truly have a voice in the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Let's see who dares to look down on us from now on. Su Ming's words carried a hint of anger. A few days ago at a charity gala at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, the elderly couple were ridiculed by several wealthy women and could only slink away through a side door. He has been holding this grudge in his heart ever since. Now that his daughter has returned with capital, he can finally stand tall again. Let's eat first. Aunt Zhang has stewed bird's nest, and there are also some of your favorite dishes in the kitchen. Zhang Cuihua pulled Su Qing towards the dining room. The family of three sat down at the large rectangular dining table. The nanny served the steaming hot food and quietly left. Su Qing picked up the spoon and slowly took 2 sips of soup. Her movements were elegant, but her brows were slightly furrowed, clearly indicating that something was on her mind. Qingqing, what's wrong? Is there some trouble at work? Zhang Cuihua noticed that her daughter was in a bad mood and asked with concern. Su Qing put down her spoon, picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth, and looked calmly at her parents across from her. All the company matters have been taken care of. The first thing I'm doing now that I'm back is solving Tuanshuan's problem. Upon hearing the name, Tuanshuan, Zhang Zuihua and Su Ming both stopped moving. Tuanshuan, Zhang Zuihua frowned. You want to bring her back? Of course. She is my daughter, Su Qing's daughter. I can't let her grow up in that kind of messy environment with Lin Fan. Su Qing's tone left no room for negotiation. Su Ming nodded, put down his chopsticks, and said, it was the right thing to bring her back. What are we now? It wouldn't sound good if outsiders knew that the Su family's granddaughter was living with a street vendor cook. He's not running a street stall anymore. Su Qing looked at her parents, a hint of mockery in her voice. Don't you guys usually check the news on your phones? He's rented a storefront on Phoenix Golden Street near the university town and runs a restaurant. Moreover, it's caused quite a stir. Lu Ziyuan called me yesterday and said that he's doing online marketing, hiring people to queue up, and selling a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes for over 200 yuan. Now the whole internet is talking about him being some kind of master chef. Smack! Zhang Zuihua's chopsticks suddenly fell onto the glass table with a crisp sound. She and Su Ming exchanged a glance, their expressions instantly turning very strange upon hearing the words Phoenix Golden Street and master chef. The image of the young chef that they had brushed past each other in the staff passage of the Grand Hyatt Hotel a few days ago, along with the fervent praise from the business tycoons at the main table for that young chef, suddenly flooded into their minds. At the time, Zhang Zuihua felt that the person looked like Lin Fan, but Su Ming insisted that it was impossible. Hearing this concrete information from Su Qing's mouth, Zhang Zuihua's heart skipped a beat. Qing, you just said where does he own a shop? Zhang Zuihua's voice was a little dry. Phoenix Golden Street. It's called Lin Family Shop. Su Qing noticed her mother's unnatural expression and asked, somewhat puzzled, what's wrong? Have you been there? No. Zhang Zuihua quickly denied. Her eyes darted around. She ran her hand through her hair to hide her panic, coughed lightly, and continued. I've heard of it. Su Mingqing cleared his throat. Qing, we have heard a bit about what you're talking about. Your mother and I attended a business association banquet before, and someone did mention this restaurant during the meal. Oh, Su Qing was somewhat surprised. Even people in the Chamber of Commerce know about these gimmicks he's been up to? It seems he's really invested a lot in hiring online trolls. Su Ming picked up his water glass and took a sip to hide his panic. He was in a state of turmoil. If the young man who was treated like royalty by Yi Weiguo and a group of bigwigs at the Grand Hyatt Hotel that night really was Lin Fan, that would be terrible. But Su Ming is an extremely stubborn and arrogant person. Having spent so many years navigating the business world, he firmly believes that social classes are fixed. How could a man who had been meekly washing clothes in his house for 5 years possibly transform into a reclusive master who could make even the richest man in Jiangxing bow down in less than a month after his divorce? This makes no sense at all. Qing, don't be fooled by those things online. Su Ming slammed the water glass down on the table and began his analysis with a confident tone. Think about it. He left with nothing. Where did he get the money to rent a shop in a prime location like Phoenix Golden Street? He must have borrowed money from loan sharks, trying to make a quick buck through such crooked means. Listening to her husband's analysis, Zhang Zuihua gradually felt relieved. Yeah, that good-for-nothing Lin Fan. How could he possibly have any real skills? Your dad is right. Zhang Zuihua immediately agreed. Su Qing frowned slightly as she listened to her parents' words. She wasn't interested in whether Lin Fan was a fraudster. She only cared about the facts and the outcome. It doesn't matter what methods he used to open the store. Su Qing picked up her knife and fork and slowly cut the steak on her plate. The important thing is that he is currently self-employed, with unstable income and a complicated working environment. Moreover, he is also involved in the affairs of Shun Man's fiancée, Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan said that Shun Man went to his shop every day and even broke up with Lu Ziyuan in public because of him. Chapter 2:23 Revenge. After these words were spoken, the huge Su family restaurant fell into a brief silence. The sterling silver knife and fork in Su Qing's hand slid across the exquisite bone china plate, producing an extremely sharp and piercing sound. Her face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. Shin Man is my best friend since childhood, and the person I, Su Qing, trust the most in this circle. But now, she's completely infatuated with a good-for-nothing, and is even willing to offend Lu Ziyuan, a financial elite who returned from Wall Street, for him. Su Qing abruptly put down her knife and fork, her chest heaving violently with anger. Lin Fan, that despicable scoundrel. He knew Shin Man was my best friend, yet he deliberately used sweet talk and deception to get close to her. He did this simply to disgust me and get revenge on me for divorcing him. I absolutely cannot watch Tuanchuan grow up in an environment full of scheming, hypocrisy, and the smell of gutter oil. When determining custody, the judge considers most the resources and social circles that both parents can provide for the child's development. What can he give to Anchuan? Can he teach her how to lie? Su Qing took a napkin and vigorously wiped her hands, as if mentioning Lin Fan's name had dirted her hands. I have already arranged for Attorney Zhang from Deshang Law Offices to prepare all the litigation materials. In addition, I have also asked the legal department to prepare a compensation agreement for 2 million in advance. 2 million. Zhang Cuihua, who was drinking her nourishing soup, immediately dropped the soup spoon back into the bowl with a clatter when she heard that Lin Fan was to be given money. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Qing, are you crazy? Why give him so much money? He's never even seen 2 million in his life. Isn't that just letting that little bastard get away with it? Mom, this is called paying for peace and quiet. Su Qing coldly interrupted her mother. Although we have a 100% chance of winning the lawsuit, the legal process takes time, and it will take at least 6 months. My suit group is about to go public in the US. I don't have the time to waste in court with a nobody, and I can't let the media find any negative news about my personal life. Su Qing picked up the glass of red wine beside her and gently swirled the scarlet liquid inside. With this money, he can take it and go back to his poor, remote hometown and never show his face in Jiangcheng again, never appear in front of me and Tuanchuan again. Buying out a problem with 2 million is the most efficient way to cut losses in business. Hearing this, Su Ming, who had been silent all along, nodded thoughtfully, indicating his agreement with his daughter's actions. Qing is decisive and has the demeanor of a great general. This kind of hopeless person is like a piece of leech. The more you reason with him, the more he will cling to you. The easiest and most dignified way is to send him away with money and crush him with your class power. Su Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, if you just throw 2 million in cash in Lin Fan's face, with Lin Fan's poor and stingy appearance, wouldn't he immediately bow and scrape and sign the papers when he sees so much money? As long as Lin Fan signs the papers and leaves, even if he really is that so-called master chef at the Grand Hyatt banquet, it has nothing to do with the Su family anymore. Those big shots won't cause trouble for the Su family because of a chef who takes money and leaves. When shall we go? Zhang Cuihua asked, seeing that her husband had agreed. Although she was still heartbroken about the 2 million yuan, she couldn't wait to see Lin Fan being driven out of Jiangcheng like a stray dog. Su Qing turned her head, a sharp, cold glint flashing in her eyes. Tomorrow morning. I want to go to his so-called trendy restaurant myself. I want to expose his hypocritical facade in front of everyone. The next morning, the sky over Jiangxing was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. The early autumn morning breeze carried a biting chill, and the air was filled with a sense of oppressive tension, as if a storm was brewing. The Su family villa in the city center. In the enormous walk-in closet on the second floor, Su Qing stood quietly in front of the huge dressing mirror. Mr. Su, the legal team has arrived. Assistant Shaoli reported, her voice trembling slightly, as she stood outside the dressing room door. No. Su Qing casually picked up a Patek Philippe women's watch and fastened it to her wrist. She then turned and walked down to the lobby on the first floor, her 12-centimeter black heels with red soles making a cold clack-clack-clack sound. For men in suits were already sitting properly on the sofa in the hall. Leading the group was none other than Zhang, the chief partner of Deshang Law Firm, a renowned figure in Jiangqing's legal community, often referred to as the Pizza Hut. His specialty is representing the top billionaires in court. As long as the money is right, he can expose their dirty secrets in court. Seeing Su Qing come downstairs, Attorney Zhang immediately stood up and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Good morning, Mr. Su. Our team has finished organizing all the documents you requested last night. Attorney Zhang opened the heavy leather briefcase in his hand, took out a thick stack of documents, and handed them to Su Qing with both hands. This is a $2 million settlement agreement, along with a voluntary statement relinquishing custody. Also, this is the complaint we drafted overnight. Attorney Zhang adjusted his glasses, a shrewd glint flashing behind the lenses. We have conducted a thorough investigation into your ex-husband's current situation. Although his restaurant has a certain level of popularity online, it is essentially a sole proprietorship and has serious issues with inflated pricing. If he refuses to sign during negotiations, we will use the case in court to launch a comprehensive attack on him, focusing on his extremely unstable income, alleged false marketing, and noisy and unpleasant working environment that affects the children's physical and mental health. I am 100% confident that the judge will declare in court that he has been stripped of his custody rights. Listening to Attorney Zhang's cold yet professional report, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. This is the power of capital. This is the divide between social classes. Lin Fan, what do you have to fight me with? Let's go. Su Qing tossed the documents back to Attorney Zhang, her voice as cold as ice. To Phoenix Golden Street. Today, I'll make sure he loses everything. 3 black sedans, one after the other, drove out of the gate of the Su family villa. Leading the group was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, with Su Qing sitting in the back right seat. Su Ming and Zhang Zuohua sat in the middle in an Alford minivan, and the last vehicle following was an Audi belonging to Zhang's lawyer team. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wuhan was in the midst of rush hour. The convoy of cars moved slowly and frequently on the elevated ring road. The carriage was quiet, with only the faint hissing sound of the air conditioning vents. Chapter 224, A Big Shot? Su Qing tilted her head slightly, looking at the buildings slowly receding outside the window. Steam rose from the roadside breakfast stalls, and students in school uniforms and office workers carrying briefcases crowded in front of the bus stop. She looked away and turned to open the tablet on her lap. The screen displayed documents that Attorney Zhang had compiled overnight, along with several blurry photos. The photo was taken secretly from across the street. It shows a shop on Phoenix Golden Street that doesn't have a signboard, with a long queue in front of it. In the photo, Lin Fan is wearing a chef's uniform and is busy in front of a large pot. Next to him is a small figure, Tuanshuan. Su Qing zoomed in on the photo, looking at the image of Tuan sitting on a small stool, holding a bowl and eating. This is the kind of life Lin Fan can provide for his daughter. Eating cheap food on the smoky streets, mingling with a group of netizens who come just to join the fun and take photos. Su Qing didn't want to watch anymore, so she threw the tablet onto the seat next to her. Just then, my phone vibrated. I opened it and saw a WeChat voice message from Zhang Zuohua, who was sitting in the car behind. Su Qing tapped the button and brought the receiver to her ear. Qing, your dad and I have discussed it. Don't rush to take out that $2 million check later. That kid is just a small business owner now. If he really sees this kind of force, his legs might go weak. Let the lawyer put pressure on him with the custody change agreement. If he doesn't sign, then throw that $2 million at him. Every little bit helps. His pride isn't worth much. Hearing her mother's shrewd and calculating tone, Su Qing replied directly with a text message. Mom, I have my own pace. You can wait in the car, no need to get out. After sending the message, Su Qing said to the driver in front, drive faster. Mr. Su, there's a bit of traffic ahead. We should reach Phoenix Golden Street in about 40 minutes, the driver reported after glancing at the navigation. Su Qing didn't say anything more, closed her eyes, and leaned back in her seat. This farce should be over in 40 minutes. Inside the minivan, Zhang Zuohua sighed. Old Su, do you think Qing was too hasty? $2 million, just given away to that good-for-nothing like that. Su Ming looked at the stock quotes on his phone. What do you know? The Su Group is about to go public in the U.S., and the SEC is scrutinizing it closely. If the media were to expose Qing's daughter arguing with the kitchen staff at a roadside stall, what would that look like? $2 million is for the Su Group's reputation. Zhang Zuohua still felt sorry for him. We can't let him get away with this. Once he signs the papers, I'm going to give him a good scolding. He's been eating and drinking for free in our house for 5 years, and now he's trying to extort money from us when he leaves. Su Ming put away his phone and turned off the screen. When we get out of the car, keep quiet. Let Qing and Attorney Zhang handle it. We're his elders, don't argue with him in public. Zhang Zuohua pouted, I know. I just can't stand him taking our family's money. Soon, the convoy stopped 2 intersections away from Phoenix Golden Street. The road ahead is blocked. The driver honked the horn twice, but the long line of cars in front of him didn't budge. He shifted the car to neutral, pulled the handbrake, and turned to Su Qing in the back seat, saying, President Su, we can't go any further. It seems the road ahead is blocked. There are cars everywhere. Su Qing frowned, lowered the car window, and looked out. It's not a road closure. The four-lane road was lined with parked cars on both sides. Moreover, the vast majority of these vehicles are not ordinary private cars. Maybach, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bentley Bentayga, and even a few Hongqi L5s with Beijing license plates. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class with its hazard lights flashing was squeezed onto the shoulder of the road. Several bodyguards in black suits were standing by the car, smoking and looking around warily. What's going on? Is some important figure coming to inspect Jean Street today? Lawyer Zhang, sitting in the passenger seat, also peeked out, and his professional instincts immediately alerted him to something amiss. There are many prominent figures in Jiangcheng, but it's rare to see so many top-of-the-line luxury cars parked like cabbages on the roadside. Su Qing raised her wrist and looked at her watch. It was 8:40. I'm not waiting any longer. Su Qing pushed open the car door, and the cold wind mixed with the chill of autumn blew on her face, making her more awake. Go in, it's not far. Attorney Zhang quickly grabbed his briefcase and got out of the car, following behind Su Qing. In the van behind, Su Ming and Zhang Cuihua also hurriedly got out. Zhang Cuihua, wearing a pair of mid-heeled leather shoes, gripped Su Ming's arm tightly and complained. What a terrible place. The roads are so narrow that cars can't even drive in. Su Ming ignored her, his gaze fixed on the Hongqi L5 parked by the roadside, his expression somewhat surprised and uncertain. He was a businessman, and although the Su family could only be considered a second-rate family in Jiangcheng, he knew what this license plate meant. The group walked along the blue brick sidewalk toward Phoenix Golden Street. President Su, when you meet the person, please try to speak as little as possible and leave it to me to handle. As Attorney Zhang walked, he quickly explained the negotiation strategy. The self-esteem of men from the lower class is usually very fragile. We shouldn't try to bribe them with money right away. Instead, we should use our absolute legal disadvantage to break down their psychological defenses. Tell him that if he goes to court, he will not only lose custody, but also have to bear high legal costs. When he panics, we will offer him a 2 million compensation agreement, at which point he will cling to it like a lifeline. Su Qing nodded expressionlessly. As long as you can get him to sign today, you can use any means necessary. A few minutes later, they turned into the main street of Phoenix Golden Street. The sight before her made Su Qing stop in her tracks. There were no dirty and messy roadside stalls as I had imagined, nor were there white plastic boxes and disposable chopsticks scattered all over the ground. At the street corner stands a 3-story Chinese-style antique building covering several hundred square meters. It features bluestone steps, carved wooden doors and windows, and a large black sign with gold lettering that reads, Lin Family Shop. There was no smell of cooking oil. Instead, the air was filled with a very elegant and subtle fragrance, like some kind of aged tea, mixed with a rich, meaty aroma. Just smelling this aroma is enough to clear your mind and even alleviate the fatigue you feel when you wake up in the morning. Outside the gate, there was a line of more than 100 people. The line was quiet. No one made a loud noise or cut in line. Most of the people in the group were dressed smartly, some even in bespoke suits, holding folding fans or thermos cups, and chatting quietly in 2s and 3s. Su Qing's gaze swept over the queue, and her pupils suddenly contracted sharply. She saw someone she knew. At the very end of the line stood a middle-aged man with a large belly, looking down at his phone. She walked over. Chapter 225, What a Show of Power. That's Chairman Chun of Shengshe Real Estate. The Su Group has been facing a tight cash flow due to its IPO plans and has had to deal with many business owners in Jiangxing. The person in front of me is one of them. Su Qing had pulled countless strings and even waited outside Chairman Chun's office for 3 hours in order to beg Chairman Chun to inject capital into Su's group. As a result, Chairman Chun only sent a vice president to dismiss her. And now, this real estate tycoon, worth billions, is actually standing obediently in line on the street. Chairman Chun. Su Qing called out subconsciously and quickly stepped forward. Chairman Chun looked up, saw Su Qing, and paused for a moment, clearly not recognizing her. Hello, Chairman Chun. I am Su Qing from the Su Group. We met once last month at a banquet hosted by the Chamber of Commerce. Su Qing quickly put on a smile and extended her right hand. Chairman Chun responded with an, oh, but didn't extend his hand. He simply nodded politely. President Su, hello? What? Are you here to get a number 2? Su Qing awkwardly withdrew her hand, which was outstretched in midair. She glanced at the signboard at the front of the line that read Lin Family Shop, and felt a sense of absurdity. Chairman Chen, are you queuing for a meal? Su Qing asked incredulously. Chairman Chen switched the thermos in his hand to his left hand and glanced at the time on his wristwatch. Yes, wait for the door to open, he said calmly. I only woke up 3 minutes late this morning, and this is where I ended up in line. What bad luck? Su Qing was a little confused. The head of Shengshe Real Estate, who usually frequents private clubs and star-rated hotels, is now standing in the cold, early autumn wind, squeezing onto the street with a group of ordinary people waiting for a roadside restaurant to open. Chairman Chen, the hygiene here. Su Qing carefully chose her words, trying to show her goodwill. If you haven't had breakfast yet, I've booked a private room at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. I'm busy. Chairman Chen interrupted her without hesitation, his brows furrowing slightly. Mr. Su, business matters should be scheduled at the company. Don't stand in front of me and block my way. What if the store manager inside misunderstands that I brought someone to cut in line and cancels my appointment? Who can I complain to then? Su Qing was stunned. Is Chairman Chen afraid of being disqualified from queuing? He can veto a multi-billion-dollar business with just a few words, so why is he afraid of the rules of a small business owner? The burly man with dark skin and a gold chain around his neck, who was standing in front of Chairman Chen, turned around and looked Su Qing up and down. Girl, can't you understand? The burly man picked at his ear. Old Chen told you to move aside. If you want to curry favor, go somewhere else. Don't get in our way while we're queuing. Su Qing was always fawned over in the business world, and this was the first time she had been scolded like this in the street. Her face darkened, and just as she was about to speak, Chairman Chen reached out and pulled the man back. Old Li, say less. He's a big boss too. Although Chairman Chen was advising him, his tone didn't show much support for Su Qing. Instead, he introduced Su Qing to him. Mr. Su, this is Mr. Li Daong from Shaanxi Province. He's in the mining business. He's straightforward, so please don't mind him. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. Li Daong, the coal boss from Shaanxi Province? The ruthless man rumored to have dumped cash and acquired 3 listed companies in Jiangxing? She subconsciously swallowing back the reprimand that was on the tip of her tongue. Li Daong snorted, turned his head, and continued staring at the tightly closed shop door, muttering to himself. Old Chen, do you think Boss Lin will make those chicken and mushroom oil noodles today? I rushed back from the mine last night because I was craving them. My mouth is practically dry. It's hard to say. Chairman Chen also sighed. Boss Lin cooks whatever he feels like. I'd be content if I could get a bowl of clear broth beef brisket noodles. Listening to 2 billionaires discussing a bowl of noodles as if it were some rare treasure, Su Qing felt an increasing sense of absurdity. Just then, Su Ming and Zhang Cuihua caught up from behind, panting. Lawyer Zhang followed closely behind with 3 assistants. Qing, why are you walking so fast? You didn't even wait for your mother, Zhang Cuihua complained, her high heels clicking loudly on the bluestone slabs. She stopped next to Su Qing and glanced disdainfully at the long queue. What a lousy place. There isn't even a parking space. Qing, where's that useless shop? What are all these idiots lining up for? To get free eggs. Zhang Cuihua's loud voice was particularly jarring in the quiet queue. The people in front of her in line turned around and stared at her with hostile eyes. Li Daong was already anxiously waiting, and upon hearing this, he immediately turned around, his face turning completely dark. Old woman, who are you calling a fool? Li Daong pointed at Zhang Cuihua's nose, the huge emerald ring on her finger making people dizzy. Zhang Cuihua, used to being bossed around in the Su family, couldn't stand this attitude and was about to explode on the spot. What's wrong with me talking to you? Standing in line on the street this early in the morning, what are you if not an idiot? My daughter is the president of the Su Group, and she's about to go to the U.S. to ring the bell for the company's IPO. Who do you think you are, daring to point at me like that? Su Qing's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Zhang Cuihua's arm and whispered a reprimand. Mom, stop talking. Qing, why are you pulling me? This kind of rude, low-class person needs to be taught a lesson. He is Li Daong. Su Qing whispered, her voice unusually flustered. The biggest mining boss in Shaanxi Province. Zhang Cuihua's voice stopped abruptly, like a duck being choked. Although she wasn't involved in the business world, she had heard the legends of coal bosses with hundreds of millions in cash flow. She stared wide-eyed at the burly man in front of her, her legs suddenly feeling weak. Su Ming was also startled and quickly stepped forward with a smile. President Li, please don't take offense. My wife is ignorant and doesn't keep her mouth shut. Li Daong sneered and looked Su Ming's family up and down. The Su group? What a show of power. Su Ming's face turned red from the scolding, but he didn't dare to say a word in rebuttal. Seeing his employer in such a predicament, Attorney Zhang felt it was time for him to step in. He straightened his suit, stepped forward, and said in a professional tone, "Sir, please watch your words. We are here today to handle Ms. Su Qing's private legal affairs. We have no intention of clashing with those queuing. However, from a legal perspective, this store's use of excessive marketing tactics to create the illusion of a queue is itself a violation of consumer rights protection laws." What kind of lawyer are you?" Li Daong interrupted him, looking at him like he was an idiot. Attorney Zhang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and puffed out his chest. "Zhang, senior partner of Deshang Law Offices." "All right, stop reciting the names of the dishes." Suddenly, a man emerged from the back of the line. He was a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes with some gray hair. Chapter 226, No Cutting in Line. When Attorney Zhang saw this person, his expression changed instantly. He stammered, "President Wang?" Wang Jingming, vice president of the Jiangqing Lawyers Association, was also Zhang's former direct mentor. Wang Jingming, holding a thermos, glanced at Attorney Zhang and shook his head. "Zhang, shouldn't you do some background checks before taking on a case? When you say excessive marketing, do you mean I came to queue at 6:30 this morning? Or Mr. Chun who came to get a number at 5 o'clock? Or do you think this store can afford to hire us as shills?" A cold sweat instantly broke out on Attorney Zhang's forehead, and his voice began to tremble. "President Wang, are you also in line? If I don't wait in line, will you cook for me?" Wang Jingming's calm tone left Attorney Zhang speechless, and he slunk behind Su Qing, not even daring to lift his briefcase too high. Su Qing was in a state of utter confusion. The situation was completely out of her control. Chairman Chun, Li Daong, Chairman Wang, any one of these people is a top figure in their respective fields in Jiangqing. Now, they are all patiently waiting for the door to open. What exactly did Lin Fan do? Wasn't he just a gigolo who only knew how to work around the kitchen? Where did he get this kind of ability? She took a breath and forced herself to calm down. No matter what methods Lin Fan used to win over these people, it doesn't change one fact. Lin Fan is a low-level cook who can't even guarantee his daughter's starting line. "Ignore them," Su Qing said coldly. "We're here to find someone, not to eat. Why are we queuing?" After saying that, Su Qing took long strides, bypassed the long queue, and walked straight toward the tightly closed carved wooden door. The people in line frowned as they watched her ignore the rules and walk forward. Li Daong snorted and tried to pull her away, but was stopped by Chairman Chun. "Old Chun, why are you stopping me? Doesn't this woman know any manners?" Li Daong glared at him. "Let her go," Chairman Chun said calmly. "You know Boss Lin's rules. Anyone who tries to force their way in is asking for trouble. Why should you care? Stop." Su Qing had just taken 2 steps when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. 3 young men with buzz cuts strode over from the street corner and blocked her way. They were dressed in uniform black training uniforms. Their postures were straight. Their combat boots made a dull sound on the bluestone slabs, and their eyes revealed a cold and hard look. These men were sent by Yan Feng of the military region to maintain order. They patrolled the outskirts of Jean Street every morning and evening. They would not be polite to anyone who dared to cause trouble in front of the Lin family's shop. The lead man with the crew cut stopped in front of Su Qing. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very intimidating. "Step back. No cutting in line here." Su Qing was forced to stop, looked up at the man in front of her, and frowned. "I'm here to find someone, not to eat. Please move aside." The crew cut man stood motionless like a wall, his cold gaze sweeping over Su Qing and the lawyer behind her. "If you take another step forward, don't blame us for being impolite." He didn't waste any words, but the murderous aura emanating from him made Su Qing subconsciously take a step back. Zhang Cuihua, growing increasingly agitated, poked her head out and yelled, "You bunch of watchdogs, getting all cocky? Do you even know who my daughter is? The president of the Su Group. You've delayed our business. Can you afford to compensate us?" The crew cut man didn't even glance at Zhang Cuihua. He merely turned his neck slightly, his joints making a soft cracking sound. His 2 companions behind him stepped forward at the same time, their hands naturally placed on the tactical belts at their waists. The air instantly dropped to freezing point. Su Ming's eyelids twitched, and he quickly pulled Zhang Cuihua back, whispering, "Shut up. Don't cause trouble." Su Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation and frustration in her heart. She looked back at the long queue, where more than 100 people were lined up densely, all staring at her. There are several people of unknown origin and with an aggressive attitude blocking our way, so it's clearly impossible to force our way through. Okay, we'll wait. Su Qing gritted her teeth, put on her 12-centimeter high heels, and retreated to the outermost curb of the line. The cold morning wind blew by, and Su Qing, wearing only a thin silk shirt and suit jacket, got goosebumps on her arms from the cold. But in order to maintain the president's dignity, she had no choice but to stand up straight. Time passed by, second by second. Su Qing looked at the long queue, her eyes filled with impatience. She turned to her female assistant, Xiao Li, and instructed, "Go to the front and ask who's willing to give up their spot. 10,000 yuan a number, buy one for the front." Su Qing didn't want to wait any longer. This feeling of helplessness while waiting in line made her very uncomfortable. Xiao Li nodded and quickly walked towards the group. She first found a well-dressed, middle-aged wealthy woman who was ranked in the 20th position. "Hello, ma'am." Xiao Li opened the transfer interface on his phone. "We'd like to buy your spot in the queue. Would it be all right to transfer you 10,000 yuan? The wealthy woman was fanning herself with a Suzhou embroidery folding fan when she heard this, and looked down at Xiao Li's phone as if she had heard a joke. 10,000 yuan. The wealthy woman scoffed. "Don't you even know where you are? Go away, don't cause trouble here." Li was met with a cold shoulder and had no choice but to keep going. She stopped in the 5th position in the line. The person in line here is a young man wearing a plaid shirt and black-rimmed glasses. He looks like a programmer. He was intently looking at the code on his phone. "Hello, sir." Xiao Li gritted his teeth and raised the price directly. "We'll offer 20,000 yuan for your spot." The young man didn't even look up. "Not for sale." Xiao Li panicked. 30,000. Scan the code and transfer instantly. The young man finally looked up and adjusted his glasses. "I've been up for 2 days and 2 nights straight, and all I want now is a bite of Mr. Lin's tomato and egg stir-fry to keep me going. You think you can just give me 30,000 yuan to get rid of me? How about I give you 30,000, and you get out of my way and stop bothering me while I'm looking at my code, okay?" Li was so embarrassed by the rebuke that he lost all confidence and slunk back to Su Qing's side, where he quietly reported the situation. Su Qing's face was so gloomy it could drip water. Money had no effect here. This created a huge crack in her proud sense of class superiority. "Qingqing, who are these people?" Zhang Cuihua was completely dumbfounded. Su Ming stood to the side, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He wondered if he had come to the wrong place today. Just as Su Qing stood at the bottom of the steps, caught in a dilemma, with a burning anger simmering inside her, the roar of a sports car engine came from the street corner. A red Ferrari was parked on the side of the road. Chapter 2, 27 Privileges. The car door opened, and Qin Lang, dressed in a casual suit, stepped out. He jumped out of the car and walked straight toward the store entrance. When the big bosses at the front of the line saw him, they all dropped their airs and greeted him with smiles. "Young Master Qin, you've arrived quite early today." Chairman Chen nodded with a smile. Li Daong also came over and offered him a cigarette. "Young Master Qin, I heard that your family's project in the south of the city has been finalized? Congratulations." Qin Lang waved his hand and pushed the cigarette back to him. "Uncle Li, you're too kind. I was starving early in the morning, so I came over for a quick bite." Qin Lang's gaze swept over Su Qing, Zhang Cuihua, and Lawyer Zhang, who stood out awkwardly at the bottom of the roadside steps. He glanced at them indifferently, completely ignoring them, and walked straight toward the closed door. Then, to Su Qing's astonishment, Qin Lang walked past the queue, ignoring the 3 cold, stern-faced men with buzz cuts, and strode straight to the carved wooden door. He pushed open the door and went straight in. The wooden door slammed shut behind him. Zhang Cuihua stared wide-eyed, pointed towards the gate, and turned to shout at the crew-cut man. "How did he get in? Didn't you say no one was allowed in until the gates were open? Why didn't he queue up?" The crew-cut man remained expressionless, completely ignoring her. Su Qing was also stunned on the spot. A huge sense of resentment welled up inside me. Why is it that she, the president of the prestigious Su Group, couldn't get in despite paying for a spot and pleading with everyone, while that young man in casual clothes could get in without even saying a word? Su Qing couldn't hold back any longer. She turned to look at Chairman Chun, her voice filled with suppressed anger and confusion. "Why was he allowed to go in? Didn't you just say that no one is allowed to cut in line? Is the rule in this restaurant that you treat people differently based on who they are?" Before Chairman Chun could speak, Li Daong let out a cold laugh. Playing favorites with different dishes? Girl. Li Daong touched the gold chain around his neck, his face full of mockery. Young Master Qin is holding a supreme black gold card. He doesn't need to queue. Who do you think you are, to interfere in young Master Qin's affairs? Su Qing's mind went blank. The Qin family, a wealthy and powerful family in Jiangxing? Of course she knew about the Qin family. It was a circle that even the Su group desperately wanted to squeeze into. Was that young man who just went in a member of the Qin family? Zhang Zuohua, who was listening from behind, was stunned and stammered as she asked Su Ming. Old Su, that cook knows someone from the Qin family? How is that possible? Is he using our Su family's name to scam people? Su Qing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the panic in her heart. No, absolutely not. Lin Fan and she have been married for 3 years. Every day, he spends his time either cooking or picking up his child from kindergarten. He doesn't even have a proper job. How could he possibly know someone of Qin Lang's caliber? She turned to look at Attorney Wang. Are you sure Lin Fan is in here? Attorney Wang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, took out a tablet computer from his briefcase, and brought up the business registration information page. Mr. Su, I am absolutely certain. The business license of this Lin family shop clearly lists Lin Fan as the legal representative. The registration date was shortly after his divorce from you. Su Qing stared at the black and white text on the screen, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Su Ming, who was standing nearby, leaned over for a glance and snorted coldly. What's so hard to guess? What is the status of the Qin family? In my opinion, the real owners of this shop are the Qin family. Lin Fan is just a puppet they push to the forefront, a high-level employee. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuohua slapped her thigh and suddenly realized what was going on. That's right. Old Su is right. I knew that good-for-nothing didn't have the money to open such a big store on Phoenix Golden Street. Turns out he was just a shield for working for capitalists. Ching, think about it. If he really had that kind of ability, would he have been so pathetic in our family back then? Su Qing's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. My father's words make perfect sense logically. Capital operations often require ordinary people with no background to act as legal representatives and bear the risks. Lin Fan was probably just lucky to be chosen by Qin Lang to be the nominal boss. This explains why Qin Lang could ignore the rules and enter directly, because the shop was originally someone else's property. Thinking of this, the slight panic in Su Qing's heart completely disappeared, replaced by a deeper contempt. They think there's something special just because they've gained a false sense of dignity by being puppets for others. 8:30. The wooden door of the Lin family shop was finally opened from the inside. Su Xiao, wearing an apron, came out, holding a number call device in her hand. Good morning, everyone. Same as usual today. Dine-in customers, please enter in order of your number. Those picking up takeaway plum juice, please line up on the left. Please do not crowd. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the more than 100 people standing outside immediately and spontaneously split into 2 lines. No one made a loud noise or pushed forward. Chairman Chun and Li Daong, among others, took out their phones and obediently scanned the QR code to pay. Su Qing stood at the bottom of the steps and looked up at the small blackboard hanging on the wall. Supreme Clear Broth Beef Brisket Noodles, 188 yuan per bowl. Premium Tomato Scrambled Eggs, 288 renminbi per serving. Century-old secret recipe hanging oven roasted duck, 1,888 yuan per each. Looking at these numbers, Zhang Zuohua shouted loudly from the side. A bowl of noodles costs 180 yuan. A tomato and egg stir-fry costs 280 yuan. Isn't the Price Bureau going to do anything about this? What's the difference between this and blatant robbery? Su Ming frowned as well. Setting such an outrageous price is just a gimmick. Doing business through such crooked means will get you arrested sooner or later. Attorney Zhang pushed up his glasses and quickly jotted down a few notes in his notebook. Mr. Su, this is another piece of evidence. We can file a formal complaint with the Industry and Commerce Department against him for suspected price fraud. The group watched as the well-dressed bosses scanned the QR code to pay without hesitation. Those people not only didn't think it was expensive, but instead looked relieved that they had gotten a good deal. Has the world gone mad? Mr. Su, why don't we go back to the car and wait? There are quite a lot of people in line right now. Assistant Xiao Li shrank his neck and lowered his voice. Inside the group, several big bosses were turning their heads to look this way, their eyes filled with a sense of watching a spectacle. Li Daong even let out a sneer without any attempt to hide it, and turned to talk to Chairman Chen next to him. Su Qing felt as if she had been slapped across the face. She took a deep breath and gripped her Hermes bag tightly. Let's go. Su Qing turned around and walked back the way she came. The heels of the high heels tapped rapidly on the bluestone slabs. Zhang Cuihua and Su Ming exchanged a glance, not daring to say a word, and quickly followed. Attorney Zhang, accompanied by 3 assistants, slunk away at the very back. No one cared about their departure. The long queue remained quietly formed, with diners' attention focused entirely on the small shop in front of them. Back at the car, the driver quickly opened the door. Su Qing got into the back seat and immediately raised the partition. Chapter 2:28 Arrogance. The carriage was quiet. The air conditioning was on, and the temperature was set to 24 degrees Celsius. Su Ming and Zhang Cuihua sat in the van behind. As soon as Zhang Cuihua sat down, she slapped her thigh and complained. What kind of mess is this? Are those people out of their minds? A bowl of noodles costs 180 yuan, and they're still lining up to grab it? Why did Qing just leave like that? Did we come all this way for nothing? Say less. Su Ming frowned, his face grim. Didn't you see the scene just now? Li Daong from Jin Province, Chairman Shun from Shengshi Group, and Chairman Wang from the Bar Association. Any one of these people is someone the Su family can't afford to offend. What are we going to do with that good-for-nothing Lin Fan? Are we just going to watch him act so arrogantly? Zhang Cuihua was unwilling to give up. Su Ming leaned back in his chair and snorted coldly. Didn't I just say that he's just a white glove put forward by the Qin family? The Qin family wants to make a splash in the catering industry, create a buzz, and Lin Fan happens to be a penniless nobody with no connections, making him the easiest to control. Those big bosses who go to support them are supporting the Qin family, not them for Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cuihua felt it made a lot of sense and immediately felt much better. That's right. With his spineless appearance, what does he know about doing business? Inside the Mercedes in front, Su Qing leaned back in the leather seat with her eyes closed. The recent series of events is like a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. She paused for a moment, as if remembering something. She took out her phone and made a call. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello. Su Qing cut to the chase without any formalities. Where are you? At the company. I have some documents to process. Shin Man's voice was a little dry, and she sounded unsure of herself. I went back to China yesterday. I sent you a message with my flight number yesterday, but you didn't reply. Su Qing's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. There was a 2-second silence on Shin Man's end. Sorry, I was just too busy yesterday and didn't check my phone. Yuri already home? No, I just came from Phoenix Golden Street. A dull thud came from the other end of the phone as a water glass slammed onto the table. Shin Man's breathing visibly paused for a moment. What are you doing there? Shin Man's voice tightened instantly. Go see how my good-for-nothing ex-husband managed to bewitch you, a socialite in Jiangqing. Su Qing opened her eyes, turned her head to look at the scene outside the car, her gaze icy. Lu Ziyuan called me. He said you argued with Lin Fan in the street because of him. That bastard Lu Ziyuan is talking nonsense. Shin Man's voice suddenly rose, filled with obvious anger. Qing, don't listen to his nonsense. I argued with him because he's too arrogant and disgusting. It has nothing to do with Lin Fan. Really? Su Qing countered. Then tell me, did you go to Lin Fan's restaurant for a meal? Shin Man got stuck. After a while, she whispered, I'm going. Is it good? Su Qing's voice grew colder and colder. Shin Man knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she steeled herself and said, Qing, I know you have a prejudice against him, but the things he makes now are really different from before. The food there. That's enough, Su Qing interrupted her. She felt nauseous. Her best friend was actually speaking up for the man she despised the most. I used to think you were just being deceived by him. Su Qing's knuckles turned white as she gripped her phone. Now it seems Lu Ziyuan was right. Shin Man, Su Qing, treated you like a sister, and this is how you treated me? What kind of spell did he cast on you? Su Qing, can't you be reasonable? Shin Man retorted angrily. I didn't do anything to wrong you. I did go to his shop, but that was to eat. You have no idea what his situation is right now. You saw what kind of people were queuing up outside Jean Street, didn't you? Don't you have eyes? I see. A bunch of idiots brainwashed by marketing. Su Qing sneered. Lin Fan is nothing more than a white glove pushed out by the Qin family. You're in business too. Can't you see through this low-level business trick? Or are you really interested in him? You're utterly unreasonable. Shin Man's voice turned cold. Su Qing, you're too arrogant. You'll regret this. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Su Qing tossed her phone onto the leather seat, her face grim. Lawyer Zhang, sitting in the front, glanced at her through the rearview mirror but didn't dare utter a sound. Just then, Su Qing's phone, which she had tossed onto the seat, vibrated again. The caller ID showed Wang Wei, the vice president of the Su Group. Su Qing took a deep breath, composed herself, and pressed the answer button. Go ahead. President Su, where are you now? Come back to the company immediately. The voice on the other end of the phone was very anxious, with obvious panting. The sponsoring team we're dealing with at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission just sent an urgent email questioning the flow of funds for our commercial real estate project in the south of the city. They require you to submit a supplementary explanation document signed by yourself before the end of today. Otherwise, next week's roadshow in the United States will be postponed. Su Qing suddenly sat up straight. The Su Group has been preparing for its U.S. listing for 3 years, spending tens of millions of yuan on public relations and auditing. This is the company's only springboard for moving up the corporate ladder, and we absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes at this critical juncture. Compared to the company's market value of billions after its IPO, Lin Fan's custody issues had to take a back seat. Are the documents ready? Su Qing asked coldly. The legal and finance departments are verifying the data. We still need your final signature and authorization. I'll be at the office in 20 minutes. Su Qing hung up the phone and looked up at the driver. Turn around at the intersection ahead and go back to the company. Yes, Mr. Su. The driver immediately turned the steering wheel. Attorney Zhang, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and asked, President Su, what about the investigation on Lin Fan's side? You continue to follow up on the case. Phoenix Golden Street, Lin Family Shop. In the private room by the window, Qin Lang finished a basket of crab roast soup dumplings, stood up, and walked to the kitchen door. Lin Fan was cutting meat at the cutting board. His knife skills were swift and precise, with each cut made at a perfectly consistent distance. Brother Lin, Qin Lang called out. Lin Fan's hands didn't stop. Finished eating? I'm done eating. Qin Lang leaned against the doorframe. The contract for that 3 billion yuan project in the south of the city was officially signed this morning. Zhou Xingye was very accommodating, and the funds have already been deposited. My grandfather asked me to thank you on his behalf. If it weren't for that jar of Buddha jumps over the wall from you, this deal wouldn't have come to fruition. It's a cash-on-delivery transaction. No need to thank me. Lin Fan put the diced meat into a plate. Qin Lang smiled and said, For you, Brother Lin, it's a business deal, but for the Qin family, it's another favor we owe you. Lin Fan smiled but didn't respond. He walked to the pool and washed his hands. Su Qing is here. Qin Lang suddenly lowered his voice. Lin Fan paused in his hand-washing. The water from the tap was flowing freely. Chapter 229, The Visitor is Not Friendly. Qin Lang leaned against the doorframe. Qin Lang was actually well aware of Su Qing's return to China to fight for custody, as Shin Man had mentioned it to him during a previous dinner. Jiangcheng is not big, and the top-floor confinement area is like a wall that lets in the wind. The news that Su's group has recently successfully raised funds and is preparing to go public in the United States is on the front page of major financial news outlets. Her background is no secret in their circle. I saw that she brought a lawyer, as well as her parents. They're up to no good. Should I step in and put in a good word? If the Qin family gives the word, no lawyer in Jiangcheng will dare to take her case. No need. Lin Fan turned and walked towards the stove, his voice steady. I can handle it myself. If she wants custody, let her sue in court. Tuanshuan is mine, and no one can take her away. Seeing Lin Fan's resolute attitude, Qin Lang didn't try to persuade him further. He knew Lin Fan's temperament. Okay, call me if you need anything. Qin Lang said goodbye and turned to leave. The lunch break has ended. Su Xiaoxiao saw the last guest out and hung up a resting sign. She took a rag and skillfully wiped the tables in the hall. Lin Fan brought out a plate of freshly stir-fried vegetables and 2 bowls of rice from the kitchen and placed them on the table near the counter. Xiao, dinner's ready, Lin Fan called out. Coming. Su Xiaoxiao put down the rag, washed her hands, and ran over to sit down. On the table was a simple plate of shredded pork with green peppers and a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Although it wasn't a divine dish from the system's recipes, it used ingredients produced in the spirit fields. Su Xiaoxiao picked up the bowl and began to eat heartily. Lin Fan walked to the top of the stairs and called up, Tuanshuan, come down for dinner. A moment later, Tuanshuan came running down carrying a large strawberry bear plush toy. She wore a pink dress today, and her hair was tied into two small braids that swayed as she ran. Daddy, what are we having for dinner today? Tuanchuan climbed onto the chair and placed the strawberry bear on the empty seat next to her. Lin Fan turned and went to the kitchen, bringing out a small white porcelain stew pot. Lifting the lid reveals a steamed egg with tender, simmered minced meat. A drizzle of savory soy sauce is added, releasing an irresistible aroma. Eat steamed eggs. Lin Fan handed her a spoon. Tuanchuan couldn't wait to scoop up a big spoonful and stuff it into her mouth. It was so hot that she gasped for breath and mumbled, "Delicious." Lin Fan sat opposite her, picked up his rice bowl, and ate slowly. The hall was quiet, with only the soft sound of chopsticks touching bowls and plates. There was a sudden knock on the door. Su Xiaoxiao put down her bowl and went to open the door. Shen Man stood outside the door. Her face was pale, and she looked to be in very poor spirits. "Miss Shun." Su Xiaoxiao quickly stepped aside. Shen Man nodded and walked in. Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and took a tissue to wipe his mouth. "Why are you here at this hour?" Shen Man walked to the table and glanced at Tuanchuan, who was engrossed in eating eggs. "Let's talk in my office," Lin Fan said, standing up. He led Shen Man upstairs to the second floor. There was a small office on the second floor, which was usually used to store some ledgers and odds and ends. Lin Fan pulled out a chair for her to sit down, then went to the water dispenser to get a glass of warm water and handed it to her. Shen Man took the paper cup, held it with both hands, but did not drink it. "Su Qing is back," Shen Man said, her voice a little hoarse. "She just called me." "I know." Lin Fan pulled up a chair and sat down. Shen Man looked up at Lin Fan's calm face, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the paper cup. "That bastard Lu Ziyuan is stirring things up behind your back. Su Qing thinks I'm helping you." She wouldn't even listen to my explanation and just hung up the phone. Lin Fan felt a pang of sadness looking at Shen Man's reddened eyes, as he hadn't expected this matter to involve others. "I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this," Lin Fan said. "I'm not here to hear your apology." Shen Man took a deep breath and placed the paper cup on the table. "Lin Fan, what exactly are you planning to do?" "Su Qing is determined to take Tuanchuan away this time. The Su Group is going public in the U.S. next month, and she has a large sum of money at her disposal. You are a sole proprietor, and unstable income is a fatal weakness in court." Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped in front of him. "My income is very stable," Lin Fan said. "I know your daily turnover is very high," Shen Man said anxiously, "but the judge looks at long-term tax payment records and asset assessments. How long has your shop been open?" "Shen Man," Lin Fan interrupted her. "I will not sue her." Shen Man was stunned. "What do you mean? You're going to give Tuanchuan to her?" "No." Lin Fan looked out the window. "She can't find any evidence to attack me in court. She can check my accounts if she wants. She can check my food sourcing if she wants. She won't find anything. I did not evade taxes, and the hygiene standards of the store are up to standard. She can't use conventional business or legal means to pressure me." Shen Man looked at Lin Fan. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her was a completely different person from the timid Lin Fan she used to know in the Su family's kitchen. The current Lin Fan exudes a calm and reassuring composure. But Shen Man wanted to say something more. Lin Fan didn't reply, but instead carefully looked at Shen Man's face. Her face was terribly pale, her lips were bloodless, and there were deep dark circles under her eyes. She sat there with her shoulders slumped, her fingers unconsciously picking at the edge of the paper cup, exuding a deep weariness and anxiety. "Has something happened to you lately?" Lin Fan interrupted her. "You're in a bad state. It's not just because of Su Qing's call, is it?" Shen Man paused. Her fingers, which were fiddling with the paper cup, stopped. She lowered her head, looking at the slightly swaying warm water in the glass, and said nothing. She took a deep breath, trying to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes, but her shoulders still trembled uncontrollably. Lin Fan listened quietly, without pressing for details or offering any perfunctory words of comfort. He simply asked one question. "Have you had lunch yet?" Shen Man shook her head. She hasn't had a drop of water since morning. Her stomach is cramping, but she doesn't feel hungry. She only feels nauseous and weak. "Sit here and rest for a while. I'll go get something to eat." Lin Fan stood up. Shen Man recalled the mess she made that morning and initially wanted to refuse. She had no appetite at all. But when she looked up and met Lin Fan's calm and steady eyes, the words of refusal stuck in her throat. That suffocating pressure seemed to be suddenly kept outside the door in this small second-floor office. Thank you for your help, Shin Man said softly. Lin Fan nodded, turned around, went downstairs, and entered the kitchen. Lin Fan walked into the kitchen, turned around, and locked the door. His consciousness sank, and he entered the system space. Lingtian Farm. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth. In the half-acre field, the lush green vegetables are growing vigorously. Lin Fan walked to the edge of the field. The purple onions he had planted earlier were now ripe. Chapter 230 Braised Sea Cucumber with Scallions. The scallion leaves are emerald green and upright, while the scallion bulbs at the bottom are a rich purplish red. He bent down, grabbed the roots of a bunch of onions with both hands, and pulled hard. The soil was turned over. Several fist-sized purple onions were pulled out. The onions didn't have any earthy smell. Instead, they had a faint spicy aroma. Lin Fan didn't stop and continued harvesting. He pulled up 2 whole baskets of onions, then turned and walked towards the Lingquan fish pond not far away. The water in the fish pond was crystal clear, and you could even see the blue stones at the bottom. A few pieces of emerald green duckweed floated on the surface. Lin Fan picked up the long-handled landing net that was placed on the shore and dipped it into the water. The net traced an arc on the water. When it was lifted, it contained more than a dozen large hairy crabs with green backs and white bellies. Each crab is about half the size of a palm, with its claws outstretched and full of energy. Most importantly, the abdomens of these crabs are as white as jade, without a single blemish. This indicates that the water quality is extremely pure. Lin Fan poured the hairy crabs into the plastic bucket next to him. He went to the deep-sea aquaculture area and retrieved some top-quality wild sea cucumbers that had been soaked and rehydrated. These sea cucumbers had thick, fleshy flesh and were glossy black all over. With these ingredients in hand, Lin Fan exited the system space. On the kitchen counter, 2 large baskets of purple onions, a bucket of hairy crabs, and a basin of sea cucumbers appeared out of nowhere. Lin Fan picked up a kitchen knife and began to process the onions. Chopping onions is a chore, but Lin Fan's knife skills are extremely fast. With a flash of the blade, the purple onion was sliced into evenly sized strips. A pungent smell filled the air, but Lin Fan didn't even blink. Heat the pot and pour in the pure soybean oil extracted from soybeans produced in Lingtian. Heat the oil to 70% of its maximum temperature, then add the sliced onions. Sizzle. Deep frying in hot oil quickly brings out the pungent aroma of onions, which loses its spiciness and transforms into a rich and mellow scallion fragrance. Lin Fan held the spatula and kept stirring the food. The heat had to be precisely controlled. It couldn't be burnt or raw. Fry the shredded onions until golden brown, then remove and drain the oil. This is the soul of braised sea cucumber with scallion oil. Next up is braised sea cucumber. The broth is the base of a clear beef brisket soup that has been simmered for a long time. Lin Fan placed the sea cucumber in a clay pot, poured in the broth, added the secret seasoning, brought it to a boil over high heat, and then simmered it over low heat. The entire kitchen was filled with a complex aroma. The rich aroma of soybean oil, the caramelized fragrance of onions, the savory aroma of sea cucumber, and the meaty aroma of broth blend together, creating distinct layers. Lin Fan stood in front of the stove, watching the soup bubbling in a casserole. No matter how noisy the outside world is, as long as he stands here with his daughter by his side, his heart is at peace. As for what Su Qin wants to do, he didn't care. The broth in the casserole gradually thickened, producing fine, dense bubbles. Lin Fan seized the opportunity and turned up the heat to reduce the sauce. He picked up the previously drained golden onion slices and spread them evenly on the bottom of the plate. Then, he used a slotted spoon to scoop out the thoroughly cooked sea cucumber and neatly arranged it on top of the onion slices. Finally, and most importantly, Lin Fan scooped up a spoonful of freshly fried pure scallion oil and poured it along the edge of the pot into the thickened broth. The moment the scallion oil and broth come into contact, they make a slight sizzling sound, and the broth becomes oily and reddish. With a slight flick of his wrist, he poured the spoonful of the soul-stirring broth evenly over the sea cucumber. The rich aroma of scallions, combined with the umami flavor of sea cucumber, bursts forth instantly. Ding! Perfect level braised sea cucumber with scallions has been successfully prepared. Ingredient rating, top quality. Special effects, strengthens the body's foundation, warms the kidneys and replenishes essence. can quickly repair fatigue in the internal organs and dampness and cold in the bone marrow. System's suggested retail price, 2,888 yuan per serving. Lin Fan glanced at the panel that popped up in his mind, then picked up a dry towel and wiped his hands. 2,888. This price would be considered an astronomical sum at any five-star hotel in Jiangxing. But Lin Fan knew in his heart that, based solely on the quality of the top-grade wild deep sea cucumber and spirit-field onion produced by the system, the diners were actually getting a great deal at this price. If the Buddha jumps over the wall dish from before could be considered the best in the Songzi private room, then this dish is absolutely worthy of being called the number 2 Mei brand. Lin Fan took a clean white porcelain bowl and filled it halfway with white rice cooked with spiritual spring water. Each grain of rice is distinct and has a glossy sheen. He used a long-handled spoon to scoop a thoroughly braised sea cucumber from a casserole, placed it on top of the white rice, and finally ladled a spoonful of rich, dark brown scallion oil broth over it evenly. The broth seeped into the gaps between the rice grains and the steam, carrying the aroma of scallions and the sweetness of seafood, rose up. Lin Fan carried the tray up to the second floor. Xin Man remained in the same position, leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed. Hearing footsteps, she opened her eyes and sat up straight. Have something to eat. Lin Fan placed a white porcelain bowl and a pair of wooden chopsticks in front of her. There's nothing complicated about the dishes. It's just a bowl of rice with toppings. But the pure aroma of food wafted straight into her nose, and Shun Man's stomach, which had been spasming due to anxiety and anger, suddenly let out a slight protest. She reached for her chopsticks, whispered, "Thank you," and picked up a piece of sea cucumber, putting it in her mouth. The sea cucumber has a firm and chewy texture, unlike the over-soaked and mushy ones found in the market, and it has no fishy smell at all. The aroma of scallion oil and the rich flavor of broth are fully released during chewing, sliding down the esophagus into the stomach and transforming into a real sense of warmth. Xinman shoveled large mouthfuls of rice into her mouth. As the warm food filled her empty stomach, it pulled her out of that feeling of exhaustion and weakness. As I was eating, a tear fell onto the back of my hand. She didn't stop eating, but just kept her head down, quickly chewing the food in her mouth, and wiped her face haphazardly with her free hand. In less than 10 minutes, the bowl of rice, soup and all, was eaten clean. Xinman put down her chopsticks and took a tissue to wipe her mouth. A little color finally returned to her face. "Your cooking is really good." Xinman looked at the empty bowl, her voice still a little hoarse. No wonder there are so many people queuing up outside. She knew Lin Fan's skills, but he always gave her new surprises. Lin Fan's tone was calm. "Come to the store anytime you're hungry in the future." Xinman stood up, straightened her skirt, and took a deep breath. "Thank you." Lin Fan escorted Xinman downstairs. Su Xiaoxiao was with Tuan Tuan, painting with her brushes. Xinman walked to the door, stopped, and looked back at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, Su Qing is a very goal-oriented person. Since she wants Tuanchuan, she won't give up easily. You must not let your guard down." Lin Fan nodded. "You." Xinman looked at Lin Fan, hesitated before speaking, and ultimately suppressed her unnecessary worries. "If you ever need help or lend a hand in the future, feel free to contact me anytime." "Understood," Lin Fan replied calmly. Chapter 231 Cookies. Xinman pushed open the door and went out. The wind chimes on the door made a crisp, light sound. Lin Fan stood there for a while watching the street swaying in the wind, then walked over, closed the shop door tightly, and locked it. He then flipped the sign outside the door to the closed side. The hall was quiet. Su Xiaoxiao had already returned to school. Tuanchuan was lying on a small wooden table in the corner, doodling with a pink crayon in her hand. Lin Fan walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down next to her. "What should I draw?" Lin Fan glanced at the crooked lines on the paper. "Draw a little bear." Tuanchuan put down her crayons, took out a folded piece of colored printed paper from her small backpack, and handed it to Lin Fan. "Dad, Teacher Lu posted this yesterday." Lin Fan took it and glanced at it. It was a notice from Shinkong Kindergarten about their autumn food sharing session. Parents and children are required to prepare a homemade food together to bring to class. Purchasing ready-made commercial snacks is discouraged. What do you want to bring to share? Lin Fan folded the notification and placed it under the spice jar on the corner of the table. "To want to bring the cookies Daddy made." Tuanchuan lay on the table, her chin resting on her hands, her eyes sparkling. I want bear-shaped ones and rabbit-shaped ones too. Okay, Dad will make it for you tonight. Lin Fan patted her head. Put the sketchbook away first. Go wash your hands and go to bed. It was 9 o'clock at night. After tucking Tuanchuan in with a blanket, Lin Fan went downstairs. The lights in the main hall were off, leaving only a single incandescent bulb on the kitchen counter. Lin Fan stood in front of the counter, looking at the empty work surface, and paused for a moment. To be honest, he had never actually made cookies before. Since obtaining the system, he has been serving authentic Chinese cuisine. Whether it's the divine fried rice, crab roast soup dumplings, or the later clear broth beef brisket and braised sea cucumber with scallions, it all relies on the control of heat and knife skills. But baking Western-style desserts requires precise proportions and oven temperature, which was a field he had never explored before. However, when it comes to cooking, the simplest things are often the most profound. Lin Fan took out his phone, opened a short video app, and entered the simplest tutorial for making animal cookies for kids in the search bar. A bunch of videos popped up on the page. He randomly clicked on the one with the highest number of views. The blogger in the video is demonstrating 200 grams of low-gluten flour, 2 eggs, 40 grams of sugar, and 50 grams of butter. Mix all the ingredients together, knead into a dough, press out shapes using a mold, and finally bake in the oven at 160 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes. Lin Fan watched the 3-minute video from beginning to end and went through the steps in his mind. It's really not difficult. It's simply a combination of flour, oil, and sweetness. The essence of baking is using high temperatures to cook the flour and to caramelize the eggs and oil. Once you've learned the steps, all that's left is to find the ingredients. Lin Fan put away his phone, pulled up a chair, sat down, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness sink into the system space. At Lingtian Farm, the air is so clean that there is not a trace of impurity. At 30 times the flow rate, the farm is always teeming with life. Lin Fan walked up to the patch of spiritual wheat that he had just unlocked with experience points a few days ago. The golden ears of wheat were plump and heavy, bending the stalks. He gave the mental command to harvest and grind the fruit into powder. In less than 2 minutes, a neatly tied coarse cloth bag landed steadily in the wooden trough at the discharge port. Lin Fan untied the hemp rope from the bag. A strong aroma of wheat wafted out. He grabbed a handful. The powder was incredibly fine. Tying Gongfang's processing not only removes the wheat bran, but also perfectly locks in the original moisture and aroma of the spiritual wheat. It has a very rich, solid, pure wheat aroma. It smells of sunshine and earth, better than any so-called premium low-gluten flour on the market. He then went to the breeding area and took a few freshly laid eggs from the chicken coop. Finally, he went to the edge of the beehives and scraped off a small jar of wildflower honey. Since he's making it for his child, he doesn't plan to use the white sugar and industrial butter shown in the video. Wildflower honey provides a sweet and refreshing taste, while the abundant lecithin and natural oils in free-range eggs can completely replace the shortening effect of butter. With these 3 basic ingredients, Lin Fan exited the system space. Back in the kitchen, on the cutting board are flour, eggs, and honey. Lin Fan went to the sink and carefully washed his hands, then dried them. He took a clean, transparent glass bowl and poured in flour. Crack 3 eggs into the flour. The moment the shells crack, the thick, translucent egg white, enveloping the deep orange-red yolk, slides into the flour. Next, pour in 2 spoonfuls of wildflower honey. Lin Fan picked up the wooden chopsticks and began stirring in one direction. Unlike kneading dough for noodles, cookie dough cannot be overdeveloped, otherwise it won't be crispy after baking. He controlled the pressure, mixing the egg liquid, honey, and flour until it gradually turned into golden dough flakes. He put down his chopsticks and began to gently press the dough with his hands. The warmth of his palms gradually transferred to the dough. The dough slowly took shape in my hands, turning into a smooth, golden yellow dough. The subtle aroma of wheat and the pure fragrance of eggs have already filled the air in the kitchen. He took the rolling pin and rolled the dough into a thin, even sheet. I pulled out some plastic animal molds I'd bought for Tuanchuan from a drawer in the cabinet. I pressed them down and demolded them. The dough pieces shaped like bears, rabbits, and cats were neatly arranged on a baking sheet lined with parchment paper. Preheat the oven to 160 degrees Celsius. Lin Fan pushed the baking tray in, closed the glass door, and set the timer. While waiting, Lin Fan leaned against the countertop. The kitchen was so quiet that only the faint hum of the oven could be heard. 10 minutes later, the dough puffed up from the heat, and its surface turned an enticing golden brown. A delicious aroma wafted out from the oven's ventilation holes. This tastes completely different from the strong, cloyingly sweet flavor of margarine found in upscale street bakeries. It has a very clean and substantial flavor. It doesn't smell cloying. Instead, it makes you feel grounded and instinctively makes your mouth water. Bite. Time's up. Lin Fan put on oven mitts and opened the oven door. Steam billowed out. Each animal-shaped cookie was plump and three-dimensional, with just the right amount of slightly charred edges. He took the baking tray out to cool. Once the cookies were completely cooled, Lin Fan found a simple transparent glass food storage container, neatly arranged the cookies inside, and fastened the 4 plastic clips. After finishing these tasks, Lin Fan cleaned up the kitchen, turned off the lights, and went upstairs. The temperature in Jiangcheng dropped a bit the next morning. The sky was overcast and damp and chilly. Lin Fan dressed Tuanshuan in a beige chunky knit cardigan over her yellow uniform from Starry Sky Kindergarten. "Dad, did you bring the animal crackers?" Tuanshuan asked anxiously as she stood in the entryway changing her shoes, looking up at her. "I brought it." Lin Fan patted the canvas tote bag in his hand, which contained the transparent food container. He went out and got into the car. Lin Fan was still driving that somewhat old Wuling Hongguang. With its spacious interior and high ground clearance, you won't feel bad even if you drive through puddles on a rainy day. The roads were congested during the morning rush hour, with cars moving in and out of traffic. The heater was on in the car, and Tuanshuan sat in the back car seat, hugging her strawberry bear and humming a nursery rhyme she learned in kindergarten. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel, calmly watching the traffic ahead. 40 minutes later, the Wuling Hongguang turned onto Xiangzhang Road, where Shinkong Kindergarten is located. This street is located in Jiangqing's long-established affluent area. The leaves of the plane trees on both sides of the road are turning yellow, and the black, ornate iron gate of the kindergarten is already full of luxury cars dropping off children. Porsche Cayennes, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and Land Rover Range Rovers filled the marked parking spaces along the roadside. Lin Fan found a spot slightly off to the side and backed the car in. Just as it came to a stop, the door of a black Toyota Alphard next to it slid open. A young woman dressed in a Chanel-style suit and carrying a Hermes Birkin bag walked down the street. Behind her was a driver in a black suit, who carefully carried a 3-layered insulated cake box with elaborate packaging. Chapter 232 Comparison. The woman turned her head and glanced at Lin Fan's dusty Wuling Hongguang, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. She subconsciously took 2 steps to the side and waved her hand in front of her nose, as if afraid that the exhaust fumes from the van would bother her. Lin Fan ignored her actions. He opened the car door, went around to the passenger's side, picked Tuanshuan up, and straightened the collar of her cardigan. "Good morning, how's Mom?" Several parents, all dressed smartly and adorned with designer brands, walked over and greeted the woman. "Good morning. The roads are really congested today." How's mother smiled and smoothed her hair, her posture perfectly poised. "How's Mom? What is that your driver carrying? It's quite a big entourage." A mother wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at the 3-layer insulated box with envy in her voice. How's mother glanced at the box in the driver's hand, her tone revealing an undisguised sense of superiority. How is a picky eater. He's used to the French desserts at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. The kindergarten requires us to bring homemade food, so I specifically asked the executive chef at the Grand Hyatt to prepare the ingredients for the black truffle macarons. I took them home and baked them in the oven myself. So you could say I made them myself. After all, you can't be careless when it comes to things that children put in their mouths. How's Mom really puts in the effort. Several parents immediately echoed the praise, while subtly criticizing the other parent. After all, most of the parents whose children attend this kindergarten have seen a bit of the world. The Grand Hyatt's black truffle macarons. That's the standard for entertaining foreign guests. It's not something an ordinary family can afford. On the other side, Lin Fan, holding Tuan's hand and carrying an ordinary canvas bag, walked past the group of parents with an expressionless face. The classroom for Class 2 is at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. The classroom was covered with thick foam mats and decorated very warmly. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu, was standing at the door greeting parents. "Good morning, Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan's dad is here too. Please come in." Teacher Liu greeted them with a smile. "Good morning, Teacher Liu." Lin Fan nodded and led Tuanshuan inside. A dozen or so parents had already arrived in the classroom. The adults gathered in twos and threes, drinking water and chatting from paper cups. The male parents were talking about which golf course had just had its turf replaced, while the female parents were talking about which bag had been released in a limited edition. Lin Fan found a corner to sit in against the wall. He didn't plan to force himself into these groups. Tuan Tuan, on the other hand, wasn't shy at all. She put down her little backpack and ran to the building block area to play with other children. A short while later, Hao Hao's mother and the other parents also entered the classroom. The moment the huge 3-layer insulated cake box was placed on the long table in the middle of the classroom, it immediately attracted the attention of all the parents in the class. At Hao Hao's mother's instruction, the box was opened. Inside were 3 layers of exquisitely crafted pastries. The top layer consists of brightly colored macarons. The middle layer consists of fondant cakes shaped like roses, and the bottom layer consists of a neat row of butter cookies. The air was immediately filled with a rich, sweet aroma of vanilla extract and butter. This is so professional. Hao Hao's mom, your cooking is amazing. Other parents also took out the food they had prepared and placed it on the long table. There are bird's nest pastries made by private chefs, high-end raw chocolate imported from Japan, and even the worst are chilled mousses bought from local high-end bakeries. The long table was piled high with colorful and beautifully packaged food, turning a kindergarten sharing event into a mini celebrity buffet. Lin Fan sat in the corner, listening to the various compliments from the parents around him without expression. He knew very well that this event, ostensibly a food-sharing session at a private kindergarten, was actually just a place for parents to secretly compete with each other. But he didn't point it out. He simply took out the ordinary glass food container and placed it on the small round table in front of him. Inside the glass box, a few slightly golden brown animal crackers lay quietly, appearing very meager and shabby in this food-sharing event where prices often reach hundreds or thousands of yuan. Hao Hao's mother came over with a glass of warm water and sat down in the empty chair next to Lin Fan. She glanced at the glass box on Lin Fan's desk, then looked him up and down at the unremarkable black jacket he was wearing. To Anshuan's dad, Hao Hao's mom put down her water glass and spoke in a seemingly caring but actually condescending tone. Is the housekeeper usually the one cooking for you? Do it yourself, Lin Fan said calmly, his gaze fixed on his daughter playing with building blocks in the distance. Hao Hao's mother said, "Oh," a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Her gaze returned to the glass food container. To Anshuan's dad, is this all you brought? Hao Hao's mother pointed to the glass box, her smile somewhat forced, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. This is a pancake I made at home in a frying pan. Lin Fan turned to look at her, his tone unreadable. They're cookies, baked for the kids. Kids these days are so picky about food. They won't even touch ordinary things. Hao Hao's mother shook her head, adopting a posture of imparting parenting experience. You might not usually pay attention. These days, the flour and eggs on the market have excessive pesticide residues and hormones. You can't skimp on the things your child puts in their body. My Hao Hao won't even smell imported ingredients that aren't certified organic. And these cookies of yours, aren't they baked a little off? They're so dark. Lin Fan looked away, not responding to her words, but simply pushed the glass box forward. Hao Hao's mother felt like she had punched a cotton ball. She pouted in dissatisfaction and turned back to chat with other parents about afternoon tea at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. At 9:30 a.m., the sharing session officially began. Teacher Lu clapped her hands. Children, please go back to your seats. Many parents brought delicious food today. Let's line up, take our little plates, and go to the sharing table to choose our favorite food, okay? Okay, the children answered in unison. The parents moved to the sides of the classroom. The children lined up in front of the long table, each holding a small plastic plate. Hao Hao stood at the front. He proudly pointed to the 3-tiered box in the middle. This is what my mom brought. It has macarons with black truffles inside. Teacher Lu smiled and picked up a macaron for him, placing it on his plate. The other children followed suit, and soon, most of the French desserts that Hao Hao's mother brought were gone. The delicious snacks brought by other parents were also very popular. Tuan Tuan was at the very back of the line. She carried the empty plate to the long table, glanced at the colorful cakes and chocolates, and shook her head. To Anshuan, don't you like any? Teacher Lu asked, bending down. To Anshuan turned around, looked around the classroom, and ran straight to the corner where Lin Fan was sitting. I want to eat Daddy's cookies, To Anshuan said, pointing to the glass box on the table. The classroom fell silent for a moment after those words were spoken. Several parents who were watching their children eat desserts turned their attention to Lin Fan's corner. Chapter 233, It Smells So Good. Hao Hao's mother hunched her shoulders, looking at the bare food container without even a brand name, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Ignoring the stares around him, Lin Fan reached out and unfastened the clasp on the glass box. You can only eat a little bit. Lunch is coming soon, Lin Fan said, lifting the lid. The moment the lid was lifted, there is no exaggerated visual impact, nor is there a strong, pungent artificial fragrance. An extremely subtle fragrance, carried by the airflow, slowly spread throughout the classroom, which was over 100 square meters in size. Hao Hao's mother, who was standing not far from Lin Fan, was the first to smell it. Her previously mocking expression suddenly froze on her face. This flavor has none of the cloying sweetness of industrial butter, nor the artificial taste of vanilla extract. It's the purest aroma of wheat after being sun-dried, mixed with the rich, mellow fragrance of free-range eggs, and finished with a touch of sweet honey. The smell was extremely clean. Those who have never tasted truly top-quality natural ingredients simply cannot imagine that flour and eggs can exude such a soul-stirring aroma. Hao Hao's mother subconsciously swallowed. The smell caused a sudden, intense churning in her stomach. On the other side of the classroom, Hao Hao, who was holding half a macaron and about to take a bite, stopped. He sniffed, tossed the black truffle macaron in his hand onto the plate, turned around with his short legs, and stared intently at the glass box in Lin Fan's hand. It smells so good, Hao Hao muttered to himself, and ran straight towards Tuan Tuan. It wasn't just Hao Hao. Almost simultaneously, the other dozen or so children in the classroom put down their beautifully packaged imported snacks and all gathered around. Children have the most sophisticated and primal sense of taste and smell. They don't know what black truffles are or what Michelin is. They simply rely on their instincts to find truly good food. The long table, which had been laden with all sorts of exquisite desserts just moments before, was now completely deserted. All the children, holding empty plates, surrounded the corner where Lin Fan was sitting. Uncle, I want the teddy bear one. Uncle, I want the little bunny. A dozen or so children held up small plastic trays, looking longingly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled, picked up the cookies, and placed them on each of the small plates that were offered to him. Hao Hao got a bear-shaped cookie. He didn't even bother to go back to his seat. He took a bite right there. Click, a crisp crackling sound. The cookie crumbled in the mouth, saliva quickly dissolving the high-temperature baked flour, and a rich, robust aroma of free-range eggs instantly filled the nostrils. Hao Hao chewed it a few times and swallowed it, then turned and shouted loudly to his mother on the other side of the classroom. Mom, these cookies are so delicious. 100 times better than the cake you brought. Children speak without restraint. Their voices were especially loud in the classroom. The parents, who had been chatting amongst themselves, suddenly fell silent. Their hands, holding paper cups, froze in midair, and the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Hao Hao's mother's face flushed red instantly, feeling that the other parents were looking at her with a hint of mockery. She strode over in her high heels, grabbed Hao Hao's arm, and scolded him in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. That's the ingredient prepared by the head chef of Grand Hyatt. How can these dry, crumbly noodles compare? It's delicious. Try it yourself if you don't believe me. Hao Hao was very unconvinced. He shook off his mother's hand and held the remaining half of the bear-shaped biscuit directly to his mother's mouth. Hao Hao's mother leaned back instinctively, about to push her son's hand away in disgust. But in that instant, she truly smelled the scent, so close to her. The scent was so clean it was almost unsettling, shattering all the stereotypes she had about things that were expensive, imported, and high-end. She stopped what she was doing as if possessed, broke off a tiny piece of the cookie, about the size of a fingernail, from her son's hand, and put it in her mouth. She was trying to find fault, hoping to detect the sour taste of inferior flour or the bitter taste of cheap saccharin. But the moment the crumbs touched her tongue, she froze. Saliva coats the cookie crumbs, and the pure wheat aroma melts in your mouth. The sweetness is very restrained, not cloying at all, but instead creates a very comfortable warmth in the stomach. That's the body's instinctive craving for the finest natural ingredients. She's used to eating at fancy restaurants and has a very discerning palate. But it is precisely because of her discerning palate that she understands even more how rare it is to have a flavor that is completely masked by no additives, and relies entirely on the natural ingredients themselves. It's not available in stores. Even the head chef at the Grand Hyatt Hotel can't make it. Hao Hao's mother stood in front of Lin Fan. Her lips moved, but she couldn't say a word for a long time. She couldn't utter a single word of her previous eloquent talk about pesticide residues and antibiotics. The other parents didn't notice Hao Hao's mother's lapse in composure. Their attention was entirely drawn to their own child's unusual behavior. One of the little girls, dressed in a princess dress, was holding a rabbit-shaped cookie and taking small bites of it, eating with great concentration. A male parent wearing gold-rimmed glasses frowned slightly upon seeing this situation. He walked over, squatted down, and held a small porcelain plate containing a slice of French raw chocolate mousse. Xin, come on, try the chocolate cake Aunt Zhang brought. Don't you usually love chocolate the most? Xion's father used a small fork to cut off a piece of mousse and held it to his daughter's mouth. Xion turned her head to the side, avoiding the fork. No, this doesn't smell as good as cookies. Xion's father was taken aback. This raw chocolate mousse was made with top-grade cocoa butter, with a slightly bitter taste. Usually, although his daughter disliked the bitterness, she would still manage to eat a few bites. Today, she wouldn't even touch it. He looked suspiciously at the nearly finished cookie in his daughter's hand. Let Daddy have a taste. Xion's father reached out, broke off a small piece of cookie from his daughter's hand, and put it in his mouth. He himself invests in the catering and high-end fresh food supply chain, and his palate is more sensitive than that of the average parent. When the cookie crumbs come into contact with saliva, they don't immediately turn into a sticky paste. Instead, they retain a delicate, grainy texture. With a gentle bite, the first burst of flavor is the pure aroma of eggs, followed by the fragrance of wheat. It has a very mild sweetness, not the kind of sweetness that directly stimulates the taste buds like white sugar, but a gentle and refreshing sweetness. Xion's father chewed twice and swallowed. There was no sour or astringent aftertaste left in the mouth. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Fan sitting in the corner, his eyes completely changing. Chapter 234 Understanding. As a restaurant investor, he knew all too well what this flavor meant. All commercially available baking products must add large amounts of butter, shortening, and improvers in order to achieve a flaky texture and extend shelf life. But this small cookie is clean and pure, containing only the most authentic flavor of the ingredients. The flour must be freshly harvested wheat from the current season. The eggs must be laid by free-range chickens. Even the sweetness is not from sugar, but from high-quality natural honey. This tiny animal biscuit costs more than those French desserts on the table that are priced at hundreds of dollars. The other parents in the classroom, seeing their children scrambling to eat, also took a small piece from their children's hands out of curiosity and tried it themselves. The classroom, which had been bustling just moments before, suddenly fell silent. A dozen or so well-dressed parents, who usually only eat at Michelin-starred restaurants, all had somewhat subtle expressions after tasting that tiny bit of cookie crumb. They looked at the children who were happily eating cookies, then turned to look at the long table in the middle of the classroom. Those beautifully packaged, expensive desserts that exude a strong aroma of vanilla and margarine seem utterly superfluous at this moment. Just moments ago, they were praising how high-class those cakes were, but now they look like a bunch of plastic toys produced on an industrial assembly line. Teacher Lu also walked over curiously. To Anshuan's dad, these cookies, Teacher Lu looked at the empty glass box and asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Are there any left?" "The children haven't had enough. That's all. I only baked this one box." Lin Fan fastened the clasp on the glass box and put it back into the canvas bag. Xion's father strode up to Lin Fan. He didn't put on any investor airs. Instead, his tone was somewhat consultative. To Anshuan's dad, "Your cooking is amazing. I'm a restaurant investor, and my surname is Zhao. Could you sell the flour and honey used in your cookies separately? I'll pay 1,000 yuan for a box so I can take it home for my mother to try. She has a sensitive stomach and needs to eat clean things like this." A box of animal crackers costs 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the parents nearby not only didn't think it was expensive, but they all showed expressions of interest. In this circle, 1,000 yuan is just an ordinary afternoon tea. To Anshuan's dad, "I want a box too." Another male parent in a navy blue suit also came over. "I'll offer 2,000. My wife is pregnant and has severe morning sickness, so she can't eat anything. These cookies have a mild flavor, so she'll definitely be able to eat them." Several parents gathered around. their attitude completely different from their previous condescending interrogation. Lin Fan sat in the chair, looking at the business cards handed to him, but did not reach out to take them. Not for sale. Lin Fan's tone was completely flat. It's made for kids as a snack. It takes a lot of effort. And there aren't many ingredients. Mr. Zhao was given a cold shoulder, but he wasn't angry. Business people are masters at tailoring their approach to different people. Although Lin Fan was dressed plainly, he didn't even blink when faced with a price premium of several thousand yuan per box. This composure is something that ordinary people can't have. I understand. Good things really take a lot of effort. General Manager Zhao gently placed the business card on the small round table in front of Lin Fan. To Anchuan's dad, this is my business card. We're in the same class, so let's keep in touch. If you ever want to commercialize this craft, feel free to contact me. Funding is not a problem. Lin Fan glanced at the name on the business card, Zhao Haifeng, chairman of Jiangxing Dingshan Catering Investment Company. Even when Lin Fan was still a child, the name Dingshan was already renowned in Jiangxing's catering industry. This is a large venture capital firm specializing in high-end restaurant incubation and fresh food supply chain investment. Almost all of the top-tier private kitchens and expensive restaurants with Black Pearl status in Jiangxing are controlled by Dingshan Group. Looking across the country, they have also invested heavily in hundreds of chain restaurant brands, holding a huge capital pool, mature cold chain logistics, and direct sourcing resources from top-quality origins. This catering tycoon, who can easily control billions of dollars in cash flow, has now humbled himself and proactively offered his business card for a box of animal crackers for children as a snack, seeking cooperation. Lin Fan remained calm, nodded, and without saying any unnecessary pleasantries, simply picked up the business card and put it into his jacket pocket. On the outskirts of the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a gray casual shirt walked over, having barely spoken. His name was Chu Jiaming. He usually kept a low profile in the parents' group chat, and today he was just sitting quietly to the side drinking water. He walked up to Lin Fan and glanced at the food container that Lin Fan had put in the canvas bag. Did you grind the noodles yourself using an old stone mill? Chu Jiaming asked, his voice not loud, but steady. Lin Fan looked up and glanced at him. Many people can tell the quality of ingredients by taste, but few can pinpoint the exact processing method. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. No wonder. Chu Jiaming smiled. The machine's steel mill rotates too fast, and the high temperature will destroy the active enzymes in the wheat, and the flour will die. Only by slowly grinding the wheat at a low temperature with an old stone mill can the aroma of wheat be completely locked in. And the egg whites are so coagulated, they can't be laid by caged chickens that eat ordinary feed. These days, there aren't many people with the patience to go through this kind of trouble. Chu Jiaming took out a very plain business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. My surname is Chu. I usually enjoy researching food. This is my business card, Chu Jiaming said politely. Lin Fan took the business card. It only had 3 words on it. Chu Jiaming, followed by a mobile phone number. There wasn't even a company title. Lin Fan. Lin Fan gave his name and put the business card away. Chu Jiaming nodded, didn't disturb him any further, and turned back to his seat. The sharing session became somewhat dull for the rest of the time. After the children had eaten those top-quality animal crackers, when they went back to the beautifully packaged cakes and chocolates on the long table, they would only chew a couple of bites before spitting them out, complaining that they were too sweet and cloying. The fancy desserts on the long table were hardly touched. The event ended at 10 a.m. The expensive desserts on the long table were barely touched, and the parents could only awkwardly pack them up and take them away. I have no classes today. Lin Fan greeted Teacher Lu and then led Anchuan away from the classroom. As they stepped out of the kindergarten gate, the cold wind of early winter blew in. Lin Fan tightened the zipper of his jacket and carried Anchuan into the child's safety seat in the passenger seat. The car drove off Shangzhong Road and merged into the main road. At 10:10, Lin Fan parked his car in a small alley behind Phoenix Golden Street. He had sent a notification to the store's regular customers' WeChat group last night, saying that he would be taking his daughter to kindergarten this morning and that the store would have to open an hour later. Pushing open the back door of Lin's shop, the hall was still empty, but the glass windows outside the front door were already packed with people queuing up for their turn. Su Xiaoxiao was checking the call number at the cashier when she saw Lin Fan come in and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 235, Dealing with a Bite. Brother Lin, you're finally back. Su Xiaoxiao pointed outside the door. There are already hundreds of people lined up outside. I've already boiled the broth and heated the scallion oil in advance. Open the door and call out the number. Lin Fan patted Tuanshuan's head and told her to go play in front of the drawing board in the corner. After washing his hands and changing into his chef's uniform, he entered the open kitchen. Su Xiaoxiao pulled open the door latch. Diners poured in, and within 2 minutes, the solid wood tables and chairs in the hall were completely full. Li Daong took the lead, squeezing directly to the ordering counter and clapping his hands. "Boss Lin, give me a plate of braised sea cucumber with scallions, and a bowl of clear broth beef brisket noodles." "Old Li, you're eating 2 portions by yourself. Aren't you afraid of getting too full?" Chairman Chen followed him in, slowly taking out his phone to scan the code. "Boss Lin, I'd like an order of sea cucumber and some scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There's only this much each night. Whoever gets it gets it." Li Daong grinned and proudly waved his phone. In less than a minute, the 10 servings of braised sea cucumber with scallions, priced at 2,888 yuan each, on the blackboard were all sold out. The big bosses who didn't manage to snag a deal could only beat their chests in frustration and obediently order noodles and fried rice. Lin Fan immediately busied himself in the kitchen. He heated the oil in the pan, frying the onion slices until they released a rich aroma of scallions. The simmered sea cucumbers are then added to a pot, and the sauce is reduced over high heat. The sauce boils and simmers in the pot, making a bubbling sound. The rich aroma of seafood and the smoky fragrance of scallion oil instantly filled the entire hall. Outside the hall, a long queue stretched all the way to the corner of the Golden Street. 3 young girls dressed casually and carrying canvas bags were somewhat awkwardly standing at the end of the line. Holding their queue numbers, they looked out of place at the store's rustic and elegant solid wood decor, and then at the group of people in suits and expensive watches in front of them. "Nana, have we gone to the wrong place?" Chen Min tugged at Li Na's sleeve and said in a low voice. Li Na was also a little uneasy, but she still forced herself to say, "That's right, this is the place. It's the location Xiao Xiao sent me." "Nana, my legs are numb from standing." Wang Jia stomped her stiff legs and glanced at her phone. "We've been waiting in line for 2 hours already. Why are people inside eating so slowly?" Li Na put her hands in her pockets and took a deep breath. "Just hang in there. We each earned 2,000 yuan in commission by helping Xiao Xiao sell plum juice. We should support her. But the food here is so expensive. I read online that a bowl of noodles costs 180 yuan. Wang Jia felt a little distressed. "Since we're already here, 1,000 yuan is enough for us to order a few bowls of noodles and scrambled eggs with tomatoes," Li Na said through gritted teeth. Time passed little by little. As the customers ahead of us finished eating and left, the queue finally shortened. When Li Na and her 2 friends arrived at the Lin family shop with high expectations, the next second, all 3 of them gasped simultaneously. The small blackboard on the wall clearly stated, "Supreme clear broth beef brisket noodles, 188 yuan per bowl. Premium tomato scrambled eggs, 288 renminbi per serving. Braised sea cucumber with scallions, new arrival today, 2,888 renminbi per serving." "My God." Wang Jia swallowed hard and muttered under her breath. 280 yuan for a tomato and egg stir-fry? Are these tomatoes made of gold? Or are these eggs made of gold? Li Na gritted her teeth and took out her phone. "We're already here. We can't go back on an empty stomach. We've pulled together 1,000 yuan, enough for 3 bowls of noodles and a tomato and egg stir-fry. Excuse me, everyone. We've sold out of all our ingredients for today. Dine-in service is closed." Just then, Su Xiaoxiao came out of the door with a wooden sign that read "Sold out today" in her hand and hung it on the door. Upon hearing this, the guests at the back of the line sighed and could only disperse helplessly. Li Na and the other 2 were frozen in place. Holding the queue number in her hand and looking at the wooden sign, Chun Min's eyes immediately reddened. "Sold out, sold out? We've been queuing for 2.5 hours. After hanging up the name tag, Su Xiaoxiao turned around and immediately saw her 3 roommates standing at the door in a daze. "Nana? Chun Min, what brings you here?" Su Xiaoxiao asked in surprise and quickly went over. "Xiao Xiao," Li Na forced a smile and handed over the slightly crumpled queue number slip in her hand. "We pulled our money to support you and try your boss's cooking. But when it was our turn, they were sold out." Su Xiaoxiao looked at their red cheeks from the cold and the 1,000 yuan in their hands that was meant to cover the cost of the meal, and felt a pang of sadness in her heart. The weather was a bit gloomy today, They must have been standing in the cold wind for more than 2 hours. Su Xiaoxiao opened the glass door and pulled her 3 shivering roommates into the store. "Come in quickly, it's windy outside." As the glass door closed, the cold wind on Jean Street was completely shut out. The restaurant was well heated, and the air still carried the rich aroma of braised sea cucumber with scallions, mixed with a subtle fragrance of broth and meat. As soon as the 3 girls entered, their stomachs rumbled loudly upon smelling the aroma. The guests had all left, leaving only a little girl with pigtails in the corner, quietly drawing on the table. "Xiao, are they really sold out?" Wang Jia was still a little unwilling, glancing at the crumpled Q number in her hand. "We skipped our afternoon elective class to come here. They're completely sold out. Our store has a limited supply of ingredients each day, and we close down as soon as we're done." Su Xiaoxiao looked at them apologetically. "If you had told me you were coming earlier, I would have saved a portion for you in advance." "No way. We're here to support our business. How can we let you get in through connections?" Lina took a sip of water and sighed. "Forget it. Since we can't have a proper meal, let's just grab something from that Shaxian snack shop at the street corner." As they spoke, the 3 prepared to get up. Lin Fan then came out of the kitchen with a clean white towel in his hand, wiping the water stains off his hands. Seeing the 3 girls standing at the door in a daze, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. "What is this?" Lin Fan asked Su Xiaoxiao. "Brother Lin, they are my classmates," Su Xiaoxiao explained somewhat awkwardly. "They waited in line for 2.5 hours, and they sold out as soon as it was their turn. I was just about to take them to the street corner to get something to eat." Lin Fan draped the towel over the back of the chair next to him and glanced at Li Na and the other 2. "It's windy outside. Don't bother," Lin Fan said calmly. "The restaurant is indeed out of main dishes, and the broth is all gone. If you don't mind, could you and Xiao make do with a bite?" Li Na and the other 2 were stunned. "Boss, I can't accept this. Isn't it too much trouble for you?" Li Na waved her hands repeatedly, nervously clutching the strap of the canvas bag. "No trouble at all. Just find a place to sit." Lin Fan didn't stand on ceremony. After speaking, he turned and walked back to the open kitchen. Chapter 236, It Is Only Right. Su Xiaoxiao had mentioned it to me before. Her roommates also helped a lot in the rapid expansion of the sour plum drink in the university town. In business, distribution channels are also valuable. These female college students genuinely help the store. Besides, Lin Fan never runs a charity, but he also never takes advantage of others. A meal is only natural for him. Su Xiaoxiao looked at her 3 roommates who were still in a daze and gave Li Na a push. "All right, stop standing there. Brother Lin is a man of his word. If he tells you to sit, then sit down comfortably." Li Na and the other 2 nodded and sat down at the solid wood table by the window. The shop was no longer as noisy and bustling as before. It was very quiet. The air conditioner blew warm air gently, gradually dispelling the chill they had felt after standing in the cold air for more than 2 hours. "Xiao," Chen Min leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Do your restaurant usually serve the same people as just now?" "Pretty much." Su Xiaoxiao poured 3 glasses of warm water and handed them over. "They are mostly senior executives from nearby office buildings or bosses who drove here specifically for this purpose." Holding the warm paper cup, Wang Jia recalled the ordering blackboard she had seen when she entered the room and still found it unbelievable. A dish of braised sea cucumber with scallions sold for 2,888 yuan, and it was sold out in less than a minute. "Xiao. You've made it into the top circle in Jiangxing, haven't you?" Su Xiaoxiao smiled, pulled out a chair, and sat down next to them. "What top circle? I'm just a waiter and a handyman. But to be fair, I can definitely learn a lot working under Brother Lin." She looked at the figure in the white apron in the open kitchen, her eyes filled with heartfelt admiration. Others only see the astonishing turnover of Lin's shop, making a fortune every day, but only she, who spends all day in the shop, knows the extent of Lin Fan's control over ingredients and his adherence to the rules. In the kitchen, Lin Fan opened the stainless steel freezer. The ingredient containers inside were about 70–80% empty. The lunchtime customer flow was huge, and the ingredients for the main dishes that had been prepared were completely used up. He glanced at the remaining items. A small piece of leftover Black Mountain pork scraps from the morning's slicing, and half a block of handmade white tofu. Lin Fan took out the meat and tofu and placed them on the cutting board. With a swift movement, the knife fell. The knife blade made a dull, even thud as it touched the cutting board. Under the gleam of the knife, The half-block of tender white tofu was quickly transformed into uniform 1.5 centimeter cubes. Not a single piece broke, and the edges were neat and clean. Remove the pot from the heat and bring water to a boil. A small spoonful of salt was added to the water. After the water boiled, the tofu cubes were blanched. This is a necessary step to remove the beany smell and increase the tofu's firmness. When it comes to cooking, Lin Fan never skips steps just because it's for himself or his employees. Remove the tofu from the water and drain it. Lin Fan washed the iron pot and reheated it. Instead of using ordinary vegetable oil, he scooped in a large spoonful of specially supplied black mountain pork fat. The snow-white fat melted rapidly in the hot iron wok, glistening with a shimmering sheen. The rich, pure aroma of animal fat instantly filled the kitchen. He quickly chopped the piece of meat into minced meat and stir-fried it directly in the pan. Turn the heat to maximum and quickly flip the food with the shovel. The minced meat crackled and popped in the hot oil. The moisture was quickly evaporated. The surface of the meat turned slightly yellow and charred, and it released clear oil. Lin Fan picked up the spice jar next to him and scooped a large spoonful of his secret recipe fermented bean paste into the pot. The chili oil was instantly released, and the intense spiciness exploded in the hot pan. Then, he grabbed a small handful of Sichuan peppercorns from the spiritual field and threw them in. The moment the peppercorns hit the oil, a numbing and fragrant aroma shot straight to the top of one's head. Sauté minced ginger and garlic in a pan until fragrant. Pour in half a bowl of water, bring it to a boil, and then add the blanched tofu cubes. Lin Fan didn't use a spatula to flip it, but instead picked up the heavy iron pot and gently shook it with the subtle force in his wrist. The tender white tofu tumbles in the bright red broth, evenly coated with minced meat and chili oil. Turn the heat down to low, cover the pot, and simmer. In the lobby, the three people, including Li Na, who had been chatting quietly, suddenly stopped talking. The domineering, intense, spicy, and savory aroma cleaved through the air and directly entered their nasal cavities. Without any expensive seafood to complement it, it's just the purest and most intense atmosphere of everyday life in the city. But this aroma is even more enticing than the lingering sea cucumber sauce scent in the air. Chun Min couldn't help but let out a clear rumbling sound from her stomach. She blushed and covered her stomach, saying, "This smells so good. Lin's cooking is just like that." Su Xiaoxiao stood up, unsurprised. "I'll go get you some rice. You're lucky today. This dish isn't on the menu." In the kitchen, Lin Fan lifted the pot lid. The sauce had reduced to almost the desired consistency. He picked up the cornstarch slurry and deftly thickened it 3 times. The first spoonful holds the broth, the second spoonful coats the tofu with chili oil, and the third spoonful seals in the oil. Turn off the heat and plate the dish. A large plate of red and white, glistening and tempting minced meat mapo tofu is served in a deep white porcelain dish. Lin Fan grabbed a handful of freshly ground Sichuan peppercorn powder and sprinkled it evenly on the surface, finally garnishing it with a small bunch of green garlic leaves. The piping hot tofu fully releases the aroma of the Sichuan peppercorn powder. Serve the dishes. Lin Fan pressed the serving bell. Su Xiaoxiao carried a tray and placed the plate of mapo tofu and a small bucket of white rice on the table. Lin Fan washed his hands and took off his white apron, hanging it on the wall. He pulled out a chair and sat down at the other end of the long table. "Tuanshuan, dinner's ready." Upon hearing the sound, Tuanshuan, who had been quietly drawing in the corner, immediately put down her crayons, ran over with her short legs, and skillfully climbed onto the small chair next to Lin Fan. "Eat up, don't be shy." Lin Fan picked up his chopsticks, his tone calm. Su Xiaoxiao distributed chopsticks from the side. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls looked at the steaming, glistening tofu in the center of the table and all swallowed hard. "Then I won't be polite." Lina was the first to pick up the spoon. She scooped a large spoonful of tofu, along with the chili oil and brown minced meat, and placed it over the white rice in her bowl. He picked up the bowl and shoveled a big mouthful into his mouth. My first impression was that it was hot. The tofu's temperature is locked in by the red oil on its surface, bursting on the tongue the moment you bite into it. Next came the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns. It wasn't the dry, stinging pain of inferior peppercorns, but rather a fine electric current that spread from my lips all the way to the back of my tongue. Then comes the spiciness, perfectly complementing the incredibly smooth tofu and the crispy texture of the minced black mountain pork fried in lard. Numbing, spicy, hot, fragrant, crispy, and tender. 6 textures intertwine in the mouth. It's so delicious, Lena's eyes reddened slightly, and she didn't even bother to say anything more before lowering her head and frantically shoveling rice into her mouth. Seeing this, Chun Min and Wang Jia quickly started eating as well. The three of them, as if they hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, ladled tofu into the bowl spoonful after spoonful. This plate of mapo tofu seemed to possess some kind of magic, sweeping away the fatigue and chill they had accumulated from standing in the cold wind for more than 2 hours. As the piping hot food went down my throat, a comforting warmth rose in my stomach, and every pore on my body seemed to open up. Chapter 237: A Favor for Food and Drink. A large bowl of white rice was emptied in less than 2 minutes. Xiao Xiao, please add another half bowl of rice for me. Chen Min was panting from the spiciness. Her lips were bright red, but she just couldn't stop eating. In less than 10 minutes, they finished the whole plate of mapo tofu. Even the last bit of chili oil at the bottom of the plate was scraped up by Lina with rice. After finishing their meal, the three of them leaned back in their solid wood chairs, their foreheads glistening with a fine layer of sweat. Now I finally understand why those big bosses who drive luxury cars are willing to queue for 2 hours to eat here. Wang Jia patted her round belly and let out a long sigh. This isn't just a gimmick. I was genuinely captivated by the taste. The warmth from the heating in the lobby dispelled the chill they had picked up from standing outside for more than 2 hours. Lina sat up straight and took out a pilling coin purse from the canvas bag next to her. She took out the 1,000 yuan she had scraped together. 10 red bills, some with folded corners. She bent down and carefully smoothed out the money, then stood up and walked to the counter in the open kitchen. Lin Fan was rinsing the heavy iron pot at the sink. The sound of the running water was quite loud. Mr. Lin, Lina said, placing the 1,000 yuan neatly on the stainless steel countertop, her voice tinged with the awkwardness of someone new to the workforce. Thank you for your hospitality. This is for the meal, please accept it. The tap is off. Lin Fan grabbed a dry towel to wipe his hands, then turned around and glanced at the money on the table. Take it back. Lin Fan's voice was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. Boss, we've come all this way. How can we eat your food for free? Lina said anxiously, waving her hands repeatedly. This dish may not be on the menu, but it really tastes just as good as, or even better than, the food at big restaurants. If the restaurant doesn't have this dish, you don't have to pay. That's the rule. Lin Fan interrupted her and draped the towel over the back of the chair. He looked at the somewhat flustered female college student in front of him and softened his tone slightly. You all worked hard to get the plum juice distribution business in the university town, running around helping with shipping and statistics. This meal is what you deserve. Take the money and go back to school. Lina was frozen in place, caught in a dilemma. 1,000 yuan is more than half a month's living expenses for them, and it is indeed not easy to scrape together. But since they're open for business and use top-quality ingredients that cost real money, they don't want to take advantage of them. After Su Xiaoxiao finished clearing the dishes from the next table, she came over, picked up the money on the table, and stuffed it directly back into Lina's hand. Take it. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and patted her roommates on the shoulder. If you really feel bad, just help Brother Lin build a good reputation in the school group chat in the future. Lina held the money in her hand, looked at Su Xiaoxiao, and then at Lin Fan, who had turned his back to clean the stove again. Well, thank you, Mr. Lin. The three girls thanked her sincerely. Pushing open the shop door, the cold wind of early winter blew in my face, carrying fallen leaves from the street, which swirled in the air. But this time, they didn't feel cold. Their stomachs felt warm, which made them feel very grounded, and their steps became lighter. After my roommate left, the lobby became completely quiet. A wooden sign that read "Sold out today" hung on the doorknob, completely shutting out the noise from the street. Lin Fan took off his white apron and hung it on the wall. He walked to a corner of the hall, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Tuanshuan was lying on the small wooden table, holding a pink crayon in her hand, drawing a red square on the paper, with a few small black dots next to it. A drawing of mapo tofu? Lin Fan glanced down and asked softly, Tuanshuan tilted her head back, blinked her big eyes, and twitched her little nose. Daddy, it smells so good. I want to eat spicy tofu too. Kids shouldn't eat such spicy food. Lin Fan smiled as he looked at Tuanshuan's unfulfilled expression and reached out to smooth her little braids. When we get home tonight, Daddy will make you sweet and sour pork as a special treat, okay? Okay. Tuanchuan nodded happily and put down the crayons in her hand. The little girl, having eaten and drunk her fill, seemed a bit sleepy. She yawned slightly and leaned against Lin Fan's arm. There was no music playing in the store, only the whooshing sound of the heating air conditioner blowing air. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, letting his daughter lean against him. He wasn't in a hurry to settle today's accounts. During this period, he was on edge every day. It was a rare, quiet afternoon, and the father and daughter sat together, not thinking about anything. The sky outside the window was somewhat gloomy, with low-hanging clouds that looked like a cold rain was brewing. After a while, Su Xiaoxiao walked in from the backyard. There was no heating in the backyard, and her hands were a little red from the cold. Su Xiaoxiao walked to the water dispenser, poured herself a glass of warm water, and held it in her hands to warm it. "Brother Lin, it's getting colder and colder today." Just now, when Chairman Chun and the others left, they were saying that they were sweating a lot after eating noodles. But when they went outside and were hit by this cold wind, their stomachs felt a bit cold. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's gaze fell on the tree branches outside the window, swaying in the wind. Autumn winds sweep away fallen leaves, and temperatures plummet. While hot noodle soup is certainly filling this season, hot tea is the best way to warm up and ward off the cold. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, a crisp notification sound rang out from the depths of his mind. Ding! Hidden achievement, gratitude for food and food unlocked. System reward. Unlocks advanced auxiliary material illustrations, 10-year aged tangerine peel, Lingyin osmanthus. System reward. Recipe for traditional osmanthus and aged tangerine peel tea. Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not get up immediately. He glanced down and saw that Tuanchuan was fast asleep, leaning against his arm. The little girl was breathing evenly, her long eyelashes drooping obediently, and she was still loosely holding the pink crayon in her hand. Lin Fan moved very gently, taking the crayon from her hand, putting his arm around her shoulder, and steadily lifting her up. Lin Fan walked up to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, put Tuanchuan on the small bed, took off her coat and shoes, and covered her with a blanket. He stood by the bed for a while, making sure his daughter was sleeping soundly, before turning around and going downstairs. In the lobby on the 1st floor, Su Xiaoxiao was using a calculator at the bar to calculate the lunchtime transaction records. Lin Fan didn't disturb her. He went straight into the kitchen, closed the door behind him, and locked it. He sat down on a chair in the corner, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness sink into the system space. In the original system space that only contained farmland and fish ponds, a rustic blue brick tea house has been added. Outside the tea house, there is a lush osmanthus tree. This tree is different from the common osmanthus trees found outside. The trunk has a deep, calm brown color, and the crown is covered with tiny, dense flowers. The petals are a pure golden yellow, without a single blemish. This is the Lingyin golden osmanthus. Lin Fan stepped forward, and before he even got close, a rich and lingering fragrance of osmanthus wafted towards him. The fragrance is not sweet or pungent. It carries a unique coolness and purity found deep in the mountains and forests. Chapter 238 Traditional Osmanthus and Aged Tangerine Peel Tea. He reached out, and the system automatically popped out an intricately woven bamboo basket. Lin Fan carefully picked the most fully bloomed flower clusters from the tree. Osmanthus flowers are delicate. Even a little force can damage the petals, affecting the color and taste of the brewed tea. After picking a small basket of fresh osmanthus flowers, Lin Fan turned and walked into the brick tea room. On the wooden shelf in the tea room were rows of sealed earthenware jars. He picked up the one in the middle and removed the red cloth and cork from its seal. A unique citrus aroma, refined by time, wafts out. This is aged tangerine peel for 10 years. Most of the dried tangerine peel on the market is made from dried, ordinary tangerine peel that has been aged for several years, and when soaked in water, it often has a bitter and unpleasant taste. The top-grade tangerine peel that has been stored for 10 years has turned a deep dark brown with black on the surface, and the white and orange-white inside has long since weathered away and fallen off. Lin Fan took out a piece of dried tangerine peel. It was crisp in texture, yet it exuded a kind of resilience that came with the passage of time. I held it to my nose and smelled it. It had a rich, aged aroma with a faint medicinal scent that calmed my mind. Having obtained both auxiliary materials, Lin Fan exited the system space. Consciousness returned to reality. On the stainless steel cutting board in the kitchen, a bamboo basket of osmanthus flowers and a piece of 10-year-old tangerine peel had appeared out of nowhere. Lin Fan went to the pool to wash his hands and dry them. The first step in making traditional osmanthus and tangerine peel tea is to wash the tea and let the peel rest. He took a small white porcelain bowl and placed the piece of dried tangerine peel inside. He then poured in a little warm spring water. Lin Fan soaked the dried tangerine peel in warm water for less than 10 seconds before quickly pouring the water out. This step is to wash away the surface dust of the dried tangerine peel, and at the same time use warm water to awaken the essential oil components that have been dormant in the tangerine peel for 10 years. The tangerine peel softened slightly after being soaked in water, and its originally dark brown surface developed a subtle sheen. Lin Fan used a knife to cut the dried tangerine peel into thin strips. As the blade cut into it, he could feel the firm, fibrous texture inside the peel. Then, he took out a special purple clay teapot from the cabinet. Purple clay is breathable and heats evenly, making it ideal for brewing teas that require slow cooking to bring out their flavor. If you use an iron or stainless steel pot, the metallic smell will ruin the purity of the dried tangerine peel and osmanthus. Wash the purple clay teapot. Fill it with about half a pot of clear spring water, place it on the stove, and turn on a low flame. When tiny bubbles began to appear on the surface of the water, Lin Fan put the shredded dried tangerine peel into the pot. Keep the water at a gentle boil. Do not boil it over high heat, as this will bring out the bitterness in the tangerine peel. Only by simmering it over low heat can the mellow aroma of the tangerine peel gradually seep into the water. 10 minutes later, the water in the kettle gradually turned into a clear amber color. The entire kitchen was filled with a warm and mellow aroma. There was no trace of smokiness in this fragrance. It made one feel refreshed and able to breathe easily. Now is the time to bloom osmanthus flowers. Lin Fan took a small handful of fresh lignin osmanthus from the bamboo basket. Fresh osmanthus flowers have a high water content. If you throw them directly into boiling water, the petals will be scalded, and the resulting tea will turn yellow and cloudy, with a significantly reduced aroma. He turned off the stove. After waiting for about half a minute, allowing the churning water in the kettle to completely calm down and the water temperature to drop slightly, Lin Fan gently sprinkled the golden osmanthus into the purple clay teapot. Tiny golden petals landed on the surface of the amber-colored tea soup, slowly unfurling as the tea warmed. The originally mellow aroma of dried tangerine peel is instantly infused with a cool and elegant fragrance of osmanthus. One aroma rises, one sinks. One is thick, one is thin. Two distinctly different aromas achieve a perfect balance within the Yixing teapot. Finally, Lin Fan went to the refrigerator and took out the jar of wildflower honey. He scooped out a small half-spoonful and dissolved it in the tea. Wildflower honey doesn't overpower the flavor. It only provides a subtle, warm, and refreshing sweetness to neutralize the last trace of tartness on the edges of the dried tangerine peel. Cover the teapot with the lid and let it steep for 3 minutes. In the lobby, Su Xiaoxiao was looking down and checking the last few bills. It was really raining outside. The autumn rain pattered against the glass door, making a soft, rustling sound. A cold wind seeped in through the cracks in the door, and Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shiver, pulling her hands into her sleeves. Just then, a very subtle fragrance wafted out from the crack in the kitchen door. The aroma was very unique. Unlike the usual scallion, ginger, and garlic scents of other dishes, it was a fresh, herbal fragrance that made you feel relaxed all over. Su Xiaoxiao sniffed. The kitchen door opened. Lin Fan came out carrying a small tray with a purple clay teapot and 2 white porcelain teacups on it. "Brother Lin, what did you cook? It smells so good." Su Xiaoxiao put down her pen. Lin Fan placed the tray on the bar and lifted the lid of the purple clay teapot. Amber-colored tea liquor was poured into a white porcelain teacup and steam rose. The tea was clear and bright, without a trace of impurity. A few golden osmanthus blossoms drifted into the cup with the flow of water, swirling slowly at the bottom. Osmanthus and dried tangerine peel tea. It's good for warming up. Lin Fan picked up a cup and handed it to Su Xiaoxiao. "Here, have some to warm yourself up." Su Xiaoxiao accepted the teacup with both hands. The warmth of the teacup seeped through the porcelain walls into her palms, which felt very comfortable. She lowered her head, blew on the steam rising from the surface, and took a small sip. When you taste the tea, it doesn't have the bitterness of ordinary tea. The first taste is the warm and sweet flavor of wildflower honey, followed by the rich and profound flavor of dried tangerine peel that melts on the tongue, and finally, an extremely elegant osmanthus fragrance rushes into the nasal cavity. After swallowing the tea, a burning sensation immediately rose in my stomach. The warmth wasn't as stimulating as eating chili peppers. Instead, it was very long-lasting and intense. The heat spread from her stomach to her limbs, and Su Xiaoxiao's fingers, which had been stiff with cold, warmed up instantly. This tea is so delicious. Su Xiaoxiao finished half a cup of tea in one go, and there was even a little sweat on her forehead. She felt that the damp and cold air she had picked up while washing dishes outside was completely expelled by this cup of tea. Brother Lin, should we write the name of this tea on the blackboard for sale tomorrow? Su Xiaoxiao asked, looking at the purple clay teapot. Not for sale. I'm drinking it myself. Lin Fan poured himself a glass and leaned against the bar, slowly sipping it. Although dried tangerine peel and osmanthus are auxiliary ingredients, their production is limited. If they were to be sold as a beverage, not only would the supply be insufficient, but also few people would appreciate the taste. After finishing his tea, Lin Fan glanced at the wall clock. It was 4:30 p.m. The rain outside was falling heavily, and the sky was as dark as dusk. The autumn wind, mixed with moisture, rustled against the glass door. Lin Fan put away the purple clay teapot and turned to Su Xiaoxiao, saying, "The rain is getting heavier. After you finish settling the accounts, head back to school early. Drive carefully." Okay. Su Xiaoxiao felt warm all over. After drinking that cup of tea, she felt as if all the chill from the whole day had been forced out. She quickly locked the ledger in the drawer, put on her coat, opened her umbrella, and stepped into the vast rain. Lin Fan walked to the door and turned the wooden sign on his hand to the side that read, "Closed today." The lobby fell completely silent, with only the faint sound of the heating air conditioner and the continuous sound of autumn rain outside the window. Lin Fan held the cup of osmanthus and tangerine peel tea, sat on the chair by the window, and looked at the bluestone slabs outside that were shiny from being washed by the rain. The aroma of tea created a rare tranquility that was incredibly relaxing, and the fatigue from days of intense walk-tossing in the kitchen dissipated considerably. Just then, a very faint noise came from outside the door. Chapter 239 Little Orange Cat. Lin Fan put down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the glass door. Pushing open the door, a cold wind mixed with rain rushed in. Lin Fan looked down and saw a small, shivering creature huddled in a corner sheltered from the wind under the eaves. Meow meow. It's a stray orange tabby cat. It was very small, looking only 1 or 2 months old. Its orange baby fur was completely soaked by the rain, clinging to its thin frame in clumps. It huddled in the corner of the doorway, shivering from the cold. Hearing the door open, it barely raised its head and let out a weak, hoarse cry at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stared at it quietly for 2 seconds. There are quite a few stray cats and dogs on this golden street, but not many of them dare to come directly to his shop for help, even if they are looking for shelter from the rain. Without thinking twice, he bent down and lifted the frozen little orange cat inside with one hand. The kitten didn't struggle, or rather, it didn't have the strength to struggle anymore. It just instinctively shrank into Lin Fan's warm palm. Lin Fan closed the shop door, keeping the cold air out again. He walked to the bar, rummaged through the cabinet, and found a clean cardboard box that originally contained disposable lunch boxes. He then went to the kitchen and got a clean old towel, which he used to line the bottom of the box, making a makeshift shelter. After putting the little orange cat inside, the softness of the towel and the warmth of the room helped the kitten relax its tense body a little. Lin Fan picked up a shallow porcelain dish and poured in some warm spiritual spring water. After thinking for a moment, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. When I made steamed shrimp and egg for Tuanchuan at noon, there was still a small piece of scrap from a top-quality green shrimp left. Lin Fan took a knife and chopped the shrimp meat into a very fine paste, then dissolved it slightly with warm spiritual spring water, placed it on the other side of a small porcelain dish, and took it out to put it in a cardboard box. The little orange cat smelled the aroma of the spiritual spring water and the premium green shrimp, and its half-closed eyes suddenly opened. It wobbled to its feet and approached the plate. First, it tentatively licked the water, then began to wolf down the shrimp paste. Those are top-quality deep-sea shrimp produced by the system. Even the smallest scraps contain extremely high nutritional value, making them a life-saving delicacy for these stray kittens. Dad, a soft, Childlike murmur suddenly came from the top of the stairs on the second floor. Lin Fan looked up. Tuanshuan had woken up, wearing fluffy little slippers, holding the large strawberry bear in her arms, and was slowly walking downstairs while rubbing her eyes. Tuanshuan's little nose twitched, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the cardboard box in the corner. "Daddy, what's that?" A kitten seeking shelter from the rain. Tuanshuan squatted beside the cardboard box, her big eyes wide open. Watching the little orange cat intently licking its plate, she reached out her hand, wanting to touch it but afraid of hurting it. In the end, she only gently poked the kitten's still damp fur with her fingertip. The little orange cat had eaten and drunk its fill and regained some of its strength. Instead of hiding, it came closer and rubbed its wet little nose against Tuan's fingers, making a soft but satisfied purring sound in its throat. "Daddy, it's so small and pitiful. Doesn't it have a mother?" Tuanshuan looked up, her eyes full of heartache. The stray cat couldn't find its mother outside. Lin Fan reached out and patted his daughter's head. "But it's lucky. It has a place to shelter from the rain now." Tuanshuan understood her father's words. A hint of sadness flashed in her big eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a hopeful light. She tilted her little face up, reached out her soft little hand, grabbed Lin Fan's clothes, and gently shook it. "Daddy, how about we become its family? Tuanshuan will eat one less meatball each day, saving the meat for it. It's so small, it'll get soaked in the rain outside." Looking into his daughter's clear, innocent eyes, Lin Fan's heart softened instantly. Actually, the moment he brought the little guy in, he had no intention of throwing him back into the cold wind. Although keeping pets in the store requires attention to hygiene, he has top-notch cleaning tools provided by the system. In addition, the kitten just drank the spiritual spring water, so it will definitely be free from all diseases and stay clean in the future. Keeping it in the store will not only not be a problem, but it can also keep his daughter company. "Okay." Lin Fan smiled. "But since you've decided to raise it, Tuanshuan will have to take care of it from now on. You can't just rely on a 3-day interest." Yes. Tuanshuan will be a good older sister." The little girl nodded excitedly immediately. The little orange cat in the cardboard box seemed to understand the turning point in its fate. It stuck out its pink little tongue to lick the remaining juice from its mouth and gave the father and daughter a sweet meow, its voice much clearer than before. The effects of the spiritual spring water and the premium green shrimp were clearly beginning to take hold. The kitten, which had been on the verge of death, now had much brighter eyes and even the strength to stand up and pry at the edge of the cardboard box. "It's still wet. It's prone to getting sick. Dad will go get the hairdryer. You stay here and watch it." Lin Fan gave a brief instruction and then turned to go to the living room on the 3rd floor. When he came down with the hairdryer, he found Tuanshuan squatting by the cardboard box, her little mouth pursing as she tried to dry the kitten's fur with her weak breaths. Lin Fan was amused by his daughter's innocent and adorable actions. He plugged in the hairdryer and set it to the lowest fan speed and the gentlest temperature. As soon as the buzzing sound started, the little orange cat shrank into the corner in fright, its still damp fur bristling. Don't be afraid. Daddy will blow on you, and you won't be cold anymore." Tuanshuan quickly reached out her little hand, gently coaxing the kitten while mimicking how Lin Fan usually soothed her, and patted the kitten's head lightly. Surprisingly, with Tuan's comforting words and the warmth from Lin Fan's palm, the little orange cat quickly relaxed. It comfortably squinted its eyes, letting the warm breeze pass through its fur. As the moisture dried, the orange tabby cat's fur, which had been flat against its frame, became fluffy. Although still small and thin, its golden orange baby hair made it look like a little pom-pom, and with its big round eyes and pink nose, its appearance was surprisingly outstanding. "Wow, it's gotten fatter," Tuanshuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "Its fur is all puffed up, but it's still skin and bones. It needs to be nursed back to health for a while." Lin Fan turned off the hairdryer and gently stroked the soft fur on the kitten's chin with his fingers, which made the little guy purr contentedly again. "Now that Tuanshuan is a member of our family, let's give it a name," Lin Fan suggested. "Name?" Tuan bit a finger, lost in serious thought. She looked at the kitten's beautiful orange fur, then at the small porcelain dish next to it that had been licked clean, and her big eyes suddenly lit up. "Dad, it just ate all the shrimp, and it was all yellow, and when it rolled up it looked like a dumpling." The little girl paused, then announced loudly. Chapter 240 Shrimp Dumplings. "How about we call it shrimp dumpling?" "Shrimp dumplings?" Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The name was a perfect match for their restaurant on Golden Street. Okay, let's call them shrimp dumplings. Just then, a crisp electronic voice suddenly rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Host has been detected actively rescuing and taking in stray animals, triggering the hidden achievement, a cozy haven. Achievement rewards: 1 fully automatic odorless cat litter box, 1 beginner-level spirit beast food recipe, which can improve your pet's spirituality and physique. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, his smile deepening. This food system is really thoughtful. It even solves his worries about raising a cat. It's really great. The next morning, the rain stopped and the sky cleared. The rising sun shone through the spotless glass door, casting dappled shadows on the floor. As soon as Lin Fan unlocked the shop door, a small orange pom-pom appeared at his feet. Meow. Xiaojiao's voice was no longer hoarse and weak from last night. It was now clear and energetic. Lin Fan looked down and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After a night's rest, and nourished by the spring water and the scraps of the finest green shrimp, the shrimp dumplings were practically reborn. The once dry, tangled baby hair has now become fluffy and soft, looking as if it has been edged with gold in the sunlight. Its big, round eyes were bright and alert, and it was rubbing its pink little nose against Lin Fan's trouser leg in a flattering way. "Daddy, shrimp dumpling is awake." Tuanchuan ran over and scooped up the little orange cat on the ground into her arms. Xiaojiao wasn't shy at all. She skillfully found a comfortable position in Tuanchuan's arms and started snoring loudly. She even stretched out her pink little paws to pat Tuanchuan's arm. At 7:30, there was a noise outside. Su Xiaoxiao pushed open the shop door and walked in. "Brother Lin, good morning." Su Xiaoxiao stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. Her eyes widened as she stared in astonishment at the clean and beautiful little orange cat in Tuanchuan's arms. "Brother Lin, how come there's suddenly a cat in the shop? Did you just buy it this morning? I took shelter from the rain at the store entrance yesterday, and I felt sorry for it, so I brought it inside." As Lin Fan scooped out the broth packet that had been soaking overnight, he casually explained, "Tuanchuan liked it, so we kept it. We'll call it shrimp dumplings." "So that's how it is. I thought it was a magic trick." Su Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, quickly walked over, and couldn't help but reach out and pat Xiaojiao's head. "This little guy is really lucky to run into you on such a rainy day." "Xiao, that's an automatic litter box in the corner. It has an odor-removing function. You don't need to worry about it usually." Lin Fan pointed to the bottom of the stairs. The litter box is a pure white, minimalist square container that doesn't take up much space and looks like an ordinary air purifier. "Okay," Su Xiaoxiao replied, and after washing her hands, she began to quickly wipe the tables and chairs in the hall. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the first group of regular customers pushed open the door and entered. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. What's special today? Oh, what an adorable kitten." The speaker was Sister Zhao, a regular customer. She immediately spotted Xiaojiao, who was lying on the bar's special cushion, amusing herself with a small ball of yarn. Hearing the noise, the shrimp dumpling stopped what it was doing, tilted its head to look at the guests at the door, blinked its big amber eyes innocently, and let out a soft, sweet meow. Meow. "Oh my God, my heart is melting." Sister Zhao rushed to the bar, unable to take her eyes off it. "Boss Lin, are you planning to put a lucky cat figurine in the shop?" "These are shrimp dumplings, which I ran in here to avoid the rain last night." Lin Fan placed a steaming bowl of scallion oil noodles at the serving counter. The golden scallion segments paired with the rich aroma of the sauce instantly filled the entire small shop with an enticing fragrance. "Shrimp dumplings? That's an amazing name. It sounds like the cat you keep at your restaurant." Sister Zhao took a deep breath of the aroma of scallion oil noodles, took out her phone, and snapped several pictures of the little orange cat. "No way, these adorable shrimp dumplings paired with this heavenly delicacy. I have to post it on my WeChat Moments." After posting on WeChat Moments, Sister Zhao sat back down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and mixed the scallion oil noodles. The noodles entered her mouth, and the pure aroma of carbohydrates and fat made her let out a satisfied sigh. Before long, the hall was filled with people. Li Daong strode in and habitually scanned the code at the cashier to pay. "Boss Lin, the usual, clear broth beef brisket noodles." Just as he finished shouting, he looked down and saw Xiaojiao squatting by the bar. Li Daong held out a finger to the kitten. Xiaojiao wasn't afraid of people and gently touched his finger with its soft paw. "Wow, this cat is so intelligent. It doesn't meow at all, and it's quite clean." Li Daong chuckled and turned to shout to the kitchen. Boss Lin, your shop has a new living creature now. It feels more lively and welcoming. Lin Fan responded from the kitchen, his hands still moving. Bring water to a boil in a pot, then add the noodles. Once the water is boiling and the noodles are cooked, quickly remove them and drain them. The morning rush hour passed quickly. Around 1 p.m., the ingredients ran out, and a wooden sign reading "Sold out today" was hung up in the store. Su Xiaoxiao was wiping the table with a rag, while Tuan Tuan sat on a small stool next to her, drawing circles on the ground with a cat toy. The shrimp dumpling, with its short legs flapping, chased after the feathers, the two of them having a great time. Lin Fan poured himself a glass of water, drank it, turned around, and went into the kitchen, closing and locking the door behind him. My consciousness descended, and I entered the system farm. There are too many palatability enhancers in commercially available cat food. Since you're going to keep a cat, you should make your own. Retrieve the basic Spirit Beast food recipe, rewarded by the system. The ingredients needed are very simple: small deep-sea fish, free-range egg yolks, and a small amount of spring water. Lin Fan walked to the edge of the Lingquan fish pond and used a net to scoop up several palm-sized, silvery white fish. This fish has soft bones and tender flesh, making it perfect for a broth base. Next, I went to the chicken coop and got 2 fresh free-range eggs. Back to the reality of the kitchen. Lin Fan skillfully scaled and gutted the small fish, cleaning them thoroughly. Put the fish meat and the peeled, cooked egg yolks together, pour in a little bit of spiritual spring water, and chop them repeatedly with the back of a knife until they become a fine paste. He then kneaded the mud into small, soybean-sized pieces and spread them evenly on a baking sheet. Set the oven to low temperature for baking. Half an hour later, open the oven door. It doesn't have the usual fishy smell. Instead, it has a very clean, dry protein aroma. Lin Fan grabbed a handful of dried cat food, put it in a clean small porcelain bowl, and took it out. Shrimp dumplings, let's eat. Lin Fan placed the porcelain bowl in the corner. The little orange cat, who had been chasing feathers, suddenly twitched its nose twice, decisively abandoned the cat toy, and rushed towards the porcelain bowl with its short legs. It plunged headfirst into the bowl, making a crunching sound as it ate, its tail standing straight up happily behind it. Dad, the shrimp dumplings taste so good. Tuan squatted down beside him, watching. Chapter 241, Old Lu's Kindness. Xiaojiao ate a small bowl of homemade cat food clean, even licking the bottom of the bowl until it was shiny. Satisfied, it raised its tail, rubbed against Tuan Tuan's legs twice, then lightly jumped onto the bar's special cushion, found the warmest spot in the sun, curled up, and went back to sleep. Sunlight streamed through the glass door, illuminating its golden fur, the tips of which shimmered with a soft halo. The little guy slept soundly, his belly rising and falling evenly with his breathing, occasionally twitching his whiskers as if he were having a sweet dream. Tuan leaned against the bar, propping her chin up as she looked at the sleeping Xiaojiao, her big eyes curving into crescents. Daddy, Xiaojiao is asleep. Okay. Lin Fan finished cleaning up the kitchen, carried out 2 glasses of warm water, and handed one to his daughter. You should take a nap too. Tuan took the water cup and sipped it slowly, her eyes never leaving Xiaojiao. I'm not sleepy. I want to stay with Xiaojiao. Lin Fan didn't insist any further. He placed another glass of water on the bar and turned to wipe the small blackboard with the menu written on it by the door. The shop was quiet. Su Xiaoxiao had already gone back to school, leaving only the father and daughter and a sleeping orange cat in the hall. Just then, the wind chimes at the shop entrance emitted a clear, tinkling sound. The glass door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in his 50s entered. He was holding a 7- or 8-year-old boy's hand tightly. The boy was wearing a thick down jacket, a knitted beanie, and a sterile mask. Although her exposed eyebrows and eyes were pale, her gaze was clear and bright. Lin Fan recognized the person at a glance. It's Lao Lu. Previously, because his son urgently needed money for leukemia surgery, he was desperate and knelt down on the street to rent this shop, which was originally worth 1,000,000 yuan in rent, to his original landlord at a desperate price of 250,000 yuan. Old Lu led his son to the middle of the hall, not looking around, but staring straight at Lin Fan. Then, he released his son's hand, let his hands hang naturally, bent his knees, and was about to kneel on the hard bluestone slab without any warning. Xiaoyu kowtow. Old Lu's voice was steady. The boy named Xiaoyu was very obedient and was about to kneel down as his father did. Lin Fan threw down the rag in his hand and took 2 steps over. He lowered his hands and firmly supported Lao Lu's arm. Lin Fan was very strong, and he managed to stop old Lu from kneeling in midair and also pulled the little boy next to him up. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan looked into old Lu's eyes, puzzled. "Get up and talk." Old Lu looked at Lin Fan, his eyes instantly reddening, but he gritted his teeth and stubbornly refused to let his emotions break down. He straightened up with Lin Fan's help. "Sit down." Lin Fan pulled out 2 solid wood chairs. Old Lu let his son sit down first, and then he himself sat down, halfway along the edge of the chair. Lin Fan turned around and walked to the water dispenser, filled 2 cups with warm water, and placed them in front of the father and son. "Is the surgery finished?" Lin Fan asked. "It's done." Old Lu held the paper cup in both hands, feeling the warmth of the water. "The bone marrow transplant was successful, and I've gotten through the rejection period. The doctor said that as long as I take good care of myself for the next 6 months, I'll be able to go to school like a normal child." "That's good." Lin Fan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The hall was quiet for a moment. Old Lu put down the paper cup, reached into his coat and unzipped it, taking out a thick craft paper envelope from his inner pocket. Old Lu pushed the envelope in front of Lin Fan and untied the white thread on it. Inside was a red property ownership certificate and several legal documents already stamped with the notary office's seal. Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly, and he subconsciously leaned forward, looking at the red book and documents on the table, his tone tinged with surprise. "Landlord Lu, what is this?" "Boss Lin." Old Lu raised his head and looked directly at Lin Fan. "You gave me 250,000 yuan before. I, Lao Lu, will remember that kindness for the rest of my life." Old Lu pushed the red property certificate forward. Later, the subsequent treatment costs were a bottomless pit, and 250,000 yuan was simply not enough to fill it. "Just when I was preparing to sell my blood and borrow money at high interest rates, the hospital notified me that Xiaoyu's account had received a targeted donation of 1.7 million yuan. At this point, Old Lu's voice finally trembled slightly, almost uncontrollably. "The foundation has a confidentiality agreement and won't tell me who donated. I'm a rough man, but I can't not even know who my savior is. I asked around everywhere, and finally I found out from a director at the hospital that the money was donated in the name of Lin's shop at a charity gala at the Jiangcheng Grand Hyatt Hotel." Old Lu took a deep breath and spread out the notarized documents. "Boss Lin, Xiaoyu's life was given to him by you. This shop has been passed down from my ancestors." Old Lu pointed to the documents and said, "I've already completed all the notarization of the unilateral gift and transfer at the notary office. As long as you sign here, this shop will be completely and legally yours." Lin Fan glanced at the red book on the table. "That 1.7 million was donated in the name of the diners. I was just using their donation as a pretext." Lin Fan pushed the documents back. "As for this house, I was just lucky to get a bargain back then. Now that the child is better, we'll need money for everything. Keeping this house will provide you with long-term financial security." Lin Fan was telling the truth. He was a father himself, and he knew all too well how much financial support a child recovering from a serious illness would need in the future. "Boss Lin." Old Lu suddenly stood up. "I, Lao Lu, have lived for over 50 years and haven't accomplished anything great, but I've always been upright and honest in my life." Old Lu stared intently at the documents on the table, the bloodshot veins in his eyes clearly visible. "That 250,000 was for emergencies. That 1.7 million was to save lives. You're a father too. You should know that to me. This shop is worth less than a single hair on my son's head." Old Lu's hands were on the table, his voice low but heavy. "Boss Lin, if you don't take this shop, my backbone will be completely broken for the rest of my life. I won't be able to stand up straight as a person, and I won't be able to teach my son how to be a decent man. You must take this shop. If you don't, I'll take Xiaoyu and give you my life today." The hall was deathly silent. Only the faint snoring of Xiaojiao in her sleep could be heard from nearby. Lin Fan looked at Lao Lu. He didn't see a pitiful person with nowhere to turn. He saw a father who was willing to give up everything for dignity and gratitude. If he continues to refuse today, it's not a sign of high moral character, but rather trampling on the last shred of dignity that Lao Lu has as a man. However, to simply take this multi-million-dollar property into one's pocket without any qualms would be somewhat like taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment. Resolution 242. He reached out his hand, pressed his fingers on the red property ownership certificate, and then slowly pushed it forward, back to old Lu. Old Lu, I can't take this notebook right now, Lin Fan said calmly. Upon hearing this, old Lu was so anxious that he was about to stand up. How can this be? Let me finish speaking first, Lin Fan said, raising his hand to interrupt him. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Yu, who was wearing a mask, and then turned to look at Lao Lu. Although Xiao Yu's bone marrow transplant was successful, it was only the first hurdle he had overcome. The rejection period, anti-infection treatment, subsequent targeted drugs, and the monthly checkups, each of these is a bottomless pit of money. Lin Fan pointed to the property certificate on the table. If you transfer this house directly to me, you'll have no tangible assets left. That 1.7 million is a life-saving fund. What if something unexpected happens during your child's recovery and you don't have enough money? What will you use to cover it up? Will you have to go out on the street begging for help again? Old Lu was stunned. His lips moved. But there are no buts, Lin Fan interrupted him. In that case, I can leave this property certificate at the shop and keep it for you. Consider it collateral. But I will absolutely not sign the transfer document until Xiao Yu is fully recovered and no longer needs large medical expenses. Lin Fan also pushed those notarized documents back. If Xiao Yu needs money for medical treatment during this period, you can take this booklet to the bank to apply for a mortgage loan at any time. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me anytime. Seeing that Lao Lu still wanted to argue, Lin Fan directly shut him down. If you don't agree to this arrangement and insist on such a clear-cut transfer of ownership now, fine, I'll close down and move out as soon as the 6-month lease expires this year. I not only don't want this shop, but I also won't rent it out again. You can decide for yourself. Having said that, it was tantamount to cutting off Lao Lu's escape route. The hall fell silent. The water dispenser's heating indicator light turned green and emitted a faint, buzzing sound. Old Lu fell silent. He lived to be over 50 years old, spending most of his life scheming and haggling in the business world, and he was used to people turning their backs on him and kicking him when he was down. But today, standing in front of this man who was more than 10 years younger than him, he felt that his perspective was far too narrow. Lin Fan wasn't giving him charity. He was doing it in a manly way, preserving his dignity while leaving his son a final escape route. After a long silence, old Lu wiped his eyes hard. Okay. Old Lu's voice was completely hoarse, with a heavy nasal tone. Boss Lin, I'll do whatever you say. You can keep this notebook. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Lin Fan nodded and casually put the red property certificate into the drawer of the bar counter. This matter is now completely over. Lin Fan poured out the slightly cold water from the cup, filled 2 more cups with hot water, and placed them on the table. Have you had lunch yet? Lin Fan asked casually. I ate something, just grabbed a bite at a fast food restaurant downstairs from the hospital, and came over. Holding the steaming paper cup, Lao Lu gradually calmed down. The child just had surgery, so I guess we'll have to go to the hospital for the next 6 months or so, right? Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and relaxed. Yes. Old Lu nodded. The doctor said the first 3 months are the most critical, and I have to go to the hospital for blood tests every week. So I rented a 1-bedroom apartment in a nearby community. Once the rejection period is completely over and all the indicators are normal, I will take him with me. Leave Jiangqing? Lin Fan asked. Old Lu looked at his son, who was watching the cat gathered around a cardboard box not far away. His eyes became somewhat weathered, yet they revealed a kind of clarity that came from having experienced many things. Mr. Lin, don't laugh at me. When I was young, I was very ambitious. I always felt that since my ancestors left me this shop in the city center, I was sure I could make a name for myself in Jiangqing. Over the years, I've dealt in building materials, run a restaurant, and partnered with others to do some small business. Old Lu gave a wry smile. And what was the result? He didn't make much money, and he was out every day putting on a smiling face and entertaining clients. He didn't even have time to take care of his sick wife, and he ended up dying because of it. Old Lu reached out and gently touched Xiao Yu's bald head through his woolen hat. A year ago, Xiao Yu was diagnosed with this disease and urgently needed money to save his life. I took the property certificate to my former business partners, relatives, and friends who used to call me brothers. Those people who usually eat and drink my food and drink, as soon as they heard that they needed to borrow money, either did not answer the phone or cried poor, and some even blocked me overnight. After experiencing Xiao Yu's serious illness, I finally understand everything. Old Lu sighed, his tone revealing a profound understanding born from experience. In this life, getting rich or standing out from the crowd are all illusory. In this big city, no matter how tall the buildings made of steel and concrete are, they can't warm people's hearts. When you're really in a life or death situation, the ones who can lend you a hand are strangers you haven't spoken to much before. Lin Fan listened quietly without interrupting. He was also a father, and he understood the weight of Lao Lu's words. So, I'm planning to take Xiaoyu back to my hometown. Old Lu turned his head, a relaxed smile on his face. Hometown? Lin Fan asked. Yes, my hometown is a small county town under Jiangcheng, in the countryside. Although it's a bit far from the city, it's quiet. Old Lu's eyes lit up when he talked about his hometown. In the early years when business was good, I bought a piece of land in my hometown and built a 3-story villa with a large yard. After the renovation, it was left empty and I didn't live there much. A couple of days ago, I asked a relative in the village to open the windows and ventilate it. They said it was cleaned up and ready to be lived in any time. Old Lu started gesturing, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Everyone in town knows each other. I'm not looking to make a lot of money. Even if I only earn 100 or so yuan a day for vegetables, that's fine. I'll turn over the yard, plant some scallions and cabbages, and raise a few free-range chickens. I'll just stay here at the supermarket. Watch Xiaoyu's hair slowly grow out, and watch him go to school in town with his school bag. This life won't have been in vain. As Lao Lu described it, a slow-paced and heartwarming picture of rural life slowly unfolded in the air. There's no bustling traffic like in Jiangcheng, no exorbitant prices, and no endless debts. Only the simple life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. That's good. Lin Fan nodded and said sincerely. Old Lu's pursuit is actually what Lin Fan is pursuing now. Outsiders all thought that Lin Fan's culinary skills were superb, and that he could easily befriend top-level dignitaries like Qin Lang and Elder Yi, and that he would definitely build a catering empire in the future. But only he himself knew that his original intention in doing all this was never for social status. Chapter 243 Additional Conditions. All he wanted was to hold on to this shop and protect Tuanchuan. In the corner, Tuanchuan was lying on the edge of the cardboard box, holding a fluffy cat toy in her hand, gently stroking Xiaojiao's nose. The shrimp dumpling, its sweet dream disturbed, reluctantly opened one eye, perfunctorily stretched out its little paw to ruffle its feathers, then changed its position and continued snoring. Xiaoyu, who was wearing a mask, watched this scene and her eyes crinkled into a smile. Boss Lin. Old Lu finished the last sip of water in his glass, glanced at the time, and prepared to get up. We've bothered you for so long. We should head back now. Xiaoyu just got out of the hospital. He shouldn't stay out in the wind for too long. Lin Fan stood up. Instead of seeing the guests off, he went behind the bar. Wait me a moment. Lin Fan opened the kitchen door and went inside. Lin Fan's consciousness sank, and he entered the system farm. Xiaoyu just underwent a bone marrow transplant, and now is precisely the time when he most needs to replenish his qi and blood and boost his immunity. Lin Fan really didn't like the meat and vegetables sold at the market near the hospital. He walked to the edge of the Lingquan fish pond, picked up a net, and scooped up 2 of the fattest wild crucian carp. These crucian carp were raised in the Lingquan spring water, and their flesh was tender and juicy, without any muddy taste. Next, he went to the breeding area and picked out 30 fresh free-range eggs from the chicken coop, putting them into a cardboard box. With these ingredients in hand, Lin Fan logged out of the system. Back in the kitchen, Lin Fan found a clean styrofoam box, laid a layer of crushed ice at the bottom, put the 2 still lively crucian carp inside, and sealed it. He then put the cardboard box containing the eggs into a plastic bag and walked out of the kitchen. Boss Lin, what are you doing? Old Lu stared in disbelief at what Lin Fan was holding. Xiaoyu has just been discharged from the hospital and needs nutrition the most right now. Lin Fan placed the styrofoam box and eggs on the table. These are wild crucian carp that I got through some channels. They've never been fed any feed. And these are some free-range eggs. Take them back to your rented room and make some fish soup and steamed egg custard for the kids every day. Absolutely not. I came here today to repay a debt of gratitude. How can I take your things? Old Lu waved his hands anxiously, resolutely refusing to accept them. This isn't for you. It's for the child, Lin Fan said calmly, but his tone left no room for refusal. He looked down at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, Lin Fan called out. The boy looked up, his clear eyes meeting Lin Fan's. Go back and listen to your father, eat more, and get strong. From now on, come to your uncle's shop every day, and just tell him what you want to eat. Xiaoyu looked at his father, then at the things on the table, and nodded vigorously. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I will eat well. The boy's voice was a little muffled through his mask, but very earnest. Old Lu looked at his son, then at Lin Fan, and his eyes reddened again. He knew Lin Fan's temperament. He would never take back what he had given. Boss Lin, Old Lu's voice was a little choked up. He didn't refuse anymore, took a step forward, and firmly picked up the foam box and the bag of eggs. All right, go back now. Be careful not to let the children catch a cold on the way. Lin Fan nodded and didn't try to keep them any longer. Old Lu led Xiaoyu to the shop entrance. Pushing open the door, the cold wind of early winter blew in my face. Xiaoyu turned around and waved to Tuanchuan, who was standing in the corner. Goodbye, Tuanchuan. Goodbye, shrimp dumplings. Tuanchuan immediately put down the cat toy in her hand, ran to the door, and waved her little hand vigorously. Goodbye, brother Xiaoyu. Get well soon. Old Lu bowed slightly to Lin Fan, took his son's hand, turned, and walked into the crowd on Jean Street, heading towards the rented room in the direction of the hospital. The father and son's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Fan stood at the door for a while, watching until their figures disappeared around the street corner, before closing the glass door. The shop returned to quiet. The wall clock clicked softly, its hands pointing to 4:30 in the afternoon. The sky began to darken slowly. The top floor of the headquarters building of Su's Group in the core area of Jiangxing CBD. The blinds in the CEO's office were drawn tightly shut, completely shutting out the cold wind and the darkening sky. The central air conditioning in the room was set to 26 degrees Celsius, and the warm air it blew out carried a slightly dry feel. On the large, black solid wood desk, files were piled up like a small mountain. Su Qing leaned back in her office chair, reached out, and rubbed her temples vigorously to relieve the dryness and soreness in her eyes. After 4 consecutive days of intense work, her sleep time was reduced to less than 3 hours a day. She drank cup after cup of coffee, and her stomach would often churn with acid, but she had no time to heed her body's protests. There was a knock on the solid wood double door of the office. Come in. Su Qing sat up straight and threw the pen in her hand onto the table. The finance director, Lao Chun, pushed open the door, holding a blue folder in his hand. He walked quickly, with a relaxed expression on his face that was rare for the past few days. President Su, good news. Old Chen walked quickly to the desk and handed over the folder. The 500 million bridging loan from HSBC Capital was transferred into the group's corporate account 10 minutes ago. I've printed out the proof of funds and bank statements, and the legal department has verified them. There are no problems. Su Qing took the folder and quickly opened it. Looking at the long string of zeros above, her tense shoulders finally relaxed, and she let out a long breath of stale air that had been stuck in her chest. Scan this proof of funds and send it to the sponsoring team at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission immediately. Su Qing looked up and instructed, tell them that the Su Group's cash flow is perfectly fine. The roadshow for the U.S. IPO next week should proceed as planned, without a single day of delay. Understood, I'll go arrange it right away. Old Chen nodded and prepared to turn and leave. Wait a minute, Su Qing called out to him. The share pledge agreement signed with HSBC Capital has been locked in a safe. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. No one else on the board can know about it. This 500 million yuan was not easy to come by. Over the past 3 days, she has called almost every bank president and investment institution in Jiangxing that is considered top tier. But everyone in the business world is shrewd. As soon as they heard that the Su Group was being urgently questioned by the China Securities Regulatory Commission, they either made excuses about the long approval process or used the excuse of tight credit at the end of the year to avoid meeting with the authorities. In Jiangxing, no one was willing to easily take out 500 million yuan in cash and risk it at this time. Finally, having no other choice, she contacted a venture capital firm in Hong Kong that specializes in short-term bridge financing through an intermediary overnight. The other party was a notorious predator. After figuring out the Su Group's desperate situation, they took advantage of the situation without any hesitation. Not only did they offer short-term interest rates far exceeding market rates, but they also imposed a very harsh additional condition. Chapter 244 Something's Wrong. They demanded that Su Qing use 15% of the original shares of the Su Group under his name as a personal joint liability guarantee. This is a high-stakes gamble that puts everything on the line. The 15% initial shareholding was her core asset in establishing herself within the Su Group. If the IPO application fails next week, or if there is any mishap in the funding chain during this period, the venture capital firm will immediately trigger the agreement to force liquidation. At that time, she will not only lose her position as president, but also hand over control of the company to others and be burdened with huge debts that she can never repay in several lifetimes. But Su Qing did not hesitate and signed the document directly. As long as the Su Group can successfully ring the bell on Nasdaq and double its market value, this bridge loan interest is negligible. What she needs most right now is time. Don't worry, Mr. Su. The contract has been filed separately. Old Chin agreed and left the office. After the door closed, Su Qing picked up the now cold black coffee on the table and took a big gulp. The bitter liquid slid down her throat, stimulating her nerves. The crisis has been temporarily averted. The biggest obstacle to listing in the U.S. has been completely removed. She picked up her pen again, pulled over a plan outlining the roadshow schedule, and prepared to sign it. The internal phone on my desk rang. "Mr. Su, would you like a fresh cup of hot coffee?" came the voice of his assistant, Xiaoli. "Bring in a cup, double the espresso." Su Qing pressed the speakerphone button, answered casually, and continued looking down at the documents in her hand. A few minutes later, Xiaoli pushed open the door and came in carrying a steaming cup of black coffee. "Put it on the table." Su Qing didn't look up, her pen quickly tracing patterns on the paper as she signed her name. Suddenly, she felt a strange heat deep in her nasal cavity, followed by a faint metallic taste at the back of her throat. She didn't pay attention, thinking it was just the air conditioning making her skin too dry. She sniffed and prepared to turn to the next page. Clatter. A very faint sound. A drop of warm liquid fell from the tip of her nose and landed directly on the white A4 printout in front of her. The bright red color spread rapidly across the white paper. Su Qing was stunned. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched her philtrum. Her fingertips touched a warm, moist patch. "Oh my, Mr. Su, you have a nosebleed." Xiaoli, who was standing next to him putting out coffee, was startled and exclaimed in surprise. He quickly pulled out a few tissues from the tissue box on the table and handed them over in a flurry. Su Qing realized what was happening, took the tissue and covered her nose, tilting her head back slightly. The blood was flowing quite fast, and it quickly soaked through the first tissue. Su Qing frowned, took out 2 more tissues to replace them, and pinched the soft cartilage of her nose with her fingers to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. "Mr. Su, you're bleeding a lot. Should I get the car ready right away and take you to the emergency room at the First Municipal Hospital?" Xiaoli looked at the glaring bright red on the tissue, his face pale, and his tone full of worry. "No need." Su Qing's voice sounded a little muffled because she was pinching her nose, but her tone was decisive. "It's just a small matter, why go to the hospital? But this blood. The air conditioner is set too high, and the air is too dry. Plus, I've been staying up late every night these past few days, so I'm just a little feverish." Su Qing interrupted Xiaoli. She kept her head tilted back and pointed to the blood-stained document on the table. "Take this proposal to the shredder and shred it. Then print out a clean copy and bring it to me for my signature." Seeing Su Qing's resolute attitude, Xiaoli dared not persuade her any further. He could only nod, take the soiled document, and leave. After leaning back in the chair for about 5 or 6 minutes, Su Qing felt the warmth in her nasal cavity gradually subside. She removed the tissue and glanced at the wound. The bleeding had stopped. Su Qing stood up, threw the blood-stained tissue into the trash can, and turned to walk into the private restroom inside the office. She turned on the tap, scooped up the cold tap water, patted it on her face, and washed away the trace of blood that remained on her lips. The cool water stimulated her skin, which cleared her mind of her drowsy state. Su Qing looked up at the large mirror above the sink. The woman in the mirror, though wearing an expensive haute couture suit, didn't look well. His face was ashen, and the dark circles under his eyes were so pronounced that even concealer couldn't cover them. His lips were chapped, and his eyes showed deep weariness. Su Qing stared at herself in the mirror for a while. She really didn't take the nosebleed to heart. In her view, people are like machines, constantly operating at high loads, so it's perfectly normal for them to occasionally have minor malfunctions. After flying to the United States next week, completing the bell-ringing ceremony, and settling everything down, she will naturally have plenty of time to go on vacation and take care of herself. At this critical juncture, even if we have to collapse, we have to wait until the matter is settled before we collapse. She took a lipstick from the sink drawer and carefully applied it to her lips. using the vibrant color to forcefully suppress the paleness. After tidying herself up, Su Qing left the restroom and sat back down at her desk. She picked up the hot coffee that Xiaoli had just brought in, took a sip, picked up the phone next to her, and dialed Lawyer Wang's number. The phone was answered after ringing twice. President Su, Attorney Wang's stern voice came through. Attorney Wang, I've finished dealing with the urgent matters at the company. What's the current status of Tuanchuan's custody case? Su Qing went straight to the point. Although Su Qing had to temporarily withdraw due to the company's sudden crisis, she never forgot about Lin Fan. Mr. Su, we submitted the complaint to the district court the day before yesterday. Because the materials were prepared very well, the court has officially accepted the case and is currently scheduling the pre-litigation mediation process. Attorney Wang reported this over the phone. I will not accept any form of mediation. Tell the court to proceed directly to the formal trial. Su Qing said coldly, I don't have time to waste with him. Okay, I will submit an application to the judge to refuse mediation. Attorney Wang paused, his tone becoming very serious. However, Mr. Su, our law firm's investigation team has conducted a supplementary investigation into Lin Fan's current financial situation and social connections over the past few days. The situation is very complicated. How is it troublesome? Su Qing's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze in mid-air. His Lin family shop revenue figures are simply outrageously high. Attorney Wang lowered his voice, his tone revealing a hint of disbelief. We had someone compile statistics on his shop's daily revenue. A bowl of noodles sells for 180 yuan, and a dish of braised sea cucumber with scallions is even priced at 2,888 yuan. Moreover, it is always in short supply. Conservatively speaking, that unassuming little shop makes a net profit of over 100,000 yuan a day and a net profit of several million yuan a month. Attorney Wang added, what's even more problematic is the store's customer base. Our original plan was to attack him in court for being from the bottom of society and unable to provide his children with a high-quality social circle. Chapter 245 Exploring the Bottom. But investigations show that the people queuing outside this store every day are mostly entrepreneurs in Jiangsheng with assets of over 100 million yuan, and even academic luminaries with official backgrounds. President Su, if Lin Fan presents his bank statements to the judge in court, proving that he has an incredible ability to make money and that his daily social circle consists entirely of top-tier elites, then our strategy of Lin Fan's financial difficulties and harsh environment will become a complete joke in the eyes of the judge and may even be refuted. After listening to Attorney Wang's analysis, Su Qing remained silent for a few seconds. A monthly cash flow in the tens of millions? The social circle of top elites? Su Qing couldn't help but recall the scene she had witnessed on Jean Street that day. She suddenly loosened her grip on the coffee cup that she had been holding tightly. Then, she let out a cold laugh filled with extreme contempt. Attorney Wang, you're an old hand at handling economic disputes. Can't you see through this kind of accounting trick? Su Qing slammed her coffee cup heavily on the table. How can a stay-at-home dad who left with nothing and doesn't even have a proper job earn millions a month? How can he make those big shots line up at his roadside stall? Su Qing's eyes were resolute, and her thoughts were very clear. This only proves that my father's previous speculation was completely correct. Lin Fan is simply a celebrity puppet pushed out by the Qin family or some big capital. He's a white glove to take the fall for someone else. Does Mr. Su mean that these data are fake? Attorney Wang asked. A bowl of noodles costs 180 yuan, and a plate of sea cucumber costs nearly 3,000 yuan. Such counterintuitive pricing is obviously a money laundering or hype gimmick. Su Qing's tone was filled with an arrogance that suggested she had seen through everything. Those so-called high-turnover figures are definitely the result of someone frantically inflating orders behind the scenes. As for those big bosses queuing up, they are just there to show their support because of the capital behind them. Attorney Wang on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment. I understand what Mr. Su means. The flow of funds in these capital-driven online celebrity stores often cannot withstand scrutiny. That's right. Su Qing leaned back in her chair, tapping her fingers on the table. Judges look at long-term, stable, and legitimate assets. Capital can generate temporary cash flow, but can it generate it for a lifetime? Go and investigate thoroughly. Check his store's tax records. Check the purchase invoices for those exorbitantly priced dishes. I refuse to believe that the accounts of this kind of money laundering scheme, which relies on capital, can be completely clean and without loopholes. As long as we can obtain evidence that he is suspected of fraudulent transactions, tax evasion, or financial fraud, he will have no chance of winning in court. Understood, Mr. Su. Attorney Wong said excitedly. I will immediately arrange for a professional audit team to thoroughly investigate his tax records. Get it done quickly. When I come back next week after the bell rings, I'm going to make him spit out all the vanity he's swallowed, with interest, in court. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing tossed it aside. Outside the office, the city's neon lights have already lit up, outlining the bustling cityscape of Jiangqing. Su Qing stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the endless stream of cars below. The faint dryness deep in her nasal cavity was still there, but she had forcibly suppressed it. With 500 million yuan in funding secured, the IPO roadshow is about to begin. Once the Su Group successfully rings the bell on Nasdaq, the resources she controls will expand exponentially. When the time comes, faced with absolute capital and class dominance, any paper tiger like Pretense will be torn to shreds. Su Qing turned around and walked back to her desk. She decisively signed her name on a prospectus written entirely in English. The temperature in Jiangcheng dropped a few degrees the next morning. The leaves of the plane trees along the roadside were scattered all over the ground and swept to the curb by the sanitation truck in the morning. At 6:30 a.m., Lin Fan came down from the living room upstairs. The hall was quiet. In a cardboard box in the corner, Shrimp Dumpling, curled up into a small orange ball, was fast asleep. Lin Fan walked to the door, unlatched it, and pushed the door open halfway to let in some fresh air. The cold wind of early winter blew in through the cracks in the door, clearing his drowsy mind considerably. At 7:30, Su Xiaoxiao pushed open the door and came in right on time, carrying a canvas bag. Good morning, Brother Lin. Su Xiaoxiao put down her bag, rubbed her hands which were red from the cold, and quickly changed into her work clothes. It's really cold outside today. Wear more clothes if you're cold. Turn on the heating. Lin Fan stood behind the cashier, sorting through yesterday's bills and receipts. Su Xiaoxiao turned on the central air conditioning and casually added some warm water to the shrimp dumplings in the corner. At 8 o'clock sharp, people began to appear on the street outside the door. Several white-collar regulars who worked nearby rubbed their hands together and walked over, queuing up at the bottom of the steps to get a number. Among the people queuing, there were two unfamiliar faces that seemed out of place. These are two middle-aged men wearing gray jackets, carrying worn-out black briefcases. The two of them hunched their shoulders from the cold wind and occasionally stood on tiptoe to peek at the store entrance at the front of the line. These two individuals were none other than Wang, Su Qing's lawyer, who had hired private auditors and investigators overnight at a high salary. One is called Lao Sun, and the other is called Lao Zhao. Both are experts in business auditing and scrutiny, specializing in conducting undercover investigations of competitor stores to find evidence of tax loopholes, hygiene violations, or false advertising. This job is inhuman, old Zhao muttered, tucking his frozen hands into his pockets. I came all this way early in the morning to investigate a run-down noodle shop, only to be left out in the cold. I'll have to ask Attorney Wong to reimburse me for this later. All right, that's enough. Old Sun lowered his voice. President Su said that as long as we get substantial evidence, the commission will double. What's a little grievance? Old Zhao pursed his lips and glanced around at the crowd queuing in front and behind him. Suddenly, he nudged Old Sun's arm, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Old Sun, look at that guy in the black overcoat up ahead. Isn't that Chairman Shun from Shengsha Real Estate? And that guy next to him wearing a gold chain. He looks like Li Daong from the mining industry in Shaanxi province. Old Sun followed his gaze, and his brows furrowed immediately. It really is them. Old Sun has been in this business for many years and is naturally familiar with the prominent figures in Jiangqing's business circle. It seems Mr. Su was right. The capital behind this store has gone very far. Even these big bosses with assets of over 100 million were hired to act as shills and queue up. This show is really well funded. Who cares who's the shill? As long as it's a business, there will always be loopholes in the books. Old Zhao sneered. Let's go in and order the most expensive dishes later. I don't believe these trendy restaurants can serve any real quality ingredients. As soon as I film them using inferior ingredients, I'll immediately report them to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Chapter 246 Breakthrough. Right on time, the wooden door of Lin's shop was opened from the inside. Su Xiaoxiao came out with the tablet used for calling numbers. Good morning, everyone. Please enter in an orderly fashion and avoid crowding. The team began to move in an orderly fashion. When it was Lao Sun's and Lao Zhao's turn, Su Xiaoxiao handed them 2 paper number plates. Please take a number and line up. Su Xiaoxiao handed over 2 paper number tags. Old Sun took the number plate and glanced around the hall. The floor is made of blue stone. The tables and chairs are made of solid wood, and the air is filled with the faint aroma of meat, without a trace of the odor of stale grease. They've done a good job of putting on a show. Old Sun lowered his voice, took out a miniature camera from his briefcase, and, using his coat as cover, pointed it at the open kitchen. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao walked over with a tablet computer. What would you two like to eat? Old Sun glanced at the blackboard on the wall. 2 bowls of clear beef brisket noodles, a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a serving of braised sea cucumber with scallions, Old Sun said casually. That'll be 3,536 yuan in total. Scan the code to pay, and then we'll serve you. Su Xiaoxiao pointed to the QR code on the corner of the table. Old Sun took out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay. After paying, Old Sun looked at Su Xiaoxiao and tentatively tried to get information out of her. Young lady, your shop is doing so well. I see that the people queuing outside are all big bosses. You must make a lot of money every day, right? Su Xiaoxiao gave him a wary look. I'm only responsible for taking orders and serving dishes. I don't handle the accounts. After saying that, Su Xiaoxiao turned around and walked back to the bar. He's quite wary. Old Zhao muttered to himself. Never mind her. When the dishes are served, we'll find fault with them carefully. I don't believe he can use any real ingredients in a dish that costs over 3,000 yuan. As soon as you find that the ingredients are of inferior quality, take photos as evidence and report the suspected fraud directly to the Food and Drug Administration with your real name. Old Sun stared at Lin Fan, who was cutting ingredients in the kitchen, and said fiercely. 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoxiao came over with a tray and placed 2 bowls of noodles, a plate of scrambled eggs, and a serving of braised sea cucumber with scallions on the table. Please enjoy your meal, gentlemen. Old Sun and Old Zhao exchanged a glance and picked up their chopsticks. Old Sun picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes first. He had already prepared his explanation. It was nothing more than ordinary market eggs, seasoned with a little MSG and flavoring, meant to fool those nouveau riche who didn't know anything about the market. But the moment the egg touched his tongue, his expression froze. The chopsticks froze in mid-air, the mouth was slightly open, and the whole person seemed to have been paused. Old Zhao, sitting opposite him, frowned when he saw that he hadn't moved for a while and asked, "How does it taste? Did you add any weird additives?" "No, Lao Zhao, this egg." Lao Sun didn't answer directly, but quickly reached out with his chopsticks again, picked up a large piece and stuffed it directly into his mouth. After chewing quickly, his eyes widened again. "What's wrong with this egg?" Old Zhao asked, puzzled. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, Old Zhao stopped. The moment the egg touches your mouth, a pure and indescribable rich egg aroma explodes in your mouth. The slight acidity of the tomato perfectly balances the oiliness, and its soft texture slides down the back of the tongue, leaving only a sweet and mellow taste in the mouth. It has none of the dryness of MSG, nor the pungent aftertaste of artificial flavoring. Old Zhao swallowed the egg and stared blankly at the plate. He was over 40 years old, and his auditing job required him to travel all over the place. He had tasted all sorts of delicacies, but at this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. All the eggs I've eaten in my life have been a waste of time. Those so-called free-range eggs on the market that are advertised as costing tens of yuan per kilogram are like feed waste from an industrial assembly line compared to this plate of scrambled eggs. After eating that egg, a warm, comforting feeling rose in my stomach, as if my whole body had been soothed. Old Sun, Old Zhao lowered his voice, looking at his partner across from him. This taste. Old Sun didn't say anything, but silently put down his chopsticks and turned his gaze to the plate of braised sea cucumber with scallions in the middle of the table, priced at 2,888 yuan. Old Sun reached out and picked up a shiny black sea cucumber, bringing it close to his eyes for a closer look. As a seasoned veteran who frequently conducts undercover investigations in high-end venues, Lao Sun could tell at a glance that this was definitely not the kind of inferior farmed sea cucumbers that are soaked in sugar water and become puffy and soft. This sea cucumber has thick, meaty flesh, and its skin is covered with evenly distributed sea cucumber textures, with a subtle sheen of oil. The fried shallots underneath are golden brown, and the cooking time is just right. He took a bite. The moment your teeth cut through the sea cucumber, you feel an amazing tightness and crispness. There wasn't an ounce of excess moisture, nor the slightest hint of fishiness. The aroma of scallion oil and the rich flavor of the broth had been thoroughly infused into every inch of the sea cucumber's flesh. Old Son's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the sea cucumber. He took a sip of water, trying to wash away the taste in his mouth and force himself to calm down and find the problem, but the top-notch sweetness in his mouth still lingered. "How is it?" Old Zhao asked impatiently. Old Son sighed. "Try it yourself." Old Zhao refused to believe it and picked up another sea cucumber and bit into it. A few seconds later, Old Zhao also fell silent. The two men exchanged bewildered glances. They had taken double the commission from Su Qing and were there with miniature cameras to cause trouble. But by now, after eating this meal, any thoughts of finding fault in their minds had been shattered by this dish. Before they knew it, their chopsticks were moving faster and faster. All thoughts of undercover investigations and gathering evidence were thrown to the back of their minds. Pure appetite took over. In less than 10 minutes, the two people finished off 2 bowls of clear broth beef brisket noodles, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a serving of braised sea cucumber with scallions. Old Zhao even picked up a spoon and scraped the last bit of scallion oil sauce from the bottom of the plate clean, then mixed it with the noodles and ate it. After they finished eating, both of them had a layer of fine sweat on their foreheads. Belch. Old Son put down his chopsticks and let out a burp. The burp sounded somewhat abrupt in the quiet hall. "This is so comforting. It's been so long since I've had such a delightful and refreshing meal. Yeah, how about we do it tomorrow?" Old Son was speaking when he suddenly bit his tongue. He looked at the clean bottom of the plate, and his face turned red. Old Zhao across from them also came to his senses. He suddenly realized what he was there for, and quickly picked up his water glass to cover up his embarrassment. Ahem, since there are no flaws in the ingredients. Old Zhao wiped his mouth, his expression turning serious. Then let's find a breakthrough in the accounts. 90% of sole proprietorships of this size will tamper with the invoices. As long as he dares to refuse to issue an invoice, or issues a fake invoice that doesn't match the description, our mission is accomplished. We'll report him to the Tax Bureau for tax evasion. Old Son nodded. Chapter 247, Attending the Meeting. Old Zhao wiped his mouth, stood up, and walked towards the cashier. Just then, Lin Fan happened to be holding a glass of water and standing next to the bar, explaining things to Su Xiaoxiao. "Boss, settle the bill. Issue an invoice." Old Zhao looked at Lin Fan, his tone becoming firm. "Issue a VAT invoice. I'll send you the header and tax number." Many restaurants of considerable size, in order to avoid taxes, often make excuses such as the machine being broken or that they only have ordinary invoices when asked to issue special VAT invoices. As long as Lin Fan finds an excuse to delay, they will immediately have something to use against him. Lin Fan took a sip of water and nodded. "Xiao, open it for him." Su Xiaoxiao nodded. "Sir, please provide the company name or show the invoice QR code." Old Zhao paused for a moment, took out his phone, and pulled up the invoicing information of a temporarily registered shell company. Su Xiaoxiao took the barcode scanner and scanned it with a beep. Then, she skillfully entered the amount of the previous transaction, 3,536 yuan, into the tax software of the POS system. Sizzle. A mini tax printer next to the cashier immediately started beeping. In less than 5 seconds, a formal VAT invoice with a clear header, accurate tax number, and a detailed list of dishes was printed out. Su Xiaoxiao tore off the invoice, stamped it with the store's official invoice stamp, and handed it to Lao Zhao along with the receipt. "Please keep your invoice safe." Old Zhao froze, holding the invoice. He carefully checked the Tax Bureau's official seal, anti-counterfeiting code, and password area on the invoice. It was completely compliant, leaving no room for forgery. This seemingly unremarkable Lin family shop not only has access to the formal tax system, but its tax filing process for every transaction is also cleaner and more transparent than that of large corporations. The store can issue full tax invoices whenever customers request them, meaning that all of the store's revenue is transparent and there is absolutely no under-the-table tax evasion. Seeing this, Old Son, who was sitting in the corner, silently turned off the miniature camera and put it back in his briefcase. It's impossible to check now. The ingredients are top quality, and there is no false advertising. The tax return was filed in full, and everything was clear and transparent. Even the customers dining in this restaurant are powerful figures in the real estate industry that you can't afford to mess with. The shop, inside and out, was as clean as a seamless steel plate. They couldn't find any dirt on Lin Fan that they could use to attack him in court. Let's go. Old Sun stood up, picked up his briefcase, and sighed. Without a word, the two pushed open the glass door, walked down the steps, and sheepishly returned to the black Passat on the street corner, where they drove away. Inside the shop, Lin Fan placed the empty water glass on the bar and turned to look out the window at the black sedan that was driving away. He had noticed earlier that the two people were behaving strangely, definitely not ordinary diners. But he didn't care. It was gradually approaching 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All the ingredients in the store were sold out. Su Xiaoxiao hung up the closed sign at the door and began to clean the lobby with a broom and mop. After finishing her meal, Tuanshuan was squatting next to a cardboard box in the corner, teasing the sleepy-eyed Xiaojiao with a blade of grass. Lin Fan wiped his hands clean, took off his apron, and hung it on the wall. Just as I was about to get a glass of water, my phone, which was on the bar counter, suddenly vibrated. A number without any name or contact information was displayed on the screen. Lin Fan glanced at the string of numbers. Although he had deleted it from his contacts, he had seen this number for 3 years, and it was already imprinted in his mind. It's Su Qing. He didn't want to answer, but the phone kept ringing persistently, as if it would keep calling until he picked up. Lin Fan pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Hello. Lin Fan's voice was completely flat. It's me. On the other end of the phone, Su Qing's voice carried an barely suppressed air of superiority. Meet me at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Let's talk. Lin Fan frowned slightly. There's nothing to talk about between us. If you want to go to court, I'm happy to oblige. Let your lawyer say what he has to say in court. Lin Fan, you don't need to pretend to be tough in front of me. Su Qing sneered on the phone. I'm calling you today to save you the last bit of dignity. If this really goes to court and all your dirty tricks are exposed, you'll be the one who'll be embarrassed. Lin Fan found her self-righteous remarks rather amusing. Your trump card? What did you find out? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Blue Mountain coffee shop across from Golden Street. Come by yourself, don't bring Tuanshuan. Su Qing didn't say much on the phone, but firmly set the time and place. I'll only wait for you for 10 minutes. Whether you come or not is up to you. After saying that, the call was immediately disconnected. Lin Fan threw his phone back onto the table. He didn't want to go to such a boring appointment. But then I thought, Su Qing is obviously holding back some tricks. If I don't make things absolutely clear, given her personality, she'll definitely keep causing trouble. Some boundaries do indeed need to be clearly drawn face to face. 3:30 p.m. Lin Fan prepared the stock mix packet for tomorrow in advance and put it in the freezer. Xiao, I'm going out for a bit. You stay here and watch over Tuanshuan, Lin Fan instructed. Okay, brother Lin, don't worry about going. Su Xiaoxiao was playing with Tuanshuan with a cat toy and replied without looking up. Lin Fan pushed open the glass door and walked down the steps. On a late winter afternoon, the sun was obscured by thick clouds, and the wind blowing on my face carried a distinct chill. He crossed the street and headed toward the Blue Mountain Cafe on the corner. The coffee shop was playing soothing instrumental music, and the heating was on full blast. Because it was a weekday afternoon, there weren't many customers in the shop. Lin Fan pushed open the door and immediately saw Su Qing sitting in the corner by the window. Today she wore a perfectly tailored white haute couture suit, and her hair was styled in a neat updo. Her makeup was exquisite, especially the bright red lipstick, which made her look like a female general who had just won a battle. In front of her was a cup of black coffee that she had only taken a sip of, and beside her was a dark blue leather folder. Lin Fan walked over, pulled out the chair opposite her, and sat down. Su Qing raised her eyelids and glanced at Lin Fan. Looking at Lin Fan's familiar black casual jacket, a hint of undisguised contempt flashed in her eyes. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Su Qing leaned back in the sofa chair, crossing her arms in front of her chest. The waiter came over and handed over the menu. Lin Fan waved his hand. No need, just a glass of warm water will do. After the waiter brought the water and left, Lin Fan looked at Su Qing and said, just say what you have to say. I have other things to do at the shop. Chapter 248, What did you find out? Su Qing did not respond immediately. She leaned back in her chair, her gaze sweeping over the small round table between the two of them, carefully scrutinizing Lin Fan across from her. She couldn't remember the last time they had sat face to face like this. On the day of the divorce, Lin Fan was dressed in ordinary clothes at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, holding Tuanshuan's hand. His back looked somewhat disheveled. At that time, Su Qing felt that this man would soon be crushed by the cost of living in Jiangsheng after leaving the Su family. Today, although Lin Fan was still wearing a black jacket with no sense of tailoring, he exuded an indescribable composure. He sat there with his back straight, without the timid and awkward demeanor he had shown at the Su family home before, nor the subconscious bowing of his head when facing her, the female CEO. You speak with much more confidence now than you did back in the Su family. Su Qing pinched the small silver spoon in the coffee cup and slowly stirred the black coffee. The silver spoon tapped against the edge of the porcelain cup, making a monotonous, crisp sound. When you're at home, you don't need to worry about what others think, so you naturally feel confident, Lin Fan replied calmly. At home, Su Qing stopped using the silver spoon in her hand, a faint, cold smile playing on her lips. She picked up her coffee and took a small sip, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Lin Fan, we've been married for 3 years, and this is the first time we've sat down for a chat in a coffee shop on a weekday afternoon. Lin Fan looked at her. Yes, I remember you said before that your time is charged by the minute. You felt that talking to me was a waste of time and a waste of life. Yes, I still think so. Su Qing put down her coffee cup with a soft sound. That's why I've taken the time to sit here today to correct a mistake in time. She looked at Lin Fan, then changed the subject and got to the point. I passed by Phoenix Golden Street yesterday and looked at the surroundings of your shop. There were electric bikes parked haphazardly everywhere, passers-by reeking of cooking fumes, and noisy vendors hawking their wares. Do you think it's good for Tuanshuan to grow up in such a mixed and chaotic place? Lin Fan put the water glass back on the table, without getting angry, and just quietly looked at her. I don't think people who earn their living with their own hands are some kind of lowlife. Tuanshuan is very happy in the shop. She can eat a hot meal on time every day, and many people like her. Happy? Reheating food. Su Qing thought she had heard a joke. Lin Fan, your vision is too narrow. Tuanshuan's surname is Su, and she should enjoy the best resources from birth. She should sleep in a bed with velvet, have a dedicated nutritionist prepare her meals every day, and have one-on-one tutoring from the chief foreign teacher of a private kindergarten. Su Qing leaned forward slightly, staring into Lin Fan's eyes. This is the life and starting line she should have, not sitting in a corner of a noodle shop, drawing with a broken colored pencil, watching others wipe tables and sweep the floor. The cafe was filled with the melodious sound of a saxophone, and a few customers at a corner table were talking quietly. The atmosphere between the two of them, however, plummeted to freezing point. Lin Fan didn't respond to her comment. He discovered that there was a fundamental, insurmountable cognitive gap between himself and Su Qing. In Su Qing's eyes, everything should be labeled by price and social class. She will never understand the satisfied smile on Tuanshuan's face after finishing a big meat bun in the store, nor will she ever understand what true companionship means. You called me out today just to discuss educational philosophies. Lin Fan glanced at the clock on the wall. Upon hearing this, Su Qing sneered, took a dark blue leather folder from the seat next to her, and placed it on the table. Lin Fan, we've been married for 3 years. I've always thought that although you're not very ambitious, at least you're honest and reliable. But I really didn't expect that after the divorce, you would actually learn to cheat and swindle people like this. Lin Fan took a sip of water, not even bothering to refute her, and simply watched her performance calmly. At this point, Su Qing reached out and opened the dark blue folder on the table. Inside were several printed A4 sheets of paper, and on top of them was a cash check stamped with the official seal of the Su Group's finance department. Su Qing pushed the check along with the documents in front of Lin Fan. This is a settlement agreement that my legal team just drafted. The amount on the check is 5 million. Su Qing looked at Lin Fan, a confident smile playing on her lips. For years, Lin Fan lived like a dog begging for mercy in her house, eating and using the Su family's food and supplies. He even had to rely on her charity to buy him a decent piece of clothing. Now that he's been kicked out, let alone 5 million, even 50,000 would be enough to make him bow his head. In her view, Lin Fan's feigned indifference was nothing more than a ploy to lure her in. How could a good-for-nothing who was kicked out of the Su family and had nothing possibly resist the temptation of 5 million? She had even planned to mock Lin Fan mercilessly the moment he reached for it, completely shattering his ridiculous dignity. However, Lin Fan merely glanced at the string of glaring zeros on the check his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever, as if it were not 5 million, but just an insignificant piece of waste paper. His hand, holding the water glass, never moved an inch toward the check. Su Qing looked at Lin Fan, and the confident smile on her lips froze slightly. She suppressed her surprise, her tone still carrying an arrogant certainty. I think you're a smart person now. Since you're working for capital as a puppet, you have to understand the rules of capital. Lin Fan paused for a moment while holding the water glass. He looked at the confident woman in front of him, shook his head, and spoke with a calm that betrayed no anger, but rather a sense of absurdity. A puppet working for capital? Su Qing, have you been sitting in an office building for too long and forgotten even the most basic common sense? Lin Fan put down his water glass and met Su Qing's gaze. Su Qing's expression darkened slightly, and her brows furrowed. Ignoring her reaction, Lin Fan continued. Do you think those big bosses who drive luxury cars and manage billions of dollars would go out early in the morning to freeze and stand in line just to cooperate with what you call capital manipulation? Do you really think other people can't tell whether a bowl of noodles is good or bad? In your eyes, anything that doesn't conform to your business acumen is fake. Lin Fan's calm and straightforward rebuttal stung Su Qing's pride, like it had been pricked by a needle. Su Qing snorted coldly, a sneer curling at the corner of her lips. Lin Fan, you don't need to pretend in front of me anymore. I've already found out exactly what's going on with your shop. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. What did you find out? Chapter 249, He who refuses a toast will have to drink a forfeit. A bowl of noodles costs 180 yuan, and a plate of sea cucumber costs 2,800 yuan. There's a long queue outside the shop every day. Su Qing's eyes sharpened as she spoke. Do you think you can prove your economic strength in court by creating this false prosperity? She leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice, and spoke with unwavering certainty. Lin Fan looked at her without saying anything. Seeing this, Su Qing thought she had hit Lin Fan's weak spot, and her sense of superiority became even stronger. Lin Fan paused for a moment while holding the water glass. Looking at the confident woman in front of him, he suddenly felt a bit absurd. She would rather believe those far-fetched conspiracy theories than believe that he built a shop up by his own two hands. Is this the result your lawyer found out? Lin Fan asked back. No need for a lawyer to investigate. That's basic business logic. Su Qing leaned back in her chair. Capital can create a glamorous image for you as a popular online store owner and generate millions in revenue on paper. But that's fake. That money doesn't belong to you. Once the capital withdraws, or if tax issues are discovered, you'll be the first scapegoat to be pushed out to take the fall. Su Qing pointed to the folder on the table. I'm offering this 5 million today not because you're worth that price, but to buy my own time. The Su Group is going public on NASDAQ next week. I just finalized a $500 million bridge loan this morning. My company will soon join the ranks of companies worth tens of billions. The gap between us cannot be bridged by you acting as someone else's frontman for a few days. With this 5 million, you can walk away anytime and go back to your rural hometown to live a peaceful life. If you insist on holding on and wait for the court summons, once the court investigates your accounts and the flow of funds, you will not only not get a penny, but you will also get yourself into a lot of lawsuits. The cafe was playing melodious saxophone music. The two were seated in a corner, and no one paid attention to their exchange. Lin Fan listened quietly as she finished speaking. He didn't get angry. He simply picked up his water glass and slowly took a sip. Are you done talking? Lin Fan looked at her calmly. Su Qing frowned. Lin Fan's reaction made her feel very uncomfortable, like punching a cotton ball. Su Qing, Lin Fan said calmly. In your mind, everything can be measured by numbers and interests. Connections are interests, family ties are interests, and even custody can be priced at 5 million. This is reality. Su Qing interrupted him coldly. Without a material foundation, what will you give to Anshuan for her future? You've never understood the future that Anshuan wants. Lin Fan looked at her. You think living in a big villa and attending a prestigious school is the future? In these 3 years, how many meals have you had with her? How many times have you taken her to an amusement park? You don't even remember that she's afraid of the dark when she sleeps at night. You're fighting for custody just because you can't accept that your life has the stain of losing a child that others will point fingers at. Shut up. Su Qing's face darkened, and her voice unconsciously rose a little. Lin Fan, you're nothing but a piece of trash who was kicked out of the Su family. In the end, you're nothing more than a dog pushed to the forefront by the Qin family or some big capital. They put you out there as a nominal legal representative, while behind the scenes they create hype and fabricate data by inflating sales figures and deliberately hyping things up. In reality, it's all about money laundering and generating fake transaction data. You don't actually think of yourself as the legitimate owner of this shop, do you? Su Qing sneered, her eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Lin Fan ignored her emotional changes and continued. You came here today to tell me all this just to tell me that you are very rich, that you are about to go public, and that I can't compete with you. Lin Fan extended a finger and slowly pushed the dark blue folder on the table back in front of Su Qing. I don't care if you sign a deal for 500 million or 5 billion today, or where you ring the bell next week. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fan looked at her and spoke very clearly, word by word. Take this 5 million back. I built that shop from the ground up. Every penny of it is clean and honest. I'm not afraid of you investigating, nor am I afraid of the court investigating. Su Qing stared intently at the folder that had been pushed back, her chest heaving violently. Lin Fan, don't be so stubborn. Do you really think the Qin family can protect you forever? I don't need anyone to protect me. Lin Fan stood up and looked down at her. Su Qing, you've always thought you're standing on a cloud, looking down on everyone else. But in my eyes, all your so-called capital and social class are nothing. Tuanchuan is my life. If you want to sue me, I'm ready to fight you anytime. Lin Fan didn't look at her again, turned around and strode out of the coffee shop. In the coffee shop, Su Qing sat alone on the sofa in the corner, watching Lin Fan's figure disappear across the street. She picked up the cold black coffee in front of her, her hand trembling slightly. The coffee went down her throat, the bitter taste spreading. She slammed the coffee cup down on the saucer with a loud clang. Stubborn to the end. Su Qing gritted her teeth and squeezed out these 4 words. She grabbed the folder on the table and stuffed it haphazardly into her bag. Since 5 million can't buy his submission, let's settle this in court. She has a million ways to expose a roadside stall owner's dirty laundry in court. Stepping out of the coffee shop, Su Qing got into the Mercedes-Benz S-Class that was waiting by the roadside. Ms. Su, shall we go back to the company? The driver glanced at her gloomy face in the rearview mirror and asked cautiously. Go to Deshang Law Firm. Su Qing closed her eyes and rubbed her throbbing temples. On the other side, Lin Fan returned to the Lin family shop. Pushing open the store door, the warmth of the lobby hits you, completely dispelling the early winter chill clinging to you. The hall had been cleaned spotlessly, and the tables and chairs were arranged neatly. Su Xiaoxiao was holding a mop and cleaning the dust near the doormat. Seeing Lin Fan walk in, Su Xiaoxiao straightened up and leaned the mop against the wall. Brother Lin, you're back. Are you done with your business? Okay, all done. Lin Fan took off his black casual jacket and hung it on the coat rack behind the bar. He glanced into the shop. Tuan Tuan was squatting next to the wooden cat bed in the corner, holding a small pink plastic comb and seriously grooming the orange fur on Xia Jiao's back. The shrimp dumpling squinted comfortably, making a purring sound in its throat, its little tail swaying idly behind it. Chapter 250 Preparation. Seeing this heartwarming scene, the slight irritation Lin Fan had felt in the coffee shop earlier vanished instantly. No matter how scheming and calculating the outside world is, as long as he returns to this shop and sees his daughter looking peaceful and content, his heart is at peace. Daddy. Tuanchuan turned around when she heard footsteps, holding up a small comb in her hand. I'm brushing the shrimp dumpling's fur because it's shedding. Comb it gently, don't hurt it. Lin Fan walked over, squatted down, and gently rubbed his daughter's soft hair. I don't care about it. I'll just blow on it. Tuanchuan lovingly leaned close to the kitten's head and gently blew on it. Lin Fan smiled and stood up. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 4:30 p.m. Xiao Xiao, the cleaning is almost done. Don't bother anymore. Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the sink. If you don't have class today, eat at the restaurant tonight. I'll stew some ribs. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly put the mop away. Okay, Brother Lin. I'll take out the trash in the front hall and lock the front door while I'm at it. Lin Fan carefully washed his hands twice with clean water, dried them with a towel, and tied on the clean white chef's apron. He walked into the open kitchen and opened the freezer. I took out a piece of Black Mountain pork rib that I had specially set aside that morning. The rib had been chopped into even pieces, and the meat was bright red with beautiful marbling. Light the stove. Blue flames instantly leaped up, licking the bottom of the iron pot. Lin Fan poured a little oil into the pot, added a few rock sugar pieces, and started to caramelize the sugar. The spatula is quickly stirred in the pot. The rock sugar melts as it heats up, slowly turns into caramel color, and produces fine bubbles. Pour the blanched and drained ribs into the pot and stir-fry quickly so that each piece of rib is evenly coated with the bright red sugar color. Next, sauté the chopped scallions, ginger, and star anise until fragrant, then pour in the brewed soy sauce, and finally add enough hot water to cover the ribs. Cover the pot and simmer over low heat. Soon, the rich and mellow aroma of meat began to permeate the quiet shop. After taking out the trash, Su Xiaoxiao came back and locked the glass door with a click. The streetlights on Jean Street were already on, and through the glass doors, one could see the hurried crowds heading home from work. The passers-by, wrapped tightly in their coats in the cold wind, stood in stark contrast to the warm and comforting atmosphere inside the store. "Brother Lin, the ribs smell so good." Su Xiaoxiao walked to the bar, poured herself a cup of hot water, and held it in her hands to warm it. "Simmer for another half-hour to reduce the sauce. Then it'll be ready to eat." Lin Fan took a rag and wiped the water stains off the counter. He turned his head and looked at his daughter sitting on a small stool, petting the cat. He couldn't help but recall Su Qing's arrogant and condescending attitude in the coffee shop earlier, as if she thought money could solve everything. 5 million. In Su Qing's eyes, this money was enough to buy out a father's companionship with his daughter, and enough to buy out all the backbone of a person from the bottom of society. But she will never understand that for Lin Fan, even exchanging the entire Su group wouldn't compare to the smile Tuanchuan is giving him right now. This 300 square meter shop only does business for half a day. Once I've earned enough money, I spend the rest of my time behind closed doors, drawing with my daughter, playing with the cat, and cooking a hot dinner. This kind of down-to-earth life, free from the constraints of anyone's approval and the influence of capital and desire, is the kind of growth environment Lin Fan truly wants to provide for Tuanchuan. Glug glug. The broth in the pot slowly reduced, making a thick, bubbling sound. Lin Fan lifted the pot lid, reduced the sauce over high heat. The glossy red sweet and sour sauce coats each piece of rib evenly, emitting an enticing aroma of caramelization and sweet and sour flavor. He deftly placed the ribs into a deep white porcelain plate, sprinkled them with a little white sesame seeds for garnish, and pressed the order bell. "Dinner's ready." Lin Fan carried the dishes out of the kitchen. Su Xiaoxiao had already prepared 3 bowls of white rice and placed them on the solid wood square table by the window in the hall. "Tuanchuan, wash your hands and eat." "Coming." Tuanchuan put down her little comb, ran to the sink, tiptoed to wash her little hands clean, and then skillfully climbed onto her special high chair. Lin Fan picked up a piece of the tenderest spare rib, blew on it to cool it down, and placed it in Tuan's bowl. The little girl didn't care that it was hot. She grabbed the ribs with her hands and nibbled on them in small bites. Sweet meat juices clung to the corners of her mouth as she ate with a beaming smile, her little legs swinging happily under the chair. Shrimp Dumpling smelled the meat and crawled out of its cat bed, ran under the table, and looked up at Lin Fan with a soft meow. Lin Fan smiled, placed a small piece of unsalted minced meat that had been boiled in water in the kitchen earlier on a small plate, and pushed it in front of the shrimp dumplings. The kitten immediately lowered its head and began to wolf it down. 3 people and 1 cat. A warm breeze was blowing gently in the hall, and the food on the table was steaming. The sky outside the window slowly darkened. After dinner, Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to collect the dishes and chopsticks and put them in the kitchen to be washed. Lin Fan had told her many times that she didn't need to clean, but the girl was still very diligent. Lin Fan took a clean, damp towel and wiped Tuanchuan's mouth and hands, which were covered in sweet and sour sauce. "Go upstairs to draw. Daddy needs to talk to you downstairs." Lin Fan lifted his daughter down from the chair. Tuanchuan nodded obediently and carried the strawberry bear upstairs to the 2nd floor. Not long after, the shop door was pushed open. Qin Lang led in a middle-aged man wearing a navy blue suit and carrying a briefcase. The man had slightly gray hair, wore black-rimmed glasses, and had sharp eyes. He was Wang Jingming, the vice president of the Jiangqing Lawyers Association. "Brother Lin." Qin Lang walked over and pulled out a chair. "I've brought Attorney Wang with me." "Attorney Wang, please have a seat." Lin Fan poured 2 glasses of warm water and handed them over. Lin Fan knew very well that Su Qing was a businesswoman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. She brought a top-tier legal team from Jiangqing Deshang law firm, intending to leverage assets and social class in court. Although he has nothing to hide and all the money he has earned these days has been clean, lawsuits ultimately require legal procedures and the presentation of evidence. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. He cannot risk Tuanchuan's custody in any way. So on his way back to the store, he called Qin Lang and asked him to help him find a reliable lawyer who was knowledgeable about economic disputes and custody cases. When Qin Lang heard on the phone that Su Qing dared to cause trouble at the court, he was so angry that he laughed on the spot. He patted his chest and promised that he would bring the toughest lawyer in Jiangsheng to the store that night. Without any formalities, Wang Zhengming sat down and immediately opened his briefcase, taking out a thick file. "Mr. Lin, young Master Qin already told me about your general situation on the way here." Wang Zhengming adjusted his glasses and got straight to the point. "Is Chapter 251 enough?" Su Qing's lawyer is Xiao Zhang from Deshang Law Offices. He used to be an intern I trained. I can recite his tactics for handling these kinds of custody cases with my eyes closed. Wang Zhengming picked up the paper cup in front of him, took a sip of warm water, and moistened his throat. In custody battles, what do judges value most? It's which parent can provide a more stable and higher quality environment for the child's growth. Wang Zhengming drew 2 lines on his notebook with his pen. Xiao Zhang is the kind of person who likes to go to extremes. He will definitely exaggerate the background of Su's group's upcoming listing in the United States and put pressure on the judge in court. And then, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and asked calmly, "Then, he will belittle you to the dust." Wang Zhengming pushed up his black-rimmed glasses. "He will tell the court that you just got divorced and left with nothing. Now that you run a street-side restaurant, you work from dawn till dusk every day, covered in grease and smoke. He will emphasize that your income is unstable and you are at risk of going bankrupt at any time. He will also emphasize that your working environment is noisy and the people are mixed, which poses a serious safety hazard to the psychological and physiological development of a 5-year-old girl." Qin Lang, listening from the side, frowned and said, "Isn't this pure nonsense? Brother Lin's shop is cleaner than a 5-star hotel. What kind of roadside stall looks like this?" "Young Master Qin, the court doesn't care what you say. The court only looks at the evidence in black and white." Wang Zhengming turned to Qin Lang and said, "If Su Qing submits proof of assets worth hundreds of millions of yuan for the Su Group, and we cannot provide any substantial economic evidence to refute this, the judge's scales will instinctively tip in favor of the judge." Wang Zhengming looked at Lin Fan again, his expression becoming very serious. "Mr. Lin, your business on Golden Street is indeed doing well. I've seen that with my own eyes. But as your lawyer, I need to know your current true asset situation. If you don't have enough cash flow on your books, or if there are tax irregularities, we will be in a very passive position in this lawsuit. You could even say we have no chance of winning." The hall fell silent. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He stood up and walked to the cashier. He didn't go to get the property certificate that Lao Lu had left behind, because it was mortgaged there by Lao Lu. Although the transfer procedures were being processed, he didn't intend to flaunt it as his own asset. He picked up his phone from the cashier's counter, opened the bank's merchant app, and then opened the tax bureau's electronic filing software. Lin Fan walked back and pushed the phone directly to Wang Zhengming's side. "I rented the shop." Lin Fan sat back down in his chair. "These are the details of every transaction since the shop opened, as well as the original tax payment receipts for each month." Wang Zhengming glanced down at the screen. At first, his expression remained relatively calm. But when he saw the numbers and transaction frequency, his fingers, which were scrolling through the screen, paused slightly. The average daily net inflow shown above has remained stable at over 100,000. Recently, the number has remained stable at several 100,000 or more. That's not the most crucial point. The most crucial point is that the tax software shows that every single transaction, regardless of the amount, has been meticulously processed through the tax system, with clean tax bills and no record of tax evasion. Wang Zhengming raised his head and gave Lin Fan a deep look. As the vice president of the Jiangsheng Lawyers Association, he has investigated the accounts of too many large companies. Many bosses who appear to be worth hundreds of millions have accounts full of debt and bad debts when you look at their books. If they really wanted to get cash, they couldn't even scrape together a few million. The man in front of me runs a 300-square-meter restaurant, earning real money every day, and his accounts are even more meticulous than those of a listed company. Is this enough? Lin Fan asked. Wang Zhengming closed his notebook, a hint of a smile in his eyes. That's enough. You could even say it's more than enough. Wang Zhengming pushed the phone back to Lin Fan. If Su Qing wants to use her financial strength to pressure you in court, then Xiaozhang has really met her match this time. Xiaozhang probably thought you were a roadside stall owner who was about to close down at any time. That was their biggest misjudgment. What do you need me to do next? Lin Fan put away his phone. You don't need to do anything. Just open your shop as usual and live your life as usual. Just wait for the court summons. Wang Zhengming stood up and put several photocopied tax documents into his briefcase. I will submit these bank statements and tax receipts to the court in accordance with the law. On the day of the trial, I will render all their prepared statements worthless. At the same time, Desheng Law Firm, located in the core area of Jiangqing CBD, as one of the top-tier law firms in Jiangqing, boasting the highest fees and a success rate among the top 3, Desheng's office environment exudes a cold, professional aura. The entire 2-story upscale office building is brightly lit. Attorney Zhang sat in his spacious private office, flipping through a thick file in his hand. The office door was pushed open, and Su Qing walked in, wearing high heels. President Su. Attorney Zhang immediately stood up and walked quickly to the sofa area. Why did you come in person? Is there any information that needs to be confirmed? I can have my assistant send it to the Su group. I just stopped by to check on the preparations for the court hearing. Su Qing put her Hermes bag on the sofa and sat down. In the past few days, all the procedures for the Su group's listing in the United States have been fully rolled out, and the injection of 500 million yuan in bridge financing has completely relieved her of her worries. Now, her only remaining concern is the custody of Tuanchuan. Attorney Zhang walked to his desk, took the case file, and handed it to Su Qing with both hands. Mr. Su, this is the final trial plan that our team worked on overnight. You can take a look. Attorney Zhang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone radiating absolute confidence. In custody battles, judges have only one core criterion: who can provide a more favorable environment for the minor's growth. Attorney Zhang sat down opposite Su Qing, their fingers interlaced. Under this standard, we have tailored a dimensional reduction attack strategy for you. Su Qing opened the file and glanced at it. How exactly should we fight? The first step is asset overwhelming. Attorney Zhang reported clearly. In the list of evidence we submitted to the court, we highlighted your current position as president of the Su Group and the background of the group's upcoming listing on NASDAQ. We will prove to the judge that you not only have substantial personal assets, but also top-tier social resources. Attorney Zhang gave a cold laugh and moved on to the next key point. The second step is to completely deny the defendant Lin Fan's eligibility to provide custody. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock on the office door. Before Attorney Zhang could speak, Old Sun and Old Zhao, carrying briefcases, pushed open the door and walked in. Neither of them looked well. Chapter 252, Is This Normal? Attorney Zhang, President Su is here too. Old Sun greeted Su Qing somewhat awkwardly when he saw her sitting on the sofa. Perfect timing. Attorney Zhang leaned back in his chair, looking at the two men. I sent you to Jean Street this morning for an undercover investigation. What were the results? Did you get any evidence of Lin Fan's tax evasion or false advertising? Old Sun and Old Zhao exchanged a glance, and Old Sun reluctantly took a step forward. Mr. Su, Attorney Zhang. Old Sun sighed and reported truthfully. We spent half a day at Lin's shop this morning. The hygiene in his shop is even better than that of a big hotel, and all the ingredients are top-notch. There is not a single flaw in that they use inferior materials. That's not the worst part. The most critical issue is the accounts. Old Zhao chimed in, his tone incredulous. We deliberately ordered several thousand yuan worth of food, and then asked for a VAT invoice when we paid the bill. As a result, the receptionist scanned a code, and in less than 5 seconds, a proper tax invoice was printed. All the accounts went through the national tax system, and not a single penny of tax was missed. It was all done cleanly. Old Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. Moreover, there are indeed many big bosses who are well known in Jiangqing's business district queuing up outside today. We personally saw Chairman Chun of Shengshi Real Estate and Li Daong from Shaanxi Province obediently taking numbers and queuing up at Delung Tiendi. Old Sun sighed and gave his final conclusion. The shop is very clean, both in terms of hygiene and taxes. After listening to their reports, the office fell silent. Su Qing frowned slightly, and her eyes became somewhat somber. His accounts are so clean? Su Qing looked at Attorney Zhang. If he produces these tax payment certificates in court, wouldn't that be an advantage for him? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lao Sun and Lao Zhao wisely lowered their heads and did not dare to say a word. Attorney Zhang suddenly laughed. He waved his hand, signaling Old Sun and Old Zhao to go out first. After the two closed the office door, Attorney Zhang turned to look at Su Qing, his confidence not diminishing but rather increasing. Mr. Su, you're overthinking it. The cleaner the books are, the better it is for us. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Think about it. Attorney Zhang took out a pen and tapped a few marks on the draft paper on the table. A man who washed dishes at home for 3 years not only opened a wildly popular restaurant in just a few months, but also built a corporate-level tax structure that was airtight and watertight. Is this normal? This doesn't make sense at all for the behavior of a person from the bottom of society. Attorney Zhang's eyes revealed a shrewdness and calculation typical of lawyers. This precisely confirms your previous speculation. These flawless accounts are something Lin Fan couldn't have created. This is irrefutable evidence that capital is manipulating things behind the scenes. Lin Fan is merely a legal representative pushed to the forefront, a puppet who can be discarded at any time. Hearing this, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Su Qing's tense lips. That's right. He couldn't possibly have such meticulous financial and tax methods on his own. Only a professional capital team could make the accounts so impeccable. Therefore, when assessing economic capacity, judges value long-term and stable ability to withstand risks. Attorney Zhang added, regardless of whether his daily turnover is 100,000 or 200,000, from a legal perspective, this kind of short-term windfall profit dependent on capital precisely proves that his income has extremely high instability. He faces the enormous risk of capital withdrawal and even getting involved in financial disputes at any time. Attorney Zhang closed the draft notebook. And what about your upbringing? Su Qing asked. This is our second trump card, Attorney Zhang said confidently. I will explain to the judge in detail how a noodle shop located on a commercial street, with people coming and going every day, is full of fumes and noise. How much negative impact will it have on a 5-year-old child's physical and mental health and the formation of her values if she lives in such an environment for a long time? Attorney Zhang leaned back and gave his summary. On one side is an international school, a private doctor, and education that transcends social classes. On the other side is a roadside cook who could go bankrupt at any moment and is covered in cooking fumes. Mr. Su, as long as the judge is a normal person, the verdict in this case is a foregone conclusion. Su Qing picked up the freshly ground coffee that her assistant had just brought in and took a small sip. The bitter aroma of coffee spread through her mouth, and the last trace of doubt in her heart was completely dispelled by Attorney Zhang's impeccable explanation. What about Lin Fan? Has he hired a lawyer? Su Qing asked casually. These past 2 days, Lin Fan's side has been unusually quiet. He hasn't called to cause trouble, nor has he sent any text messages to question her, which makes her feel somewhat bored. Attorney Zhang smiled dismissively. Mr. Su, when it comes to lawsuits of this level, it's all about the resources and connections of the legal team. I've already spoken to all the top-tier law firms in Jiangcheng. No one will risk offending the Su Group, which is about to go public in the U.S., for the sake of a sole proprietor. Even if he wanted to find one, he could only go to those small law firms on the street and spend a few $1,000s to hire an intern lawyer who has never even stepped into the courtroom a few times to make up the numbers. Attorney Zhang pushed up his glasses, his tone revealing an absolute condescension of the elite towards the lower classes. In court, facing our top team from Desheng law offices, the makeshift team he hired probably wouldn't even be able to write a decent defense statement. They would just be rendered speechless by our questions in court. Very good. Su Qing put down her coffee cup and stood up. She picked up the Hermes bag from the sofa and looked down at Attorney Zhang. Attorney Zhang, I want more than just to win. Su Qing's voice was icy, tinged with ruthlessness. He rejected a 5 million settlement offer in front of me today. He thinks that with his shady connections, he can be on equal footing with me. On the day of the trial, I want you to strip away his self-righteous facade in court. I want him to clearly understand that the class divide is not something he can cross with a few flips of a spoon. Attorney Zhang immediately stood up straight and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Mr. Su. On the day of the trial, I will show him what true legal dominance is. He won't get a single penny, and I will even apply to the judge to impose the strictest restrictions on his child's visitation rights. Su Qing didn't linger any longer and turned to leave the office. In the corridor, several assistant lawyers from Desheng law firm bowed respectfully to Su Qing when they saw her. Su Qing, wearing high heels, listened to the crisp sound of her heels clicking on the polished marble floor and felt more relaxed than ever before. Chapter 253 has courage. As you exit the Grade A office building where Desheng Law Offices is located, the automatic glass doors smoothly slide open to both sides. The cold wind of early winter evening blew in her face, but Su Qing did not shrink her neck. Instead, she straightened her back. Several young white-collar workers and male employees carrying briefcases passing by unconsciously slowed down and glanced at her a few more times. It must be said that Su Qing has an impeccable appearance. Back when she was studying at Jiangxing University, she was the undisputed campus beauty. Even if she was just wearing the most ordinary white shirt and walking down the tree-lined path, the rich kids who wanted to date her could stretch from the school gate to the library. Now, several years later, her ruthless business acumen has not made her look old. On the contrary, it has honed her cold and arrogant aura to its peak. With her fair skin, delicate and three-dimensional features, and a tall stature of 1.7 meters, paired with this well-tailored white suit, she stood out from the crowd of tired office workers on the CBD street. Yet she was dazzling and eye-catching. Su Qing was already used to this kind of gaze. She slightly raised her chin, reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair, which had been ruffled by the wind, behind her ear, and prepared to walk toward the Mercedes-Benz van parked by the roadside. Just then, a silver-gray Porsche Panamera smoothly drove up from the street corner and stopped right in front of her. The car window rolled down, and the man in the driver's seat honked the horn. Su Qing stopped and looked up. The car door opened, and a young man in a dark gray suit with subtle patterns stepped out. The man was tall and slender, wearing a reflective Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. He had regular features and exuded composure and confidence. It's Wang Kai. This is the same person who sent Su Qing the video of Yi Weigua, the richest man in Jiangxing, bowing at a roadside stall not long ago, when Su Qing went to Switzerland for a roadshow. Wang Kai is a well-known figure in Jiangxing's venture capital circle. Besides his family's business in building materials, he also runs a private equity fund business and has been pursuing Su Qing for almost 2 years. Su Qing. Wang Kai closed the car door, a polite smile on his face, and strode over. Su Qing was somewhat surprised and stopped in her tracks. "What are you doing here? Let's try our luck." Wang Kai walked up to her, his gaze lingering on her face for 2 seconds, his admiration undisguised. "I heard from a friend in the investment banking circle that you had just flown back from Switzerland. I happened to have some free time after I found out, so I bought a bouquet of flowers and went to the headquarters of the Su Group to welcome you back. But your assistant said that you had just finished processing some documents and had come to Desheng Law Offices." Wang Kai pointed to the office building behind him. "I figured you just got back to China and were probably jet-lagged and busy with work, so you probably didn't have time to eat. That's why I drove over and waited for you." Su Qing looked at him, and her tense nerves relaxed a little after a long day. Wang Kai knows how to maintain appropriate boundaries and knows when to advance and retreat. In this industry, he is considered a very competent suitor. He is not annoying and always provides emotional value at just the right time. "You're quite well informed," Su Qing said with a faint smile, not directly refusing. The Su Group has secured a $100 million investment proposal and is set to ring the bell on NASDAQ next week. With such a huge commotion, who in Jiangxing's business district doesn't know? Wang Kai offered a timely compliment, then made an inviting gesture. "You went straight to the law firm as soon as you got back to China. Looks like you've sorted out all the old troubles. Please do me the honor of booking a table at Cloud as an early congratulations to President Su on his successful bell-ringing ceremony." Cloud is the most upscale fusion restaurant in Jiangxing, with a strict membership reservation system. Normally, people without status or influence cannot even get in. Su Qing glanced down at her wristwatch. The 500 million yuan bridge loan has been received, and the crisis of listing in the United States has been resolved. Attorney Zhang's flawless analysis of the court proceedings just now gave her absolute confidence in next week's custody case. She had been exhausted lately, relying on coffee to keep going. Now that everything was settled and the tension had eased, she felt a sense of emptiness in her stomach. "Okay," Su Qing nodded, "but I'll take my own car." "No problem. I'll send you the restaurant's private room number to your phone." Wang Kai didn't insist and gentlemanly opened the back door of the Mercedes for her. Half an hour later, the 2 cars stopped one after the other in the underground parking garage of the Cloud restaurant. The 2 took a private elevator directly to the VIP room on the top floor. The private room was quiet and private, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city's dazzling nightscape. The waiter quietly brought out the menu, poured the decanted red wine, and then tactfully withdrew. Wang Kai raised his wine glass and virtually touched it in midair. This toast is to you. You fought brilliantly in Switzerland. In today's capital environment, to be able to squeeze $100 million out of those established European venture capitalists, Su Qing, you are truly amazing. Su Qing picked up her wine glass and took a sip. The rich, astringent taste of the red wine spread across her tongue. She put down the glass, her tone calm. They were just lucky. The mess that Su Group made in the south of the city almost ruined their IPO roadshow. I've heard about that commercial real estate project in the south of the city. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission is being very strict about it. Wang Kai cut a small piece of foie gras with a silver fork. But judging from your current state, the funding gap should have been filled, right? Yes, I found an institution and got 500 million yuan in bridge financing. Su Qing didn't hide it. In this circle, such things couldn't be kept secret. When the bell rings next week and the stock price goes up, this money can be liquidated at any time. That's impressive. Wang Kai nodded approvingly. He put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and casually steered the conversation elsewhere. By the way, you went straight to Desheng law offices as soon as you landed today. Was it to deal with your ex-husband's matter? Su Qing cut the steak on her plate without pausing. Yes. The court hearing is next week. We'll get custody of Tuanshuan back. Wang Kai smiled and raised his glass. Did you see the video I sent you in Switzerland? Was that really him, the guy who set up a stall on Jean Street and made Old Master Yi bow? Yes, it's him. Su Qing put the cut steak into her mouth, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it, her expression carrying a cold indifference that seemed to see through everything. To be honest, I was really shocked when I first saw that video. Wang Kai shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. At first, I thought he had some hidden background. Later, I asked around and found out that his restaurant is very popular among online celebrities in Jiangxing. The dishes are very expensive, and he hires people to queue up every day. That makes sense. Su Qing looked up at Wang Kai and asked, "You also think he hired people to queue up?" Hee, what else? Wang Kai spread his hands and smiled. Chapter 254, playing along. We're all in the investment business, and we've seen this kind of thing far too often. How could an ordinary person with no background or initial capital possibly manage to buy a large shop in such a prime location? Wang Kai picked up a damp towel from the table and wiped his hands. This is clearly a scheme orchestrated by Capital behind the scenes. Capital needs someone with a clean record and no business blemishes to act as a legal representative and hold shares on behalf of someone else. Your ex-husband, Lin Fan, just happens to fit that description. He's divorced, has little power, and is obedient and compliant. Capital created a persona of him as a master chef, spending money to hire online trolls and extras to queue up, making his daily financial statements look very impressive. Once the valuation of this restaurant brand is inflated, the capital will cash out and leave. When any problems arise with taxes or food safety, someone like Lin Fan, a white glove with no background, will be the first to be arrested and blamed. Wang Kai's words were exactly the same as the analysis made by attorney Zhang at Desheng law firm earlier. The smile in Su Qing's eyes deepened. This is the consensus within their circle. Everything can be explained using the logic of capital operations. Those unusually high transaction volumes can only be attributed to fraud and money laundering. Attorney Zhang, and I think so too. Su Qing took a sip of water to clear the taste from her mouth. I've already had my legal team check his tax records. Although it looks perfect on the surface, judges aren't stupid. This kind of short-term, exploitative profiteering has no place in court. So you don't need to waste your energy on someone like that. Wang Kai raised his glass. Once the court announces its verdict next week and you get custody back, you can completely cut ties with him. Su Qing looked at the myriad lights outside the French windows, said nothing, but simply picked up her wine glass and drank the remaining half glass of red wine in one gulp. Yes. How can a puppet tethered by capital compete with a billionaire CEO who is about to go public? The dinner went very smoothly. The two chatted about the business empire after the IPO and the future land development plans for Jiangxing. In this comfortable private room, everything seemed so dignified and superior. After dinner, the two went to the underground parking garage. "Shall I take you home?" Wang Kai offered, standing next to the Porsche. "No need. My driver is waiting for me." Su Qing opened the door of the Mercedes. Thank you for dinner tonight. I'll treat you when I get back from the United States. Okay, it's a deal. I wish you a successful roadshow in advance. Wang Kai stood there, smiling as he watched Su Qing's car drive out of the garage. Only when the red taillights of the Mercedes completely disappeared around the corner of the garage did Wang Kai's gentle and understanding smile gradually fade, eventually turning into a cold expression. He turned around, opened the Porsche door, and got into the driver's seat. The car lights were off. Wang Kai didn't start the engine immediately. Instead, he took out a black spare phone that he rarely used from the inside pocket of his suit jacket and dialed a number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Mr. Lee, are you resting? Wang Kai's voice became very flat, carrying the indifference unique to those in a superior position. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, respectful. Not yet. What are your instructions, Mr. Wang? Has the 500 million bridge loan from the Su Group been disbursed yet? As you instructed, the transactions have been completed using the name of that shell company, HSBC Capital in Hong Kong. Su Qing herself signed the 15% original share pledge agreement. Well done. Wang Kai loosened his tie, a mocking smile playing on his lips. However, Mr. Wang, Mr. Lee hesitated, the Su Group's business in the south of the city is a huge mess, and the SEC is holding it very tight. If we use 500 million yuan of real money to fill this hole, what if Su's IPO roadshow falls through and the cash flow dries up? Wouldn't all our money be wasted? After listening, Wang Kai chuckled softly. Old Lee, you've been doing venture capital for so many years, but your eye for talent still isn't sharp enough. Su Qing is an ambitious woman who leaves herself no way out. She is so eager to transcend social classes that she is willing to risk her entire fortune to ring the bell at NASDAQ. Their company has good potential. If she succeeds in her U.S. operations next week and goes public smoothly, we can make a profit on our 500 million short-term bridge loan interest in just 1 month, which is higher than the profit from any high-risk investment. What if she fails? Mr. Lee asked. If she fails, then 15% of the original shares will trigger a forced liquidation agreement. Wang Kai tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingers and laughed. According to the default price written in the betting agreement, we can essentially swallow up the core control of the Su Group for a bargain price of 500 million. He pursued Su Qing for 2 years. He admired her beauty and decisive nature, and was even willing to play the role of a gentle and refined suitor in front of her. But he knew even better that dealing with this kind of aloof, self-assured, and powerful woman was not something that could be done by simply sending flowers, inviting her to dinner, or providing emotional support. We need to control her financially. When Su Qing is driven to desperation and forced into a corner by the betting agreement, she will naturally bow her head. At that time, both the control of the Su Group and Su Qing herself will become his prey on the chopping block. Su Qing thought she had found a venture capital firm in Hong Kong to solve her immediate problem and felt she could make waves in the business world. Little did she know that the hunter who had actually set her trap was sitting right across from her, cutting her steak with her. Keep a close eye on the Su Group's stock market movements next week. Report to me immediately if there are any signs of trouble, Wang Kai instructed. Understood, Mr. Wang. After hanging up the phone, Wang Kai casually tossed the black spare phone into the storage box. He picked up his other phone, opened his contacts, and skillfully dialed another number. The phone rang twice, and a sweet, young girl's voice came from the other end, with faint background music. Young Master Wang, calling so late. Are you missing me? Wang Kai leaned back in his chair, his voice instantly returning to its usual gentle and considerate tone. Just finished some work-related socializing. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. I'm drinking with my best friend at a bar near Hohai. Hurry up and come pick me up. I'm a little drunk. The girl's voice was full of surprise and coquettishness. Wait there obediently. I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Wang Kai tossed it onto the passenger seat, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. Playing along and taking advantage of someone are his 2 greatest strengths. The Porsche emitted a deep roar as it drove out of the dimly lit underground parking garage and completely disappeared into the night of Jiangxing. Chapter 255 Summons. The temperature in Jiangxing dropped 2 degrees the next morning. The leaves of the plane trees along the roadside were scattered all over the ground, swirling around the curb in the cold morning wind. At 8:30, Lin's shop opened for business on time. Several familiar faces skillfully scanned the QR code at the entrance to verify their numbers before entering the lobby. Boss Lin, the usual, clear broth beef brisket noodles. Li Daong shouted in a loud voice. It's getting colder and colder. I'm just relying on your hot soup to keep me alive. The hall quickly filled up with people. Taking orders, serving dishes, and clearing tables all proceeded smoothly. Around 10:30 a.m., a green postal motorcycle was parked on the corner of Golden Street. A courier in a green uniform, carrying a thick file bag, strode up the steps. Hello, is Lin Fan here? There's a package that needs his signature. The courier called out at the door. Lin Fan was slicing a fresh beef shank in the kitchen. Hearing the sound, he put down his knife, wiped his hands on a dry towel, and came out. Yes, that's me. Lin Fan walked to the door. The courier handed me a cardboard-wrapped EMS Express envelope and a pen. Sign here. Lin Fan took the pen and quickly signed his name on the form. The courier tore off the bottom label, handed the envelope to Lin Fan, turned around, got on his green postal motorcycle, and disappeared into the traffic on the street. Lin Fan took the envelope and walked back to the bar. The upper right corner of the envelope bore the red official seal of the Jiangxing District People's Court. Su Xiaoxiao happened to be passing by with an empty plate and glanced at it. Brother Lin, a letter from the court? Lin Fan replied casually, without saying anything more. He tore open the seal on the envelope. Inside was a summons and a thick copy of a civil complaint. Lin Fan pulled out the indictment and quickly scanned it. Court hearing time, next Wednesday at 9 a.m. Let's move on to the facts and reasons section. Su Qing's legal team used very sharp language, and their words conveyed a sense of condescension and oppression. It clearly states above, the plaintiff is the president of a group that is about to be listed in the United States, possessing strong economic strength and abundant social resources. The defendant, Lin Fan, was penniless at the time of the divorce and currently only runs a roadside restaurant on a commercial street. The working environment is noisy and full of fumes, making it completely impossible to provide a good environment for the growth and education of minors. Every word and sentence was trying to prove one thing to the judge. Lin Fan was a low-level roadside stall owner who was on the verge of bankruptcy, and he was not fit to raise a child. After reading this, Lin Fan was not angry at all. Instead, a faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. Previously, lawyer Wang Zhengming sat in his shop and analyzed Su Qing's team's tactics word for word. The indictment I received today contains statements that are not entirely unrelated to Wang Zhengming's predictions. In fact, they are exactly the same. Since the other party's cards and tactics have already been exposed, there's nothing to worry about in this lawsuit. Lin Fan took out his phone, took 2 photos of the summons and indictment, and sent them directly to Wang Zhengming via WeChat. Less than half a minute later, Wang Zhengming replied with a message. Received. The angle of the complaint is exactly the same as what we discussed last night. Mr. Lin, just go about your business as usual. I'll pick you up next Wednesday morning. After replying with an okay, Lin Fan turned around and walked back to the open kitchen, picked up the cleaver on the cutting board, and continued cutting the meat. The blade sliced through the beef's grain, producing a dull, even sound. The number of diners outside continued to increase, while the volume of conversations inside the hall was kept very low. This 300-square-meter shop operates smoothly and reliably. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The last pot of broth in the restaurant was empty, and all the ingredients were sold out. Su Xiaoxiao took a wooden sign that read, "Closed today," and went outside to hang it on the doorknob. Then she picked up a mop and began cleaning the bluestone floor of the hall. After the diners left, the hall felt quite empty. Lin Fan took off his white apron and hung it on the wall. He walked to the bar, poured himself a glass of water, and after drinking it, glanced at the clock on the wall. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao, go back and rest after you finish mopping the floor. It's getting colder today, so go back to school early, Lin Fan instructed. Okay, Brother Lin. Su Xiaoxiao washed the mop and put it back in the backyard. You should also take Tuanshuan back early. The wind outside is getting stronger. Su Xiaoxiao changed her clothes, slung her canvas bag over her shoulder, and left through the door. Lin Fan walked to the corner, squatted down, and added some more cat food to Xiaojiao. After finishing its cat food, Xiaojiao jumped onto the soft cushion on the bar counter and began to take a nap, sprawled out on its back. Lin Fan walked behind the bar and put the cup down. He took the black jacket draped over the back of the chair, put it on, and zipped it up. The kindergarten recently adjusted its schedule for winter, and students are dismissed at 3:30 p.m. It was still early when he arrived, But Lin Fan didn't plan to just sit idly in the shop. There's nothing to do at home, so I might as well go to the school gate and wait there. He pushed open the door and walked out of the Lin family shop. A cold wind blew in from the beginning of winter, the air dry and chilly. Lin Fan walked to the roadside, opened the car door, and got into the driver's seat. Turned the key to start the engine, and it emits a deep roar. The car drove out of Phoenix Golden Street and merged into the traffic on the main road. There weren't many cars on the road, and after about 20 minutes, Lin Fan parked his car in a marked parking space outside Shinkong Kindergarten. It was just past 2 o'clock, and the black, ornate iron gate of the kindergarten was tightly closed. However, many cars were already parked on both sides of the road, and some parents or elderly people in the family had been waiting under the sheltered wall for a long time. Lin Fan didn't stay in the car. He got out and walked to a plane tree next to the kindergarten entrance. This place is sheltered from the wind and has a good view. When the door opens, we can see Tim Anshuan's class immediately. I stood there for about half an hour. A black Volkswagen sedan pulled up to the side of the road. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a dark gray casual jacket stepped out. The man had slightly gray hair and was holding a stainless steel thermos with chipped paint. He closed the car door, rubbed his hands together, and walked towards the kindergarten gate. As the man walked under the sycamore tree, he looked up and met Lin Fan's gaze. They recognized each other. This is Chu Jiaming. At the kindergarten's autumn food sharing session, Lin Fan's handmade animal cookies were a big hit with the children. It was this man who, after just one bite, accurately identified that the flour Lin Fan used was slowly ground at a low temperature using an old stone mill. The two later exchanged business cards. Lin Fan remembers that the business card only had the 3 words, Chu Jianming, and a phone number on it, without any other titles. To Anshuan's dad, "You're here so early." Chu Jianming greeted him and stood next to Lin Fan. Chapter 256, Making a Living. "Yeah, nothing much, so I came early." Lin Fan nodded, his tone calm. Chu Jianming unscrewed the thermos in his hand, lowered his head to blow away the rising steam, and took a sip of water. "It's really cold today." Chu Jianming tightened the lid on his cup and glanced at the Wuling Hongguang that Lin Fan had driven up. "I heard from Xian's father that you opened a restaurant on Phoenix Golden Street, and that the business is very successful." Xian's father is Mr. Zhao, who invests in the catering industry. He was the one who insisted on paying a high price for Lin Fan biscuits at the last sharing session. "It's not big, just an ordinary shop, just enough to make a living," Lin Fan replied casually. "In a place like Jean Street, every inch of land is incredibly valuable. It's no easy feat to open a shop and establish a foothold there." Chu Jianming looked at the tightly closed kindergarten gate and said in a relaxed tone, "But I'm a little puzzled. Most people in the catering industry work from dawn till dusk, practically 24/7. How do you have time to pick up your child?" Chu Jianming asked casually, without any sense of intrusion into other people's privacy, just out of pure curiosity. "The shop only does business for half a day." Lin Fan put his hands in his jacket pockets and looked at the road ahead. "We close the shop when we sell out of ingredients at noon. We use the afternoons and evenings to spend time with our children." Upon hearing this, Chu Jianming turned and glanced at Lin Fan. He lived to be over 50 and had met all sorts of people. Jiangsheng is a place where materialism runs rampant. Business people, once they see the potential for profit, will do everything in their power to expand their business and make as much money as possible. To be able to cut off half of the revenue at the height of one's business, just to make time for one's children, requires a level of self-discipline that is not something most people possess. If you do half a day less of business every day, you'll lose a lot of money. "Don't you think it's a pity?" Chu Jianming asked. "There's nothing to regret," Lin Fan said calmly. "How much money do you have to earn? Enough to live on and pay for the kids' tuition is enough. She's 5 years old now, which is the age when she needs someone to be by her side the most. When she grows up and has her own life, I want to spend time with her, but she won't have time for me. It would be a real shame to trade the years I could spend with her for a little bit of money." Chu Jianming listened quietly. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out slightly, and he nodded. "You're right. Many people in this world spend their whole lives striving, only to end up losing what's most fundamental." Chu Jianming reached out and touched the inside of the thermos. Some people think that leaving a large sum of money for their children or sending them to the most expensive schools is fulfilling their responsibilities as parents. But what do children know about money? They only care about who is with them every day. Lin Fan didn't reply. Chu Jiaming's words were completely contrary to the theories Su Qing had used in the past. Su Qing constantly talks about international schools, imported mattresses, and the overwhelming assets of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. She considers material possessions the sole criterion for judging whether a father is qualified or not. There aren't many young people these days who can see things so clearly. Chu Jiaming smiled and didn't continue the topic. The two stood under the tree without saying anything more. That's how casual conversations between men are. They touch on the subject briefly, don't delve too deeply into things they don't know well, and don't try to get too close. As time went by, more and more parents lined up on both sides of the road to wait. 3:30. The cheerful school dismissal music rang out from the loudspeaker next to the kindergarten gate on time. The tightly closed black iron gate was slowly pulled open from the inside by the security guard. Teachers from each class held up their class signs and led the lined-up children out of the school building one by one. Parents, please take your pickup cards and pick up your children in class order. The security guard maintained order at the entrance. Lin Fan and Chu Jiaming stood side by side, watching the senior class walk over. Today, Tuanshuan was wearing a yellow hooded-down jacket and carrying a small backpack, walking in the middle of the group. She looked up and saw Lin Fan standing under the tree and waved happily. "Dad." A little girl standing next to Tuanshuan waved and called out to Chu Jiaming, "Grandpa." Chu Jiaming walked over with a smile and handed the pickup card to the teacher. "Was Chu good today?" Chu Jiaming took the little girl's hand and then took the backpack from her back. "Good girl," she replied crisply. On the other side, Lin Fan also received a call from Tuan Tuan. He helped Tuanshuan pull up the zipper of her down jacket to block the cold wind from getting into her neck. Lin Fan gently instructed his daughter, "Tuanshuan, say goodbye to Grandpa and Chu." Tuanshuan raised her little hand obediently. "Goodbye, Chu. Goodbye, Grandpa Chu." Chu Jiaming nodded slightly to Lin Fan. Tuanshuan's dad, "Drive carefully." "Take care too," Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan, holding Tuanshuan's hand, turned and walked towards the Wuling Hongguang parked by the roadside. Chu Jiaming stood there, watching Lin Fan help the child open the car door, protect her head as she sat in the back child safety seat, and then walk back to the driver's seat. Chu Jiaming didn't look away until the dusty van drove into traffic. "Grandpa, the cookies that Tuanshuan's dad made last time were so delicious. Didn't he bring any cookies today?" Chu tugged at Chu Jiaming's sleeve and looked up to ask. Chu Jiaming smiled and led his granddaughter toward his Volkswagen sedan. "I didn't bring any today. Next time, Grandpa will take you to his restaurant to eat." As Tuanshuan sat inside the Wuling Hongguang van, the warm air made her breathe a sigh of relief. "Dad, Teacher Lu gave me a little red flower today." Tuanshuan, sitting in the back row, took a small red non-woven fabric flower out of her pocket and handed it forward. "Why did you give me the red flower?" Lin Fan asked while changing lanes and looking in the rearview mirror. "Because I ate the fastest at lunch today, and I didn't drop any rice on the table," Tuanshuan said with pride. "Good job. What would you like to eat when we get home tonight?" Lin Fan asked, holding the steering wheel steadily. The car reached an intersection, and the light was red. Lin Fan stepped on the brakes. "I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes," Tuanshuan said, looking out the car window. Lin Fan followed her gaze. On the street corner across the road, there was a tricycle selling roasted sweet potatoes. A large tin barrel converted into an oven was emitting white smoke, and the unique sweet and caramel aroma of roasted sweet potatoes could be faintly smelled. "Okay, I'll buy roasted sweet potatoes," Lin Fan agreed. The green light came on. Lin Fan crossed the intersection and pulled the car over to the side of the road. He unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, got out, and walked to the tricycle stall. "Boss, give me a roasted sweet potato. I want it roasted until it's soft," Lin Fan said. "Okay." The stall owner was a middle-aged woman wearing thick gloves. She lifted the thick quilt covering the tin bucket, rummaged through it, and took out a sweet potato with a slightly charred skin and dripping sugar syrup. She wrapped it in a paper bag and handed it to her. 10 yuan. Chapter 257, The Ultimate Mushroom and Chicken Rice Bowl. Lin Fan scanned the code to pay and returned to his car with the steaming hot roasted sweet potato. He tore the paper bag open a little, made sure the outer layer wasn't too hot to handle, and then handed it to the person in the back row. "Hold these to warm your hands before you eat them back home," Lin Fan instructed. Tuanshuan held the hot roasted sweet potato in both hands and nodded happily. The car restarted. At 4:30 p.m., The Wuling Hongguang smoothly drove into the underground parking garage of Jimao Mansion. Pushing open the door, I saw the underfloor heating had been on all along, and a wave of warm air rushed in, completely dispelling the early winter chill that lingered outside. Lin Fan took off his black casual jacket and hung it on the coat rack by the door. He reached into his pocket and felt the court delivery bag that he had signed for at noon that day. Lin Fan walked into the study, opened the drawer of the mahogany desk, threw in the summons and indictment, and closed the drawer. The court hearing will be held next Wednesday. No matter how aggressively Su Qing's complaint was written, in his eyes it was just a few pieces of waste paper. He doesn't need to be anxious beforehand, nor does he need to prepare any fancy rhetoric. Because Wang Jingming would use those solid tax payment certificates to utterly destroy Su Qing's pride in court. Lin Fan left the study and went to the living room. Tuanshuan had already peeled the skin off the roasted sweet potato and was scooping out the golden, soft, and sticky sweet potato puree with a small spoon. Is it sweet? Lin Fan poured a glass of warm water and placed it on the coffee table. Sweet. Tuanshuan ate until her nose was covered in black ash, and her big eyes curved into crescents. Daddy, you have a bite too. She scooped up a spoonful and held it to Lin Fan's lips. Lin Fan leaned over and ate some, nodding. It's really good. But eat a little less, just enough to fill your stomach. Dad will go cook now. Lin Fan took out a wet wipe and carefully cleaned the grime from Tuan's nose and the corners of her mouth. Go sit on the sofa and eat. Be careful not to burn yourself. Tuanshuan nodded obediently, took the paper bag and ran to the leather sofa in the living room, swinging her little legs as she watched cartoons and ate sweet potatoes in small bites. Lin Fan turned and walked into the spacious and bright open kitchen. Just as he turned on the tap to wash his hands, a crisp electronic voice suddenly rang in the depths of his mind. Ding! Host has triggered the life achievement, Winter Fireworks. Achievement reward, God-tier home-style recipe, exquisite mushroom and chicken rice bowl. Farm guide unlocks simultaneously, Lingshan winter mushrooms, free-range 3 yellow chickens. Lin Fan paused for a moment while wiping his hands. Rice bowl. This stuff is so common in the market, you can find it on any commercial street or under office buildings. But very few people can actually make a good rice bowl. The soul of a rice bowl lies in its toppings and sauces. The rich broth must completely coat every grain of rice, making it so delicious that you can't stop eating it. The cold wind howled outside, and winter in Jiangsheng was getting colder and colder. In this kind of weather, a bowl of steaming hot, savory rice is truly the most comforting thing to do. Lin Fan closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the system farm. In a corner of the hill behind the farm, there were many large, dead trees. Clusters of plump, fleshy winter mushrooms grew on the dead wood. The surface of the caps had natural cracks and exuded a rich, pure mushroom aroma. In the nearby woodland, free-range yellow-feathered chickens with bright plumage are leisurely pecking at grass seeds. With a thought, Lin Fan extracted half a pound of fresh shiitake mushrooms and 2 plump, processed chicken drumsticks. Exit the system. On the kitchen countertop, a bamboo basket had appeared out of nowhere, filled with damp shiitake mushrooms. Next to it, a stainless steel basin held fresh chicken drumsticks. When making rice bowls, rice is the base. Lin Fan first took 2 bowls of Xiangshui tribute rice. This rice is naturally oily and sweet, but he deliberately used a little less water today. The rice for a rice bowl must be slightly firm so that the grains don't become sticky or mushy when mixed with the sauce, maintaining a distinct texture. Press the cook button on the rice cooker. Lin Fan picked up a kitchen knife and began to prepare the ingredients. He picked up a cleaver, sliced along the chicken leg bone, deftly removed the bone, and cut the chicken into thumb-sized pieces. Place the chicken pieces in a bowl, add a little soy sauce brewed by the system, a little starch, and a little purified water, and mix well by hand to coat the chicken. This step is to lock in the moisture of the chicken and ensure a tender texture. Wash the shiitake mushrooms and cut them into thick slices. Heat the wok. Lin Fan scooped in a spoonful of black mountain pork fat. Melt the oil, then add ginger slices and scallion segments to the pan and sauté until fragrant. Pour the marinated chicken into the pan and stir-fry quickly over high heat. The chicken skin shrinks rapidly under the pressure of the hot oil, turning slightly yellow and oozing clear oil. Add sliced shiitake mushrooms to the pan and stir-fry with the chicken. The unique wild aroma of the shiitake mushrooms is fully released by the hot oil. Next, Lin Fan poured in soy sauce, added a little oyster sauce to enhance the flavor, stir-fried it evenly, and then added half a bowl of warm spiritual spring water. Cover the pot and simmer over medium-low heat. The topping for rice bowls must not be too dry. It must have enough broth to mix with the rice. The whole process was swift and efficient. Lin Fan washed his hands, leaned against the countertop, and watched the white steam rising from the edge of the iron pot. As the moisture slowly evaporated, a very rich aroma of soy sauce and meat began to spread throughout the kitchen. This is a very comforting, home-style flavor. It doesn't have the high-end, luxurious feel of sea cucumber or abalone. It's just the kind of flavor that ordinary people look forward to most when they come home from get off work, a flavor that makes them feel full and warm. The fragrance drifted slowly into the living room as the air circulated. Tuanchuan, sitting on the sofa, sniffed. She glanced at the small piece of roasted sweet potato left in her hand, and suddenly it didn't taste so good anymore. The little girl put the sweet potato back in the paper bag, slid off the sofa, and ran to the kitchen door in her slippers. She clung to the door frame, peeking out half her head, her big eyes fixed on the iron pot on the stove. "Dad, what does it smell like?" "It smells so good." Tuanchuan swallowed hard. Lin Fan smiled as he looked at his daughter's greedy expression. "Hungry?" I'm hungry." Tuanchuan nodded vigorously. "Go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Lin Fan checked the time, just as the rice cooker beeped. "Okay." Tuanchuan turned around and ran to the bathroom. Lin Fan lifted the lid of the iron pot. The broth in the pot had reduced to just the right consistency, becoming thick and glossy red. The chicken pieces and shiitake mushrooms were coated in sauce and simmered in the pot. He took a large, wide-mouthed white porcelain bowl. Open the rice cooker, scoop out most of a bowl of white rice that is distinct and glistening with oil, and spread it at the bottom of the bowl. Then, picking up the spatula, I scooped up a generous spoonful of the topping, including the meat and mushrooms, and placed it directly over the white rice. Finally, and most importantly, Lin Fan tilted the iron pot and poured the remaining thick sauce from the bottom of the pot evenly over the topping. The reddish-brown sauce seeped slowly into the white rice beneath the chicken and shiitake mushrooms, transforming the once snow-white grains into an enticing hue. A perfect bowl of mushroom and chicken rice is ready. Chapter 258. Did I read that right? After the meal was prepared, Lin Fan carried the bowl to the dining table. After washing her hands, Tuanchuan sat obediently in her high chair, holding a small spoon, looking on with longing eyes. "It's hot. Eat slowly." Lin Fan placed the large bowl in front of her. Tuanchuan held the spoon, but instead of eating the meat directly, she obediently mixed the rice underneath with the sauce. Every grain of rice was evenly coated with the rich sauce. She scooped up a large spoonful of rice covered in sauce, along with a piece of tender chicken, and put it in her mouth. The chicken melts in your mouth, not dry at all, so tender it's almost juicy. The shiitake mushrooms soak up the meat juices, filling your mouth with a delicious flavor with every bite. The best part was that bowl of rice. The rice grains are chewy, and the sauce is savory, slightly sweet. The combination of the two creates a magical flavor that makes it impossible to stop eating. Delicious. Tuanchuan's eyes lit up. The rice is sweet, and the meat is tender. She ate heartily, not even having time to speak. Lin Fan returned to the kitchen and served himself a large bowl. He sat opposite Tuanchuan, shoveling rice into his mouth. "It tastes really good. This isn't a fancy dish, but it's the most comforting food for the stomach." Outside, the wind howled and the temperature was nearing zero. But inside this spacious apartment, the heating was on, the rice bowls were steaming, and my daughter sat opposite me, eating with her mouth full of sauce. Lin Fan slowly chewed the food in his mouth, feeling a sense of peace he had never felt before. The father and daughter ate their meal quietly. Tuanchuan usually doesn't eat much, but today she insisted on eating a whole bowl of rice with the rich sauce, even scraping the last bit of oil off the bottom of the bowl with her little spoon, leaving her little belly round and full. Just as Lin Fan put the empty bowl into the sink, the system notification sounded in his mind right on time. Ding! The perfect mushroom and chicken rice bowl has been rated as perfect. Ingredient rating, top quality. Special effects, strengthens the spleen and stomach, invigorates qi and calms the mind. Effectively repairs gastrointestinal weakness and coldness caused by long-term irregular eating habits. System suggested retail price, 88 yuan per serving. Lin Fan turned on the tap, the water rinsing the sauce at the bottom of the bowl. He looked at the price on the panel and paused for a moment. 88 yuan. Compared to the 2,888 yuan braised sea cucumber with scallions or the 188 yuan clear broth beef brisket noodles, this price is unusually low on Lin's shop's menu. But upon closer reflection, Lin Fan realized that this was, after all, a home-cooked meal with a street-level label. While the system enforces high prices to maintain its prestige, it doesn't completely detach itself from the inherent properties of the food or from reality. 88 yuan would be an exorbitant price at any fast food restaurant, but in his shop, it's considered a rare, affordable dish. Lin Fan turned off the tap, dried his hands with a towel, and felt that the price was just right. He recalled how Su Xiaoxiao's female college student roommates had pulled together 1,000 yuan and stood in the cold wind for more than 2 hours to support her. 88 yuan a serving, a meal plus a cup of hot water, is an occasional expense that most ordinary people can afford. On a cold day, if you run a restaurant, you have to leave people a hot and filling meal that they can afford, right? Daddy, I can't eat anymore. Tuanshuan leaned back in her chair, patted her round little belly, and let out a small burp. Lin Fan walked over and used a wet wipe to clean the corner of her mouth. After you've eaten, go play with building blocks in the living room for a while. Don't lie down right away. Tuanshuan nodded obediently, slid off the chair, and ran to the living room carpet. She poured out the building blocks and quietly built a little house. After taking a shower, Lin Fan dried Tuanshuan's hair and coaxed her to sleep. The living room was quiet. Lin Fan replied to Lao Lu's WeChat message about cleaning the windows tomorrow morning and went back to his room to rest. This calm and methodical rhythm made him feel incredibly at ease. The next morning, it was a bright, sunny day outside. Although the temperature was still quite low, the sunlight streamed into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making it feel bright and airy. After washing up, Lin Fan went to the kitchen and made 2 bowls of the simplest clear soup noodles, along with 2 poached eggs. At 7:30, Tuanshuan got up, rubbing her eyes. After breakfast, Lin Fan dressed Tuanshuan in a thick yellow down jacket and put a small scarf on her. Let's go to the store. Lin Fan took his daughter's hand. After winter set in, Shinkong Kindergarten adjusted its opening time to winter, postponing its opening date. So every morning, Lin Fan would take her to the store for a while, and around 8:30, the kindergarten's yellow bus would stop at the intersection of Jean Street to pick her up, saving them the trouble of going back and forth. The father and daughter took the elevator down to the underground parking garage and got into the Wuling Hongguang. The car drove out of Jinmao Mansion, merged into the morning rush hour traffic, and headed towards Phoenix Golden Street. At 8:10, the car was parked in a marked parking space outside Jean Street. Lin Fan carried Tuanshuan as they got out of the car. Reaching the shop entrance, Lin Fan unlatched the door. Pushing open the door, the air inside the store felt somewhat cold and quiet. Hearing the noise, Xia Jiao poked its little orange head out from the wooden box in the corner and meowed softly at Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan ran over and squatted down to tease the cat. Less than 2 minutes later, Su Xiaoxiao walked into the store carrying a canvas bag. Good morning, Brother Lin. Su Xiaoxiao quickly put on her apron. The wind outside is making my face hurt. Lin Fan walked behind the bar and hung up his coat. He picked up the chalk box and walked to the small blackboard on the wall. He added a new line of text below the existing menu. Premium mushroom and chicken rice bowl, 88 yuan per serving. Su Xiaoxiao had just picked up the tablet to place her order when she looked up and saw the new dishes on the blackboard. She was completely stunned. She rubbed her eyes and leaned closer to take a closer look. Brother Lin, am I seeing things? It says 88 yuan on this. Did you forget to write an 8 or a 0? In this shop, where even a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes costs 280 yuan, the sudden appearance of a hot dish priced at 2 digits made Su Xiaoxiao wonder if she was still half asleep. I didn't write it wrong. It's 88. Lin Fan put the chalk back and patted the dust off his hands. This is just a simple, home-cooked meal to fill your stomach. When it gets cold, you need an option to eat hot rice. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. She knew, of course, how amazing the owner's skills were, but the items in the shop were indeed exorbitantly priced, something that students could only occasionally glimpse. At this price of 88 yuan, it's definitely possible to eat here once or twice a month. She quickly took out her phone, snapped a picture of the blackboard, and sent it directly to the WeChat group of the 4 people in her dormitory. Fantastic news. Brother Lin has a new dish. Mushroom and chicken rice bowl. Not 888. Only 88 yuan. Chapter 259. It's really here? 8:30. A long queue had already formed outside the door. Su Xiaoxiao walked to the door, opened the glass door, and held the number plate in her hand. "Good morning, everyone. Please enter in order of your number and do not crowd." Chairman Chun and Li Daong and a few others walked at the front, received their number plates, and strode into the hall. Li Daong habitually walked to the bar, ready to order his ever-present clear broth beef brisket noodles. His gaze swept over the blackboard on the wall, and he abruptly stopped in his tracks. "Old Chun, look." Li Daong pointed at the blackboard, his face full of surprise. "Boss Lin has a new dish. Mushroom and chicken rice bowl, 88 yuan. Chairman Chun looked in the direction he was pointing and also showed a surprised expression. "Is Boss Lin doing charity?" Li Daong asked casually, touching the gold chain around his neck. "Miss Su, give me one of these chicken rice bowls. I had a few drinks last night, and my stomach is a bit empty this morning. I was just thinking of having something with meat and rice." Chairman Shin thought for a moment and said, "I'd also like a rice bowl and a tomato and egg stir-fry." The hall quickly became lively, and other regular customers who came in saw the affordable new dish on the blackboard and ordered it without prior arrangement. Lin Fan washed his hands, tied on a white apron, and walked into the open kitchen. The stove was lit. Blue flames leaped up. When making rice bowls, the heat and speed are the most crucial factors. Lin Fan took out the 3 yellow chicken thigh meat that had been cut in advance and coated with a thin layer of batter. Black mountain pork fat was added to the pot, melting and emitting wisps of blue smoke. Scallions and ginger were sautéed until fragrant. Then Lin Fan directly poured the chicken thigh meat into the hot oil. Sizzle. The chicken skin, exposed to the high temperature, quickly shrank and turned yellow. Lin Fan tossed the wok with one hand, his movements clean and efficient. The chicken pieces tumbled in the wok, locking in the moisture. Next, add the thick slices of Lingshan shiitake mushrooms to the pot. The rich, wild aroma of shiitake mushrooms is instantly released when it comes into contact with hot oil, mixing with the fatty aroma of chicken and wafting into the living room from the semi-open kitchen. Li Daong was drinking water when he smelled this aroma and unconsciously swallowed. This mushroom flavor is really strong. Lin Fan poured in the system-brewed soy sauce and oyster sauce, stir-fried them until they were colored, and then added warm spiritual spring water. He covered the pot and simmered it over medium-low heat. During the few minutes of simmering, he turned around, opened the large insulated wooden bucket next to him, scooped out the distinct grains of xiangshui gong rice, and spread it on the bottom of a wide-mouthed white porcelain bowl. When the time is up, lift the lid. Reduce the sauce over high heat. The sauce will become thick and glossy red, coating the chicken and shiitake mushrooms, and bubbling enticingly at the bottom of the pot. Lin Fan picked up the spatula, scooped up a full spoonful of topping, meat and broth, and steadily placed it on top of the white rice. The reddish-brown sauce slowly seeped into the gaps between the rice grains, turning the originally snow-white rice into a glossy amber color. Serve the food. Lin Fan pressed the bell. Su Xiaoxiao carried a tray and delivered 2 bowls of rice to Li Daong and Chairman Chen. Li Daong looked down at the bowl of rice in front of him. There's no fancy plating, just solid meat, mushrooms, and rice. Steam rises from the plate, carrying a rich and comforting aroma of savory sauce. He picked up the spoon and forcefully turned the rice at the bottom up, making sure every grain was coated with the broth. Scoop up a large spoonful, along with a piece of chicken leg and a slice of shiitake mushroom, and stuff it directly into your mouth. Li Daong's eyes lit up the moment he tasted it. The chicken is incredibly tender. It doesn't require much chewing and falls apart at the slightest touch of the teeth, bursting with sweet and savory juices. The shiitake mushrooms are thick and fleshy, absorbing the essence of chicken oil and sauce, giving you the illusion of eating abalone when you bite into them. The best part was that bowl of rice. Xiangshui tribute rice is already chewy and springy, and when coated with a rich, savory, and slightly sweet sauce, the satisfaction of carbohydrates reaches its peak. Li Daong exhaled a breath of hot air, not even bothering to say a word, and began frantically shoveling rice into his mouth. For a rough man like him, who came from a coal mine in Shaanxi province, only this way of eating, where he ate meat and rice in large mouthfuls, was true enjoyment. In less than 5 minutes, the large bowl of rice was emptied. Li Daong took a spoon, scraped the last bit of rice with sauce from the bottom of the bowl, and put it in his mouth. "Old Chun, this dish is practically robbery, but we're the ones robbing Boss Lin. Ha ha." Li Daong patted his belly and let out a burp full of the aroma of soy sauce. After swallowing this hot meal, the coldness and lingering pain in my stomach, left by years of drinking and socializing, were slowly soothed by a warm force. The system's recipes immediately demonstrated their spleen-strengthening and stomach-nourishing effects. Mr. Chun, sitting across from me, also put down his spoon. He ate more politely, but he finished his food completely. The mushrooms in this braised chicken with mushrooms are definitely not the ordinary kind you find in the market. They have such a strong, wild flavor. Even though Mr. Lin makes such a simple home-style meal that costs only a few dozen yuan, he has put a lot of effort into it. Chairman Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin. Behind the bar, Su Xiaoxiao's phone vibrated several times in a row. She glanced down and saw that her roommate's WeChat group had exploded. Lina, holy crap. 88 yuan. Really? Wang Jia, skip class. I have to get a number this time. Chen Min. Xiao, could you secretly save 3 numbers for us? I want to eat hot meat, wah? Su Xiao looked at the messages in the group chat and couldn't help but laugh. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she typed a reply. Leaving your number is definitely not an option. We can't break the store's rules. If you line up now, you should be able to make it. 11:30 a.m. The lunch break saw a second peak in customer traffic. Outside the lobby, 3 young girls wearing long down jackets were standing in the middle of the queue. Lina, Wang Jia, and Chen Min. The 3 of them saw Su Xiaoxiao's message in the group chat early this morning, and even skipped the last half of their elective class in the morning, directly hailed a shared bicycle and headed straight to Phoenix Golden Street. I'm freezing. Luckily, I arrived early today and made it in time. Chen Min put her hands in her pockets and stamped her feet. You've tasted Mr. Lin's cooking before. You ate 2 bowls of rice with that free plate of mapo tofu last time. Lina swallowed hard. We earned a commission by helping Xiao sell plum juice before, so let's treat ourselves to this meal today. The line moved forward slowly. 20 minutes later, the 3 of them entered the store. A warm breeze wafted through the hall, filling the air with the rich aroma of soy sauce and the wild fragrance of shiitake mushrooms. Su Xiao walked over with her tablet, and when she saw the 3 of them, she couldn't help but laugh. You really skipped class and came here? I'll go all out for this food. Lina took out her phone and scanned the QR code on the corner of the table. Xiao, we'll have 3 servings of mushroom and chicken rice. Payments made. Lin Fan saw the 3 female college students in the open kitchen. He didn't say anything, but his movements remained steady and decisive. After reducing the sauce over high heat, the thick, glossy red topping is steadily placed over 3 large bowls of rice. Serve the food. Chapter 260, Seeing the Guest Off. Su Xiao brought 3 steaming bowls of rice to them. Eat slowly. If you're still hungry, I'll get you some more rice, Su Xiao whispered. Lina picked up a spoon, scooped out a large spoonful of meat and rice, and put it into her mouth. The chicken was tender and juicy, the shiitake mushrooms were crisp and smooth, and the rich, savory sauce exploded on the tongue. That ultimate satisfaction instantly swept away the chill and hunger of the morning. My God, Lina's eyes widened. This tastes amazing. Wang Jia and Chen Min didn't even have time to talk. They kept their heads down and stuffed spoonful after spoonful into their mouths. The cold wind howled outside, and the 3 female college students inside the shop were sweating slightly as they ate. At that moment, the price of 88 yuan felt like an absolute steal. In less than 10 minutes, all 3 large bowls were emptied. I'm stuffed. Wang Jia leaned back in her chair and sighed contentedly. This is 1,000,000 times better than the 12 yuan rice bowl at the school cafeteria. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All the ingredients in the store were sold out. After seeing off the last table of guests, Su Xiao hung the "Closed Today" sign on the door. The 3 roommates also helped wipe the tables in the lobby before saying goodbye to Su Xiao and returning to school satisfied. Lin Fan took off his white apron, washed his hands, took a clean rag from under the counter, and wiped the water stains off the counter. The shop returned to quiet. I had just washed the rag and hung it on the rack to dry when someone pushed open the half-closed glass door from the outside. A gaunt figure walked in, accompanied by a gust of early winter wind. The visitor was an old man in his 60s. He was wearing a faded dark blue jacket and thick-soled reading glasses perched on his nose. His hair was gray and somewhat disheveled, and he was tightly clutching a transparent plastic resealable bag in his hand. He doesn't look like a boss who can casually order dishes worth thousands of yuan. He looks more like an old farmer who has just returned from working in the fields. Su Xiaoxiao was tidying up the chairs when she saw someone come in. She instinctively pointed to the sign on the door. Sir, I'm sorry. Our shop has already closed for lunch. Please come back tomorrow if you want to eat there. The old man ignored Su Xiaoxiao's words. He pushed up his reading glasses, which had slipped down to the tip of his nose, and scanned the empty hall before finally fixing his gaze on Lin Fan, who was standing behind the bar. He strode quickly to the bar and placed the transparent sealed bag he was holding on the wooden counter. Are you the owner of this shop? The old man asked, his voice a little hoarse, but his words were very clear. Lin Fan glanced at the sealed bag on the table. There was nothing else in the bag except half a leftover shiitake mushroom. Judging from the cut and texture, it was the Lingshan winter mushroom produced by the system farm that he used when making the braised chicken rice bowl at noon. That's me. Lin Fan raised his head, looking calmly at the other person. What is it? The old man took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm some agitated emotions. He took a business card from his jacket pocket and handed it over. Lin Fan took it and glanced at it. The title on his business card is quite long. Zhou Yumin, doctoral supervisor of the Department of Botany, College of Agriculture, Jiangxing University, and chief scientist of the National Edible Fungus Industry Technology System. Boss Lin, I'm not eating. Zhou Yumin pointed to the half-eaten shiitake mushroom in the sealed bag, his eyes filled with fanaticism. This noon, one of my doctoral students brought a meal back to the lab from your restaurant. I happened to smell it and took a bite. Zhou Yumin's speaking speed increased. Mr. Lin, a layman might just be tasting it, but in my eyes, this stuff is definitely something special. The cracked texture of this shiitake mushroom cap, the density of its fibrous flesh, and the original spore aroma it emits are absolutely not the kind of varieties artificially cultivated in greenhouses on the market today. He placed his hands on the bar counter, leaning slightly forward. This fungus has extremely strict requirements for the soil pH, air humidity, and surrounding symbiotic plants in its growth environment. Our College of Agriculture has spent tens of millions of yuan in research funding trying to restore this high-quality ancient wild fungus in the laboratory, but all of them have failed. Could you tell me where you source your shiitake mushrooms? What is the soil and ecological environment like in the area where they are sourced? The hall was quiet. Su Xiaoxiao stood to the side with a rag, listening in a daze. She only knew that the boss's ingredients were good, but she never expected that it would attract a national-level scientist to his door. Lin Fan stood still, his expression unchanged. In fact, he had anticipated this day would come sooner or later, as the store's business became increasingly booming and the high-end ingredients provided by the system were exposed to diners in large quantities. Business owners prioritize taste and health. At most, they may think that something is expensive or of good quality. However, once it is spotted by truly knowledgeable academic giants or food testing experts, this perfect ingredient that transcends the common sense of modern agricultural cultivation will inevitably arouse professional suspicion and investigation. The existence of the system is his biggest trump card, and he cannot afford to make any mistakes. Professor Zhou, Lin Fan said calmly, placing the business card on the corner of the table. This is just an ordinary lunch. You're probably overthinking it. It's impossible to overthink it. Zhou Yumin immediately retorted, his tone resolute. I've spent my whole life working with mushrooms in the mud, and my eyes and tongue will never mistake them. This is definitely a mutated wild species that can only grow in pristine, deep forests. Mr. Lin, this is of immense value to our agricultural research. If you are willing to provide information on its origin, we can apply for special funding. Professor Zhou, there are rules in the catering industry. Lin Fan interrupted him, his voice not loud, but carrying a cold and unapproachable tone. He looked into Zhou Yumin's eyes and offered an impeccable business excuse. Every single core ingredient in this shop is an exclusive source that I bought out at great expense. The source is a privately contracted forest in a remote mountainous area. This is a core trade secret of my shop. Lin Fan pushed the sealed bag back to Zhou Yumin. You do scientific research, I do business. If I tell you the origin and soil environment, my exclusive supply channel will be exposed tomorrow. That would be shooting myself in the foot. Zhou Yumin was stunned. He spent his entire life studying at the university and was used to everyone sharing their knowledge and expertise. At this moment, Lin Fan used the cold words, trade secret, to shut him out, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Mr. Lin, I promise I will not leak any trade secrets. We're just going to collect a few soil samples. Show him out. Lin Fan didn't give him a chance to argue further. He turned to Su Xiaoxiao and gave her a brief instruction before turning and walking back to the kitchen. Chapter 261 Transfer Station. Su Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward and politely gestured for him to enter. Professor Zhou, as you heard, this is a confidential matter for our shop. What do you think of this? Zhou Yumin watched Lin Fan's figure disappear behind the frosted glass door and sighed helplessly. He knew the rules of the business world. People who made money with this unique skill had no obligation to cooperate with his research. Since the other party has shut down the conversation, there's no point in continuing the argument. Zhou Yumin put the sealed bag containing half a shiitake mushroom back into his shirt pocket and turned to walk towards the shop door. Before leaving, he looked back at where Lin Fan had left his business card before pushing open the door and stepping into the cold wind of early winter. In the kitchen, Lin Fan wasn't as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. He leaned against the stainless steel countertop, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. As the water washed over the back of his hand, he looked at the bottom of the pool, his brow furrowing slightly. Zhou Yumin's appearance served as a stark warning to him. The lawyers and investigators sent by Su Qing previously only investigated taxes and bank statements. He kept those accounts through proper channels, paid taxes in accordance with the law, and kept them clean and tidy, so he wasn't afraid of anyone investigating. However, the source of the ingredients is an unavoidable loophole in reality. The store is now packed with customers every day, and the amount of ingredients consumed is increasing. Dozens of kilograms of black mountain pork, bags of Shangshui tribute rice, and handfuls of wild sea cucumbers and winter mushrooms would appear out of thin air in the kitchen freezers and storage rooms every day. He had previously claimed that it was delivered through a private channel in the early morning when no one was paying attention. This excuse might fool ordinary diners, since they only care about whether the food tastes good and won't delve into the kitchen's sourcing channels. But if one day there are serious people, such as persistent scholars like Zhou Yumin, or if Su Qing hires a more professional private investigator, they might actually squat at the entrance of the alley in Jean Street to check logistics and the driving trajectory of refrigerated trucks. It will be exposed in an instant. Because in the real world, there is no physical source for inventory management. The system space is his biggest trump card, and it absolutely cannot be exposed. He must artificially create a logical cover and transfer station in the real world. Lin Fan dried his hands with a towel and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was a little after 1 p.m. There are still more than 2 hours before I have to pick up Tuanshuan from the Early Childhood Education Center, which is plenty of time. He took off his white apron, hung it on a hook on the wall, and strode out of the kitchen. In the hall, Su Xiaoxiao was wiping the last few tables with a rag. Xiaoxiao, I'm going out to take care of something. Lin Fan walked behind the bar, picked up the black casual jacket draped over the chair, and put it on. Once you finish cleaning, just go back to school. Remember to lock the shop door when you leave. Okay, Brother Lin. Su Xiaoxiao stopped what she was doing and nodded. It's gotten colder outside today, and it's windy, so drive carefully. Lin Fan grabbed his car keys, opened the door, and went out. Lin Fan got into the driver's seat of the Wuling Hongguang and started the engine. Instead of stepping on the gas, he took out his phone and opened a map app. He needed to find a remote, secluded, and absolutely private place. It doesn't need to be easily accessible or have any sophisticated facilities. The only requirement is that it be secluded. In the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng, there was a surge in agricultural cooperatives and specialty plantations a few years ago. Later, due to soil quality and environmental issues, many privately contracted orchards and farms were abandoned and left vacant without anyone taking care of them. Lin Fan slid his finger across the screen, locking onto an area 30 kilometers north of Jiangxing. The place is called Qingshigu, far from the main road, surrounded by wasteland and forests. Having confirmed the general direction, Lin Fan shifted gears and released the handbrake. The Wuling Hongguang emitted a muffled roar as it drove out of Phoenix Golden Street and onto the city expressway leading to the suburbs. The car was driving at a moderate speed. As we got further and further away from the city, the scenery outside the window changed noticeably. The towering, densely packed office buildings were gradually replaced by low-rise factories and bungalows, and the plane trees lining the roads were replaced by bare poplar trees. The countryside in early winter looked rather desolate, with cold winds swirling yellow dust and fallen leaves in the air. 40 minutes later, following the navigation instructions, Lin Fan turned onto a bumpy dirt road. The road had clearly not been maintained for a long time. The surface was covered with dried tire tracks and gravel. The Wuling Hongguang has a high chassis, so it bumped along the dirt road. On both sides were large tracts of harvested wasteland, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Lin Fan slowed down the car and drove along the dirt road for a while, then began to look out for the abandoned sites on both sides of the road. Passing by an abandoned vegetable greenhouse area, Lin Fan only glanced at it and drove away. Although the greenhouse frame is still there, it is covered with transparent plastic film, so you can see right through it from the roadside. There is no privacy whatsoever. After driving another kilometer or two, they came across an abandoned small processing plant. The site was large enough, but the fence was made of iron railings with too many gaps, so it did not provide any obstruction of the view. Lin Fan did not stop there either. We drove until the dirt road ended, and then there was no road ahead. Lin Fan stepped on the brakes. Before him stood a large, rusty iron gate. The gate was over 3 meters wide and was securely locked with a thick iron chain. What satisfied Lin Fan the most was the tall walls that stretched out from both sides of the iron gate. This is not an ordinary brick wall, but a solid red brick and cement wall, nearly 3 meters high. There were even shards of broken glass stuck on the top of the wall for security and 2 rusty wire meshes strung up. Lin Fan pushed open the car door and got out. A cold wind, carrying the earthy smell unique to the suburbs, swept over us. He walked to the wall, reached out, and pushed the red brick wall. The wall was very sturdy, and there was no sign of shoddy workmanship. Because the walls are high enough, even if you stand on tiptoe, you can't see anything inside from the outside. Lin Fan peeked inside through a crack in the wall. Inside were vast tracts of abandoned land, overgrown with weeds taller than a person. A few withered fruit trees stood forlornly in the cold wind. There were no houses, no facilities. It was just a wasteland surrounded by high walls. There is no agricultural value here. The soil is dry, hard, and whitish. But this is exactly the perfect venue that Lin Fan needs. Once the large iron gate is closed, this 3-meter-high red brick wall can completely block all outside views. He could easily drive the truck in late at night, extract the ingredients from the system farm into the real truck, and then brazenly transport them back to Golden Street. Lin Fan walked to the large iron gate and saw a rental phone number written in marker on the mottled red paint of the gatepost. The writing had been blurred by wind and rain. He took out his phone and dialed the number. Chapter 262, How much is the rent? The phone rang almost 10 times before it was answered. A middle-aged man with a heavy local accent came through the phone, and there was the sound of mahjong tiles being rubbed in the background. Hello? Who are you looking for? The man's voice was loud. The phone number on the for rent sign at the entrance. Is this abandoned orchard with red brick walls in Kingshigu your land? Lin Fan asked calmly. The clatter of mahjong tiles on the other side paused for a moment, followed by the sound of slippers on the floor, as if they had moved to a quieter place. Yes, it's my land. The man's voice immediately became enthusiastic. Boss wants to rent land? I'm at the village committee, not far from there. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll ride my bike over right away. Okay, I'll wait for you at the door. Lin Fan hung up the phone and put it in his pocket. In the early winter suburbs, the wind was much stronger than in the city. The surroundings were open, and the wind swirled the withered grass and yellow dust on the ground, making a rustling sound as it hit the body of the Wuling Hongguang van. Lin Fan leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette. Instead of rushing into the car to avoid the wind, he took advantage of the break and slowly walked along the 2-meter-high red brick wall for a while. The red brick wall was covered with withered ivy vines, and a thick layer of fallen leaves had accumulated at the base of the wall. He pushed the wall with his hand. It felt very solid. A lot of cement had been used when the wall was built, and even after years of exposure to wind and sun, there were no obvious cracks or tilting. Several strips of barbed wire were strung on the top of the wall. Although they were rusty, they still sealed the space inside completely. This is exactly what he wants. He doesn't need convenient transportation or beautiful scenery, just enough seclusion and isolation from the world. Just as I finished my cigarette, the roar of a motorcycle engine came from the other end of the dirt road. Lin Fan threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and stubbed it out with the sole of his shoe. A dark-skinned country man, wearing a thick, old cotton-padded coat, rode a dilapidated motorcycle along the bumpy dirt road. The wheels rolled over gravel, and he slammed on the brakes, stopping abruptly next to a Wuling Hongguang minivan. The man pulled out the car key, got off the motorcycle, rubbed his hands which were red from the cold, and walked over. He looked Lin Fan up and down. Then his gaze swept over the dusty, mud-splattered Wuling Hongguang parked next to him. Seeing that Lin Fan was dressed plainly and drove a car that didn't seem like that of a big boss, the man's enthusiasm waned slightly, but he still politely took out a pack of 10 yuan cigarettes from his cotton-padded jacket pocket, took one out, and handed it to him. "Boss, is this the land you want to inspect? My name is Zhao Daqiang, and I'm the village head of Qingshigu. I privately leased this land back then." Lin Fan didn't take the cigarette, but pointed to the cigarette, but he had just stubbed out on the ground to indicate that he had already smoked it. He turned and pointed to the tightly closed iron gate behind him. "How long has this place been deserted?" Zhao Daqiang chuckled dryly, put the cigarette handed to him into his mouth, lit it, and took a deep drag. "It's been overgrown for almost 4 years. Zhao Daqiang was an honest man and didn't intend to lie. After all, the weeds were as tall as a person, and anyone could tell that no one had taken care of it for several years. Years ago, I heard that growing citrus was profitable, so I gritted my teeth and leased this land," Zhao Daqiang said, pointing to the red brick wall and sighing. "Behind this Qing Shi gully lies a barren mountain. To prevent wild boars from coming down the mountain to gnaw on the saplings, I spent a lot of money to hire people to build this 3-meter-high wall, and we also put netting on it. After 2 years of planting, the soil was no good. The land was alkaline and had a lot of stones underneath, so the fruit that grew was sour and astringent, and we lost all our money. Later, no one was willing to take over, and it just remained barren. Even the sheep herders in the village didn't want to come here." Lin Fan listened quietly. Zhao Daqiang took a couple of puffs of his cigarette and tentatively asked, "Boss Lin, what are you planning to do with this land? If you're going to do farming, I advise you to be prepared that you'll have to put a lot of effort into maintaining this soil. Otherwise, everything you plant will die. We won't grow anything. It'll just be a temporary open-air storage area," Lin Fan replied casually. His gaze fell on the rusty iron gate. "Is the lock on this iron gate still working?" Lin Fan asked. Zhao Daqiang was taken aback. Several people had come to inspect the land before, and they would always ask if there was running water and electricity, and what the soil quality was like. But this person was different. He asked about the door lock first. "It works. Of course it works." Zhao Daqiang quickly pulled out a bunch of keys from the inside pocket of his cotton-padded coat, picked through them, and found a long key. "No one usually comes here, but I come over every 6 months or so to put some engine oil in the keyhole." He took the key, walked to the iron gate, put it into the lock, shook it twice, and then twisted it sharply. With a click, the heavy padlock sprang open. Zhao Daqiang removed the lock and pushed the 2 iron doors open forcefully with both hands. The bearings of the iron doors emitted a teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound as they slowly opened to both sides. "Mr. Lin, come in and have a look. It's a very large place." Lin Fan stepped inside. The space inside is indeed very large, about 20 acres. As far as the eye could see, there were only withered, yellow weeds taller than a person. Scattered among the weeds were a few dozen fruit trees that had long since died. Lin Fan didn't stop at the entrance. He stepped on the fallen weeds and walked straight into the depths of the field. The dry grass made a crisp snapping sound under his feet. Seeing this, Zhao Daqiang quickly stubbed out his cigarette and followed. "Boss Lin, this place is flat. If you want to use it as a transfer point, just bring a bulldozer over and clear away all this grass and dead trees. It's very spacious. You can park a dozen large trucks without any problem," Zhao Daqiang enthusiastically explained from the side. Lin Fan ignored all of that. He walked to the deepest part of the area, to the wall next to the back mountain. He carefully inspected the base and corners of the wall. The red bricks were firmly laid, without any gaps or collapses caused by rainwater erosion. "This wall hasn't been used to open a back door, has it?" Lin Fan asked, turning his head. "Absolutely not," Zhao Daqiang assured, patting his chest. "It's just that big iron gate in front. This place is at the northernmost end of the village, a dead end. There's just a barren slope outside the wall, and even the villagers who collect scraps don't usually go this way." "What about water and electricity?" Lin Fan asked casually, going all out with the act. "The water pipes were cut off a long time ago. The electrical wires are still there, but there hasn't been any power for years, so we'll probably have to rewire them." Zhao Daqiang rubbed his hands awkwardly. "If you need electricity, I'll talk to the power supply station, and it'll be connected in a few days." "No need to connect. I only use the truck to haul and unload goods. I don't need water or electricity." Lin Fan walked back to the main entrance from the depths of the venue. After visiting the site, he had a better understanding of the situation. High walls, dead ends, no back door, no surveillance, and even villagers are unwilling to go near it. Once that big iron gate is locked, this place becomes an absolutely hidden blind spot. He can conjure up farm supplies at any time, transferring them to a truck and then hauling them back to the city. No one can trace the true origin of these top-quality ingredients. I walked outside the iron gate. How much is the rent? Lin Fan stopped and turned to look at Zhao Daqiang. Chapter 263 Modification. Zhao Daqiang quickly calculated in his mind. This piece of land has been abandoned for 4 years, producing no output whatsoever, and I even have to pay the village's contract fee. Now that he's finally found a tenant who doesn't even care about utilities and just wants a place to rent, he's afraid that asking for too high a price will scare them away. But after looking at Lin Fan's unhurried attitude, he mustered up his courage and quoted a price. Boss Lin, if you want to rent the whole place, 25,000 yuan a year will do. Zhao Daqiang rubbed his hands together, tentatively looking at Lin Fan's expression. This 20-plus acres of land, complete with existing high walls, would fetch an unbeatable price even if you used it as an open-air warehouse. In the suburbs of a place like Jiangcheng, even on barren land, a detached courtyard with high walls costs 25,000 yuan a year, which is practically free. Did you bring the contract? Lin Fan didn't haggle and went straight to the point. Zhao Daqiang was stunned, seemingly not expecting Lin Fan to agree so readily. I brought it. Zhao Daqiang's eyes lit up immediately. He hurriedly ran to the motorcycle, lifted the back seat, and pulled out 2 slightly yellowed standard rental contracts. He took a ballpoint pen hanging on the handlebars, placed it on the motorcycle seat, quickly filled in the rent amount of 25,000 yuan and today's date, and then handed it to Lin Fan with both hands. Lin Fan accepted the contract. He flipped it open and glanced at it. The terms were very simple, just ordinary rural land leases, without any complicated breach of contract traps. The ownership of the land is also clear. It is indeed land privately contracted by Zhao Daqiang. After confirming that everything was in order, Lin Fan placed the contract on the hood of the Wuling Hongguang and signed his name in the Party B position. After signing the document, Lin Fan took out his phone. Please provide your bank card number. Zhao Daqiang quickly read the card number aloud, afraid of misreading a single digit. Less than half a minute later, Zhao Daqiang's phone rang. He took it out and saw that the annual rent of 25,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Received it. Zhao Daqiang's face was all wrinkled from smiling. He deftly removed the large padlock and a bunch of spare keys and respectfully handed them to Lin Fan. Boss Lin, you're all for it. Take all the locks and keys. You can come in and set up the site anytime. If any idlers in the village come to cause trouble, just mention my name, Zhao Daqiang, and I guarantee I'll take care of them. Lin Fan took the heavy iron lock and weighed it in his hand. Okay, it's good that I've received the money. Lin Fan nodded, his tone indifferent. Well, Mr. Lin, I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Zhao Daqiang was in a great mood after receiving the money. He straddled the dilapidated motorcycle and stepped on the start lever. The motorcycle sputtered and drove off down the dirt road, belching out a plume of black smoke from its exhaust pipe. Lin Fan stood there, watching Zhao Daqiang's figure disappear around the corner at the end of the dirt road. Silence returned to the surroundings, broken only by the rustling of the early winter wind through the withered grass. He turned around, placed his hands on the rusty iron gate, and pushed it open completely. Back in his Wuling Hongguang, Lin Fan drove the car into the wasteland. He then got out, pushed open the 2 heavy iron gates, and locked them from the inside with a large padlock. Now, this 20-acre wasteland, enclosed by a 3-meter-high red brick wall, has become an absolutely closed private space. Lin Fan walked to the very center of the wasteland, stepping on the withered yellow weeds that were above his knees. Just then, a crisp electronic voice rang in his mind. Ding! A private, enclosed space with absolute control over the host has been detected. Area, 22 acres. Meets the requirements for the implementation of buildings derived from the system. Should this location be converted and designated as a system resource transfer warehouse? Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Confirm the modification, Lin Fan commanded in his mind. Transit warehouse under renovation. A very slight tremor came from the ground beneath my feet. Centered on the spot where Lin Fan stood, the withered grass within a radius of 200 square meters silently sank into the ground. The originally dry, hard, and whitish alkaline soil was quickly replaced by a smooth and solid cement floor. Immediately afterwards, a gray steel-structured warehouse rose from the ground, blending perfectly into the desolate orchard backdrop. From the outside, it looks like an old factory that has been abandoned for many years, without any sense of incongruity. A large roller shutter door rolled up automatically, revealing the interior of the warehouse. Lin Fan stepped inside. The interior space is divided into 3 completely independent areas by dust-proof partitions. The electronic screen on the wall lit up, displaying the parameters for each area. Room temperature dry goods section, constant temperature 20 degrees Celsius. Suitable for storing rice, flour, cooking oil, dried goods, and spices. Refrigerated compartment, constant temperature 4 degrees Celsius. Suitable for storing fresh vegetables and eggs. Deep freezing zone, 18 degrees Celsius. Suitable for storing meat and seafood. In the center of the warehouse, dozens of standard wooden pallets were neatly stacked. There was even a manual hydraulic pallet truck parked next to them. Lin Fan walked to an empty tray in the room temperature zone, closed his eyes, and connected his consciousness to the system farm. He chose to extract 500 gene of Xiangshui tribute rice and 100 gene of pure soybean oil. Open your eyes. 10 tightly bound burlap sacks and several large barrels of unlabeled, transparent soybean oil appeared out of nowhere on the tray. Lin Fan then went to the frozen section and retrieved 200 gene of Black Mountain pig foreleg meat and 100 gene of processed free-range Sanwang chicken. All the meat was packed in clean, sterile plastic crates and stacked on the shelves in the frozen section, emitting wisps of white steam. Lin Fan looked at everything before him and let out a long sigh of relief. The huge weight that had been hanging over my heart since the store opened has finally been lifted off my feet. From then on, all he needed to do was drive his Wuling Hongguang to this suburban warehouse every morning, close the gate, extract the supplies from the system farm here, then load them into the trunk of the van, and swagger back to Phoenix Golden Street. Even if a professional investigator or private detective were to investigate, all they would see would be Lin Fan's daily routine of coming to the suburban warehouse to purchase goods. As for where the goods in the warehouse came from, no one can trace the source. Lin Fan pulled down the roller shutter and locked it. He got into the Wuling Hongguang and turned the steering wheel to make a U-turn. Drive up to the large iron gate, get out of the car, unlock it, drive the car out, and then lock the gate again. The van traveled for more than 10 minutes on the bumpy dirt road before merging back onto the smooth asphalt main road. Lin Fan glanced at the time. This whole ordeal took more than an hour, and before we knew it, it was already 3 p.m. We got back to the city just in time. The car sped along the expressway, and the scenery on both sides changed from desolate woods to towering, dense office buildings. Chapter 264 Dignity. A short while later, the Wuling Hongguang smoothly stopped in the marked parking space outside the Shinkong Early Education Center. Lin Fan removed the car key, opened the door, and got out of the car. On a late winter afternoon, the sun was already hidden by clouds, and the wind was dry and cold on my face. A number of parents had already gathered at the entrance of the Early Childhood Education Center to pick up their children. The adults stood in 2s and 3s, their hands in their pockets, chatting quietly. Lin Fan didn't squeeze into the crowd. Instead, he found a sheltered corner and stood quietly waiting. A few minutes later, the bell rang precisely when get out of class was over. The large, black, ornate iron gate opened from the inside, and the teacher in charge led the children, who were lined up, out. Tuanshuan, wearing a yellow down jacket and carrying a small backpack, spotted Lin Fan standing in the corner at a glance. "Dad." She ran over with her short legs and hugged Lin Fan's leg tightly. Lin Fan bent down and picked up his daughter, casually weighing her in his hand, and felt that she had indeed gained some weight recently. "Did you behave at school today?" Lin Fan helped her straighten her scarf to block the cold wind from getting into her neck. "I've been good. I finished all my lunch." Tuanshuan hugged Lin Fan's neck, her voice clear and crisp. "Okay, let's go home." Lin Fan placed Tuanshuan in the passenger seat and fastened the seatbelt. The car started and entered the evening rush hour traffic, heading towards Jinmao Mansion. Back home, the underfloor heating inside dispelled the chill from my body. As soon as Tuanshuan entered the door, she took off her little shoes, put on slippers, and ran to the living room carpet to find building blocks to play with. Lin Fan took off his coat and hung it behind the door. He didn't go to the kitchen to cook anything fancy. It was just the father and daughter eating dinner together, and they just ate whatever was convenient. Time flies. Before they knew it, the day of the court hearing arrived. The sky was overcast in the morning, and the weather forecast said that there would be light snow in Jiangxing today. Lin Fan got up early as usual and made a hot breakfast for Tuanshuan. After dinner, he dressed his daughter in a thick yellow down jacket and put on her hat and scarf. "Dad, aren't we going to the store today?" Tuanshuan asked curiously, noticing that the car wasn't heading in the direction of Phoenix Golden Street. "Dad will take you to kindergarten first," Lin Fan said as he turned the steering wheel. At 8 a.m. sharp, the car stopped in front of Shinkong Kindergarten. After personally handing Tuanshuan over to teacher Zhang, who was in charge of the class, Lin Fan watched his daughter skip and hop into the teaching building with her little school bag on her back. He stood at the door for a while until he could no longer see her back before turning around and walking towards the parking space. Today, he is going to completely sever the last ties to the past. 8:20 a.m. Jiangxing District People's Court. Lin Fan parked his car and followed the signs into the waiting area of the third courtroom inside the courthouse. The corridor was quiet. The heating was on full blast, completely shutting out the wind, snow, and bitter cold outside. The long rows of wooden benches were empty. Wang Jingming has arrived. Today he was wearing a dark gray bespoke suit, holding a thermos in his hand, sitting on a bench, looking down at a file on his lap. Hearing footsteps, Wang Jingming looked up and closed the file. "Good morning, Attorney Wang." Lin Fan walked over and sat down next to him. "Good morning. Was there any traffic on the way?" Wang Jingming unscrewed his thermos and took a sip of water. "No, the snowfall wasn't heavy," Lin Fan said calmly, looking at the tightly closed doors of the third court. As the two were talking, a series of crisp high heels clicking on the marble floor came from the corner at the end of the corridor. Lin Fan did not turn his head. The only person present here at this time is the other party. Su Qing walked at the front. Today she wore a pure white business suit with a high-quality black cashmere coat over it. Her long hair was neatly tied up at the back of her head, and her makeup was impeccable. The arrogant and domineering aura she exuded reached its peak the moment she stepped into the courthouse corridor. Attorney Zhang from Deshang Law Offices, carrying a black leather briefcase, followed closely behind her with two young assistant lawyers, half a step behind. Su Qing stopped outside the third courtroom. She turned her head and looked down at Lin Fan, who was sitting on the bench. The atmosphere in the corridor instantly plummeted to freezing point, and an invisible smell of gunpowder filled the air. "Lin Fan, I thought you would make an excuse to be absent." Su Qing looked at him, a cold pity appearing in her eyes. In a place like the courtroom where absolute strength is valued, blind pride will only make you lose more miserably. Lin Fan remained seated, showing no intention of standing up. He raised his eyelids and glanced at Su Qing. "You came all this way just to talk this nonsense to me before the trial?" Su Qing wasn't angry. Instead, she gave a cold laugh. She tilted her head slightly, and Lawyer Zhang behind her immediately understood and stepped forward, taking a document from his briefcase and handing it directly to Lin Fan. Attorney Zhang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, displaying the professionalism and arrogance of a top lawyer from a prestigious law firm. "Mr. Lin, hello. I am Miss Su Qing's lawyer. As a professional legal practitioner, I have seen too many people from the lower class who fight tooth and nail over custody, ultimately losing not only their children but also their reputations." Attorney Zhang's tone carried an air of bestowing a favor. "Once this door is opened, the court investigation will officially begin. The judge will thoroughly investigate your current financial situation, your sources of income, and the living conditions of your roadside restaurant. Those less than honorable struggles at the bottom of society will be recorded forever as evidence of unfitness to raise children." Attorney Zhang pointed to the documents in his hand. "President Su is thinking of our past relationship and doesn't want you to be embarrassed in front of the judge. This is the settlement agreement with a 5 million yuan compensation. There are 15 minutes left before the court hearing. Sign it now, take the money and leave. This is your only chance to retain some dignity." Lin Fan looked at the agreement handed to him and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Zhengming, who was sitting next to him, slowly tightened the lid of the thermos. "Little Zhang." A deep, steady voice rang out in the corridor. "It's been years since we last met, and you've become more and more adept at using your tactics of psychological pressure and throwing money at people outside the courtroom." When Attorney Zhang heard this voice, his whole body stiffened abruptly. His attention was entirely on Lin Fan, and since Wang Zhengming had his head down, He hadn't seen who was sitting next to Lin Fan. They assumed that Lin Fan had found some seasoned veteran from a community mediation office. Attorney Zhang turned his head somewhat stiffly. Wang Zhengming slowly stood up and calmly looked at him. The moment he saw that face clearly, Attorney Zhang's pupils contracted sharply, and his face turned deathly pale. President Wang, Attorney Zhang stammered. How did you get here? Chapter 265 Court Hearing. As the Vice President of the Jiangqing Lawyers Association, Wang Zhengming holds a prestigious position in Jiangqing's legal community. When Attorney Zhang first entered the profession, he interned under Wang Zhengming. I am Mr. Lin Fan's lawyer. What? Is it strange that I'm here? Wang Zhengming looked at him, his tone carrying a hint of elder's coldness. Attorney Zhang felt his throat go dry and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He suddenly turned to look at Lin Fan, his heart filled with turmoil. How could a self-employed individual running a roadside restaurant and a stay-at-home husband who left with nothing possibly manage to get the top legal professional in Jiangqing to come to his aid? A lawyer of Wang Zhengming's caliber cannot be hired simply by having money. It requires truly top-tier social connections and immense personal favors to persuade him to come out of retirement. Just now, I actually dared to engage in psychological warfare against Wang Zhengming's client in front of him. This is practically offering my face to be slapped. Su Qing also sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Although she didn't know Wang Zhengming, she frowned deeply when she saw her chief lawyer, whom she had hired at great expense, trembling like a schoolchild who had done something wrong. Attorney Zhang, who is this? Su Qing asked in a low voice. Attorney Zhang swallowed hard and said quickly in a low voice, President Su, this is Vice President Wang of the Jiangqing Lawyers Association, a titan in the legal profession. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. The Vice President of the Jiangqing Lawyers Association? How could Lin Fan possibly invite someone like that? Could it really be that the Qing family is backing him up? But Su Qing was, after all, the president of a group that was about to go public, and she quickly suppressed the slight panic in her heart. So what if you hire a top lawyer? Ultimately, the court considers financial strength. She held proof of 500 million Hong Kong dollars in HSBC Hong Kong funds. That was her absolute confidence. Faced with overwhelming financial power, even the most skilled lawyer can't conjure up money. So it's Chairman Wang. I've heard so much about you. Su Qing resumed her aloof demeanor as she looked at Wang Zhengming. However, Chairman Wang, even if you are highly respected in the industry, it doesn't change the fact that your client is a penniless self-employed individual. Judges look at assets, not reputation. Su Qing turned to stare at Lin Fan, her tone becoming even colder. Lin Fan, do you think hiring a big-name lawyer to back you up will cover up the fact that you're penniless? I'd like to see what you have to offer me in court. Lin Fan didn't even glance at her settlement agreement. Keep your money and flaunt it in court, Lin Fan said calmly. Clang. Just then, the heavy wooden door of the third trial chamber was pushed open from the inside. A clerk came out, holding a case file in his hand, his eyes sweeping over the two groups of people in the corridor. The time has come. Please bring both parties and their lawyers into the courtroom. The confrontation in the corridor came to an abrupt end. Su Qing snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. She pulled her black coat tighter around her, and, with the still somewhat dazed lawyer Zhang in tow, led the way into the courtroom. Lin Fan and Wang Zhengming exchanged a glance and walked in side by side. The third courtroom was decorated in a solemn and dignified manner. The overhead incandescent bulbs emitted a cool light, and the national emblem hung in the center, exuding an aura of inviolable majesty. Lin Fan and Wang Zhengming took their seats in the defendant's dock. Across from them, Su Qing and Attorney Zhang were already seated in the plaintiff's seat. Everyone stand up, the clerk announced loudly. The side door of the courtroom opened. 3 judges, dressed in loose black robes, walked up to the bench one by one. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the judge walking in the middle. He was a middle-aged man with graying hair and wearing black-rimmed glasses. The man had a dignified expression and a steady gait. When he walked to the center and sat down and looked up, Lin Fan's gaze paused slightly. It was him, the man who, a few days ago, stood at the entrance of Shinkong Kindergarten, holding a thermos with peeling paint, chatting like an ordinary old man about making money or spending time with children. That was Chu Jianming. It turns out that he not only knows about traditional stone ground flour, but is also a senior judge at the Jiangqing court. Chu Jianming sat in the judge's seat, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, finally lingering for a second on Lin Fan in the defendant's dock. His eyes showed no fluctuation of personal emotion, remaining as professional and solemn as ever. But in that instant of eye contact, both of them understood perfectly well what was going on. Thump! Chu Jianming picked up the gavel and struck it heavily on the base. The deep, steady sound echoed in the quiet courtroom. Court is now in session. We will verify the identities of both parties. After going through a series of rigorous routine procedures, Chu Jianming looked at the plaintiff's seat. Plaintiff, state your claims and the facts supporting them. Attorney Zhang took a deep breath, forcibly pulling himself out of the pressure of facing Wang Jingming. He's a professional lawyer who gets paid to do things. Regardless of who the other party is, his only task now is to help Su Qing win custody using the most irrefutable evidence of assets. Attorney Zhang stood up and straightened the hem of his suit jacket. Your Honor, my client, Ms. Su Qing, requests a change in custody of her daughter, Lin Yutuan, in accordance with the law. He took out a thick document and handed it to the court clerk. This is proof of our client's assets and creditworthiness. The Su Group has already completed a 500 million renminbi bridge loan and will be officially listed on NASDAQ in the United States next week. As the group's president, Ms. Su Qing possesses strong financial resources. Attorney Zhang's voice grew louder and louder as he gradually regained his confidence in court. She can provide minors with top-notch international school education resources, private medical services, and affluent living conditions that transcend social classes. Attorney Zhang paused for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Fan across from him, his tone suddenly becoming sharp and sarcastic. On the other hand, the defendant, Lin Fan, had no fixed assets at the time of their divorce. Currently, he only runs a roadside restaurant on a remote commercial street. The shop is a mixed crowd every day, filled with fumes and noise. The defendant leaves early and returns late every day, covered in fumes, and simply does not have enough time and energy to accompany and educate a 5-year-old girl. It is a serious irresponsibility to let a child grow up in such a squalid environment. Based on the legal principle of what is in the best interests of the minor, we earnestly request the court to award custody to the mother, Ms. Su Qing. After finishing his speech, Attorney Zhang confidently sat back down in his chair. Su Qing leaned back in the plaintiff's seat, a cold smile playing on her lips, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan across from her. Faced with such an absolute class difference, she wanted to see what Lin Fan would use to turn the tables today. Chapter 266 is in doubt. A brief silence fell over the courtroom. Chu Jianming sat in the presiding judge's seat, glanced down at the thick stack of asset certificates submitted by the plaintiff, and remained calm. He then turned his head and looked at the defendant's dock. Defendant, do you need to respond to the plaintiff's statements and claims? Chu Jianming's voice echoed in the spacious courtroom. Wang Jingming did not rush to speak. He slowly unscrewed the thermos beside him, took a sip of water, and moistened his throat. Only then did he calmly stand up from the chair. As the vice president of the Jiangxing Lawyers Association, Wang Jingming's composure, honed over decades of experience in the courtroom, contrasted sharply with the eagerness and sharpness of the lawyer opposite him, Zhang. Your Honor, Wang Jingming said, his hands resting on the table, his voice steady and his words clear. The plaintiff's lawyer's description of the defendant's financial situation just now contains serious inaccuracies and subjective assumptions. He turned around and opened the leather briefcase on the table. He pulled out a few neatly bound A4 pages and handed them to the court clerk who had come over. The plaintiff claims in the complaint that the defendant left with nothing in the divorce and is currently running a roadside stall with an extremely unstable income, making it impossible for him to provide for the minors. Wang Jingming's gaze swept over lawyer Zhang across from him, his tone completely indifferent. These are the defendant's bank statements for both corporate and personal transactions over the past few months, as well as the tax payment certificate issued by the Jiangxing City Tax Bureau. Wang Jingming's voice wasn't loud, but every word he uttered struck the courtroom like a hammer blow. The defendant's current restaurant has a stable daily net profit of over 100,000 yuan. All income is taxed in accordance with the law, and the source of funds is legal and compliant. The defendant's current cash flow is fully capable of providing a good living and educational environment for minors. There is absolutely no financial distress as claimed by the plaintiff. Upon hearing this, Su Qing, sitting in the plaintiff's seat, frowned sharply. A daily net profit of over 100,000? That's 3 million in net profit per month? How could a noodle shop chef possibly generate such an incredible cash flow? Attorney Zhang was also taken aback for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. But as the chief executive of Deshang law firm, he reacted extremely quickly. He had already rehearsed this line with Su Qing before he arrived, and had a prepared response in mind. The court clerk presented the materials to the judge's bench. Chu Jiaming put on his reading glasses and looked down as he flipped through the materials. As a veteran judge, he had investigated the accounts of far too many so-called big bosses. Many people appear successful on the surface, with assets worth hundreds of millions, but their debt ratio is as high as 80% or 90%, and their bank statements are full of bad debts from robbing Peter to pay Paul. The bank statement submitted by Lin Fan was surprisingly clean. There were no loans, and every day there was a steady, net inflow of real money. What's even more remarkable is the tax payment certificate that followed, showing that every single income was taxed in full, with the tax bureau's red seal stamped on the paper, leaving no trace of tax evasion. Just as Chu Jianming was reviewing the materials, Attorney Zhang suddenly stood up. "Your Honor, we have doubts about the authenticity of these funds." Attorney Zhang stared at Wang Zhengming across from him. Just a few months ago, the defendant was penniless, and it's impossible for him to have such a large amount of legitimate cash flow in such a short period of time. This money is very likely fabricated by certain capital behind the scenes to create false cash flow in his accounts in order to hype up the online celebrity restaurant brand. Attorney Zhang's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke, attempting to overwhelm the other party with his imposing manner. The defendant is likely just a legal entity that has been pushed to the forefront by capital to hold shares on behalf of others. His high income is artificially created and is highly deceptive and unstable. Once the capital withdraws, he could face bankruptcy or even financial disputes at any time. Such false economic conditions are simply not enough to guarantee the upbringing of his children. Su Qing sat beside him, staring intently at Lin Fan's profile. This was the fact she had always firmly believed. Lin Fan was just a puppet, and this money couldn't withstand legal scrutiny at all. As soon as the judge becomes suspicious and initiates a thorough financial investigation, Lin Fan's disguise will be immediately torn apart. Faced with Attorney Zhang's irrefutable accusations, Lin Fan remained seated, not even lifting an eyelid. He didn't argue loudly, but narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of coldness and disappointment. "Attorney Zhang, the court is a place where evidence matters. Do you have any substantial written evidence for the capital manipulation, fake transaction records, and puppet stock holding you mentioned? Are there any nominee holding agreements? Are there any records of fund transfers?" Attorney Zhang paused for a moment when asked the question, her mouth slightly open. Wang Zhengming pointed to the documents on the judge's bench. "Every transaction on there has a corresponding real receipt. Every penny here has been fully paid to the national taxes. The tax bureau's official seal is stamped on it in black and white." Wang Zhengming stared into Attorney Zhang's eyes. "Did you question the investigative capabilities and credibility of the national tax authorities in court without any evidence?" When this serious accusation was leveled against him, Attorney Zhang's face turned pale instantly. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single rebuttal. He was a lawyer who understood the law, and he knew better than anyone that an accusation without evidence in court was tantamount to slander. If a judge makes a baseless accusation that the other party's taxable assets are false, the judge will not accept it at all, and may even reprimand the defendant in court. Chu Jiaming sat in the presiding judge's seat, looking sternly at Attorney Zhang. "Plaintiff's attorney, this court reminds you that the court values evidence over testimony. If your side does not have conclusive evidence to prove that the tax payment receipts submitted by the defendant are forged or held on behalf of someone else, the court will accept these asset certificates in accordance with the law. Please be mindful of your wording." Attorney Zhang gritted his teeth, a thin layer of sweat beading on his forehead. In front of his former mentor, his once proud attack methods were easily and completely neutralized in the first round. Su Qing sat down beside him, her face darkening. She hadn't expected Lin Fan's accounts to be so meticulously prepared that even the chief lawyer at Deshang law firm couldn't find any loopholes to exploit. But Attorney Zhang did not give up. He was calculating rapidly in his mind. Since he couldn't win the battle over the authenticity of cash flow, he had to change tactics and attack the risk resistance of the assets. "Your Honor." Attorney Zhang took a deep breath, straightened up again, and spoke faster. "Even if the defendant's current cash flow is real, we still believe that the defendant cannot provide a long-term, stable, and safe environment for the child's growth. Attorney Zhang grabbed a document from the table and pointed it at Lin Fan. Our legal team conducted a thorough investigation into the defendant's assets before the trial. We have confirmed that the defendant, Lin Fan, currently does not own any resident real estate. Attorney Zhang's thoughts became clearer, and his voice rose again. Chapter 267, Cutting off the fire at the bottom of the blade. According to the materials, the restaurant he currently operates is a rented shop. Moreover, the place he is currently living in is also rented. In business logic, a tenant without ownership of property has almost zero ability to withstand risks. If the landlord defaults, or if there are any unforeseen circumstances, the defendant could face homelessness at any time. He turned to look at Chu Jiaming, his tone becoming pained and indignant, and began to belittle Lin Fan's living conditions in every way. Your Honor, forcing a 5-year-old girl to live this insecure and uncertain life as a tenant every day is a disaster for her future. The plaintiff, Ms. Su Qing, owns several high-end villas and large-sized apartments in Jiangqing. What she can provide for the children is a private bilingual school and the best material living conditions. The difference in living conditions and educational resources between the two is simply worlds apart. Attorney Zhang delivered a final summary statement. What the child needs is a stable and comfortable home, not to wander around with a self-employed person who doesn't even own a house. In terms of the stability of fixed assets and the social class of the living environment, the plaintiff has an absolutely overwhelming advantage. The courtroom fell silent. Attorney Zhang's argument about not owning any property is indeed reasonable and hits the biggest weakness of a newly established sole proprietor. In the plaintiff's seat, Su Qing's tense shoulders finally relaxed completely. Yes, even if you, Lin Fan, rely on luck to earn tens of thousands of yuan in cash every day. But ultimately, you're just a tenant who doesn't even own a house. Without fixed assets, you're like a rootless duckweed in court. How can you compete with the Su Group in terms of stability? In the dock, Chu Jiaming put down the case file in his hand and looked up at the defendant's seat. Do the defendant and their lawyers need to respond to the plaintiff's questions regarding fixed assets and residential stability? All eyes in the courtroom instantly focused on Lin Fan. Faced with Attorney Zhang's extremely derogatory statement, Lin Fan sat in his chair, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. He does not own any property. Although the property certificate for Lao Lu's shop is in his possession, he personally promised Lao Lu that the house is a safety net and that the property will not be transferred to his name until Xiao Yu is fully recovered and no longer needs large sums of medical expenses. His moral compass made it impossible for him to selfishly transfer the life-saving house to his own name just to win the lawsuit. However, in a court that values real money and proof of ownership, without the transfer of ownership, the shop does not belong to him. Lin Fan's face turned pale, his lips pressed tightly together, and the muscles in his jaw tensed slightly from the effort. He felt an unprecedented sense of passivity. Sitting next to him, Wang Zhengming keenly noticed Lin Fan's stiff body and unpleasant expression. As a lawyer, he knew all too well the disadvantages that honest people like Lin Fan faced in court. People who uphold morality and abide by the rules are often cornered by those who scheme and plot. In situations like this, it's time for a lawyer to step in and take the fall. Wang Zhengming stood up from his chair. Your Honor, of course we need to respond. He turned around, took 2 documents out of his briefcase, and handed them to the court clerk who was walking over. The plaintiff's lawyer has been emphasizing the so-called material disparity and poor living conditions. But the fact is, although the defendant does not currently own any property, he has been renting a 200-square-meter Riverview apartment in Jinmao Mansion, a top luxury residential area in Jiangqing, for 15,000 yuan per month. Wang Zhengming's voice was steady and his pronunciation was clear. This is a notarized housing lease contract. The living environment, security level, and surrounding educational resources of Jinmao Mansion are among the best in the entire Jiangqing. The defendant is fully capable of providing the child with a very comfortable material life, and there is absolutely no displacement, as the plaintiff claims. Attorney Zhang was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and let out a disdainful sneer. Attorney Wang, a rented luxury house is still just a rented house. Without property rights, it means there's no ability to withstand risks. This doesn't change the fact that he doesn't have stable assets under his name. If the landlord suddenly breaches the contract and evicts him, he'll still have to sleep on the streets with his children. Attorney Zhang, You seem to have some misunderstanding about the term risk resistance capacity. Wang Jingming turned his head and looked at Attorney Zhang, his eyes becoming unusually sharp. He didn't press Lin Fan about renting a place anymore, but instead reached into his briefcase and pulled out a photocopy with an English heading. Your Honor, the plaintiff claims to possess substantial fixed assets and absolute stability. However, according to our legitimate investigation, the facts are quite the opposite. Wang Jingming held up the photocopy in his hand, his voice echoing clearly in the courtroom. Just a few days ago, the plaintiff, Miss Su Qing, borrowed a high-interest bridge loan of up to 500 million renminbi from HSBC Capital in Hong Kong in her personal capacity in order to fill the huge funding gap in the Su Group's listing in the United States. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's expression changed drastically while sitting in the plaintiff's seat. She sat up abruptly, staring intently at the document in Wang Jingming's hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. She handled this matter with extreme secrecy. Even very few of the company's core executives knew about it. How exactly did the other party discover this secret loan? Wang Jingming gave her no chance to catch her breath and continued. Your Honor, to the best of my knowledge, the interest rate on this loan is far above the market average, and the terms are extremely harsh. If there is any delay in the listing review of the Su Group next week, or even the slightest break in the capital chain, the plaintiff's shares will be forcibly liquidated, and she will face hundreds of millions of yuan in personal debt, or even direct bankruptcy liquidation. Wang Jingming slammed the photocopy heavily on the table, then turned to stare at Attorney Zhang and the pale-faced Su Qing. On one side is my father, who has no debts, earns 100,000 yuan in net profit every day, and works steadily. On the other side is my mother, who has staked her entire fortune on a betting agreement and could go bankrupt at any time, leaving her with hundreds of millions of yuan in debt. Wang Jingming posed a resounding question. Attorney Zhang, tell me now, whose risk tolerance is practically zero? Whose life is living on a tightrope of uncertainty? The courtroom was completely silent. Attorney Zhang's expression froze completely. He turned to look at Su Qing, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. When Su Qing signed this performance-based agreement, she didn't even confide in her legal team. He had no idea that his employer was carrying such a time bomb. Chapter 268 Court Adjournment. Attorney Zhang was caught off guard and drenched in sweat when the opposing lawyer pulled this stunt in court. Su Qing gripped the pen tightly in her hand, her nails digging deep into her palm, even drawing blood. She felt all the blood rushing to her head. Her breathing became rapid, and her ears were ringing. Her sense of superiority, which she held dear, was stripped bare by Lin Fan and Wang Jingming, turning into her most fatal disadvantage in court. A mother burdened with 500 million yuan in high-interest loans and gambling agreements is an extremely dangerous caregiver in the eyes of any judge. Lin Fan sat in the defendant's seat and let out a long sigh. The suffocating feeling of being suppressed just now completely vanished with Wang Jingming's decisive counterattack. He looked at Su Qing, who seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Wang Jingming turned to the judge's bench and made his final statement. Your Honor, the defendant Lin Fan is in excellent financial condition and lives in a comfortable environment. More importantly, the defendant closes for business at noon every day, giving him ample time to personally spend with his child. In contrast, the plaintiff not only faces an extremely high risk of financial bankruptcy, but also has no time to care for his minor due to work commitments. Therefore, we respectfully request the court to dismiss the plaintiff's claim and maintain the existing custody arrangement. The chain of evidence was airtight, and the counterattack hit the nail on the head. Su Qing's previously confident asset dominance was completely shattered by this cutting off the fuel supply move, leaving nothing behind. Chu Jianming sat in the judge's seat, picked up the photocopy of the loan collateral, and carefully examined it. His expression became very solemn. In court, high debt, high-risk performance-based agreements are a major taboo in custody decisions. No matter how successful the Su Group may seem on the surface, the law cannot award a 5-year-old child to a mother who may be burdened with hundreds of millions of debt at any time. He took off his reading glasses and looked calmly at the plaintiff's seat. Plaintiff, do you need to refute the defendant's statements regarding the risks of your huge debts? Su Qing stared intently at Lin Fan, who was sitting opposite her with a calm expression, her teeth clenched so tightly that she couldn't utter a single word. Attorney Zhang leaned close to Su Qing's ear, lowered his voice, and spoke with anxiety and panic. President Su, the situation has collapsed. They've completely blocked our path of competing on economic strength. The judge will absolutely not award custody of the child to someone with high-risk debt. If we let them pronounce the verdict now, we're doomed to lose. We must find a way to adjourn the court. Su Qing took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently, forcing herself to calm down. We can't just lose like this. Next week, the Su group will be ringing the bell in the United States, and she cannot allow herself to be burdened with a scandal at this crucial moment, one in which she has been utterly defeated by her ex-husband in court. Furthermore, we cannot allow any negative rumors to circulate about the group's involvement in the performance-based agreement at this time. As long as the case is not closed, she still has the opportunity to find other breakthroughs. Su Qing suddenly stood up. Your Honor, Su Qing said, her voice strained but rapid. We request to submit additional evidence. Chu Jiaming looked at her. What kind of evidence does the plaintiff want to provide? We need to obtain witness testimonies regarding the defendant's extreme emotional instability, even violent tendencies, and unsuitability to raise children. Su Qing glanced coldly at Lin Fan. To ensure the absolute safety of minors, we request a recess. Attorney Zhang immediately realized what was happening and quickly stood up to echo his sentiment. Yes, Your Honor. We need to provide a supplementary medical assessment report regarding the psychological impact of the defendant's living environment on the child. We request a recess to postpone the trial. Chu Jiaming looked at Su Qing, his eyes already seeing through everything. As a seasoned judge, he could naturally see through this litigation strategy of applying for a recess to delay proceedings after the cards are revealed. However, in civil litigation, if the plaintiff submits supplementary key evidence that may affect the judgment in court, the court cannot refuse it directly and must grant a reasonable period for presenting evidence. Chu Jiaming looked down and flipped through the case file in his hand. Given that the plaintiff's application to supplement key evidence in court complies with legal procedures, this court hereby adjourns temporarily. The next hearing date will be notified by summons. Thump. The gavel fell heavily. The court hearing has ended. The tense atmosphere in the courtroom eased slightly. Lin Fan stood up and straightened his black casual jacket. He wasn't surprised by the court's adjournment. That's how legal procedures work. If one party deliberately makes excuses to delay, the case can never be completed in one go. But today's face-to-face confrontation has completely rendered Su Qing's prized asset card useless. Wang Zhengming neatly packed the materials on the table into his leather briefcase. Mr. Lin, let's go. The two walked out of the third courtroom side by side. Outside the courthouse, a light snowflake finally began to fall from the gloomy sky. The first snow of early winter, mixed with a cold wind, hit people's faces with a bone-chilling cold. Su Qing stood on the high steps of the courthouse and saw Lin Fan and Wang Zhengming walk out of the main gate. She walked towards him in her high heels and stopped in front of Lin Fan. Attorney Zhang and his two assistants tactfully stood a few steps away, not approaching. Lin Fan, how dare you investigate me in secret? Su Qing stared at Lin Fan, clenching her teeth, her voice cold. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks, but before he could speak, Wang Zhengming, who was standing next to him, pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and calmly took over the conversation. Mr. Su, please do not threaten my client with your words. The court only recognizes legal and compliant evidence collection, which does not count as a covert investigation. Wang Zhengming looked at her, his tone indifferent. A few days ago, you begged all over Jiangxing for help with this 500 million funding gap. In the end, you were desperate and turned to those other investors. In Jiangxing's top venture capital circles, that's already a joke. Wang Zhengming added, any large-scale overseas equity pledge must be filed at the underlying level with the offshore financial regulatory agency. Following the clues, obtaining a record is just a matter of making a few phone calls. Wang Zhengming's smile vanished, and his tone suddenly turned cold. There are no secrets in the capital market, especially you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing's chest heaved violently. Her face was a little pale. She thought she had covered her tracks perfectly, but it turned out to be completely transparent. Lin Fan brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders, looking at the somewhat exasperated woman in front of him, his eyes remaining completely calm. Investigate me however you like, I'm ready. Lin Fan said calmly. But this is the last time you waste my time in court. If you still can't produce evidence at the next hearing, you should just admit defeat. Chapter 269, Unconventional Methods. Lin Fan, do you really understand what Tuan Tuan needs? Su Qing gritted her teeth, making a final, unwilling struggle. Do you think you can give her a real social class just by having a few clean tax returns? If she stays with you, you can't give her the confidence to transcend social classes. Lin Fan looked at her, not even bothering to refute her. He felt that Su Qing was a pitiful person whose eyes were completely blinded by money. If your social class is to teach her how to lie and delay in court, how to push herself to the brink of hundreds of millions in debt, Lin Fan said coldly, then she'd be better off as a small-time vendor. Lin Fan didn't look at her again, walked around her, and headed straight for the Wuling Hongwang parked not far away. Su Qing stood there, watching Lin Fan open the car door and get in, watching the dusty van drive out of the courthouse. Her face was so gloomy it could drip water. Don't get too cocky. No matter how clean your business operations are, or how nice your rented house is, it can't hide the fact that you're a self-employed individual. You're lucky today, but next time you go to court, I guarantee you won't even have a chance to defend yourself. Su Qing turned around, walked down the steps in her high heels, and sat in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz van. Back to the company, she coldly ordered the driver in front. The car drove smoothly into the snowstorm. Su Qing leaned back in her seat, her mind racing as she reviewed the words she had spoken in court. The path of suppressing Lin Fan in terms of economic strength and asset size has now been completely blocked. She had to find another way to break through. She just requested a recess from the judge on the grounds that the defendant is emotionally unstable and has violent tendencies. Lin Fan values his child more than his own life, so his only weakness is his child. Since the formal channels for providing evidence are not working, we have no choice but to resort to unconventional methods. She can still win this lawsuit. On the other side, inside the Wuling Hongwang, the heater was on, shutting out the icy, snowy landscape outside. Attorney Wang, you've had a hard day. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel, looking at the road ahead. If you take someone's money, you have to solve their problems. Wang Zhengming leaned back in the passenger seat, took off his glasses, and wiped them with a cloth. But Mr. Lin, did you hear clearly the reason why Su Qing requested a recess? I heard you clearly, Lin Fan said calmly. You said I have violent tendencies. She was forced into a corner and made up this excuse to stall for time. Wang Zhengming put his glasses back on. But since she brought this up in court, she will definitely try to collect or even fabricate evidence of your emotional instability in order to cover up her lie at the next hearing. Wang Zhengming turned to look at Lin Fan and gave him the most pertinent warning a lawyer could offer. Mr. Lin, you must be extremely careful during this period. Running a business inevitably involves some bumps along the way. Even if you encounter an unreasonable rogue on the street, or a customer causing trouble in the shop and pointing their finger at you while cursing, you absolutely must not lay a hand on them. As long as you use force, even if it's in self-defense, once a police report is filed, Xiao Zhang will use it against you in court as evidence that you have a volatile temper and are unsuitable to raise minors. At this critical juncture, you can't even have an excuse to argue with someone. Do you understand? Lin Fan looked at the rearview mirror, his eyes slightly heavy. I understand. I will restrain myself, Lin Fan replied calmly. After dropping Wang Zhengming off at the law firm, Lin Fan drove back to Phoenix Golden Street alone. The snowfall on Jean Street was heavier than in the city center, and a thin layer of white snow had already accumulated on the bluestone slabs. Lin Fan parked his car and opened the shop door. The lobby was quiet, and Su Xiaoxiao was sitting behind the bar checking the bills from the past few days. Brother Lin, you're back? How's the lawsuit going? Su Xiaoxiao quickly stood up and asked as he entered. The court is adjourned, and the trial will be postponed. Lin Fan took off his coat and hung it on the coat rack. Huh? Why are you still dragging this out? Su Xiaoxiao frowned, feeling somewhat indignant. It's nothing, just a formality. Lin Fan walked to the kitchen and washed his hands. The cool tap water flowed down his fingertips, washing away the stuffy atmosphere he had picked up in the courthouse all morning. Lin Fan turned off the tap and grabbed a towel to dry his hands. The restaurant had a "Closed Today" sign hanging in the air. There was no food being prepared or soup being cooked. The spacious dining area was quiet and still. In the corner, the shrimp dumpling was curled up into an orange ball and sleeping soundly. Brother Lin, since we're not open today, I'll go back to school early this afternoon. Su Xiaoxiao put the ordering tablet on the counter into the drawer. Okay, let's have lunch before we go. Lin Fan draped a towel over the back of the chair. It's almost noon. It was a freezing cold day, so I didn't bother making any complicated dishes. Lin Fan chopped a handful of scallions, rendered some scallion oil in a wok using black mountain pork fat, poured in the soy sauce brewed by the system, and brought it to a boil. I boiled 2 bowls of chewy, thin noodles in water. I drained them and placed them on top of the scallion oil sauce. There are no extra side dishes, just the simplest scallion oil noodles. 2 bowls of noodles were placed on the table. The two sat at a solid wooden table by the window, heads down, and mixed the noodles. The rich aroma of scallions and the pure fragrance of pork fat wafted through the steam. Su Xiaoxiao ate heartily, and soon a fine layer of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. Brother Lin, this scallion oil smells amazing. Su Xiaoxiao ate more than half of her noodles in just a few bites. By the way, did the court say when the hearing will resume? Not decided yet. We're waiting for the court summons. Lin Fan ate slowly, his tone steady. What if Su Qing comes to the store to cause trouble again? She doesn't dare to do it openly now. Lin Fan put down his chopsticks, picked up his water glass, and took a sip. There are security cameras inside the store, and there are also street cameras outside the door. If she dares to bring people to cause trouble, she will have to explain herself in court. After finishing her meal, Su Xiaoxiao washed the 2 empty bowls, dried her hands, and slung her canvas bag over her shoulder. Brother Lin, I'll head back to school now. I'll be here to open the door on time tomorrow morning. Drive carefully. After seeing Su Xiaoxiao off, Lin Fan fastened the bolt on the glass door again. He went to the corner and added some water and cat food to the shrimp dumplings small bowl. Hearing the noise, the kitten stretched and nuzzled against Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan casually ruffled the shrimp dumplings head a couple of times. Just as I was about to get up, someone knocked on the closed glass door from the outside. Lin Fan looked up and saw Qin Lang and Shun Man standing outside the door. He walked over and unlatched the door. The cold wind of early winter blew in through the cracks in the door as Qin Lang and Shun Man entered the hall one after the other. Brother Lin. Qin Lang casually unbuttoned his coat. His eyes were bloodshot, making him look like he had been working non-stop for several days. Shun Man was also dressed in a smart business suit, carrying a briefcase she hadn't had time to put down, and her face showed a hint of fatigue. Recently, the Qin family took over a 3 billion yuan project in the south of the city, and Qin Lang, as the core person in charge, has been extremely busy. As for Shun Man, ever since she fell out with her materialistic mother and rejected Lu Ziyuan's marriage proposal, she has been working overtime every day to take over the company's business independently. Chapter 270 Mindset. Even though they were so busy, the two still made time to come over today. The door was locked. I thought you had already gone back. Shin Man put her briefcase on the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. Lin Fan poured 2 glasses of warm water and handed them to them. Just finished packing up and was about to leave. Lin Fan sat down opposite him. You're so busy. Why did you make a special trip? Today is the day you and Su Qing have your court hearing. How can we not come? Qin Lang took a sip of hot water to moisten his throat. We originally planned to pick you up at the courthouse this morning, but a planning meeting was held in the city and we couldn't get away. So, as soon as the meeting ended, we came straight here. Shin Man held the water glass in both hands, looking at Lin Fan's calm expression, and tentatively asked, what was the result? Did the court make a ruling in court? No. The court is adjourned, Lin Fan said calmly. Adjournment. Qin Lang frowned. With Attorney Wang on the case, plus your clean bank statements and asset certificates, does the judge still have any doubts? Lin Fan shook his head and briefly recounted the events of the morning's court hearing. This includes how Wang Zhengming produced the original copy of the 500 million yuan betting agreement, leaving Attorney Zhang from Deshang law firm speechless, and how Su Qing ultimately used emotional instability and violent tendencies as grounds to forcibly apply for supplementary evidence to delay the process. After hearing this, Qin Lang sneered. I knew it. Su Qing will come up with any excuse to win. She even dared to sign a 500 million yuan betting agreement. She's really driven herself to the brink. When Shin Man heard the words, violent tendencies, her brows furrowed tightly. She and Su Qing grew up together and knew her former best friend all too well. Lin Fan, you can't let your guard down. Shin Man put down her water glass, her tone becoming very serious. Su Qing is too goal-oriented. Since she brought up this reason in court, she definitely didn't just say it. Shin Man looked into Lin Fan's eyes. She can't control you financially right now. Her only chance to turn the tables is to prove that you have personality flaws. During this time, you must control your emotions. I'm afraid she will find someone to deliberately provoke you in secret. As long as you take action outside, she will have irrefutable evidence. Attorney Wong reminded me of that as well. Lin Fan nodded. Don't worry, I know what's important. As long as I don't make any mistakes, she won't find any leverage against me. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, thought for a moment, and said, Brother Lin, how about I send a few reliable security guards to keep an eye on things around Jean Street these next few days? If any fools come looking for trouble, you don't need to lift a finger, I'll have them cleared out. No need, Lin Fan refused directly. What kind of image would it project to a business with a few bodyguards on guard? I can handle it myself. Seeing that Lin Fan understood the situation, the two didn't try to persuade him further. We sat down and chatted for a bit more about the progress of the Chengnan project. It was almost 2:30 p.m. All right, we're relieved to know you're all right. Qin Lang stood up and buttoned his coat back up. I have a bunch of documents waiting to be signed at the company. I need to go back right away. Take care. After seeing Qin Lang and Shun Man off, Lin Fan told Su Xiaoxiao to go back to school early to rest, and then he fastened the glass door latch again. He glanced at the wall clock. 2:40. Lin Fan grabbed his car keys, pushed open the door, and walked out. A cold wind of early winter blew in my face. The leaves of the plane trees along the roadside were swirling and turning on the curb. Lin Fan got into the driver's seat of the Wuling Hongguang and started the engine. The car drove out of Phoenix Golden Street and merged into the smooth traffic of the city, heading towards the Starry Sky Early Education Center. 3 p.m. The Wuling Hongguang was parked in the marked parking space outside the Early Childhood Education Center. The gate was still tightly closed, but several cars had already parked one after another on both sides of the road. Some elderly people who came to pick up their children had already stood under the sheltered wall to wait. Lin Fan got out of the car. Instead of staying in the car, he walked to a plane tree on the side of the entrance to the Early Childhood Education Center and stood there. This spot is a sheltered, dark corner with a wide view. You can see the large group of students as soon as the door opens. I stood there for about 10 minutes. A black, ordinary Volkswagen Magotan came to a stop on the side of the road. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a dark gray casual jacket stepped out. The man had some gray hair and was holding a stainless steel thermos in his hand. The man closed the car door, shrank his neck, and walked towards the gate, stepping on the fallen leaves on the ground. As the man walked under the sycamore tree, he looked up and met Lin Fan's gaze. They recognized each other. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the solemn and dignified third courtroom, he is Judge Chu Jianming, sitting high in the presiding judge's seat, holding the gavel. He is Lin Fan, the defendant, sitting in the dock, being questioned about his assets and character. And now, it's 3 p.m. Outside the Early Childhood Education Center, where a cold wind was blowing, they once again shed their cold and serious social identities and became two ordinary elders who had come early to pick up their child from school. When Chu Jianming saw Lin Fan, he was slightly taken aback at first. Then the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out, revealing a peaceful smile. To Anshuan's dad, you're here early, Chu Jianming said. Okay, I came early and waited. Lin Fan nodded, his tone as calm as usual. Chu Jianming lowered his head, blew on the rising steam from the thermos, and took a sip of warm water. It's really cold today. Chu Jianming tightened the lid of his cup, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the Wuling Hongguang that Lin Fan had driven, and then looking at the unbranded black jacket Lin Fan was wearing. In the courtroom this morning, facing such a large legal team from the opposing side, it's rare to see someone as composed as you sitting in the defendant's dock. Discussing case details outside the courtroom is a major taboo, and Chu Jianming, as a judge, naturally understood this rule. He didn't mention any bias in the judgment, nor did he comment on Su Qing. He merely expressed his admiration for Lin Fan's character as a neighbor. Every penny I earn is clean and honest, with nothing to hide, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. Lin Fan put his hands in his jacket pockets and looked at the tightly closed black iron gate. In court, it's ultimately the evidence that matters. After listening, Chu Jianming turned his head and gave Lin Fan a deep look. He had been a judge for nearly 30 years and had seen far too many couples fight tooth and nail over custody and property in civil court. The accounts presented by those so-called high-end elites in court are often riddled with flaws. This morning, The tax payment certificate that Lin Fan produced was so flawless that even this old judge couldn't find a single fault with it. Last time we were here, you told me that you felt it was a pity to exchange years of spending time with your children for such a small amount of income. Looking at the traffic on the road ahead, Chu Jiaming said, "Closing up today for this case must have resulted in considerable losses, right?" Chapter 271. This is definitely fake. There's no limit to how much money you can make, Lin Fan said calmly. There are priorities, and there are always things more important than making money. Chu Jiaming listened quietly. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out slightly, and he nodded solemnly. Chu Jiaming reached out and touched the inside of the thermos, quite moved. Sitting in that position, I watched every day as parents smeared each other in their struggle for interests. Some people think that leaving a large sum of money to their children or sending them to the most expensive schools is fulfilling their responsibilities as parents. But what do children know about money? They only care about who is with them every day. Chu Jiaming spoke with some emotion. He was clearly recalling the class oppression theory that Su Qing had put forward during the court hearing that morning. No matter how much trouble there is outside, as long as I don't let go, no one can take it away. Lin Fan looked at the gate. You're right. Many people in this world struggle their whole lives, only to lose sight of what's most fundamental. There aren't many people who can see things as clearly as you do. Chu Jiaming laughed. The two stood under the sycamore tree without saying anything more. That's how conversations between men are. They only get to the point. Moreover, their current situation is still in a delicate trial period, and maintaining this purely parental and neighborly distance is good for both of them. 3:30. The cheerful school dismissal music rang out from the loudspeaker next to the entrance of the Early Childhood Education Center on time. The tightly closed black iron gate was slowly pulled open from the inside by the security guard. Teachers from each class held up their class signs and led the lined-up children out of the school building one by one. Parents, please take your pickup cards and pick up your children in class order. The security guard maintained order at the entrance. Lin Fan and Chu Jiaming stood side by side, watching the senior class walk over. Today, Tuanshuan was wearing a bright yellow hooded-down jacket and carrying a small backpack. She was holding hands with the little girl next to her, chatting away. The little girl looked up and saw Lin Fan standing under the tree. She waved happily and said, "Daddy." Chu, who was standing next to him, also waved and called out to Chu Jiaming, "Grandpa." The two adults walked over with smiles and handed the pickup card to the teacher. Lin Fan squatted down and helped Tuan pull up the zipper of her down jacket to block the cold wind from getting into her neck. "What were you chatting about with Chu just now? You seemed so happy." Lin Fan asked casually. "I'm telling Chu about our shrimp dumpling." Tuanshuan's big eyes sparkled as she turned to look at Chu. "Shrimp dumpling is an orange kitten. Daddy made it a wooden house, and it even snores when it sleeps." Chu listened with envy in her eyes, tilted her head up, and tugged at Chu Jiaming's sleeve. "Grandpa, I also want to see a little orange cat that purrs. Can we keep one as a pet?" Chu Jiaming smiled and patted his granddaughter's head, then took the school bag from her back. "No one in our family usually takes care of the animals. If you want to see them, Grandpa will take you to Tuanshuan's dad's shop this weekend. You can have some delicious food and see the kittens, okay?" "Okay." Chu happily agreed. Chu Jiaming straightened up and looked at Lin Fan. "Tuanshuan's dad, it looks like I'll have to bother you at your shop this weekend." "You're welcome anytime." Lin Fan nodded, his tone calm. "Go back, it's cold and windy." Chu Jiaming waved to Lin Fan without saying anything more polite. "Take care." Lin Fan, holding Tuanshuan's hand, watched as Chu Jiaming led his granddaughter into the ordinary Volkswagen sedan. He turned around, opened the door of the Wuling Hongguang, and lifted Tuanshuan into the back seat for safety. "Dad, are we going to the store today?" Tuanshuan asked while fastening her seatbelt. "The store is closed today. Let's go to the supermarket and then go straight home." Lin Fan got into the driver's seat and started the car. The car entered the evening rush hour traffic. A gentle breeze blew, completely shutting out the cold air outside the carriage. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa in the center of Jiangxing City, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan came to a smooth stop outside the villa gate. Su Qing pushed open the car door and got out. The cold wind blew on her face, so she wrapped her black cashmere coat tighter around herself and walked into the living room in her high heels. Qingqing's back. Zhang Cuihua was sitting on the leather sofa in the living room watching TV. Seeing her daughter enter, she quickly stood up to greet her. How did the lawsuit go today? Did the judge award custody to us in court? In Zhang Suihua's eyes, her daughter is the president of a group that is about to go public in the United States, with more money than she can spend. What can Lin Fan, that penniless bastard, use to fight the Su family in court? This lawsuit is just a formality. Su Qing threw her Hermes bag onto the sofa, rubbed her tight temples, and looked very unwell. Court is adjourned, Su Qing said coldly. What? Court adjourned? Zhang Suihua was stunned. With such an obvious disparity in the circumstances, why didn't the judge rule? Did Lin Fan act like a rogue and cause trouble in court? Su Qing did not answer her mother's question. She didn't want to mention the 500 million yuan betting agreement that the opposing lawyer had revealed in court. It was a humiliating feeling of having all her cards laid bare. Su Ming was carrying a teacup down from the study on the second floor when he heard this, and his brows immediately furrowed. Adjournment? Didn't attorney Zhang from Deshang law firm say that our assets and conditions are a sure thing? Why is there an adjournment? Su Ming walked over and sat down on the single sofa. Su Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the acid reflux in her stomach caused by excessive fatigue. Lin Fan was prepared. The person behind him hired Wang Zhengming, the vice president of the Jiangxing Lawyers Association, as his lawyer. Su Qing leaned back on the sofa, her voice cold. Moreover, he also presented in court proof of tax payments of several million yuan every month. His bank statements were clean, and the judge accepted them. A tax payment certificate worth millions? Zhang Suihua's voice rose 8 octaves, her face filled with disbelief. Where would a good-for-nothing who can only cook get so much money? This must be fake. The judge only looks at the evidence. It has the tax bureau's official seal on it, so it's genuine. Su Qing closed her eyes. Moreover, Wang Zhengming somehow found out about my funds and even brought the receipts to court. Su Ming's hand holding the teacup trembled violently, and the tea almost spilled. How did they find out? Su Ming's expression changed. The revelation in court that she was burdened with hundreds of millions of yuan in high-interest debt meant that Su Qing's advantage in economic stability instantly turned into a fatal disadvantage. A judge would never award custody of a child to someone who is facing bankruptcy at any time. No matter how they found out, the path of suppressing Lin Fan in terms of assets and conditions is no longer viable. Su Qing opened her eyes, her gaze filled with a fierce intensity. The judge is clearly biased towards him. If we don't request a recess today, custody will be awarded to him in court. Chapter 272. Why are you asking that? The living room fell silent. Zhang Suihua didn't dare to shout anymore. Although she didn't understand the law, she could tell that the situation was very unfavorable. Su Qing took out her phone and dialed lawyer Zhang's number. The call was answered quickly. Mr. Su. Attorney Zhang's voice was somewhat somber, clearly indicating that he was under a lot of pressure after being beaten by his former mentor in court today. Attorney Zhang, I don't care what methods you use. I must win at the next court hearing. Su Qing went straight to the point, without any nonsense. President Su, the path of relying solely on economic conditions has been completely blocked. Wang Zhengming has plugged all the loopholes. Attorney Zhang lowered his voice on the other end of the phone. Our only chance to turn the tide is the reason we requested a recess in court today. Emotionally unstable and prone to violence, Su Qing replied coldly. Yes. Attorney Zhang's tone became serious. Regarding child custody, the court has very high requirements for the mental health of the guardian. As long as we can prove to the judge that Lin Fan has uncontrollable violent behavior, this will trigger a veto in the custody decision. Su Qing leaned back on the sofa. But where can we find evidence of his violence? Since we can't find it through legitimate channels, we'll create it artificially, Attorney Zhang suggested. When people are pushed to the limit or face extreme provocation, their instinctive reaction cannot be faked. As long as Lin Fan loses control of his emotions and resorts to violence, even if it's just a shove, we can submit the surveillance video to the court, and that will be irrefutable evidence. By then, even if he has hundreds of millions in his bank account, the judge will absolutely not dare to award the child to a self-employed individual who may lose control of his emotions and beat people at any time. After listening, Su Qing tapped her fingers lightly twice on the armrest of the sofa. What do you need me to do? Attorney Zhang chuckled and lowered his voice. If we can't find evidence in court, we can only try to find it outside of court. As long as you do this and then do that, and we leave solid evidence on the side, this matter will be settled. After listening, Su Qing tapped her fingers lightly twice on the armrest of the sofa. Okay, Be careful what you do. Don't leave any loose ends. Su Qing warned coldly into the phone. Understood, don't worry. Attorney Zhang replied on the other end of the phone. Then I'll go prepare the subsequent litigation materials. After hanging up the phone, the living room fell silent. Su Qing picked up the water glass on the coffee table, took a sip, and turned to look at Zhang Zuohua, who was sitting next to her watching TV. Mom, do you still have my marriage certificate with Lin Fan? Zhang Zuohua paused for a moment, then turned around, holding the remote control, her face full of confusion. You're divorced, why are you asking about that? It's probably long gone, hidden somewhere in the storage room. Go find it. I need it. Su Qing's tone was calm, but it conveyed an undeniable determination. Although Zhang Zuohua didn't understand what her daughter was going to do, she didn't dare to ask any more questions when she saw Su Qing's cold and hard face. She put down the remote control and got up to go to the storage room. The next morning, the temperature in Jiangxing dropped another 2 degrees. The sky was overcast, with the dry chill typical of early winter. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fan got up on time. After breakfast, at 8:10, the car was parked steadily in the marked parking space outside Jean Street. Lin Fan opened the car door and carried Tuanshuan out of the car. A cold wind blew in from the street corner. Lin Fan led his daughter toward the shop in trance, but after taking only a couple of steps, he paused slightly. The queue outside the store today was a little different from usual. At this time of day, those waiting at the bottom of the steps are usually middle-aged business owners dressed in elegant coats and carrying thermos cups. Today, the long queue was suddenly filled with many young faces. Most of these young people were wearing thick, oversized down jackets, carrying backpacks, and some even had headphones around their necks. They rubbed their hands and stamped their feet in the cold wind, chatting quietly in 2s and 3s, exuding the vigor of college students. Lin Fan took out his key, walked up the steps, and pulled the bolt. Pushing open the door, the air inside the shop was somewhat chilly. In the corner, from a wooden crate, Shrimp Dumpling, hearing the noise, immediately poked out its little orange head and meowed softly at Tuanshuan. Shrimp Dumplings. Tuanshuan broke free from Lin Fan's hand, ran over, and squatted down to tease the cat. Less than 2 minutes later, Su Xiaoxiao, carrying a canvas bag, jogged into the store. Good morning, Brother Lin. Su Xiaoxiao took a breath, quickly put on her apron, and went to the bar to turn on the central air conditioning in the lobby. Why are there so many more students outside today? Lin Fan walked behind the bar, hung up his coat, and asked casually. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Brother Lin, you don't know yet, do you? The day before yesterday, after you hung that 88 yuan mushroom and chicken rice bowl on the blackboard, my roommates went back and posted about it on the school forum. Su Xiaoxiao explained while wiping the table. Our shop has always been famous in the Jiangxing University town area because of the popularity of our concentrated plum juice cans. But in the past, everyone knew that a dish here would cost more than 1,000 yuan, and a bowl of noodles would cost 180 yuan. Students simply couldn't afford it and could only watch the excitement online. After that post yesterday, saying that the restaurant had a double-digit number of hot dishes that were not only filling but also incredibly delicious, the entire foodie community in the university town went wild. I bet many of the people queuing outside today are college students who skipped class early to come and try it out. Lin Fan nodded after listening. In the restaurant business, a diverse customer base is a good thing. High-priced dishes are used to maintain profits and the restaurant's character, while affordable dishes are used to keep the atmosphere lively and engaging. This 88 yuan rice bowl truly connects this restaurant with the lives of ordinary people. At 8:20, 2 car horns sounded at the intersection of Jean Street. A yellow kindergarten bus was parked on the street corner. Tuanshuan, the school bus is here. Lin Fan put down what he was doing. Here you are. Tuanshuan put down the cat toy in her hand, patted Xiaojiao's head, and put on her little backpack. Lin Fan led his daughter out of the store, walked to the school bus at the street corner, and lifted her onto the bus steps. Goodbye, Daddy. Tuanshuan stood in the carriage and waved her little hand through the glass. Lin Fan waved in response, watched the school bus drive smoothly away from Jean Street, and then turned around and walked back into the store. 8:30. Lin's shop opened on time. Su Xiaoxiao walked to the front door, opened the glass door, and held the order tablet in her hand. Good morning, everyone. Please enter in an orderly fashion and avoid crowding. At the front of the line were still Chairman Chun and Li Daong, a few familiar faces. But right behind them were a group of college students, sniffling from the cold. Li Daong strode into the hall, glanced at the few young people carrying backpacks who followed him in, and chuckled. Boss Lin, your shop is really lively today. With these young soldiers coming in, I feel like this old man has become 10 years younger. Chapter 273 is pretty good. Lin Fan washed his hands in the kitchen, tied on a white apron, and said in a calm tone, "Guests are always welcome. What would you like to eat today, Mr. Li?" "Same as always, clear broth beef brisket noodles." Li Daong pulled out a chair and sat down. The college students who came in later were mostly here for the first time. They stood in the hall, looking at the bluestone floor and the heavy solid wood tables and chairs, appearing somewhat reserved. Especially when they saw the dishes worth several thousand yuan on the blackboard on the wall, the boys couldn't help but secretly gasp in amazement. "Hey students, sit here. Scan the QR code on the corner of the table to order." Su Xiaoxiao greeted them warmly. The college students found a long table, sat down, and huddled together, whispering about scanning the QR code. "I told you, this place looked unusual. If it weren't for that 88 yuan rice bowl, I wouldn't have dared to even step inside. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I skipped my 8 a.m. class to come here today. If it's not good, I'll lose a lot of money." A boy looked up and carefully examined the small blackboard on the wall. "Hey, look, there's a heartbreakingly delicious fried rice on top, 50 yuan a serving." The boy next to me also lit up, plus the new mushroom and chicken rice bowl. It's 88 yuan. These two prices are just right for us. "Then let's switch orders," the other two boys immediately suggested. "Let's order 2 servings of fried rice and 2 servings of chicken rice, and then we can share them and try them out, so we can taste both flavors." "Okay, it's settled then." A short while later, the printer at the front desk hissed out the forms. Lin Fan glanced at the order form in the open kitchen, and his hands began to move faster. Making fried rice and making rice bowls require 2 completely different cooking times. Lin Fan first took the leftover cold rice from last night. To make fried rice, the rice must be left over from the previous night. Only after the moisture has evaporated can the grains be separated when fried. Beat the free-range eggs. Lin Fan poured the pork fat from the Black Mountain pig into the wok and heated it until it smoked. With a flick of his wrist, the beaten egg fell into the wok, instantly expanding and bubbling. He then added the cold rice and stir-fried it quickly over high heat. The wok flew through Lin Fan's hands, the spatula constantly breaking up the clumps of rice. The egg mixture coated each grain of rice evenly, turning the originally white rice into a golden yellow, making a soft, crackling sound in the hot wok. Finally, sprinkle with a handful of bright green chopped scallions, toss in the pan, and serve. 2 plates of golden, glistening fried rice, a masterpiece, were served, the aroma of scallions and pure egg filling the air. Next up is making rice bowls. Making rice bowls requires stir-frying over high heat and reducing the sauce until thick. The chopped chicken thigh meat and Lingshan shiitake mushrooms were already prepared. Black Mountain pork fat was put into the pot, scallions and ginger were sautéed until fragrant, and then the chicken and shiitake mushrooms were slid into the hot oil one by one, making a loud, sizzling sound. The range hood was humming, but a rich aroma of cooking oil and wild mushrooms still wafted from the kitchen into the living room. Several college students who were looking down at their phones were startled by the aroma and looked up abruptly, unconsciously swallowing hard. "Wow, this smelled something." A boy sniffed. 10 minutes later, reduced the sauce over high heat. The thick, glossy red sauce simmered at the bottom of the pot. Lin Fan deftly scooped the rice into a wide-mouthed bowl, then steadily topped it with a spoonful of meat and mushroom topping, and finally drizzled the soul-stirring sauce over it. "Serve the food." Lin Fan pressed the bell. Su Xiaoxiao carried a tray and delivered 2 servings of fried rice and 2 bowls of rice to the table of college students. "Enjoy your meal, everyone." Several college students looked at the steaming hot food in front of them and picked up their spoons. The boy who ordered the egg fried rice scooped up a big spoonful and put it in his mouth. "Holy crap." The boy's eyes widened instantly, and a remark about his lack of education slipped out. "This fried rice is amazing. Every grain of rice is chewy and springy, coated with a layer of caramelized egg crumbs. There are no random side dishes or heavy seasonings. It's just the purest aroma of carbohydrates and fats, which becomes more and more fragrant the more you chew." Li Na, who was eating chicken rice next to her, was also so shocked that she couldn't speak. The chicken is tender and juicy, the shiitake mushrooms are so plump they feel like abalone, and the rice is coated with a savory and slightly sweet sauce. This rich flavor directly overwhelmed their taste buds, which were usually poisoned by the pre-packaged seasoning packets in takeout meals. Give me a taste of your fried rice. Give me a piece of that shiitake mushroom. The young people didn't even have time to talk. They shared some food with each other, then lowered their heads and shoveled large spoonfuls of rice into their mouths. For someone in their early 20s, a time when they are growing and have a big appetite, such hearty and delicious food is simply a delicacy. In less than 10 minutes, all 4 large bowls were emptied, so clean that they didn't even need to be washed. This money was well spent. A boy patted his stomach and burped. I declare that from now on, this restaurant will be our dorm's designated cafeteria for improving our meals. With the arrival of this group of young people, the atmosphere in the hall became much more lively than usual. Business owners were whispering about the stock market and land, while college students were excitedly discussing elective courses and games. 2 completely different circles were strangely blended together in this shop, without disturbing each other. Lin Fan stood in the kitchen, preparing meals in an orderly manner. Hearing the commotion outside, he washed his hands and dried them with a towel. By 1 p.m., all the ingredients were sold out. After seeing off the last group of diners who were still reluctant to leave, Su Xiaoxiao hung up the closed sign and began cleaning the hall. Lin Fan took off his apron and washed his hands. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 2 in the afternoon. Shinkong Early Education Center operates on winter hours, with classes ending at 3:30 p.m. It was still early, but Lin Fan didn't intend to just sit idly in the empty shop. He picked up the black casual jacket hanging on the coat rack, put it on, and grabbed his car keys. Xiao Xiao, go back to school when you're done. I'll go pick up Tuanchuan. Okay, Brother Lin. As I pushed open the door and stepped outside, the cold wind of early winter blew in my face. The leaves of the plane trees along the roadside were swirling in the wind, dancing on the curb. Lin Fan got into the driver's seat of the Wuling Hongguang and started the engine. The car drove out of Phoenix Golden Street and merged into the smooth traffic of the city, heading towards the Starry Sky Early Education Center. 2:40 p.m. The Wuling Hongguang was parked in the marked parking space outside the Early Childhood Education Center. The gate was still tightly closed, but several cars had already parked one after another on both sides of the road. Lin Fan got out of the car. He walked to the plane tree next to the entrance of the Early Childhood Education Center and stood there. It was a sheltered corner with a wide view, and he could see the senior class as soon as the door opened. A few minutes later, a black Volkswagen Magotan pulled up to a stop on the side of the road. The car door opened, and Chu Jiaming stepped out, wearing a dark gray casual jacket and carrying a stainless steel thermos with some paint chips. Good morning, Tuanchuan's dad. Chu Jiaming closed the car door, walked to the sycamore tree, and greeted him with a smile. Yes, I came straight over as soon as I finished working at the shop. Lin Fan nodded, his tone calm. The two stood side by side under the tree, chatting casually like ordinary parents. What happened in Chapter 274? 3:30. The cheerful school dismissal music rang out from the loudspeaker next to the entrance of the Early Childhood Education Center on time. The tightly closed black iron gate was slowly pulled open from the inside by the security guard. Teachers from each class held up their class signs and led the lined-up children out of the school building one by one. Parents, please take your pickup cards and pick up your children in class order. The security guard maintained order at the entrance. Lin Fan and Chu Jianming took 2 steps forward, their eyes falling on the large group of students who were walking out. In the group, Chu, wearing a pink down jacket, spotted Chu Jianming at a glance and waved happily. Grandpa. Chu Jianming walked over with a smile, handed the pickup card to Teacher Zhang, who was in charge of the class, and took his granddaughter's hand. Say goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, Teacher Zhang. Chu waved obediently. Lin Fan stood to the side, his gaze sweeping over the senior class. There are none in the first row. There is nothing in between. Even after the last child was picked up by their parents and the line dispersed, Lin Fan still couldn't see the figure wearing a yellow down jacket and carrying a small backpack. Lin Fan's brows furrowed instantly. He strode up the steps and walked directly to Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, where's Tuanchuan? Lin Fan's voice was a little tense. Ms. Zhang was organizing the pickup and drop-off records when she heard Lin Fan's question. She looked up, her face full of surprise and confusion. Tuanchuan's dad? What brings you here? Teacher Zhang was taken aback. Didn't you check the class group chat or contact Tuanchuan's mom? The temperature in Lin Fan's eyes instantly dropped to freezing point. What's the meaning? Tuan's mother came to the kindergarten around 11 a.m. this morning. Seeing Lin Fan's somber expression, Teacher Zhang also sensed something was wrong, and her tone became somewhat cautious. She said she had finished her work these past 2 days, and her elderly relatives missed the child, so she came over and picked Tuan up early. Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly at his sides, his knuckles turning white. I've had the pick-up and drop-off card the whole time. Without the card, why should the park release me? Lin Fan stared at Teacher Zhang, his voice very low. Teacher Zhang was so frightened by Lin Fan's gaze that she took a half step back and quickly explained. Tuan's dad, this really isn't my fault. When Tuan's mom came this morning, she didn't have a pickup pass, and I initially followed the rules and didn't let her pick her up. But Teacher Zhang swallowed hard and pointed towards the principal's office on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. But she went directly to our kindergarten director. She brought not only the household registration book and the child's birth certificate, but also the original of your marriage certificate. Teacher Zhang recalled the scene from that morning, her tone filled with helplessness and grievance. She told the principal that the two of you had a fight recently, and that you took away her pick-up and drop-off card in a fit of anger, preventing her from seeing the child. The principal checked the marriage certificate and confirmed that you were a legally married couple. The park management couldn't forcefully intervene in this kind of argument between the couple. To avoid any safety issues, the director personally used the park system to issue her a temporary supplementary card. At this point, Teacher Zhang sighed, looking at Lin Fan's somber expression, and continued. Moreover, and most importantly, Tuan knows her. When Tuan's mother walked to the classroom door, Tuan called her mom over and over again. The child didn't cry or make a fuss, and took her hand on his own initiative. With a temporary pick-up and drop-off card signed by the principal, plus a marriage certificate and birth certificate, the procedures are completely compliant within the kindergarten. In addition, the child recognizes people and is willing to go with them. As the teacher in charge of the class, I have no reason or right to stop a biological mother with a full set of legal documents from taking her child away. After listening to Teacher Zhang's words, Lin Fan stood there, feeling as if the blood in his body had instantly dropped to freezing point. It's perfectly normal for the group to recognize people. She's only 5 years old. Even if she's been with me all this time, even if Su Qing was cold and neglectful to her before, she's still her biological mother who carried her for 10 months. Blood ties are innate. How could a child not recognize his mother? Su Qing took full advantage of Tuan's innocent dependence and the fact that children don't understand the calculations between adults, which is why she dared to come to the kindergarten so brazenly to pick her up. Just then, Lin Fan's phone, which was in his jacket pocket, suddenly vibrated. In the quiet, cold wind, the vibration sounded exceptionally clear. Lin Fan took out his phone and turned on the screen. It was a text message. There was no name saved, but Lin Fan knew who had sent it. I brought Tuan back to the Su family villa. She's staying with me for the next few days. Upon seeing this message, Lin Fan immediately returned the call. The call was answered very quickly. Su Qing, what do you mean? On the other end of the phone came Su Qing's calm, even slightly condescending, chuckle. It doesn't mean anything. Lin Fan, you don't need to be so angry. I am Tuan's biological mother. Is there a problem with me taking my own daughter home to stay for a few days? Lin Fan's fingers tightened slightly as he gripped his phone. We are already divorced, and I have custody now. You used an invalid marriage certificate to trick the Early Childhood Education Center into taking the child away. That's called kidnapping. Abduction? Lin Fan, don't try to scare me with these frightening words. Su Qing didn't care at all, her tone becoming increasingly provocative. Tuan followed me willingly. She's the child I carried for 10 months and gave birth to. Blood is thicker than water. Do you really think you can sever this bond by cooking her a few meals? Su Qing paused for a moment, a hint of cold smugness in her voice. I've taken her home now. You can come and see for yourself whether she's happier in your greasy noodle shop or here. If you feel resentful, you're welcome to come to my house right now. You know the address very well. I'm always at home waiting for you. After saying that, Su Qing hung up the phone. The receiver emitted a dial tone. Lin Fan slowly took the phone away from his ear. The cold wind of early winter blew in through his collar, and he stood there, his chest rising and falling slightly. Lin Fan, what's going on? Chu Jianming, who was standing nearby, had overheard their conversation and sensed something was amiss. He immediately took his granddaughter and came over. Nothing. Lin Fan shook his head, slowly put his phone back in his pocket. and tried to keep his tone calm. Just some trivial things at home. Chu Jiaming stopped and glanced at him. Having presided over cases in court for nearly 30 years, Chu Jiaming had seen all sorts of people, and he clearly saw the chill in Lin Fan's eyes the moment he answered the phone. But he didn't investigate further. To Anshuan's father, Chu Jiaming said, looking at Lin Fan. No matter what urgent matter you encounter, remember one thing. Impulsiveness will not solve the problem. Everything should be based on reason and evidence. Staying calm is often more useful than rushing to throw a punch. Chapter 275, Don't Be Impulsive. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger surging in his lungs. Chu Jiaming is right. When it comes to custody of their daughter, any impulsive action is just handing the other party a knife. He couldn't gamble to Anshuan's future on this moment of anger. It's precisely in situations like this that he needed to remain calm. I understand. Thank you. Lin Fan nodded, his eyes regaining their usual calm. Chu Jiaming nodded in response, then took his granddaughter's hand and turned to walk towards the Volkswagen sedan parked by the roadside. Watching Chu Jiaming's car drive into the traffic, Lin Fan turned his head and looked at Teacher Zhang, who was still standing to the side with a nervous expression. Teacher Zhang was nearby during the phone call, and although she didn't hear the exact content, she vaguely sensed that the situation was serious. That to Anshuan's dad. Teacher Zhang rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling slightly. She was genuinely afraid that Lin Fan would take his anger out on her, since the child had been taken from her class, and if things escalated, she, as the class teacher, would definitely have to take responsibility. Teacher Zhang, I don't blame you for this. You were just following the kindergarten's procedures. Lin Fan looked at her and said calmly, but please take me to see your principal now. Teacher Zhang was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Mr. Lin, please come with me. The principal should still be in his office upstairs right now. The two entered the teaching building and went up the stairs to the third floor. Pushing open the door to the principal's office, I saw the principal, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, sitting at her desk reading documents. After listening to Lin Fan's brief statement, the principal dropped the pen in his hand onto the table, his face turning pale instantly. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I really didn't know you were divorced. The kindergarten principal stood up abruptly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The marriage certificate Ms. Su brought this morning looked genuine, and the information on her household registration book matched. Moreover, Anshuan called out Mommy at the door and was willing to follow her. I thought it was just a lover's quarrel, and for the child's sake, I issued her a temporary pickup and drop-off card. As a private early childhood education center in Jiangcheng with high fees, entrusting children to non-guardians is a serious matter that would be unacceptable to parents if they pursue the matter. If some parents take it too seriously and cause trouble at the Education Bureau, the center could even face the risk of being forced to close down for rectification. Principal, I will not pursue the kindergarten's responsibility, nor do I need your compensation. Lin Fan pulled out a chair and sat down opposite the desk, his expression unusually calm. But I need your cooperation to reconstruct what happened this morning in its entirety, so that we can keep a record. Please say so. As long as it can be remedied, our early childhood education center will fully cooperate. The principal nodded repeatedly. First, give me a copy of every single second of the surveillance footage of Su Qing coming to the office this morning to complete the procedures. Lin Fan looked at the headmaster with a calm gaze. Second, give me a complete copy of the application form that she personally signed today to apply for the temporary pickup and drop-off card. Third, I need you to provide a written statement on behalf of the kindergarten, stamped with the official seal of the Early Childhood Education Center. This statement must prove that she concealed the fact of her divorce from the kindergarten in order to obtain the temporary pickup and drop-off card. The principal listened without hesitation. These demands are reasonable and just the best way for early childhood education centers to distance themselves from the issue. No problem. I'll have someone take care of it right away. The principal immediately called his assistant, who took a USB drive to the monitoring room to retrieve the video footage, while he went to look through the approval documents from that morning. The only sound in the office was the rustling of papers. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, waiting quietly. Half an hour later, Lin Fan walked out of the Starry Sky Early Education Center carrying a file folder and a black USB drive containing a copy of the complete surveillance video. The sky was gradually darkening. The streetlights came on, casting a dim yellow glow on the cold street. and a cold wind swirled a few withered leaves across the road. Lin Fan walked to the Wuling Hongwang, opened the car door, and sat in the driver's seat. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Zhengming's number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered smoothly. "Boss Lin, is there something you need?" Wang Zhengming's voice remained calm and unhurried. "Attorney Wang, Su Qing has made her move." Lin Fan's voice was somewhat cold as he looked at the streetlights outside the windshield. "She went to the Early Childhood Education Center this morning and tricked the principal with our old marriage certificate to bring Tuanchuan back to the Su family home." Wang Zhengming on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds. "Mr. Lin, don't act rashly," Wang Zhengming asked immediately, his tone becoming very serious. "Have you called the police?" "Not yet. What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked. "That's good." Wang Zhengming visibly breathed a sigh of relief on the other end of the phone. "If you call 110 now, the police will verify that Su Qing is the child's biological mother. Legally, this is at most a civil dispute within the family." Wang Zhengming, a veteran lawyer with decades of experience, is very familiar with the routines of grassroots police response. When the police arrive at the scene and encounter situations like this where the mother is picking up her child, they will only try to mediate and smooth things over. At most, they will give you a verbal warning or simply tell you to go through the court process yourselves. Wang Zhengming analyzed the pros and cons in a clear and logical manner. This will not only not bring any real legal damage to her, but will also alert her and give her time to find a lawyer to come up with an excuse to cover things up. "I understand," Lin Fan nodded. "Don't panic right now," Wang Zhengming advised clearly. "You'd better get the kindergarten to provide you with written documentation to document how she concealed her divorce and tricked the child away." "I've already collected them." Lin Fan glanced at the file folder on the passenger seat. "I have the surveillance footage from the Early Childhood Education Center, the card replacement application form, and the explanation personally signed and stamped by the principal." There was a pause on the other end of the phone, followed by an undisguised expression of praise. "Well done, Mr. Lin. Your execution is truly exceptional. It saved us a lot of trouble." Wang Zhengming paused briefly, his tone softening somewhat. "By the way, Mr. Lin, how does Tianchuan's mother usually treat her?" Lin Fan leaned back in the driver's seat, reminiscing about his 3 years living in the Su family. During those 3 years, Su Qing spent very little time at home. "I leave early and return late every day. On occasional weekends, I mostly hold video conferences in my study or go out to socialize. When Tuanchuan had a fever or was feeling unwell and crying in the middle of the night, he would hold and comfort her all night long. Su Qing finds the noise disruptive to her work the next day, so she either wears earplugs or simply moves to the second bedroom to sleep. In Su Qing's mind, children are more like a luxury item that meets societal expectations, an ornament she uses to show the outside world that her life is fulfilling. Chapter 276: What to do now? As long as she buys the most expensive toys for Tuanchuan, dresses him in imported custom-made children's clothes, pays the most expensive early childhood education fees, and hires a high-end nanny to follow him around and serve him, she feels that she has fulfilled all her duties as a mother. As for time and companionship, she never provided any of that. Lin Fan snapped out of his thoughts and calmly spoke into the phone. She is usually busy with work and has little patience for children. For the past 3 years, she has been taking care of the children with a nanny for most of the time. But we won't mistreat the child materially, nor will we beat or abuse her. That's good. Wang Zhengming visibly breathed a sigh of relief on the other end of the phone. As long as the child's safety is confirmed, that's fine. She used such shady means to take the child away simply to gain some advantage outside of court, or to force you to make a mistake. Wang Zhengming cautioned, "Just stay calm now, and don't impulsively go to the Su family to demand your people back. That's their territory. If you go there, you might just be playing into their hands and end up getting hurt or giving them leverage. Bring all the evidence and come to my law firm now. We'll finish the materials tonight and present them directly to the presiding judge first thing tomorrow morning." The irrefutable evidence that she used fraudulent means to abduct a minor during the trial, once presented to the judge, will firmly label Su Qing as extreme in her actions, of bad character, and disregard for the physical and mental health of minors. She has dug her own grave. I'll be right there. Lin Fan hung up the phone. He turned his head and glanced at the empty back child's safety seat. As long as Tuanchuan's personal safety is not in danger, the rest is for Su Qing to pay the price for her cleverness. The Wuling Hongwang emitted a deep roar, turned around and drove away from the early education center, speeding directly towards the law firm in Jiangqing CBD. At the same time, inside the Su family's luxurious villa in the center of Jiangqing City, Su Qing sat on the large leather sofa in the living room, holding a half glass of red wine in her hand. The living room door was ajar, letting in a draft of cold air. In the courtyard outside, burly security guards were patrolling back and forth. Attorney Zhang was also sitting nearby, with a high-definition digital camera on the coffee table in front of him, ready to be turned on at any time, its lens pointing directly towards the door. They've been waiting here for almost 2 hours. Judging from the time school ended, Lin Fan should have already discovered that his child was not at the early education center. Adding to the provocative text message Su Qing deliberately sent, according to normal logic, a man who values his child more than his own life would definitely rush here to demand his return immediately. As long as Lin Fan dares to make a scene outside the gate, or even shove or push the security personnel, the camera will record all of this. Emotional instability, impulsive behavior, and potential violent tendencies. Once the footage is captured, these labels will be magnified infinitely in court, and the financial advantages that Lin Fan had previously built up will vanish. However, time passed second by second. The wall clock already pointed to 6:30 p.m. There wasn't a single stranger in sight on the asphalt road outside the villa. Su Qing's brows furrowed more and more tightly. She took out her phone, turned on the screen, and glanced at it. There were no missed calls, nor a single accusatory text message. Lin Fan seemed to have vanished into thin air, showing no reaction to her provocation. Attorney Zhang, something's not right. Su Qing put down her wine glass, her face darkening. Knowing him as I do, he couldn't possibly be this calm. That's his own daughter. Attorney Zhang was also puzzled, as things had developed in a way that completely deviated from their expectations. He adjusted his glasses and analyzed. Mr. Su, perhaps he's still arguing with the teachers at the early childhood education center? Or maybe he realized rushing over was pointless and called the police instead. Even if the police come, it's none of their business. I'm the child's biological mother. What's wrong with taking the child home for a few days? Su Qing snorted coldly. Just then, the sound of porcelain shattering came from the direction of the restaurant. Accompanying this were loud cries from all sides. I don't want to eat. I want to find my dad. I want to go home. The little girl's cries echoed in the spacious, luxurious villa, sounding particularly jarring. The nanny, Lu Ma, came out of the restaurant carrying a plate of overturned pan-fried cod, looking at Su Qing with a helpless expression. Mr. Su, the young lady hasn't drunk a drop of water since she came back this afternoon. She keeps crying and asking for her father. She also rejected the dishes I just made. Su Qing's frustration reached its peak in an instant. She stood up and strode into the restaurant in her high heels. At the large marble dining table, Tuan sat on a European-style dining chair, tightly hugging a large strawberry bear. The little girl's eyes were red and her face was streaked with tears. Normally, she could always enjoy hot home-style dishes at Lin Fan's restaurant. But now, with these exquisitely plated but rather cold Western dishes in front of her, she had no appetite at all. Lin Yutuan, haven't you made enough of a scene? Su Qing asked in a low voice, trying to make her voice sound authoritative. This is your home. Look at all this food on the table. Isn't every single dish better than the noodles in that greasy, smoky restaurant? It's not tasty. It's not as good as Dad's. Tuan shook her head stubbornly, tears welling up in her eyes again. Su Qing took a deep breath and went over to pick her up. Be good. Mom will take you to buy new toys tomorrow and take you to the amusement park in the big shopping mall. I don't want toys, I want my dad. Tuan shrank back into the chair, avoiding Su Qing's outstretched hand, and cried even louder. Seeing her daughter's avoidance of her, Su Qing's outstretched hand froze in midair. A deep sense of frustration welled up inside me. She went to great lengths to set up such a grand scheme, wanting to prove that she could provide a better life for her child. As it turned out, Lin Fan didn't jump into the pit at all. Instead, she herself was helpless in the face of a 5-year-old child who kept crying. Su Qing withdrew her hand and walked back to the living room with a livid face. Mr. Su, what do we do now? Should we still keep the camera on? Attorney Zhang asked, standing up. I've withdrawn. Su Qing rubbed her temples in frustration. He definitely won't be coming today. She sat back on the sofa, looking at the dark night outside the window, and a vague unease suddenly rose in her heart. Lin Fan was too calm. This calmness made her feel as if things were slipping out of her control. 8 p.m. Inside Wang Jingming's law firm in the core area of Jiangxing CBD. Lin Fan sat on the sofa in his office, drinking the hot tea that his assistant had just poured for him. At his desk, Wang Jingming, wearing glasses, was reviewing the evidence materials that Lin Fan had brought over. After reading the last statement signed and stamped by the principal, Wang Jingming neatly gathered the materials and placed them beside him. Chapter 277 Abnormal. Wang Jingming raised his head. During the custody battle, the plaintiff concealed the fact that he was divorced and used invalid state documents to deceive the educational institution and forcibly take away the minor. This has seriously crossed the line for the court. Once this document is submitted to the judge, the court will naturally intervene and summon her directly. Lin Fan put down his teacup and looked at Wang Jingming. Then what do I need to do? You don't need to do anything. Wang Jingming leaned back in his chair and smiled. Go to Jean Street as usual tomorrow morning, prepare the ingredients, and open for business as usual. Just pretend this never happened. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. Su Qing went to great lengths to set up this huge scheme today, sending you a text message to provoke you, just to see you lose control of your emotions and become furious. Wang Jingming held the pen in his hand and played with it for a moment, then succinctly saw through the other person's thoughts. The more anxious and frustrated you get when dealing with this kind of self-righteous person, the more smug she becomes. On the contrary, the calmer you are and the less you take her seriously, the more panicked she will become. Just go about your business and let her drift along with your normal life, and her mentality will collapse on its own. Lin Fan understood what Wang Jingming meant. Strike the snake at its vital point. Su Qing wanted him to go crazy, but he remained as steady as a mountain. I just wonder if Tianquan is happy to see Su Qing now. Lin Fan took a deep breath and stood up. I understand. Thank you, Attorney Wang. Go home and get some rest. We'll wait for the court's response tomorrow. Stepping out of the law firm, the night wind in Jiangxing was still dry and cold. Lin Fan got into the Wuling Hongguang and started the engine. The car smoothly drove into the night, heading towards Jinmao Mansion. As long as you leave the professional tasks to the professionals, all that's left is to wait patiently. The next morning, the sky over Jiangxing remained overcast, and the cold wind whistled softly against the glass windows. In the dining room of the Su family villa, Su Qing sat at the large marble dining table, rubbing her throbbing temples. She barely slept a wink last night. First, they waited for Lin Fan to come over until midnight, and then they were kept awake by Tuan's crying and fussing in the middle of the night. This feeling of being completely out of control made her increasingly agitated. The nanny, Lu Ma, came out of the kitchen carrying a tray and placed a ham sandwich and a cup of hot milk in front of Tuan. Tuan sat in the dining chair, tightly hugging the strawberry bear in her arms. The little girl's eyes were swollen like two small walnuts, clearly from crying too much yesterday. She glanced at the milk and sandwich in front of her, pursed her lips, and turned her face away. Tuan, eat breakfast. Su Qing tried her best to suppress her anger and make her voice sound gentle. Tuan shook her head, her voice still thick with a nasal tone. I don't want to eat this. I want to eat Dad's cooking. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's fingers tightened abruptly as she gripped the coffee cup. This is all we have. Su Qing's voice turned serious. Lin Yutuan, you're already 5 years old. Don't be so immature. I'm your mother. Would I ever harm you? Tuan flinched, hugging her strawberry bear tightly, tears welling up in her eyes again. But she bit her lip, refusing to touch the breakfast on the table. Su Qing took a deep breath, put down her coffee cup, and stood up. Aunt Lu, keep an eye on her. She'll get something to eat when she's hungry. She strode back to the living room and picked up her phone from the sofa. No missed calls, no text messages. Lin Fan remained deathly silent. Su Qing dialed Lawyer Zhang's number. Attorney Zhang, is there any news from Lin Fan? Su Qing asked directly. On the other end of the phone, Attorney Zhang's voice carried a hint of seriousness and unease. President Su, I was just about to report to you. Lin Fan hasn't made any moves. I just had someone check on Jean Street, and his shop is open as usual today. Su Qing frowned. He doesn't even care that his daughter has been taken away, yet he still has the mind to open a business? What exactly is he doing? Mr. Su, this is the most unusual part, Attorney Zhang analyzed. Logically speaking, he couldn't possibly remain indifferent after his child was taken away. The only reason he's so calm is that Wang Jingming is keeping him in check. Wang Jingming is a seasoned veteran, meticulous in his actions. He must have seen through our intention to provoke Lin Fan. Attorney Zhang said anxiously. So what if you see through it? Su Qing sneered. I'm the child's biological mother. I'm taking my daughter home for a few days. Even if the police come, they can't do anything about it. That makes sense, but Attorney Zhang hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. All right, stop scaring yourself. Su Qing interrupted him. Since he's not going to cause trouble, let's just wait it out. Let's see who can outlast whom. I don't believe he really doesn't care about his daughter. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing walked to the sofa and sat down. Looking at Tuanchuan, who was still refusing to eat in the restaurant, her frustration not only did not lessen, but became even heavier. This feeling of powerlessness, like punching air, made her feel extremely frustrated. At the same time, Phoenix Golden Street, Lin family shop. The morning rush hour has just passed. A warm breeze wafted through the hall as diners quietly ate their noodles and rice bowls. Su Xiaoxiao served a bowl of clear beef brisket noodles to a regular customer by the window, then turned and walked back to the bar. She glanced at Lin Fan, who was focused on preparing ingredients in the kitchen, and hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped herself. When she came to the store this morning, she found that Tuanchuan was not there. The little girl usually sits in the corner with her drawing board, but today her special high chair is empty. Xia Jiao circled the cat bed twice, but couldn't find its little owner, so it lay listlessly on the mat. Brother Lin, why didn't you bring Tuanchuan today? Su Xiaoxiao finally couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan's cleaver didn't stop. The blade sliced through the beef's texture, producing a dull, even sound. She'll stay at her mother's for a few days, Lin Fan said calmly, without any discernible emotion. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening. They had just finished a lawsuit a few days ago, and now they were suddenly taking the child away. This was clearly not normal visitation. But seeing Lin Fan's calm demeanor and his usual cooking and preparing meals, she didn't dare to ask too many questions. Oh, I see. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. I was thinking of steaming some egg custard for her for lunch today. We'll steam it when she gets back. Lin Fan plated the sliced beef, then turned around and wiped his hands with a rag. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 10:30 a.m. At this point in time, Wang Zhengming should have already arrived at the city's People's Court and met with the presiding judge. Some things don't require him to shout them out in the street, nor do they require him to bang on the Su family's gate. The written evidence, coupled with the cold legal procedures, will take care of everything for him. Lin Fan picked up his thermos and took a sip of water. Outside, the cold wind howled, but inside the shop, the stove was burning brightly. The beef bone broth in the soup pot was bubbling and boiling. Chapter 278 Evidence. On the other side, the Jiangxing District People's Court, there was a knock on the judge's office door. Chu Jianming was sitting behind his desk reviewing a civil dispute file when he heard a knock on the door. He looked up and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Wang Zhengming walked in wearing a sharp suit and carrying a genuine leather briefcase. Old Chu busy? Wang Zhengming closed the door and walked to his desk. The two had known each other in the legal circle for many years and had a good personal relationship, so they didn't beat around the bush when they spoke. Zhengming, sit down. Chu Jianming put down his pen and pointed to the chair opposite him. What brings you here today? Wasn't the custody case you were handling already adjourned? Wang Zhengming pulled out a chair and sat down. Without any formalities, he immediately opened his briefcase. I'm here today for this case. To be precise, I'm here to submit an emergency statement. Wang Zhengming placed a thick file folder on Chu Jianming's desk. The plaintiff, Su Qing, went to Shinkong Early Education Center yesterday morning, concealed the fact that she and her husband had divorced, used the original old marriage certificate that had lost its legal validity to deceive the center, forged temporary pickup and drop-off procedures, and forcibly took the minor away. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianming's previously calm expression instantly darkened. Although he already knew about this at the kindergarten gate yesterday, the nature of the matter is completely different now that Wang Zhengming has formally submitted the materials on behalf of the parties involved. Are all the materials here? Chu Jianming took the file bag. It's all in there. Wang Zhengming nodded, his tone serious. The chain of evidence is complete and unambiguous. Chu Jianming opened the document bag, took out the paper materials inside, and carefully looked through them one by one. The office was unusually quiet, with only the rustling of papers turning. After reading the last sheet of the principal's explanation, Chu Jianming slammed the materials on the table his brows furrowed tightly. During the trial, the defendants used deceptive tactics to forcibly change the living environment of minors. This practice not only challenges the seriousness of legal procedures, but also uses children's physical and mental health as a bargaining chip in the struggle for interests. How do you want the court to handle this? Chu Jianming asked Wang Zhengming in a deep voice. On behalf of the defendant Lin Fan, I formally request the court to intervene. Wang Zhengming stated his demands clearly. Given that the plaintiff committed fraud by using false supporting documents, and that this act has seriously disrupted the normal life of the minor, we request the court to immediately summon the plaintiff, Su Qing, and order her to return the child to her original living environment. We also request that her extreme behavior be taken as an important factor in determining the custody of the child. Chu Jianming leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. With this evidence presented, Su Qing's carefully constructed image of high-class, stable, and well-mannered that she had tried so hard to maintain in court has completely collapsed. How's Lin Fan doing? How's he feeling? Chu Jianming asked casually. Him. Wang Zhengming smiled. He's perfectly fine. He opened for business as usual this morning, and he's probably cooking noodles in the kitchen right now. After listening, a hint of admiration flashed in Chu Jianming's eyes. To be able to endure the pain of losing one's daughter without resorting to violence, and instead gather all the evidence and hand it over to a lawyer to pursue legal action, this restraint and composure truly makes him a person capable of achieving great things. I understand. Chu Jianming gathered the materials on the table and pressed the intercom button. Have the court clerk, Xiao Li, come to my office immediately. Also, find out the contact information for Su Qing's lawyer and prepare to issue a summons. Chu Jianming hung up the phone and looked at Wang Zhengming. Go back and tell Lin Fan to focus on his business. The law is not a game. Anyone who dares to play with fire under our noses will have to bear the consequences. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The lunchtime crowds on Phoenix Golden Street gradually dispersed. The last serving of mushroom and chicken rice at Lin's shop was served. Su Xiaoxiao took the wooden sign that read, "Closed today," and went outside to hang it on the doorknob. The cold wind made her shrink her neck, and she quickly pushed the door open and closed the glass door tightly. Only 2 tables of guests remained in the hall, still eating and talking quietly. Lin Fan turned off the stove in the open kitchen, washed the spatula, and hung it up. He took a dry towel to wipe his hands and took off his white chef's apron. Brother Lin, this rice bowl sold out so fast today, Su Xiaoxiao said as she walked to the cashier and sorted out the bills. My roommate said in the group chat that they plan to come and line up before class ends at 10:30 tomorrow, afraid that they won't be able to get any food. It's cold. Eating hot rice with soup like this will warm you up, Lin Fan replied calmly. After the last table of guests finished eating and left, Su Xiaoxiao quickly cleaned up the table and mopped the floor. The shop became completely quiet. Lin Fan walked into the kitchen and looked at the remaining scraps. There's a bowl of cold rice from last night, 2 scallions, and 2 free-range eggs left. He didn't bother with anything else. He simply turned on the stove, skillfully cracked the eggs, and poured in the cold rice to stir-fry. The spatula quickly stirs the rice in the wok, the grains crackling softly in the hot oil. Sprinkle with chopped scallions, and it's ready to serve. 2 simple plates of fried rice with eggs were served. Without any fancy spices, just ordinary salt and a little soy sauce. The cooking time was perfect, and the rice grains were distinct, exuding a pure egg aroma. Let's eat. Lin Fan pulled out a chair and sat down. Su Xiaoxiao washed her hands and ran over, picked up a spoon, scooped up a big mouthful of fried rice, and put it in her mouth. After chewing it a couple of times, she sighed with satisfaction. Brother Lin, even though I see you cook every day, I never get tired of this fried rice, Su Xiaoxiao said while eating, glancing at her phone on the table. By the way, Brother Lin, everyone in the group was asking earlier if our store can be listed on food delivery platforms in the future. Su Xiaoxiao took a bite of rice and said, "It's so cold, and with final exams coming up soon, a lot of people say they wish they could have a hot meal made by you in the dorm." Lin Fan swallowed the rice in his mouth, shook his head, and said in a calm tone, "I don't do takeout." Why? If we open a delivery service, with our current reputation, the number of orders from the university town will definitely explode. Su Xiaoxiao was a little curious. Fried rice and rice bowls are all about the wok hei, the smoky aroma, from when they're fresh out of the pan, Lin Fan said, wiping his mouth with a tissue. If you pack it in a plastic box, close the lid, and let it bounce around on the road for half an hour. All the heat will evaporate and the taste and texture of the food will be ruined. I won't do anything that damages my reputation. Lin Fan glanced at the lobby. Besides, there are only the two of us in the shop, and the dine-in capacity is already full. If we take too big a step, we'll get tired and our work will be sloppy. There's no end to making money. After listening, Su Xiaoxiao nodded seriously. Chapter 279 Ancient Secret Recipe for Sausage. That's true. If you really take delivery orders, you won't even have time to rest, Brother Lin. Good food is definitely best enjoyed fresh in the store. I'll go to the group chat and turn them down right now. Lin Fan picked up his plate and ate slowly. From the wooden crate in the corner, shrimp dumpling, smelling the food, stretched and came out. It rubbed against Lin Fan's trouser leg twice and let out a soft, sweet meow. Lin Fan got up and went to the kitchen. He boiled a small piece of the leftover chicken leg meat in water, shredded it, and put it in his small dish. The little orange cat immediately lowered its head and began to wolf down its food. The cold wind outside hit the glass door, making a soft rustling sound. After finishing her meal, Su Xiaoxiao washed the dishes and slung her canvas bag over her shoulder. Brother Lin, I'll head back to school now. I'll be there on time tomorrow morning. Drive carefully. After seeing Su Xiaoxiao off, Lin Fan bolted the front door. He walked to the solid wood chair by the window, sat down, and poured himself a glass of warm water. Judging by the time, Wang Zhengming should have already left the courthouse by now. Lin Fan didn't rush to call and ask about the results. Wang Zhengming is a veteran lawyer, known for his steady and reliable work style. Submitting the materials and the court going through the procedures and issuing notices all take time. All he has to do now is sit here and wait patiently. After finishing the last sip of warm water in his cup, Lin Fan stood up. The hall was quiet. Shrimp dumpling, having eaten its fill of minced meat, was curled up on a cushion in the corner, snoring away. Lin Fan didn't just sit there idly. As long as life goes on, he couldn't stop working. He turned and went into the kitchen to sort out the leftover scraps and seasonings from lunch and to take stock of tomorrow's supplies. Opened the door of the large stainless steel freezer. A blast of cold air hit him. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the shelves. The beef bones and brisket are all gone. There's still half a bag of Xiangshui tribute rice left. And of the Black Mountain pork we brought back from the warehouse, there's still a whole foreleg and 2 slices of pork belly left. As Lin Fan was calculating the inventory, a clear electronic voice suddenly rang out from deep within his mind. Ding! Host's state of mind detected as stable. Focus on management. A sudden drop in temperature has been detected in Jiangxing, marking the beginning of early winter. This meets the conditions for triggering seasonal food consumption. Achievement reward. God-tier home-style recipe for traditional secret recipe for air-dried sausage. Farm guide unlocked simultaneously. Exclusive spice blend for traditional sausage making. Lin Fan paused for a moment while wiping the freezer door. A vast and detailed memory of cooking instantly flooded his mind. The perfect ratio of lean to fat meat, the chemical reaction during the fermentation of baijiu, and the control of temperature and humidity during air drying, every detail is etched into my mind like muscle memory. Chinese sausage. Lin Fan closed the freezer door and glanced at the gray sky outside the glass window. Winters in Jiangxing are damp and cold. The dry winds of early winter feel like knives on your face. But this kind of weather, where water freezes instantly and the wind is biting cold, is the perfect natural catalyst for making dried sausages. The first thing that came to his mind was Tuan Tuan's smiling face. The little girl is a bit of a picky eater and doesn't like eating large pieces of fatty meat. But if it's dried sausage, sliced into thin, translucent pieces, you can just put it on top of freshly cooked white rice and let it simmer for a while. The glistening lard melts as it's heated, its rich, cured aroma seeping into the rice grains beneath. She can quietly devour a whole bowl of rice just by mixing it with this meat-infused flavor. If we count the days, if we fill these sausages and hang them out today, they'll be ready to eat after being blown by the northwest wind for 10 days to half a month, when the meat tightens and oozes oil. Once the custody decision is finalized at the next court hearing and the child is brought back, this will be ready to be served. With this in mind, Lin Fan made up his mind. I happen to have some free time this afternoon, so I decided to make these sausages. Lin Fan closed and locked the frosted glass door to the kitchen. Close your eyes, let your consciousness sink, and connect to the system farm. A gentle breeze blew across the farm, and the air was pure. To make authentic handmade sausages, every step, from the meat to the casings and the liquor, must be done with utmost care. Lin Fan first went to the breeding area and issued the extraction command on the Tiangongfang control panel. When making sausages, the ratio of fat to lean meat is of utmost importance. If you use only lean meat, it will become dry and hard like chewing wood after air drying. If you use only fatty meat, it will be so oily after steaming that it will be impossible to swallow. 3 parts fat, 7 parts lean. This is an ironclad rule passed down from our ancestors. Lin Fan began issuing instructions. Extract 15 gene of lean meat from the front leg of a black mountain pig and 5 gene of pork belly from the hard ribs. The workshop silently began to operate. In less than a minute, 2 large, bright red, translucent pieces of black mountain pork, with distinct layers of fat and lean meat, landed steadily in the discharge trough. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan issued a second instruction. Extract the small intestine of black mountain pigs, clean and remove impurities from the inner membrane, add coarse salt to dehydrate, and make salted sausage casings. The sausage casings sold in outdoor markets often contain countless industrial chemicals added for preservation, making them impossible to clean thoroughly. In contrast, the black mountain pig small intestines from our system have excellent resilience. With the precise processing of Tiangongfang, combined with repeated rinsing from the spiritual spring water and dehydration by the system's coarse salt, the solution is perfect for the process. Perfect sausage casings, translucent, thin as cicada wings, and without any fishy or foul odor, were quickly placed in wooden basins and served. We have both meat and sausage casings. Lin Fan turned around and walked towards the ancient brewing workshop, not far away. When making winter sausages, baijiu, Chinese liquor, is the soul. High-concentration pure-grain liquor not only sterilizes and preserves, but also ferments slowly with the pork fat during the cold air-drying process, giving rise to a unique and mellow cured meat aroma. The brewery is a rather large courtyard with blue bricks. Rows of half-person high-fermentation earthenware jars are neatly arranged in the courtyard, and the air is filled with the aroma of fermented soy sauce and vinegar all year round. The premium soy sauce and aged vinegar used in the store before all came from here. But at the deepest part of the courtyard, there is a set of equipment specifically used for brewing wine. Good grains are essential for making baijiu, a type of Chinese liquor. Lin Fan walked out of the brewery and came to the spirit field on the edge of the farm. The red sorghum and winter wheat planted a while ago have long since ripened. The heavy sorghum ears are a full, dark red color, with distinct grains. He walked to the control panel and gave the instructions to harvest and husk. The machinery at Tiangongfang operated silently. Before long, 2 large bags of pure sorghum and wheat, still carrying the scent of soil and sunshine, were steadily delivered to the discharge port. Lin Fan walked over and picked up the sack. The grain was plentiful. The sacks weighed heavily on his shoulders, making his joints ache. Carrying these 2 sacks of raw grain, he walked back to the traditional brewing workshop and arrived at the brewing area. The brewing process is complex, involving washing the grains, soaking, steaming, mixing with yeast, fermenting in cellars, and finally distilling. However, in the system farm, with the added benefits of a 30-fold increase in time flow and the automation of the brewery, the time-consuming process that would otherwise take months or even years is greatly concentrated. Lin Fan untied the rope of the sack and poured the sorghum and wheat into the huge bluestone grain washing pool in the correct proportions. Chapter 2: 80 Key Steps. The spirit spring water was drawn in. The clear well water submerged the grains, washing away the surface dust. He then pressed the start button. The grain is automatically fed into the steamer. Boiling steam rises, cracking the sorghum's outer skin and releasing a rich aroma of cooked grain. After the steamed grains have cooled, aged daku powder specially supplied by the system is evenly mixed into them. Next, the grains mixed with yeast were sent into the old underground cellars and sealed with yellow mud. Time flies by in the system. Lin Fan stood quietly in the courtyard, waiting. When the fermented mash in the cellar is finished and sent back to the still, an intoxicating aroma of liquor begins to permeate the courtyard with its blue bricks. High-temperature steam passes through the fermented mash, carrying out the alcohol and flavor compounds, which then flow down through the condenser. Tick-tock. The first drop of wine fell into the earthenware jar below. The art of winemaking is to discard the beginning and end, taking only the purest heart of the wine. Lin Fan stepped forward and looked at the clear liquid flowing from the spout. The wine was clear and transparent, clinging to the edge of the earthenware jar and forming a layer of dense foam. The strong, spicy aroma, imbued with the pure fragrance of grains, instantly fills the nostrils. The flavor is very strong, without any artificial flavoring. With time flowing at dozens of times faster on the farm, plus the fermentation boost from the brewery itself, a jar of wine can quickly reach the quality of aged wine that has been stored in a cellar for several years. When the lid of the earthenware jar at the spout was opened, a rich, spicy aroma of strong liquor, with a strong grain fragrance, rushed out instantly. Lin Fan glanced down at the glass. The liquor was clear and clung to the glass, its alcohol content definitely above 65%. It is used to marinate and ferment sausages. It is the best catalyst. Carrying the pork, sausage casings, and a small jar of pure grain liquor, Lin Fan exited the system space. In a real kitchen, several heavy chunks of meat and a ceramic jar exuding the aroma of wine suddenly appeared on the cutting board. The flesh is bright red, and the snow-white fat layer has a healthy sheen. Lin Fan turned on the tap and washed his hands. Then he took a clean, dry towel and dried his hands thoroughly. The meat used for making sausages must never come into contact with raw water. Even a single drop of tap water can breed bacteria during the drying and fermentation process, causing the entire pot of meat to spoil and smell bad. He placed a piece of pork belly on the solid wood cutting board. Many people, to save time, like to take their sausages directly to the butcher and have them ground into minced meat using a meat grinder. But in Lin Fan's eyes, the high-speed rotating blades of a meat grinder would completely shred the cell fibers of the meat, turning it into a soulless mess. When meat is stuffed into sausage casings, it has a loose texture and lacks the firm chewiness of meat chunks. Authentic handmade sausages must be cut one slice at a time. And it can't be cut into shreds, it has to be cut into cubes. Lin Fan gripped the kitchen knife and swiftly brought it down. The blade sliced through the thick pigskin and fat with a dull thud. He first cut the meat into large slices half a centimeter thick, then cut them into even strips, and finally flipped his wrist, making the knife move up and down quickly. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of chopping meat filled the kitchen. He meticulously chopped the lean meat from the foreleg and the fatty pork belly into small cubes the size of his little fingernail. This size allows for good compression and adhesion after being stuffed into sausage casings, and it won't become too small and lose its texture after drying and shrinking. This job requires a lot of strength and patience. After cutting for more than half an hour, Lin Fan only felt a slight soreness and swelling in the muscles of his forearm. A fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead and slid down his cheeks. But his movements did not pause at all, and the spacing between the blades did not deviate in the slightest. In the ebb and flow of each stroke, the courtroom battles, Su Qing's scheming, and the lawyers' wrangling were all gradually forgotten by him. All I have is this solid wood cutting board in front of me and the kitchen knife in my hand. If your mind isn't calm, the meat cubes you cut will be uneven in size. Only when your mind is calm can your hand be steady. The hands of the clock on the wall slowly moved across the surface. More than an hour later, all 20 gene of Black Mountain pork have been processed. Lin Fan stopped wielding the knife and let out a long breath. Beside the cutting board were two large stainless steel basins. One basin contained bright red diced lean meat, and the other contained snow-white diced fatty meat. They were piled up like two small mountains. He put the cleaver aside, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, and stretched his somewhat sore shoulders. The most time-consuming and laborious knife work step is now complete. Looking at the two large bowls of tempting diced meat, Lin Fan's eyes remained calm. The materials are all ready, and the knife skills are up to par. Next comes the seasoning and marinating process, which determines the soul of the sausage. Lin Fan took a large, clean stainless steel bowl and poured all the lean and fatty diced meat together in a 7-to-3 ratio. The seasoning for making sausages varies from place to place. In Jiangcheng, the flavor is more salty and savory, with a hint of sweetness. Add salt first. Salt is the king of all flavors and also the key to preservation. If you add too little salt, the meat will spoil easily. If you add too much, it will taste bitter. He grabbed some coarse salt and sprinkled it evenly over the diced meat, relying on his sense of touch. Next comes the white sugar. The white sugar here isn't for sweetness, but to enhance the flavor and make the meat turn reddish and translucent after air drying. Pour in the system-brewed spiritual soy sauce for flavor, and then add a few drops of dark soy sauce for color. Then, Lin Fan picked up a small bowl from the side. This is the exclusive spice ratio for traditional sausage that the system just unlocked. It contains more than a dozen spices, including Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and cinnamon, which have been ground into an extremely fine powder. He picked up a small pinch of spice powder and sprinkled it evenly into the basin. Finally, Lin Fan picked up the jar of pure grain baijiu. With a tilt of his wrist, most of the clear wine was poured into the basin. The moment the high-concentration liquor came into contact with the raw meat, a strange, complex aroma burst forth. The aroma of wine, meat fat, and spices blend together, hitting you right in the head. Lin Fan made his move immediately. The tap water was cold in early winter, and the raw meat was even colder. I plunged my hands into a large bowl of diced meat, and the icy chill ran up my fingertips. But he didn't care at all, and with both hands he turned the basin up from the bottom, pressing and rubbing it hard. This process cannot be rushed. Every diced meat must be evenly coated with the seasonings and wine. I massaged it for a full 10 minutes. The originally distinct red and white diced meat gradually absorbed the moisture from the soy sauce and white wine, and its surface became sticky and shiny. The edges of the fatty meat were stained with a nice layer of dark brown. Lin Fan stopped working. The minced meat had become completely elastic, exhibiting a gelatinous, clumped texture. After preparing the minced meat, the next step is to stuff the sausages. He took a white plastic wide-mouthed funnel. The translucent sausage casing extracted from the system is placed over the bottom of the funnel tube and then pushed up the tube until the entire casing is piled on the funnel, with a knot tied at the end. Lin Fan held the bottom of the funnel with his left hand and pinched the sausage casing. Chapter 281. I want to find my dad. He grabbed a handful of marinated diced meat with his right hand and stuffed it into the wide opening of the funnel. Pick up a thick-tipped wooden chopstick and poke it down into the funnel opening. The diced meat slid down the narrow tube of the funnel and into the thin casing. This job can't be rushed. It all depends on your accuracy and patience. If you poke the sausage too quickly with chopsticks and stuff the meat too tightly, the casing will burst easily when it's drying. If you stuff it too loosely, the sausage will have holes inside when you cut it, it won't hold its shape, and it will taste dry. As the chopsticks moved up and down, the shriveled sausage casing gradually stretched until it became full and round. Through the translucent casing, you can clearly see the red and white meat chunks tightly packed together inside. After filling the long tube, Lin Fan put down the funnel and picked up a ball of thick white cotton thread. He gestured with both hands over the stuffed sausages. Every 15 centimeters, he flipped his wrists and tied a knot with cotton thread, securing it tightly. What was originally a long sausage has been transformed into neat, short segments. The final step is also the key to the success or failure of the sausage. Lin Fan took out a clean steel needle and evenly punched 7 or 8 small holes on the surface of each sausage section. A soft hissing sound rang out. Excess air inside the casing was squeezed out through the small holes, making the meat firmer. If you don't poke holes, the air trapped inside will cause the meat to turn sour and spoil during the drying process. 20 pounds of meat is quite a heavy load. Before long, Lin Fan had filled 2 whole basins with sausages. After tying the last sausage casing in a knot, Lin Fan washed the grease off his hands and dried them with a towel. Then, he picked up 2 heavy stainless steel basins, closed his eyes, and lowered his consciousness, directly entering the system farm. The air in the farm is free of impurities and has a pure, fresh scent of grass and trees. Lin Fan walked to an open space next to the Tiangongfang workshop. There was a row of rough wooden racks there, specifically used for drying crops. He walked over and hung the strings of sausages, tied with cotton thread, on the wooden frame. The red and white sausages hung heavily, and the aroma of high-purity liquor mixed with the meat flavor slowly spread in the pure breeze of the farm. Here, time flows at 30 times the speed. One night outside is equivalent to more than 10 days on the farm. Moreover, the system's micro-humidity control is impeccable, ensuring that the air will never be too dry or moldy like it is outside. Lin Fan stood in front of the wooden frame and looked at it for a while. You can see with the naked eye that the moisture on the surface of the sausage casing dries quickly in the breeze, and the originally bright red meat cubes begin to tighten slowly, gradually turning into a dark red color. The strong liquor is undergoing a vigorous fermentation reaction with the fat of the Black Mountain pork. In just a short while, this batch of premium air-dried sausages will be fully formed, oozing a bright sheen of oil. Soon, this batch of sausages will be ready to eat. Lin Fan clapped his hands and exited the system space. Consciousness returned to reality. The warmth of the room instantly enveloped my entire body. The hall was quiet. There was no sound of the little girl scribbling on paper with colored pencils as usual, nor the occasional clear call of Daddy. The 300 square meter space felt somewhat empty at the moment. Meow. In the wooden box in the corner, the shrimp dumpling woke up. The little orange cat climbed out of its bed on its short legs and habitually walked to its usual dining chair where it sat in a ball. It looked up and saw that its little owner was not there. It circled around a few times, looking puzzled, then ran to Lin Fan's feet, rubbed its head against his trouser leg, and let out a soft whimper, as if looking for someone. Lin Fan squatted down and reached out to smooth the hair on the shrimp dumpling's back. "She'll be back in a few days," Lin Fan said softly, as if talking to a cat, or perhaps to himself. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, the atmosphere in the luxurious restaurant was extremely oppressive. Su Qing leaned back in her dining chair, her brows furrowed tightly. On the table sat a bowl of delicate French soup and a perfectly pan-fried cod, but both were completely cold. Tuanchuan sat on the chair opposite, clutching the large strawberry bear tightly in her arms, her eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down her face. "I don't want to eat, I want to find my dad." The little girl's voice was hoarse from crying for so long. The nanny, Aunt Lu, stood to the side, holding a small bowl of hot white porridge in her hands, rubbing her hands anxiously. "Mr. Su, what should we do? Miss has barely eaten anything since she came back yesterday, and she hasn't touched the milk that was brought in this morning. How can her body take such a long time to go hungry?" Hearing what Aunt Lu said, Su Qing's heart clenched. Although she has indeed been busy with work over the years and has rarely taken care of her child herself, Tuanchuan is, after all, her own flesh and blood, whom she carried for 10 months and gave birth to. Looking at her daughter's pale, tear-streaked face, Su Qing felt a surge of irritation, but this irritation was mixed with a mother's sense of powerlessness and heartache. She took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and stood up from the chair. Su Qing walked to Lu Ma's side, reached out, and took the bowl of steaming white porridge, and picked up a clean small porcelain spoon. She knelt down beside Tuanchuan, trying her best to make her voice sound gentle and patient. "Tuanchuan, be good. You haven't eaten all day, and your tummy will hurt. Mommy will feed you some porridge, okay? After you're full, Mommy will take you to buy your favorite Barbie doll set." Su Qing scooped up a small spoonful of white porridge, gently blew on it to warm it up, and then offered it to Tuanchuan's mouth. Tuanchuan shrank back into the chair, hugged the strawberry bear tightly, and shook her head vigorously. "I don't want toys, I want to eat the noodles Daddy made, and I want to see the shrimp dumplings." The little girl couldn't help but burst into tears again when Lin Fan was mentioned, and she pushed away the spoon that Su Qing handed her. A few drops of the white porridge in the spoon spilled onto Su Qing's clothes. Su Qing's outstretched hand froze in midair. She looked down at the daughter in front of her, who was full of resistance to her and whose mind was only on her father, who ran a roadside stall. A deep sense of frustration and jealousy gripped her heart like vines. She went to great lengths to earn so much money, buy a big villa, and hire a Michelin-starred private chef, all to give her children the best life. But why is it that in the eyes of this 5-year-old child, these priceless things are not as good as a bowl of noodles full of oily smoke? Su Qing didn't get angry. She put the bowl and spoon back on the table, took a tissue, and wiped her clothes. "Aunt Lu," Su Qing turned her head, her voice a little heavy. "She's not used to these things. Go to the kitchen and make her a new bowl of noodles with an egg. Make it light." "Okay, I'll go right away." Aunt Lu felt like she had been granted a pardon and quickly carried the cold dishes into the kitchen. Su Qing looked at her daughter, who was still sobbing, and sighed. In front of this child, she suddenly realized that her management skills and negotiation skills, which she was so proud of, were completely useless. Chapter 282. You'll understand. The restaurant was so quiet that only the faint sound of the central air conditioning could be heard. Su Qing stood there, looking at her daughter who was burying her face behind the strawberry bear and avoiding her like the plague. A feeling of irritability and frustration welled up inside her, stuck in her chest, neither rising nor falling. She took a deep breath, pulled out the dining chair next to Tuanchuan, and slowly sat down. She didn't pick up the bowl of cold porridge again, nor did she put on her usual airs as the group's president. To Anshuan, Su Qing's voice softened. Mom works hard to earn money. We live in a big house. Hire a professional chef to cook for you, and buy you endless new clothes. Isn't that good? To Anshuan peeked out from behind the plush toy, her eyes red and swollen from crying. The little girl sniffed as she looked at her mother, who was dressed elegantly but seemed like a complete stranger to her. Mom, why did you leave Dad? The 5-year-old child's voice still carried a strong babyish tone and a sobbing quality. But the question he asked was like a blunt knife that had not been sharpened, stabbing straight into Su Qing's heart. Su Qing was stunned. She looked into her daughter's clear, bright eyes. Her lips moved, but for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Talking to a 5-year-old about upward mobility, about financial speculation, or about differing values. She couldn't understand. Su Qing gathered her thoughts and tried to explain in a way that the child could understand. Because Mom wants to give you a better future. Su Qing looked at her, her tone very serious. But Dad doesn't want to. He just wants to stay in that little kitchen, making a few bowls of noodles every day. If Mom doesn't leave him, we'll just be living that kind of ordinary life forever. Do you understand? Toanchuan shook her head. She hugged the strawberry bear tightly, her childish voice revealing a primal stubbornness. Dad's noodles are delicious. Toanchuan looked at Su Qing. My dad takes me to school every day and waits for me at the gate in the afternoon. He tells me stories when I go to bed at night. The little girl's tears started falling again. You're never home. The nanny doesn't tell stories. I don't like the big house. I miss my dad. Su Qing sat in the chair, her fingers slightly stiff. Mom is working so she can earn more money for you. Su Qing instinctively defended herself. I don't want money, Toanchuan cried, shaking her head and clutching the strawberry bear's ears tightly. I want my daddy. Upon hearing this, Su Qing leaned back in her chair, looking at her daughter whose face was covered in tears, and suddenly felt a deep sense of exhaustion. This exhaustion didn't come from the body, but from a deep-seated self-doubt. Had she really done something wrong? Just then, the cell phone on the coffee table in the living room suddenly rang urgently. Su Qing snapped out of her daze, stood up, walked out of the restaurant, and picked up her phone. The screen displayed the name of the assistant, Shaoli. Su Qing pressed the answer button and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. What's up, Mr. Su? I'm sorry to disturb your rest. On the other end of the phone, Shaoli's voice sounded a little hurried. HSBC Capital's legal team just sent an urgent email regarding the underlying agreement for the 15% of original shares pledged under your name. They require that a supplementary guarantee clause be signed again before the next opening of the U.S. stock market, which is before midnight here tonight. Su Qing frowned deeply. Didn't we already sign everything? Why do we need to sign again? The U.S. sponsoring institution has temporarily raised its risk assessment of the Su Group's Chengnan project. HSBC added conditions at the last minute to mitigate risks. Shaoli swallowed hard. If this supplementary clause isn't signed tonight, they will freeze the 500 million yuan bridge loan funds that have already been deposited into the corporate account tomorrow morning. This will directly cause the roadshow for the U.S. listing next week to fall through. Su Qing's face darkened. In the game of capital, there is never any spirit of contract. There is only the perpetual transfer of interests and risks. HSBC Capital has taken advantage of her current predicament, which is being hampered by the listing process, and is adding pressure on her at the last minute. These vampires, Su Qing muttered through gritted teeth, taking a deep breath to suppress her anger. This is no longer a matter of money. It's the final hurdle that determines the life or death of the Su Group. Those 15% original shares were her lifeline. If there was even the slightest loophole in the agreement, all her hard work over the past 3 years would be for nothing. I can't leave right now. Su Qing glanced in the direction of the restaurant. Can't we go later? Or can I go directly to the company's legal department to discuss it with them first thing tomorrow morning? No, Mr. Su, Shaoli said, almost crying on the phone. They're very firm on their terms, saying this is the final deadline. And their legal representative is already in the conference room on the top floor of our company, specifically requesting that you and our legal director go over the details of the agreement line by line in person and confirm and sign it on the spot. No one can do this for you. Su Qing fell silent. 500 million in funding, the countdown to the IPO, and even her future net worth of tens of billions all are staked on this supplementary clause. One wrong step, and it's all over. She looked back at the restaurant. In front of the large marble table, Toanchuan was still sitting in a European-style dining chair, clutching her old strawberry bear tightly in her hands, her eyes red-rimmed. The little girl was looking at her through the crack in the restaurant door, her face full of grievance. On one side is her biological daughter, whom she painstakingly brought back, hoping to make amends and spend time with her. On one side was an emergency meeting concerning the life and death of her entire business empire. Today, looking into Toanchuan's eyes, which were just like Lin Fan's and exuded stubbornness, she felt a rare sense of unease. She wanted to stay, to prove that she could be a good mother, to prove that she could give her child far more than Lin Fan. But the heavy pressure of reality doesn't allow her to be willful. If the company runs into problems, how will she maintain her current social standing? How can we provide the best life for Toanchuan? Without a material foundation, the so-called companionship is nothing more than a fig leaf for the self-pity of the lower class. I see. Su Qing closed her eyes. Tell the legal director to prepare all the original contract copies. Have the other party's representative wait in the conference room. I'll be there in 30 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing went to the restaurant. Toanchuan. Su Qing walked towards the dining table, trying to make her voice sound gentle. Mom's company has run into a very urgent situation that affects the livelihoods of hundreds of people, and Mom has to go back for a meeting right away. You stay home and behave yourself, okay? Toanchuan didn't say anything, but just shrank her face behind the strawberry bear and shook her head. Be good. Aunt Lu will stay here with you. Su Qing forcibly suppressed the irritation in her heart. After Mom finishes her meeting tomorrow, she'll take you to Disney Castle and the amusement park. Whatever you want, Mom will buy it for you. I don't want toys, Toanchuan said in a muffled voice, her voice trembling with tears. I want my dad. Su Qing patiently reached out her hand, wanting to pat her daughter's head, but Toanchuan instinctively dodged it. The hand that was stretched out in mid-air froze for a moment, and finally could only helplessly retract. Su Qing looked at her daughter, who was full of resistance to her, and her tone gradually turned cold. You are still young and don't understand how complicated the adult world is, nor do you understand how much your mother has sacrificed for this family. When you grow up, you will understand everything your mother has done today. Su Qing didn't say anything more, turned around, and strode out of the restaurant. Chapter 283 Garlic Sprouts Stir-Fried with Sausage. Aunt Lu, keep an eye on her. If she really won't eat those, go to the kitchen and make her some noodles. Su Qing picked up a black cashmere coat from the coat rack, put it on, and walked out of the villa without looking back, wearing high heels. Outside, the driver's Mercedes-Benz van had already started. Su Qing opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Go back to the company, drive fast. The car drove into the night and quickly disappeared on the asphalt road in the villa area. Inside the villa, Lu Ma watched Su Qing's departing figure, then glanced at Tuan, who was still sobbing in the restaurant, and sighed helplessly. She worked as a nanny at this company for 3 years, during which time she became accustomed to the female CEO's decisive and efficient style. She walked into the restaurant and reached out to hug Tuan. Little miss, Mommy has to go to work. Don't cry. Grandma will go to the kitchen and cook you some noodles, okay? Toanchuan hugged the strawberry bear tightly and burst into tears. No, I want my dad. I want my dad. The little girl cried her heart out. She didn't understand what a company listing was, nor did she understand what pledging original shares was. All she knew was that although the big house was warm, there was no one to play with her building blocks, no one to tell her bedtime stories, and no hot noodle soup with the aroma of scallions. No matter how Lu Ma tried to coax him, she couldn't calm him down and was extremely anxious. The next morning, the sky over Jiangcheng remained overcast, showing no sign of clearing up. The cold wind blew against the glass window, making a faint whistling sound. Lin Fan woke up in a large penthouse in Jinmao Mansion. The room was very quiet. The space felt somewhat empty today, without the little girl's voice. Lin Fan didn't stay in bed any longer. After washing up, he changed into his black casual jacket, grabbed his car keys, and headed out. At 8 a.m. sharp, the car was parked in the marked parking space outside Jean Street. Lin Fan got out of the car, walked to the store entrance, took out his key, and pulled the latch. Pushing open the glass door, the air inside the store carried the chill of a room that had been closed all night. There was a noise coming from the wooden crate in the corner. Shrimp Dumpling poked out its little orange head, meowed at Lin Fan, and ran over on its short legs to rub against his trouser leg. Lin Fan squatted down and stroked the cat's back a couple of times. He stood up, walked to the water dispenser, changed the water in the shrimp dumpling dish to clean warm water, and poured in a handful of homemade dried cat food. The little orange cat immediately lowered its head and began to chew, making crunching noises. Lin Fan took off his jacket and hung it behind the bar before walking into the open kitchen. He pulled the frosted glass door shut and locked it. Close your eyes, let your consciousness sink, and enter the system farm directly. The air on the farm was as pure as ever. Lin Fan walked to the rough wooden drying rack next to the Tiangongfang workshop. With a time flow rate 30 times faster, the Black Mountain pork sausages that were hung up yesterday have already undergone perfect air, drying, and fermentation. The sausage casing clung tightly to the diced meat, its surface revealing a deep, dark red color. Because the lean-to-fat ratio is precisely controlled, the fatty parts inside are completely translucent, oozing fine oil droplets in the breeze. A rich aroma, a blend of strong liquor and fermented meat fat, filled the air. Lin Fan took down 2 strings of dried sausages and exited the system space. In a real kitchen, 2 heavy strings of sausages appeared on the cutting board. Lin Fan turned on the tap and used warm water to wash away the dust on the surface of the sausage. He took a dry cloth and wiped the moisture off the sausage. Looking at the red and white sausage with a dark red tinge, he pondered how to cook it. There are many ways to eat this dried sausage. The simplest way is to slice it thinly and steam it directly in a pot, so you can enjoy the original flavor of the wine and the aroma of the meat. If you stir-fry some chopped garlic shoots or snow peas, the fat from the sausage will melt under high heat and cling tightly to the crisp greens, making it an excellent dish to eat with rice. There aren't many home-style stir-fries available at the restaurant now. Besides scrambled eggs with tomatoes, there was only one limited-edition braised sea cucumber with scallions left, which was indeed missing a hearty stir-fry dish that would make you want to eat more rice. Lin Fan made up his mind. He closed his eyes, connected his consciousness to the system farm, and extracted a handful of freshly grown garlic scapes from the spirit field. Since the last upgrade of the farm's ecological closed loop and the unlocking of home-style recipes, the system has been replenishing the seeds of various common vegetables in a corner of the spirit field. Over the past 2 weeks, the vegetables have been ripening one crop after another. Lin Fan no longer needs to get up early to go to the vegetable market to buy supplies. Onions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, and seasonal vegetables can be picked up from the farm as needed, which not only saves time, but also ensures that the quality is unavailable elsewhere. After exiting the system, a bunch of vibrant green garlic scapes appeared next to the cutting board. Each scape was plump and exuded a lively, crisp texture. Lin Fan picked up the kitchen knife. First, cut the sausage into thin, evenly sliced diagonal pieces. As the blade cuts down, you can clearly feel the firm resistance as the meat tightens. The cut surface is a mix of red and white, with the fat translucent and the lean meat firm. Next, he washed the garlic shoots, removed the ends, and cut them into 1-inch sections. Heat the wok. No extra oil is needed to make this dish. Lin Fan directly put the sliced sausage into the slightly heated dry pot and stir-fried it over medium-low heat. As the temperature continues to rise, the fat of the Black Mountain pig inside the sausage begins to become translucent. Sizzle. The oil was gradually forced out by the high temperature, forming a clear, glossy layer at the bottom of the pot. The rich, savory aroma of fermented baijiu instantly rose with the steam, forcefully filling the nostrils. Once the edges of the sausage curled up slightly and enough oil seeped out, Lin Fan grabbed the chopped garlic shoots and poured them directly into the pot. The heat was increased instantly. The wok flew up and down in Lin Fan's hands. The bright green garlic shoots tumbled in the boiling lard, quickly coating their surface with a glossy sheen. The unique spiciness of garlic shoots is brought out by the hot oil, blending perfectly with the rich aroma of Chinese sausage. Lin Fan didn't add any extra seasonings. The sausage itself is salty and savory, so he only needed to add 2 drops of the system brewed soy sauce to enhance the flavor and stir-fry for about 10 seconds. Garlic scapes must be kept crisp. If they become soft, they lose their essence. Out of the pot. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Fan steadily placed the stir-fried dish into a white porcelain plate. The red and white sausages, paired with vibrant green garlic shoots, are glistening with oil and steaming hot. In my mind, a crisp electronic voice rang out precisely on time. Ding! The perfect garlic sprout stir-fried with Chinese sausage has been rated as exquisite. Ingredient rating, top quality. Special effects, warms the middle jiao and dispels cold, regulates qi and relieves chest tightness. Effectively alleviates loss of appetite caused by spleen and stomach deficiency and cold. System-mandated suggested retail price, 388 yuan per serving. 388. Lin Fan looked at the pricing on the panel and wasn't surprised. Black mountain pork sausage fermented with pure grain liquor, paired with top-quality garlic shoots from the Lingtian field, plus special effects of stimulating appetite and dispelling cold. In this freezing early winter, it's absolutely a perfect accompaniment to meals. At that moment, the half-closed glass door was pushed open. Accompanied by a chilly early winter wind, Su Xiaoxiao walked in carrying a canvas bag. "Good morning, Brother Lin." Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her hands, which were red from the cold, and closed the door tightly behind her to block out the cold air. She had just walked to the bar and put down her bag when she couldn't help but twitch her nose twice. Chapter 284. So satisfying. The hall was filled with a very strong aroma of meat fat, mixed with a faint aroma of baijiu and the sweetness of garlic sprouts. The smell was so tempting. Su Xiaoxiao had eaten a steamed bun in the cafeteria that morning, but now, smelling this aroma, her stomach involuntarily rumbled. "It smells so good, Brother Lin. What delicious food are you cooking in the kitchen?" Su Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the semi-open kitchen. Lin Fan carried the plate of freshly cooked trial dish out and placed it on the solid wood table in the hall. "Stir-fried garlic sprouts with Chinese sausage," Lin Fan said casually. "Come and try it." Su Xiaoxiao quickly washed her hands at the sink, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and ran back. She picked up a slice of sausage and carefully put it into her mouth. Logically speaking, eating such oily and meaty stir-fries on an empty stomach at around 8 a.m. should be a bit greasy and even put a strain on the stomach. But the moment she took a bite, Su Xiaoxiao realized she was wrong. The casing of the sausage is crisp and chewy. When you bite into it, the lean meat is firm and chewy, while the fat has been rendered out of excess oil, leaving only a translucent, fatty aroma. Far from being greasy at all, it has a sweet aftertaste from the fermentation of dakabaijiu. She picked up 2 more garlic shoots. With a crisp crunch, the garlic shoots absorb the oil and saltiness of the sausage, completely neutralizing the rich meaty flavor. "This is so delicious," Su Xiaoxiao said, her eyes shining, her mouth full of meat, her words muffled. "Brother Lin, if this dish is served with a bowl of rice, I could eat 2 big bowls by myself. The sausages that restaurants outside stir-fry are hard and salty, but this one doesn't feel greasy at all when I eat it first thing in the morning." Lin Fan nodded without saying anything. Su Xiaoxiao put down her chopsticks, glanced around the hall, and suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Normally at this time, Tuanchuan would already be sitting on a small stool next to the bar. The little girl is very attached to Lin Fan. Whenever she smells the aroma of new dishes, she's always the first to come over and try them. The lobby was empty today. In the corner of the cardboard box, the little orange cat, Xiaojiao, poked its head out and circled around the empty chair, meowing softly in search of its little owner. "Brother Lin, Tuanchuan hasn't come back yet today?" Su Xiaoxiao asked with some doubt. Lin Fan put away the empty plate in his hand, his eyes becoming slightly more serious. "We'll bring them back in a couple of days," Lin Fan said without offering further explanation. He turned and walked to the small blackboard by the wall, picked up the chalk, and steadily added a new line of text to the end of the menu. "Premium garlic sprouts stir-fried with Chinese sausage, 388 yuan per serving." 8:30. Lin's shop opened on time. The chilly wind of early winter swept into the hall with the footsteps of diners. Su Xiaoxiao stood at the entrance with a tablet computer, checking the queue numbers of the customers in front of her. Chairman Chun and Li Daong, both wearing thick coats, walked at the front. The two entered the room and habitually glanced at the blackboard. "Hey, new dishes," Li Daong shouted in his loud voice. "Stir-fried garlic sprouts with Chinese sausage, 388. Chairman Chen sat down, smelling the lingering aroma of sausages in the air, and nodded in satisfaction. On such a cold day, some sausage fermented with rice wine is the best way to warm the stomach. "Little one, give me another serving of this. And a bowl of rice too. I'll have one more to try." Li Daong immediately changed his mind. "This sausage smells just right. It has to be eaten with rice to be truly enjoyable." The hall quickly became lively. The aroma of the new dishes was so irresistible that almost every diner who entered the restaurant was tempted by the smell and immediately placed an order. Lin Fan washed his hands, tied on a white apron, and walked into the open kitchen. The stove was lit, and blue flames shot up instantly. Sliced Chinese sausage is added to a warm, dry wok and stir-fried until the fat melts and a clear sheen appears at the bottom. Next, bright green garlic shoots are added and stir-fried. With each toss and turn of the wok, the aroma of the wok is released. In less than 5 minutes, the first 2 plates of stir-fried garlic sprouts with sausage, along with 2 bowls of steaming hot xiangshui rice, were served by Su Xiaoxiao. Chairman Chun, General Manager Li, please enjoy your meal. Li Daong couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks, grab a large piece of sausage and a few garlic shoots, and stuff them into his mouth along with a big mouthful of white rice. The crispness of the garlic shoots and the rich flavor of the sausage collide intensely in the mouth. The aroma of pork fat, the fragrance of Daco liquor, and the salty and savory flavor of soy sauce blend perfectly, while the sweetness of the rice balances the richness of the sausage. Li Daong exhaled a breath of hot air, not even bothering to say a word, and began frantically shoveling rice into his mouth. For business owners who are used to bland business meals, these home-style dishes, coated in rich oil and wok hay, the smoky aroma imparted by a hot wok, are a true savior for their taste buds. In less than 10 minutes, Li Daong finished off a large plate of stir-fried garlic sprouts with sausage and a full bowl of rice. He even used his chopsticks to scrape up the last bit of sausage oil from the bottom of the plate, mixed it with the last mouthful of rice, and put it in his mouth. That feels good. Li Daong put down his empty bowl and let out a satisfied burp. He felt the coldness that had accumulated in his stomach over the years being slowly dispelled by a gentle force, and his entire chest felt much brighter. Mr. Chin across from them also put down his chopsticks, finishing his food completely. Mr. Lin's cooking skills are truly exceptional. He has perfected even the most ordinary home-style dishes. Chairman Chin wiped his mouth with a napkin. He picked up the warm water in front of him, took a sip, suppressed the lingering grease in his mouth, and looked up at Lin Fan in the open kitchen. The braised sea cucumber with scallions last time was about the exquisite cooking techniques and the rich flavors of the ingredients. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes was about the most authentic home-style taste. I never expected that this simple stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured pork could have such a layered flavor. The salty and savory taste, the aroma of wine, and the sweetness of the vegetables don't clash at all. Chairman Chin nodded in satisfaction. These 388 are really worth it. Li Daong picked up his water glass, rinsed his mouth, and slammed the glass down. Old Chun, you speak so formally. All that layering? In my mouth, it's just 2 words, straightforward. After the two had eaten and drunk their fill, they put on their coats. Su Xiaoxiao went over to tidy up the table. Li Daong took out his phone from his pocket, glanced at the time on the screen, and turned to the open kitchen, calling out, Boss Lin, I'm going back to the company for a meeting. I'll leave you a number tomorrow morning, as usual. Take care, Lin Fan replied from the kitchen, his spatula still in his hand. As soon as one group of diners left the hall, another group immediately came in. The newly added stir-fried garlic shoots with Chinese sausage became the most ordered dish this morning. The aroma of meat fat fermented with Daco liquor, combined with the unique sweet and spicy flavor of stir-fried garlic shoots, wafts out from the semi-open kitchen, whetting the appetites of every guest who enters. Lin Fan stood in front of the stove. The sliced sausages and garlic shoots were placed separately in the condiment bowl. Light the fire and heat the pan. Sausage slices are fried in oil until the edges curl up slightly and they gleam with a clear sheen. Chapter 285 Encountering Difficulties. Next, add the garlic shoots and stir-fry quickly over high heat. Add 2 drops of dark soy sauce for flavor, stir well, and remove from heat. He prepared dozens of servings of stir-fried meat, pot after pot. The portion size and cooking time of each batch are perfectly controlled. With a flick of the wrist, only the crisp sound of the shovel and the wok colliding could be heard. 11 a.m. The morning rush hour was completely over, and only a few tables of customers remained in the lobby. At 1 p.m., the spare Black Mountain pork and Xiangshui tribute rice were all gone. Serve the food. Lin Fan pressed the bell and placed the last bowl of clear broth beef brisket noodles on the counter. Su Xiaoxiao took the noodles, glanced at the order tablet, and turned back to say, Brother Lin, we're out of ingredients. I'll lock the rest of the orders. Okay, let's put up the sign. Lin Fan turned off the stove and tightened the gas valve. Su Xiaoxiao walked to the gate, hung the "Close Today" sign on the handle, and then bolted the door shut. The hall gradually quieted down. After the last table of guests finished eating and left, Su Xiaoxiao pushed a small cart and collected all the empty bowls and chopsticks from the table into the kitchen sink. Lin Fan took off his white apron and washed his hands. He made himself and Su Xiaoxiao 2 bowls of clear noodle soup and added 2 poached eggs. The two sat at a square table by the window to eat lunch. Meow. In the wooden crate in the corner, Shrimp Dumpling woke up. The little orange cat toddled out on its short legs, habitually ran to the children's high chair where it usually sat in a circle, and looked up at it. Not seeing anyone, it circled around a couple of times in confusion, then ran to Lin Fan's feet and rubbed its head against his trouser leg. Lin Fan lowered his head and reached out to smooth the soft fur on the Shrimp Dumpling's back. Su Xiaoxiao ate her noodles, glanced at the empty children's high chair, and couldn't help but ask a question. Brother Lin, why haven't I seen Tuanchuan today? Usually at this time, she'd already be drawing in the background. She'll be staying at her mother's place for the next couple of days, Lin Fan said calmly, picking up a mouthful of noodles and putting it in his mouth. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, her chopsticks stopping in midair. I just heard a few days ago that the boss was fighting a custody battle with his ex-wife, and today the child is suddenly not in the store. This doesn't seem like normal visitation at all. But seeing Lin Fan's calm expression, Su Xiaoxiao swallowed back the question that was on the tip of her tongue. She didn't ask any more questions unless her boss told her. After finishing her meal, Su Xiaoxiao washed the dishes and chopsticks and mopped the floor in the living room. Brother Lin, I'm going back to school now. Su Xiaoxiao slung her canvas bag over her shoulder. Drive carefully. After seeing Su Xiaoxiao off, Lin Fan bolted the glass door and hung up the "Close Today" sign. He went to the back kitchen, rinsed the remaining stainless steel basins in the sink, drained them, and turned them upside down on the rack. The hall fell silent. Lin Fan washed his hands, poured himself a glass of warm water, and sat down at the solid wood table by the window. Just as I picked up the cup, there was a light knock on the closed glass door from the outside. Lin Fan raised his head. There was a person standing outside the door. Because of a thin layer of frost on the glass, only the outline of a woman could be made out. He put down his water glass, walked over, and unlatched the door. A cold wind blew in through the crack in the door, and standing outside was none other than Shin Man. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. Whenever this young lady comes to the store, no matter how cold the weather is, she is always dressed in an exquisite haute couture trench coat, wearing 10-centimeter high heels, carrying a limited edition designer bag, and her makeup is impeccable. But today, Shin Man looked completely different from usual. She wore a slightly wrinkled long black down jacket and ordinary black flat leather shoes. Her hair was unstyled, simply tied back in a low ponytail with a hair tie, with a few stray strands sticking to her pale face in the wind. She wasn't carrying a designer handbag, but rather a thick, transparent plastic document bag filled with various A4 papers and brochures. Lin Fan, Shun Man said, her voice hoarse and filled with deep weariness. Is there any food left in the shop? Leftovers will do. Come in. Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions and stepped aside to let her in. Shin Man walked in and closed the glass door behind her. The warmth from the lobby hit her face, and she let out a long sigh, as if a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She walked to the chair closest to the radiator, threw the file folder she was carrying on the table, and slumped into the chair. We've sold out of ingredients for lunch. Lin Fan walked to the water dispenser and poured her a glass of warm water. I'll go to the kitchen and make you a bowl of noodles. Thank you. Shin Man held the paper cup with both hands and drank more than half of it. Lin Fan walked into the kitchen. The broth was almost gone, and there was no more Black Mountain pork left. Instead of going to the Systems farm to get some, he used the most common method. I melted some lard in a hot pan, sautéed some scallions until fragrant, added a few drops of soy sauce and water, and brought it to a boil. I then added a handful of noodles and poached an egg. In less than 10 minutes, a steaming bowl of plain noodles was served. There are no complicated toppings, just a layer of glossy scallions floating on the clear soup. Eat up. Lin Fan placed the bowl of noodles in front of her and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Shin Man showed no restraint whatsoever, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. She ate very quickly, even slurping twice when it was too hot, without stopping. She clearly hadn't eaten in a long time. Lin Fan sat down opposite her, said nothing, and quietly watched her eat. In just a few minutes, she finished the bowl of noodles, soup and all. Shin Man put down her chopsticks, took a tissue to wipe the fine sweat from her mouth and forehead, and seemed to come back to life. Having lived for over 20 years, this is the first time I felt that a bowl of plain noodles can taste so delicious. Shin Man leaned back in her chair and gave a wry smile. Are you having some trouble? Lin Fan asked casually. Shin Man nodded with a wry smile and pointed to the thick file folder on the table. I've always wanted to create an independent skincare brand. Unfortunately, after a fight with my family last time, they stopped all my credit cards and cut off my funding. I have no choice but to go to various cosmetic contract manufacturers in the suburbs every day for the past few days, trying to find someone to set up an experimental production line for me. Shin Man lowered her head and glanced at her feet. I never realized how big Jiangxing was when I was driving a sports car. But these past 2 days, walking around here has shown me just how crowded the buses are on the way from the city center to the industrial park, and how cold the wind is. Lin Fan looked at her. Going from a pampered rich heiress who never lifted a finger to suddenly jump to the bottom and run a business. Such a change is hard for most people to handle. How did the talks go? They're all yellow. Shin Man shook her head self-deprecatingly. I used to think that as long as I had the technical formula, I could always get a deal. But when the factory managers saw that I didn't have the Shun family's financial backing, they wouldn't even let me in the door. What's even more ridiculous is that Lu Ziyuan was behind it all, Shin Man said through gritted teeth. He spread the word that anyone who dared to take my orders would be going against the Lu family. Those contract manufacturers wouldn't dare to offend the Lu family for my sake. Chapter 286, Just Good Luck. I think I understand now. Shin Man looked at the gray sky outside the window. Su Qing used to talk about social class and connections all the time, and I thought she was materialistic. Now that I'm out here on my own, I realize that you can't get anywhere without money. At this point, Shin Man paused and turned to look at Lin Fan. Speaking of which, Lin Fan, how did you manage to open this store step by step? Lin Fan did not answer immediately. He looked at the lukewarm water swaying slightly in the paper cup, and his thoughts drifted back to the day not long ago when he had just gone through the divorce proceedings at the Civil Affairs Bureau and was left homeless with his 5-year-old son, Tuanchuan. At that time, he couldn't even afford a decent hot meal, so the father and daughter could only sit on the cold curb. The biggest secret to his success in bringing this shop to where he is today is undoubtedly the culinary system in his mind that he can't share with anyone. The system provided him with top-notch ingredients and impeccable recipes. But even with the support of the system, this path was still paved with hard work and sweat. It all started with that dilapidated second-hand tricycle in the university town night market. Braving the cold wind and the ridicule of the surrounding stall owners, I would pack up and go home in the middle of the night, and get up early in the morning to prepare vegetables. I stood in front of the cutting board until my legs went numb, and held the iron wok until my arms ached from stirring. A man who has been kicked out of his home and has no way out, with a 5-year-old child, wants to gain a foothold in this materialistic city. There is no shortcut except to work hard at his job. He couldn't tell Shin Manming about these experiences and the secrets of the system, and he felt there was no need to bring them up to complain. Lin Fan put down his water glass, looked up, and spoke in his usual calm tone. Just lucky. Lin Fan looked at her, his voice steady. I don't ask for favors. I make a living with my skills. If I make good food, customers will naturally stay. Shin Man fell silent after hearing that simple sentence. Looking at Lin Fan's calm and composed demeanor, she suddenly understood why this man could transform himself from a stay-at-home dad who had left with nothing into someone for whom even the wealthiest men in Jiangxing were willing to line up at his door in just a few months. Just then, the roar of a car engine came from outside the door. A black Range Rover was parked on the side of the road. The door opened, and Qin Lang, wearing a long black cashmere coat, strode out. He pushed open the glass door, letting in a gust of cold air. Brother Lin. Qin Lang walked in and immediately saw Shun Man sitting opposite him, pausing for a moment. Shun Man, what are you doing here? That outfit, did you go fleeing famine? Shun Man rolled her eyes. He's off running sales. What? Haven't you ever seen working people before? Qin Lang walked over, pulled out a chair, sat down, let out a long sigh, and rubbed his throbbing temples hard. Sigh? I've been through a lot these past few days. Lin Fan got up and went to the water dispenser to pour Qin Lang a glass of warm water as well. Didn't that project in the south of the city already get off the ground? Why are you still so busy? Lin Fan asked. It's precisely because it landed that it was so dangerous. Qin Lang picked up his water glass and took a big gulp. My dad entrusted me with the entire responsibility for this project. It included the construction team's entry, the bidding for building materials, and the smooth handling of various influential figures. These old foxes are all cunning. I drank so much at parties these past 2 days that I got a stomach hemorrhage, and I even threw up in the car just now. I just couldn't take it anymore, so I came here to find some peace and quiet. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, looking at the file folder on Shen Man's desk with a more serious expression. I've heard about what happened to you. You had a falling out with your family, sold your car, and went to the industrial park to set up a production line. You're quite well informed, Shen Man said without denying it. The industry is only so big. How could I not know that Lu Ziyuan was going around saying he wanted to blacklist you? Qin Lang frowned. That bastard Lu Ziyuan is a treacherous villain. It's not a solution for you to stubbornly resist like this. If you can't bring yourself to go home, I'll lend you a production line so you can test your formula first. Shen Man shook her head. No need. I don't want to owe the Qin family a favor. Besides, if you get involved, Lu Ziyuan will definitely use this as an excuse to cause trouble, which will involve the Qin family and the Lu family's businesses, which would be too much of a hassle. Shen Man gathered the file folder on the table and hugged it to her chest. Since I've decided to go it alone, I have to bear the hardship myself. If I can't finish today, I'll go to the industrial park in the neighboring city tomorrow. I don't believe Lu Ziyuan can control everything. Seeing her stubborn expression, Qin Lang didn't insist any further. Okay, that's tough. If you can't take it anymore, just say so. Don't suffer for the sake of saving face. Qin Lang turned to look at Lin Fan, who was slumped weakly on the table. Brother Lin, get me something to eat. Nothing too greasy, my stomach can't handle it. Lin Fan stood up. We're out of broth. I'll make you a bowl of clear broth noodles with an egg. Okay, as long as it's hot. Lin Fan walked into the open kitchen and skillfully lit a fire to boil water. The hall fell silent. Shen Man leaned back in her chair and finished the last sip of water in her paper cup. She turned her head and looked around, and suddenly noticed that there was less movement in the hall. When she usually comes, Tuanchuan is always drawing on the dining chair in the corner or playing with the cat with a feather, but today she is unusually quiet. Where's Tuanchuan? Shen Man asked casually, looking at the empty high chair. Isn't school closed today for the weekend? In the kitchen, Lin Fan was stirring the noodles in the pot with chopsticks. He didn't stop what he was doing when he heard Shen Man's question. She's with her mother. Lin Fan's voice was completely flat. What about Su Qing? Shen Man was stunned, and her brows immediately furrowed. Weren't we going through legal proceedings regarding custody these past few days? How could you hand the child over to her? Su Qing has been working non-stop to get the company listed. How could she have time to take care of the child? Lin Fan scooped out the cooked noodles, put them in a white porcelain bowl, and poured clear broth over them. I didn't give it to her. Lin Fan came out carrying a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of Qin Lang. She took the original invalid marriage certificate to the Early Childhood Education Center, lied that she and her husband had quarreled, fooled the principal, and forcibly took Tuanchuan away. Upon hearing this, Shen Man was so shocked that she sat bolt upright in her chair. An invalid marriage certificate? Has she gone mad? Shen Man exclaimed in disbelief. She'd actually resort to such a tactic? She's breaking the law. Qin Lang, who was about to pick out noodles, also stopped eating and his face darkened. Brother Lin, Su Qing is blatantly robbing us. Why didn't you call me yesterday? I would have taken some men to the Su family to bring the child back. That's exactly what she wanted. Lin Fan sat down opposite her, his tone calm. She even sent me a text message to provoke me, trying to get me to cause trouble at the Su family villa so that she could label me as having violent tendencies in court. After hearing this, Shen Man broke out in a cold sweat. She knows Su Qing too well. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. But using children and the law to set up this kind of scheme is no longer ordinary business competition. It's a complete lack of ethical boundaries. Did you call the police? Shen Man asked anxiously.